Chapter 1. A Glimpse of Eternity, a Sudden Enlightenment. In the sacred land of Qingxian, within the grand hall of the sect, the atmosphere was stifling to an extreme. Sect Master, today, all the immortal cranes of the Zhua Peak have perished. It was Gu Xiu who deliberately mixed in bone dissolution powder. I witnessed it with my own eyes and can testify. Master, I too have investigated. Those immortal cranes indeed died from bone dissolution powder. I even found this vial of it in Gu Xiu's residence. The accusations ringing in his ears jolted Gu Xiu from his momentary stupor. Gu Xiu, tell me, is what they say true? A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a phoenix robe, sat with a grave expression in the position of the sect master, gazing intently at Gu Xiu. Did I just enter an illusion? A dream spanning a millennium? Gu Xiu murmured, surveying the surroundings that felt both familiar and alien, his eyes brimming with horror. Just moments ago, he had been ardently defending himself in the grand hall regarding the matter of whether he had poisoned the immortal cranes. Suddenly, he was thrust into an illusion. In that realm, he became a mere observer, witnessing the entirety of his life unfold. Gu Xiu, now that the evidence is irrefutable, what further arguments can you muster? Surely you believe that the sect's directive to tend to spirit beasts is beneath you, and you resorted to this means to vent your frustrations, did you not? Master, I have previously asserted that Gu Xiu is unworthy to remain at Zhua Peak, let alone care for spirit beasts. The junior sister, Lu Qingyao, berated him, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, shook her head in disapproval. Gu Xiu, more than 500 years ago, you were indeed a figure of integrity. Yet, who could have imagined you would devolve to this state? If you were unwilling to remain at Zhua Peak to tend to spirit beasts, you could have simply stated it. Why resort to such extreme measures? I had thought that over the past 5 centuries, you had merely lost your cultivation and innate talent, but it appears you have even forsaken your original resolve. These two were Gu Xiu's senior sisters. The junior sister, Lu Qingyao, was a renowned beast tamer, while the third sister, Su Wanqing, was the chief alchemist of the sacred land of Qingxian. As for the woman seated in the position of sect master, she was Gu Xiu's master, the esteemed Grand Master Guanxulan, known for her icy demeanor and lack of humor. The gazes of the three converged in a peculiar unanimity contempt. Their looks at Gu Xiu seemed not to regard the sect hero who had willingly confined himself for 5 centuries, ultimately losing his cultivation and innate talent, but rather as if they were observing a worthless wretch who ought to perish without sullying the sect's celestial aura. Such gazes stirred within Gu Xiu, who had grown accustomed to them over the past 3 years, a recollection of the things he had seen in the earlier illusion. In the external world, mere moments had passed. Yet within the illusion, eons had traversed. There, Gu Xiu became a spectator, or perhaps a listener, absorbing the tales that unfolded over millennia. The events presently occurring were merely a trivial segment of that grand narrative. The demise of the immortal cranes was, in fact, orchestrated by the third sister Su Wanqing, with the junior sister Lu Qingyou's assistance. Their aim was to expel him from the Zhua Peak residence, as they intended to repurpose that space for the junior brother Jiangsun's cultivation of beast taming. As distinguished disciples of the sacred land, they could not overtly seize another disciple's dwelling. At the very least, a plausible justification was required. Whether that rationale was sound or whether the victim would accept it was inconsequential, for Gu Xiu's cultivation had been obliterated, rendering him powerless to resist. According to the developments that followed in the illusion, Gu Xiu would certainly not concede to this framing, but would instead seek evidence to prove his innocence. However, he did not anticipate that when he finally uncovered evidence and presented it to his master, Guanxulan, in a bid to exonerate himself, he would discover that she had already discerned the truth. Even the poisoning of the immortal cranes by Su Wanqing was at Guanxulan's behest. She was the true mastermind. Though Gu Xiu had witnessed all these events in that fleeting glimpse of eternity, the indifferent gaze of Guanxulan now made him realize that it was likely not an illusion, but rather the stark reality one that was profoundly sorrowful. Master, Gu Xiu has always been responsible for tending to the spirit beasts. With the incident occurring, according to sect regulations, it is indeed his responsibility, not to mention that he actively poisoned and harmed the beasts. He must be severely punished. The junior sister Lu Qingyao declared with righteous fervor. The sect master, Guanxulan, furrowed her brow. Gu Xiu, you have previously rendered great service to the sect. Speak honestly, and I shall not impose excessive punishment upon you. This time, Gu Xiu fell silent. Just as Guanxulan was about to speak again, Gu Xiu suddenly raised his head. It is my fault. Oh. Guanxulan was taken aback, not expecting Gu Xiu to concede so readily, yet she nodded. Then tell me, why did you poison the immortal cranes? I did not poison the immortal cranes. You have changed your stance again? It is not a change of stance. Gu Xiu shook his head, speaking calmly. I have always been responsible for feeding the celestial birds. In this instance, the immortal cranes were poisoned. I indeed bear culpability for negligence. Upon hearing this, Guan Shuilan appeared to be mocked, her fury igniting instantaneously. You dare to toy with me? Since you are so obstinate, you shall be punished in the water prison. You are sentenced to 7 days in the water prison. Furthermore, you must vacate Zhua Peak immediately, never to reside there again, nor approach the spirit beasts in the slightest. This pronouncement brought relieved smiles to the faces of Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao. Gu Xiu cast them a sideways glance. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely withdrew his gaze and turned to exit the grand hall of the sect. Within him, there was no sense of grievance from being wronged, nor even anger at the slander. He found it somewhat ludicrous. For the past few years, he had been meticulously safeguarding the sect, treating his master and senior sisters with utmost care, and now he felt a sense of ridicule. He was an orphan taken in by the previous master of the Qingxian sect, and upon arriving at the sect, the old master entrusted the young Gu Xiu to Guan Zulin's care. That had been the happiest time of his life. He had become the favored disciple of the sect master, cherished by his master, and doted upon by his 7 senior sisters. At that time, Gu Xiu was the pride of the heavens, the hope of the sect. However, 500 years prior, when the forbidden land of Fuyuan emerged, the Qingxian sect was on the brink of annihilation. Someone needed to represent the sect to enter it, enduring 5 centuries of torment within the forbidden land to seize that boundless fortune. As the holy son of the sect, Gu Xiu stepped forward. He sacrificed himself, willingly binding himself within the forbidden land. For 500 years, Gu Xiu endured inhumane suffering, gritting his teeth to persevere for the sect's sake. Ultimately, he succeeded. The fortune was wholly seized by Gu Xiu, and within a mere 5 centuries, the Qingxian sect transformed from a third-rate sect into a first-rate sacred land. Yet Gu Xiu paid an immense price. The battles and bloodshed of those 500 years left him with countless wounds, his very soul on the brink of shattering. Though he barely clung to life, his cultivation was utterly lost, his innate talent and potential obliterated, and due to the lingering injuries to his path, he suffered excruciating pain persistently. To Gu Xiu at that time, all of this seemed worth it, because this was his sect, where those he cared about resided. But 500 years is but a fleeting moment. 500 years also transforms the landscape. The Qingxian sect became the sacred land of Qingxian. Guan Shuilan became the supreme Shuilan, and even his senior sisters garnered immense prestige in alchemy, talismans, and artifacts. Everything had changed. When Gu Xiu returned, the anticipated flowers and applause were absent. What awaited him was merely a singular statement. Gu Xiu, your dantian has been completely destroyed. Your innate talent and potential have been entirely wasted. You can no longer cultivate. We have given the position of holy son to another. He is your junior brother Jiang's son. His cultivation is not yet formidable, but his potential rivals your former self, and he possesses extraordinary promise above the 6 paths. He can become the second you, leading the sacred land of Qingxian to greater heights. You shall now reside within the sect. Worry not, the sect will provide for you in your twilight years. These words had left Gu Xiu feeling profoundly pained. It was not the attitude of his master and senior sisters that hurt him, but rather the realization that he could no longer shine for the sect. Yet at that moment, he could never have imagined that he had become the most superfluous burden of the sect. Initially, everyone treated him with a modicum of courtesy upon his return, but it wasn't long before he became an ignored, despised pariah. This was already lamentable enough. Yet, from the future glimpsed in the illusion, it seemed his fate would be even more tragic. Even in such a state, he would ultimately die for the sect. The irony was that despite his sacrifices for the sect, none mourned for him, and instead, they turned to celebrate Jiang Sun's breakthroughs. Only when that junior brother revealed his true colors, turning against them mercilessly, leading to the total annihilation of the sacred land of Qingxian, would they finally regret it. But what use would that regret serve? If that illusion is indeed the future, upon reflection, my life is truly tragic. Shaking his head, Gu Xiu gathered his thoughts. Had it not been for this fleeting dream, perhaps I would have followed the path to death as seen in the illusion. But since I have caught a glimpse of the heavenly secrets, I must not tread the same path again. As for this sect, it is better to part ways. Gu Xiu had once been foolishly loyal, but now, with a sudden enlightenment, he yearned to change everything. If that fleeting glimpse of eternity was his past life, then in this life, he would no longer live for the sacred land of Qingxian. He wished to live for himself. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiu swiftly made his way towards his residence. To live for oneself, the foremost necessity was to extricate himself from the Qingxian sacred ground. However, Before he could achieve that, there were two items he needed to reclaim, two opportunities that rightfully belonged to him. As he hurried back, Gu Xiu encountered numerous disciples of the Qingxian sacred ground along the way. Yet, upon seeing him, all the disciples chose to selectively ignore his presence, pretending not to notice him. This was the norm by seniority. He was considered a shirshu. Yet it was evident that these inner disciples, all at least at the foundation establishment stage, were unwilling to acknowledge a mere mortal whose cultivation had been rendered useless and who had no close ties with his master or seniors. Gu Xiu paid them no mind. At that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with his two treasures, especially one of them, for, according to the time within the illusion, that particular treasure was destined to be snatched away by another today. He must safeguard his opportunity. As he raced back, pushing himself to the limit, Gu Xiu finally arrived at his humble abode on Zhuo Peak. However, just as he reached the entrance, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Despite his frantic return, that precious opportunity had already fallen into another's hands. The individual holding his opportunity had also noticed the hurried Gu Xiu, and a look of concern and worry immediately crossed his face. "Shi Xiao, are you all right? I heard that you were punished by the master, and I was quite worried, so I came to check on you." This person, clad in a blue robe and possessing a countenance as refined as jade, though his cultivation was not yet formidable, emanated an innate aura of Tao as he stood there. He was none other than Gu Xiu's deeply hidden and profoundly thoughtful junior brother, Jiang Xin. Chapter 2. What I do not give, you cannot seize. It is difficult to imagine that this seemingly harmless junior disciple could be the very individual who, within the realm of illusions, snatched away his opportunities, deceived the entire Qingxian sacred land, and ultimately, in pursuit of his own objectives, forced or blood sacrificed all the senior sisters and masters one after another. However, Gu Xiu understands that all of that which transpired in the illusion is likely true. For, according to the subsequent developments within the illusion, upon his return to the sect, he would find himself at odds with his master and senior sisters time and again, and even suffer unbearable pain from his injuries each night. A result of this very junior disciple's machinations. He had already been plotting while Gu Xiu was still absent from the sect. Why should he concern himself with this junior disciple? Before Gu Xiu could respond, an extremely disrespectful voice interjected from beside him. "Such a useless person, remaining in our Qingxian sacred land, is nothing but a disgrace to our sect, hindering our development. If I were in his position, I would not only consider self-termination for the sake of the sect, but would at least leave the sect to fend for myself." The speaker was none other than the seventh senior sister, Lu Qingyao, who had previously conspired against Gu Xiu in the main hall of the sect in the absence of Guan Shuolan. Lu Qingyao showed no pretense in concealing her disdain for Gu Xiu, as if she were gazing upon a formidable adversary rather than the brother who once cared for her most. Jiang Sun, however, interjected on Gu Xiu's behalf. "Senior sister, although Gu Xiu's cultivation is diminished, he is still my senior brother. He is not worthy of being your senior brother." Lu Qingyao interrupted Jiang Sun. "Junior brother, you are far too kind. You must remember that kindness should be reserved for the virtuous. For someone like Gu Xiu, a worthless scoundrel, you must not display even a hint of goodwill. Otherwise, you will ultimately bring harm upon yourself." "But senior sister." Jiang Sun seemed inclined to offer further counsel but could only let out a resigned sigh. Apologetically addressing Gu Xiu, "Senior brother, please do not take offense." Gu Xiu had heard such remarks numerous times before, and to be frank, he had once thought Jiang Sun to be quite commendable. Yet now, hearing it again, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. For all of this was merely Jiang Sun's performance. Ignoring the back and forth of the two, Gu Xiu directed his gaze at the object Jiang Sun held. "Are you in possession of my belongings?" "Ah?" Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Gu Xiu's sudden coldness, but she quickly smiled and replied, "I found your bamboo stick quite unique, so I took it to play with." Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Have you played with it enough?" "Ah? If you've had enough, can you return it to me?" "This." Jiang Sun hesitated, looking down at the stick she was grasping. It was an ordinary-looking green bamboo stick. Entirely emerald in HU at first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Yet, in truth, this bamboo stick had emerged alongside Gu Xiu from the forbidden grounds he once guarded. It seemed to possess a power of restoration, capable of regenerating itself no matter the extent of damage inflicted upon it. After Gu Xiu returned to the sect, they had studied this bamboo stick for a long time, ultimately concluding that aside from its self-restorative ability, it held no other remarkable properties, and thus, they returned it to Gu Xiu. Initially, Gu Xiu was unaware of the true purpose of this object. As he was responsible for raising celestial birds, he simply utilized the bamboo stick as a tool for herding ducks. Even if it were to break, it could easily be restored, making it quite convenient. However, after witnessing the illusion, Gu Xiu came to realize that this object's true function was not to drive away poultry. It was an unsealed divine artifact, yet Jiang Jin seemed somewhat reluctant. I have heard that this item was brought back by you, senior brother, from that terrifying forbidden place. It is indeed remarkable, and I dared to ask to borrow it for a time. I wonder if you might allow it. Absolutely not. Jiu Xiu shook his head without hesitation. I dislike others touching my belongings. I've used this bamboo stick for so long that I have developed a sentiment for it. But Jiang Jin still appeared somewhat unwilling, casting a beseeching glance towards Lu Qingyao beside him. Liu Qingyao did not disappoint him and immediately retorted, Gu Xiu, it's merely a broken bamboo stick. If junior brother has taken a liking to it, that is the stick's fortune. You ought not to be so ungrateful. Whether it be a broken stick or a fine one, it remains my possession. Jiu Xiu raised an eyebrow, ignoring Lu Qingyao, and instead fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Jin. If I were to give it to you, you could certainly take it. But should I refuse, you cannot seize it. As he spoke, a surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted from Gu Xiu's eyes. Though his cultivation had long been dispersed, during the 500 years in the Forbidden Place, he had experienced slaughter daily. Despite having no trace of power left, this killing intent was indelible and could never fade. At this moment, it erupted without reservation. Even someone as gifted as Jiang Jin, with his profound aura, could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Jin was distracted, Gu Xiu swiftly snatched the bamboo stick back. Gu Xiu, what are you doing? Lu Qingyao was the first to react, glaring furiously at Gu Xiu. How dare you? You actually dared to unleash killing intent upon junior brother? You dare to snatch away something he cherishes? Lu Qingyao's words were laden with murderous intent, and as she spoke, the terrifying pressure of her golden core cultivation was laid bare, seemingly intent on engulfing Gu Xiu entirely. However, the unfortunate truth was that Gu Xiu feared no one's killing intent. As for the pressured truth be told, even though his cultivation was rendered useless, the mere pressure of a golden core practitioner was nothing to him in the face of Lu Qingyao's fury. Gu Xiu merely clutched the bamboo stick tightly, his expression serene, and met her gaze unwaveringly. This is my possession. Your possession? Are you aware that the entire sect must now fully satisfy Jiang Junior Brother's needs for resources and treasures? He is merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to him. Do you wish to harm our sect's prodigy? Lu Qingyao questioned. The weight of this accusation made Gu Xiu furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast. I will not part with this bamboo stick for anyone, least of all him. Are you not afraid of death? Lu Qingyao spat venomously. Jiu Xiu replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Do you dare to kill me? Lu Qingyao was about to articulate her thoughts further when Jiang Sun interjected, urging her, senior sister, let it go. I am merely curious about that green bamboo pole. I have no intention of forcing anyone. Since my senior brother has taken a liking to it, I shall relinquish my claim without hesitation. For the sake of preserving our camaraderie, his words provided a much-needed escape for Lu Qingyao. She truly hesitated to harm Gu Xiu, as infighting amongst peers is a grave taboo, especially considering Gu Xiu's status as a benefactor of the Qingxian Holy Land. A slight dismissal may be inconsequential, but to slay him on the spot would tarnish the reputation of the entire sect. Humph, Gu Xiu, look at you, and then at Jiang Sun. The disparity is evident. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qingyao muttered a curse under her breath before addressing Jiang Sun. Do not fret, junior brother. I shall seek out our master immediately. With the master's decree, rest assured, not even a mere bamboo stick will be withheld from you, let alone the entire grove of this humble peak. Jiang Sun replied, well, if senior sister insists, then I shall forego the green bamboo pole. Liu Qingyao retorted, what do you mean forego? Some individuals lack decorum, and I must ensure they learn proper etiquette. With that, she summoned a cloud and departed, clearly intent on seeking Guishualan's approval. Jiang Sun, not daring to linger, swiftly produced a flying sword and called out to Gu Xiu, brother, I apologize profusely. I shall persuade senior sister Lu to return at once. Please do not take offense. With that, he mounted his sword and hastened after her. As Jiang Sun vanished from sight, Gu Xiu could not help but marvel. What remarkable acting, truly impressive. Had he not been vigilant and observant enough to discern the subtle hints of disdain and animosity in Jiang Sun's eyes, he might have genuinely believed that this junior brother was a decent fellow. However, as the two figures faded from view, Gu Xiu redirected his gaze to the green bamboo pole in his hand. This pole had revealed an extraordinary ability within the illusions, fishing the heavens. It was originally Gu Xiu's own fortune, which he had subsequently given to Jiang Sun. And now, this fortune had returned to him. Yet, this was not the time to delve into the mysteries of the bamboo pole. He hastily entered his dwelling and immediately spotted an ancient tome resting upon his desk. He swiftly tucked it into his robes. This was Gu Xiu's second great opportunity, also derived from that forbidden ground. Upon his return to the sect, he had promptly submitted it, only for it to be deemed worthless and returned to him after being studied. Now, with both significant fortunes in his possession, Gu Xiu took up pen and paper, writing with deliberate slowness, each word meticulously crafted, taking a full tea's worth of time before penning the final character. Meanwhile, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him within the confines of his dwelling. Soon after, Guo Shuolan's icy voice echoed, "Gu Xiu, do you know your crimes?" Under normal circumstances, Gu Xiu would have been engulfed in panic and unease. However, this time, upon hearing those words, he remained unperturbed, calmly grasping the paper and stepping out of his wooden abode. He immediately beheld Guo Shuolan, her brow furrowed, standing at the entrance of his courtyard. Behind her, Jiang Jun and Lu Qingyao are present. Jiang Jun still wears that excessively apologetic expression, one that is utterly repugnant to behold, while Lu Qingyao, at this moment, gazes at him with a face full of smug mockery, as if to proclaim, "See, you have offended me, and now you shall pay the price." Gu Xiu does not feel anger. Instead, he is amused by the thought of Lu Qingyao's eventual dismal fate within the illusion. The wheels of fate indeed turn in a curious manner. Gu Xiu, you still dare to smile. For reasons unknown, Lu Qingyao feels a profound discomfort at the sight of Gu Xiu's smile. She turns to Guan Shuolan and declares, "Master, Gu Xiu is simply envious of the junior disciple. He is a jealous individual who must be severely punished." Jealousy? Gu Xiu finds this notion amusing. After returning from the Forbidden Land 3 years ago, he has never felt envy towards his junior disciple. Rather, he has always sought to selflessly assist him. Now, he merely refuses to offer him this bamboo staff, and somehow, that has been twisted into an accusation of jealousy. However, Gu Xiu remains silent, directing his gaze towards Guan Shuolan, eager to witness how his esteemed mentor would adjudicate the matter. After all, she is his beloved teacher. To claim he harbors no expectations would be disingenuous. Alas, Jiu Xiu, as the senior brother, you ought to support your junior disciple. Yet you have chosen to envy Jiang Jun and even deliberately instigate this incident. I am greatly disappointed in you. Chapter 3. Abandoning the sect's spiritual pact. The dragon enters the sea. Disappointed? Master claims to be disappointed in me. Guan Shuolan's words elicit a smile from Gu Xiu, one tinged with bitterness yet also a sense of relief. Gu Xiu, even under the master's inquiry, you still manage to smile. Lu Qingyao interjects angrily, "Master, Gu Xiu is provoking you. He must be punished severely." Guan Shuolan furrows her brow but hesitates before asking, "Gu Xiu, why do you laugh?" The disciple recalled something amusing. Gu Xiu replies. Guan Shuolan's expression grows cold. At such a time, you still have the mind to jest? Do you truly feel no remorse whatsoever? Master, may I inquire why I should feel remorse? Gu Xiu questions, "Is it merely because you did not grant the junior disciple this wretched bamboo staff? Or perhaps it is because your presence in the sect hinders him from inheriting the position of sect master in the future." What did you say? Guan Shuolan gasps in astonishment, staring incredulously at Gu Xiu, while Lu Qingyao beside her covers her mouth in shock. They did not anticipate that Gu Xiu would bring this matter into the open. Years ago, before entering the Forbidden Land, you promised, Master, that if I returned safely, the position of sect master would be conferred upon me. Gu Xiu begins, slowly retrieving a jade tablet from his robe, at that time. As a token of your sincerity, you even entrusted the sect master's jade tablet to me. Guan Shuolan responds coolly, "At that time, you indeed exhibited the potential to inherit the position of sect master. But the current circumstances, have I been rendered useless?" Gu Xiu inquires with a smile. Guan Shuolan frowns slightly. "You are aware of your own shortcomings, so what face do you have left to cling to this sect master's jade tablet?" Lu Qingyao, lacking such reservations, directly reprimands, "You are no different from a loathsome cur. Jingyao, be silent." Guan Yuelin reprimanded immediately, "Master, this time, even if you scold me, I must speak up." Lu Jingyao retorted fiercely, continuing to berate Gu Xiu. "Do you believe that the current Qingxian sacred land is still the same as the Qingxian sect of yore? Do you think you have any right to inherit the Qingxian sacred land now? You are nothing but a waste, utterly devoid of cultivation, talent, and foundation. Even an insignificant rogue cultivator could easily slay you. Can you truly not perceive the gravity of the situation? Do you genuinely not understand that your best fate is to die valiantly in the Forbidden Land, becoming a hero remembered by all?" I said, "Be silent." Guan Yuelin could no longer restrain herself and scolded once more. This time, she exerted the oppressive aura of a cultivator at the Mahayana stage. Lu Jingyao, with her mere golden core cultivation, had no ability to resist and was instantly silenced. Yet her eyes burned with unrestrained fury, fixed on Gu Xiu. In the face of that gaze, Gu Xiu suddenly understood. So, it was because of this? Guan Yuelin glanced at Gu Xiu, hesitated for a moment, and then remarked calmly, "Gu Xiao, your junior sister's words are indeed rather harsh. Master, I, your disciple, find that the words of my junior sister resonate profoundly, akin to the reverberations of a great bell, stirring the soul." Gu Xiao gently replied. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the three present. In response to his look, Jiang Sun maintained her apologetic, pure demeanor, while Lu Jingyao met his gaze unflinchingly, her eyes aflame with unmasked resentment. As for Guan Yuelin, her eyes reflected a cold indifference. Jiu Xiu smiled, the last trace of lingering sentiment in his eyes completely vanishing, as he softly spoke. "In truth, I had initially planned to sacrifice myself once senior brother Jiang ascended to the golden core stage and obtained the qualifications to succeed as the sect leader, forcibly severing the ties of this sect leader's jade token." This statement left Guan Yuelin somewhat astonished. Lu Jingyao scoffed, appearing to disbelieve Gu Xiu's words. Jiu Xiu did not expect them to trust him. He merely smiled again and said, "However, my thoughts have now changed. I value my life." This remark caused Guan Yuelin to furrow her brows instantly. Even Jiang Sun exhibited a fleeting expression of resentment and fury. Gu Xiu disregarded their gazes, simply extending the paper he had prepared long ago. "What is this?" Guan Yuelin inquired, frowning. "The abandonment of the sect's spiritual contract." Upon hearing this, Guan Yuelin's outstretched hand trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Xiu, for the first time revealing emotions beyond indifference in her gaze. "You wish to abandon the sect?" "Indeed," Gu Xiu nodded. "Once this abandonment contract is signed, I will automatically sever my ties with the sect, with no further connection to the Qingxian sacred land. Naturally, the bond formed with the sect leader's jade token will also be cut, thus alleviating you, sect leader Guan Yuan, from further worries regarding the jade token." At this moment, the three of them wore expressions of incredulity. Abandoning the sect's spiritual contract is typically a measure employed by disciples who choose to sever their ties with their sect. However, in practice, such instances are exceedingly rare. Once the contract is signed, it signifies a definitive severance of all grievances and entanglements between the signatory and the sect, ensuring that even the bonds of incense and lineage are irrevocably dissolved. Regardless of the sect's future, the individual will no longer be affected by it. In most cases, even when individuals genuinely withdraw from their sects, they refrain from signing such contracts, opting instead to preserve some semblance of fondness and camaraderie. After a moment of astonishment, Lu Qingyao displayed an expression of uncontainable excitement, while Jiang Sun, though concealing his emotions more adeptly, could not entirely suppress a hint of surprise. The individual who had been a source of annoyance was finally departing. However, Guan Shuolan frowned disapprovingly at Gu Xiu. "Is this truly your form of resistance?" "Resistance?" Gu Xiu replied, puzzled. "Knowing full well that I would not acquiesce, you present this document. What else could it be if not an act of defiance?" Guan Shuolan coldly inquired, "Do you believe that I have been excessively harsh in my judgments of you? Or do you feel that the sect has wronged you?" She could not help but acknowledge the cleverness of his tactic of retreating to advance. Gu Xiu, bewildered, responded, "Retreating to advance? Is that truly the case? Do you take me for a fool, or perhaps blind?" Guan Shuolan scoffed. "As a core disciple of our sect and a hero renowned in the outside world, you are acutely aware that should you withdraw from the sect, it would provoke widespread condemnation, casting our Qingxian holy land in a negative light. What, then, is your intention in presenting this abandonment contract? If not to threaten me?" The words elicited a growing disdain in Lu Qingyao's gaze toward Gu Xiu. Initially, she had believed that her junior disciple possessed some wit, but to her dismay, she discovered the depths of his scheming. The audacity to employ such a method to intimidate the sect was utterly contemptible. As for Gu Xiu, he too was taken aback. Although he had abandoned all hope of favorable treatment from Guan Shuolan during her inquiry, he had not anticipated that upon revealing the abandonment contract, her first response would be to perceive it as a threat. Truly, his master was remarkably astute. He could not help but sigh. "Humph," Guan Shuolan snorted coldly. "Though your conduct over the past 3 years has left me profoundly disappointed, I had harbored a flicker of hope for you. Yet, I never imagined your envy ran so deep. In light of this, you need not suffer in the water prison. Instead, go to the cliff of reflection for 3 years to contemplate your transgressions." Jiu Xiu remained unmoved. Guan Shuolan frowned. "Do you still harbor grievances? I wish to sever my ties with the Qingxian Holy Land, and I implore Sect Master Guan to grant me this request." Seeing Gu Xiu's unwavering stance, Guan Shuolan's eyes sparked with intensity. "Do you dare to continue threatening me?" The overwhelming pressure of the nascent stage bore down upon him, causing even Gu Xiu to stagger momentarily, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet Gu Xiu did not kneel. Instead, he endured the terrifying pressure and gradually bowed in respect. "I humbly ask Sect Master Guan to grant my wish." Do you truly believe that I am someone you can manipulate? Guan Shuolan erupted in fury, her oppressive aura intensifying further. A formidable force resonated through Gu Xiu's bones, causing an unsettling creaking sound. And a heavy sensation enveloped his chest, compelling him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of blood. If deeming this insufficient, Guan Shuolan let out another furious snort. Jiu Xiu felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, yet he remained resolute, not kneeling. He merely took a half step back, his posture still as upright as a javelin. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he raised his voice once more, proclaiming, "I humbly request Guan Zhongzhu's indulgence." In Guan Shuolan's eyes, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced, but ultimately, she let out a cold huff, saying, very well, very well. You are indeed impressive." With that, the immense pressure dissipated. Jiu Xiu felt a momentary relief, yet he could not suppress another spurt of blood. However, at this juncture, Gu Xiu was beyond caring, for he beheld Guan Shuolan truly grasping the discarded sect contract, subsequently imbuing it with her essence as she inscribed her illustrious name upon it. Just as she was about to complete the final stroke, she cast a glance at Gu Xiu, her expression chilling. "If you believe that I am someone who can be easily manipulated or threatened, you are gravely mistaken. I shall pose one final question. Do you truly wish to abandon the sect? What hesitation could there be? According to the unfolding of that illusion, this sect was merely a prison that ensnared him, a den that siphoned his very essence. Thus, without a trace of doubt, he proclaimed once more, "I humbly request Guan Zhongzhu's indulgence." This time, Guan Shuolan hesitated momentarily, but upon witnessing the glimmer of hope in Gu Xiu's eyes, she steeled her resolve and executed the final stroke. In an instant, the previously mundane sheet of paper transformed into the sect abandonment contract, erupting in a brilliant golden light after her signature. It then ascended gracefully into the skies above the Qingxian sacred land, where a manifestation of celestial law emerged. Jiu Xiu felt as though something was being stripped away from him, namely, the fortune bestowed by the sect. As the sect's fortune was relinquished, the jade token of the sect leader in Gu Xiu's hand soared forth, landing in Guan Shuolan's grasp. Having renounced the sect, Gu Xiu could no longer claim any right to inherit its legacy. Witnessed by the disciples of the sect, this scene represented a monumental opportunity lost, yet to Gu Xiu, this severance was akin to breaking free from shackles. He felt not a shred of reluctance. Instead, an unprecedented sense of liberation washed over him. The tiger, once hidden in the mountains, now roars with the wind, while the dragon, previously coiled in shallow waters, plunges into the sea. The winds have arrived, the tides are rising. The tiger returns to the forest, the dragon enters the ocean. Ahead lies a path unencumbered. Thank you, Guan Zhongzhu, for your indulgence. Gu Xiu immediately bowed once more, declaring, according to the sect's regulations, one who abandons the sect must return its treasures and renounce its teachings. Fortunately, I returned all the treasures bestowed by the sect 3 years ago, and my cultivation has long since been abandoned. Thus, we are now even. I shall take my leave here. With that, Gu Xiu turned and departed, leaving no trace of longing behind. As Gu Xiu walked away, Lu Qingyao and Jiang Sun finally regained their senses, with Lu Qingyao's face alight with exhilaration as she watched Gu Xiu's receding figure. Brimming with excitement, Jiang Jin's expression was one of profound difficulty as he implored, "Master." Gu Shixiang was merely momentarily confused. "We do not mention this matter again," Guan Shuolan interjected, her demeanor icy and resolute. "If he seeks to threaten me, then let him understand that I am not one to be intimidated. Relay my orders. From this day forth, Gu Xiu shall have no further ties with the Qingxian sacred land. All disciples are hereby forbidden from offering him any form of aid or protection. I shall see how he survives without the sanctuary of the Qingxian sacred land." Her words resonated loudly enough for Gu Xiu, who had just stepped beyond the mountain gate, to hear distinctly. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, casting a final glance back at the mountain gate of the Qingxian sacred land before turning his gaze away. This farewell, may it be eternal as for the treacherous path ahead. There is nothing to it but to cross over. At the moment Gu Xiu completely departed from the mountain gate, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a dark robe, with features that resembled a painting, suddenly spat blood, her complexion as pale as paper. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. What has transpired? The blessings that have nurtured our sect for 5 centuries. Why have they suddenly dissipated? Has the sect committed some act deserving of heavenly retribution? Chapter 4. The innate sacred rhythm. The supreme Daobone. This woman was Nian Chaoshi, the head of the lineage of the Qingxian sacred land and Gu Xiu's elder sister. She was adept in divination and had accurately predicted auspicious and inauspicious events for the sect on numerous occasions, earning her great respect. Even the sect leader, Guan Shuolan, treated this rarely seen senior disciple with utmost reverence. However, at this moment, the esteemed head of Wentiange was filled with fear and unease. This cannot be. There must be some mistake. Nian Chaoshi murmured to herself, hastily retrieving 6 copper coins, but as the hexagram divination progressed only halfway, the coins shattered into dust, as if crushed by an unseen hand. Reluctant to accept this, she produced a turtle shell for divination, only for it to collapse abruptly, as if struck by a powerful blow. Gritting her teeth, she brought forth a starry chessboard, but even before the board could fully materialize, it split apart, as though cleaved by a blade. These were precious items upon which Nian Chaoshi's life depended, and their successive destruction caused her to involuntarily spit blood in retaliation. Yet, at this moment, she could not afford to dwell on her injuries. A flicker of resolve ignited in her eyes, and she pulled out an ancient bronze mirror from her bosom. The mirror remained intact, but her vital essence was rapidly depleting. She dared not delay and once again employed her divination skills. This time, she succeeded. The mirror revealed a figure clad in white, with white hair. Standing with his back to her, he exuded an aura of solitude and transcendence. Suddenly, the figure seemed to sense something and turned to glance at the mirror. With merely a fleeting look, the mirror shattered with a thunderous crash. Nian Chaoshi coughed up a mouthful of vital blood and collapsed to the ground, fainting from the recoil of the mirror's backlash. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a voice filled with urgency called out, Senior sister, are you all right? Sister, please awaken." As Nian Chaoshi opened her eyes, she found her third junior sister, Su Wanqing, gazing at her with deep concern. Upon noticing that she had regained consciousness, Su Wanqing anxiously exclaimed, "Sister, the art of divination is inherently defiant against the heavens. Your attempt to inquire today was perilous. Had it not been interrupted at a crucial moment, you might have been drained of your life essence, resulting in your demise. What could possibly compel you to seek such knowledge?" Nian Chaoshi hesitated for a moment, ultimately refraining from expressing her thoughts. The mere act of divination had nearly cost Su Wanqing her life. Had the oracle's message been revealed, not only would she suffer, but Su Wanqing would also face divine retribution. Yet, recalling the fleeting glimpse she had seen in the divination, Nian Chaoshi abruptly regained her composure and hastily rose to her feet. Preparing to leave, "Sister, you have expended a considerable amount of your life force today and require rest. There is no time. I must see him." "What do you mean there is no time? Who do you wish to meet?" "I shall assist you in finding him. I am searching for my junior brother." "Your junior brother has already entered the sword pavilion to cultivate. You will not be able to locate him if you go now." "Guxiu has gone to the sword pavilion?" Nian Chaoshi furrowed her brow. "Guxiu. He is no longer our junior brother. I speak of Jiang Qin, who is now our sole remaining junior brother." "Not a junior brother? What do you mean?" Nian Chaoshi inquired, perplexed. Su Wanqing elaborated, "Sister, you were unaware during your seclusion, but Guxiu has signed a renunciation pact with Master today, leaving the sect." "What did you say?" Nian Chaoshi gasped in astonishment. Su Wanqing continued, "Guxiu, envious of Jiang Qin, believes that Master and we senior sisters are favoring the younger junior brother. He threatened to leave the sect, and in a fit of anger, Master conceded to his renunciation pact. Therefore, he is no longer considered a disciple of the Qingxian sect, nor is he our junior brother." The remainder of her words fell on deaf ears as Nian Chaoshi's mind was flooded with images from the divination. Followed by thoughts of the sect's dissipating fortunes, she immediately pressed, "When did Guxiu depart from the sect?" It seems to have been around the SI hour." "The SI hour?" Nian Chaoshi calculated the time. It coincided with the moment the sect's fortunes began to wane. Her conviction grew stronger. "Where is Guxiu now?" "Sister Q." Su Wanqing was taken aback but, upon seeing Nian Chaoshi's anxious demeanor, replied, "Guxiu has utilized the renunciation pact. Within the sect, we can no longer trace his whereabouts, and no one is likely to be concerned about where he went after leaving." Nian Chaoshi erupted in fury. "Guxiu endured 500 years of torment for the sect within the forbidden grounds. Now, we allow him to depart without even sending someone to protect him. It is Master's decision." Su Wanqing hesitated. "Guxiu just left today. As he currently has no cultivation and is merely a mortal, he cannot have gone far. His only likely destination is the Qingxian city at the foot of the mountain. Sister, if you—" Before she could finish, Nian Chaoshi's figure flickered, swiftly departing from the asking heaven pavilion. She must find Guxiu. Regardless of why the figure in the mirror resembled Guxiu, or why the sect's fortunes had suddenly turned against them, it was evident that everything was connected to him. She had to locate Guxiu and bring him back to the sect. Alas, her journey was fraught with uncertainty, destined to miss the mark. For after Guxiu departed from the Qingxian sacred land, he did not proceed to Qingxian city as one might expect. Instead, he turned resolutely towards the opposite direction. the perilous and treacherous Tianqi mountain range, rife with lurking dangers and predatory beasts. Having glimpsed the future within the illusion, Gu Xiu would never underestimate his young junior brother, in the vision. He had already been oppressed within the sect to such an extent, with Jiang Kun persistently seeking his demise, fearing his resurgence. Now, having withdrawn from the sect, Gu Xiu could not guarantee that Jiang Kun would spare him. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Gu Xiu preferred to venture into the seemingly more perilous Tianqi mountain range. To say it is perilous is merely from the perspective of others. 500 years ago, Gu Xiu had trained in the Tianqi mountain range on numerous occasions, becoming exceedingly familiar with that territory. Although 5 centuries is ample time for human sentiments to shift, the fierce beasts that roamed the Tianqi mountain range had undergone little change. At this moment, Gu Xiu found himself within an exceedingly concealed cave. He kindled a fire and began to prepare a meal. This cave, established by Gu Xiu 5 centuries prior, had been his refuge during training and occasional seclusion. Its location was deliberately chosen for its obscurity, further fortified with several arrays. Furthermore, considering the possibility that someone from the Qingxian sacred land might inadvertently wander in, Gu Xiu had even placed a few spirit stones within for the convenience of his fellow disciples. Little did he anticipate that, after 500 years, this cave would be home only to a nest of snakes, insects, and rodents, with no other souls having set foot within. Remarkably, the spirit stones he had stored then remained untouched. After driving away the snakes, insects, and rodents, Gu Xiu activated the concealment array by placing the spirit stones within. A brief tidying up rendered the cave a relatively safe hiding spot. While waiting for his meal to cook, Gu Xiu did not idle but, illuminated by the firelight, turned his attention to 2 items before him: a green bamboo pole and an ancient, nameless tome. These were relics that had accompanied him from the forbidden grounds, though he had yet to discern their purpose, allowing them to languish unused. Even the sect, after a period of study, had abandoned them. However, today, having witnessed the myriad transformations over millennia within that illusion, Gu Xiu finally beheld the true nature of these 2 treasures and recognized that they had always been his great fortune. First, the green bamboo pole, reputed to possess the ability to fish the heavens, could be employed once every 10 days. Yet, to harness its power, one must employ a special technique. Presently, with his cultivation lost and devoid of spiritual energy, Gu Xiu found himself unable to wield it. Setting this aside, he picked up the ancient tome. This nameless book, upon opening its first page, revealed the inscription: to harmonize with the principles of heaven and earth. Thus one can encompass the ways of the cosmos. Vital essence constitutes matter, and wandering souls manifest change. Hence, one comprehends the states of spirits and deities. The words inscribed therein were ones Gu Xiu had long since mastered over the past 3 years. Previously, he had only grasped them superficially, yielding no tangible insights in that illusion. This tome had also been held by Jiang Kun for years, yet had brought him no fortune until Gu Xiu, on the brink of death, suddenly comprehended its meaning. Through this nameless tome, he began anew in his cultivation and nearly ascended to immortality. Alas, following the calamitous events that befell the Qingxian sacred land, he had chosen to emerge from seclusion prematurely for the sake of his sect, forcibly employing powers beyond his control, ultimately leading to a mutual destruction with a formidable adversary. The realm of illusion, one cannot fathom its true nature. If one were to consider the illusion as a complete narrative, then within this ethereal expanse, I would undoubtedly be but a tragic supporting character, destined for sorrow from the moment of my birth. Fortunately, I need no longer traverse that path of heroic despair as I once did in the realm of illusion. Gu Xiu murmured to himself, casting another glance at the ancient tome before shaking off his distractions. He drew forth a dagger, hesitating for a fleeting moment before plunging it into his own heart. As a mere mortal, this strike instantaneously siphoned away the remnants of his already dwindling life force, the excruciating pain rendering him breathless. Yet, Gu Xiu dared not pause. Instead, with another finger, he dipped it in the blood pooling within his chest and, gritting his teeth, began inscribing upon the blank cover of the nameless tome and the realm of illusion. He had committed this act to relinquish the sect leader's jade token. Using his heart's blood, he had inscribed 2 characters upon the ancient text. No regrets. His intention was to convey to others that he bore no remorse for his actions. In retrospect, how absurd it all seems. However, this time, after the final stroke was made, Gu Xiu, inspired by a surge of clarity, altered the word he had originally intended to write, transforming regret into guilt. Guilt. At the moment the last stroke was inscribed, Gu Xiu's vitality extinguished entirely, his hands falling limply at his sides. Yet, at that instant, the characters he had penned, no guilt, erupted with a dazzling golden radiance. Almost as if drawn by an unseen force, the nameless tome began to levitate gently above his head. Subsequently, the tome commenced to fracture at the corner of the first page, shards cascading like a multitude of butterflies, settling upon Gushio's form. As the final page shattered completely, the butterfly-like fragments seemed to respond to some call, gradually infiltrating Gushio's very being. Once inside, these ancient book butterflies meandered along his meridians, revitalizing his once withered veins. The previously shattered conduits, akin to parched earth receiving life-giving rain, began to mend rapidly, transforming not merely into their former state, but growing ever stronger. His veins expanded incrementally, and then, intricate pathways of innate Tao rhythms began to emerge upon them. This was the innate Tao rhythm, a rare and exceptional cultivation vessel, said to be nearly unattainable in eons. Gushio's junior brother, Jiang Qian, possessed an innate Tao rhythm, granting him unparalleled speed in cultivation and a potential that far surpassed ordinary individuals. Yet, even Jiang Qian merely bore the Tao rhythm, unlike Gushio, whose rhythm was subtle and intertwined with his meridians. Strictly speaking, this was no longer merely an innate Tao rhythm. It was the innate sacred rhythm. After the meridians were restored and perfected, the ancient book butterflies did not cease their journey, instead burrowing into Gushio's very bones. 5 centuries of torment within the forbidden grounds had left his battle-worn bones marred with cracks and scars. Yet, amidst the fluttering of the ancient book butterflies, these fissures and wounds transformed into marks. As the butterflies danced, these marks began to intricately weave into complex patterns. Should any observer witness this spectacle, they would likely exclaim in awe, "This is supreme Tao bone." For an ordinary person, possessing but a fragment of such a bone would ensure their ascendance to supremacy in this lifetime. In Gushio, a total of 206 bones throughout the body have now astonishingly transformed into the supreme Tao bones. Even more terrifying is that after the complete transformation of Gushio's skeletal and meridian structure, the ancient tome butterfly has not ceased its journey, but rather dances gracefully. Heading towards Gushio's Dantian and Qi. Chapter 5. The Wordless Secret Manual, the Fusion of Techniques. The Dantian Qi is the foundation of a cultivator's practice. For an ordinary person to embark on the path of cultivation, the first requirement is to establish their Dantian Qi. If the Dantian Qi cannot be opened, the possibility of cultivation in this lifetime is utterly impossible. Unfortunately, Gushio's Dantian Qi is the area most gravely injured. Now entirely ruined in the 3 years since returning from the Forbidden Land, Gushio has pondered numerous times about its restoration. Yet, alas, the injuries are too severe to mend, and even Guanshuelan, a supreme being of the Great Ascension stage, had examined it 3 years ago, ultimately declaring it beyond salvation. But now, with the arrival of the ancient tome butterfly, the once utterly desolate Dantian Qi, which had been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, is gradually undergoing repair under this mysterious force. It is not merely restoration. The ancient tome butterfly seems to be expanding its territory. Wherever it goes, everything is restored, and it is rapidly enlarging its domain. For an ordinary person, the Dantian Qi resembles a small pond, while those with exceptional talent and extraordinary gifts can expand theirs into vast rivers and lakes. Yet at this moment, Gushio's Dantian Qi is astonishingly expanding towards the boundless ocean. Moreover, it seems to show signs of further enlargement. Awakening to this revelation, Gushio was engulfed in ecstatic joy. But it was not long before the smile on his face began to solidify, and a sense of trepidation crept in. For, as his Dantian Qi continued its infinite expansion, rivaling that of the ocean, it showed no signs of halting. Naturally, the larger the Dantian Qi, the better, for it is the cornerstone of cultivation. A larger Qi results in a more substantial reservoir of spiritual power, enabling one to dominate others of the same cultivation level, whether in consumption or combat. However, conversely, an excessively large Dantian Qi raises the difficulty of cultivation, or rather, the requirements for advancement, correspondingly. Without the support of top-tier techniques, the speed of cultivation may become exceedingly slow. This is easily understood. If we liken an ordinary person's Dantian Qi to a cup of water, the process of cultivation is akin to filling that cup drop by drop. Once the cup is full, one can be considered to have reached the great perfection stage. Subsequently, they may begin to break through to the next realm. However, if the Dantian Qi transforms from a cup to a bucket, and the rate of water dripping into the bucket remains unchanged, then the time required to achieve great perfection will naturally increase significantly. The only factor that can change is the cultivation technique. The more advanced the technique, the more it can accelerate the rate of water filling, even to the extent of unleashing a torrent. Yet even with the practice of a top-tier technique, which allows spiritual energy to converge like a floodgate being opened, if the Dantian Qi is too vast, the accumulation required for each stage remains equally immense. Fortunately, when the Dantian Qi expands to the boundless expanse of the ocean, the ancient tome butterfly finally pauses its efforts to establish the chi, instead converging towards the central position. Gradually, piece by piece, it reassembles into the form of that mysterious ancient tome, hovering above the Dantian chi. Ah? Gushio waited for a moment, his heart filled with perplexity. Where is the martial art? According to the visions he beheld within the illusion, this ancient tome should transform into an extraordinarily profound celestial-level technique. Once opened, it ought to reveal intricate and detailed methods inscribed within, yet now. The two characters of Wu Kue remain on the cover, but upon opening it, the text has entirely vanished, replaced instead by blank pages. What sorcery is this? Has the celestial-level technique simply disappeared? Could it be that my error in writing Wu Kue instead of Wu Hui has caused this alteration? However, if there is no martial art, why does this ancient tome still hover within the Dantian's chi? These blank pages, are they writable? With a surge of thought, Gushio decided to give it a try. Immediately, he focused his intent and began inscribing upon this nameless tome. The ancient sages breathed in the yin and yang, and all living beings revered their virtue. Each character emerged, illuminating Gushio's eyes. Indeed, he could write the martial arts within this tome. Moreover, as he penned the first passage, a gentle breeze stirred within the Dantian chi, and a sudden feeling of enlightenment washed over him. Causing his eyes to sparkle with newfound clarity, he began to write again. The ancients were discovered without scrolls, ruling the world with their virtue, which flourished without killing. The wise kings of old looked to the heavens for guidance and measured the earth in humility. This was a manual of cultivation known as the Tong Xianjing It, was said to be authored by an ancient sage, not only serving as a guide for cultivation but also enlightening wisdom. Hence its widespread circulation. Many stumbled upon the path of cultivation through this very Tong Xianjing. Having distanced himself from his sect, Gushio understood that continuing to practice the Qinxian sect's techniques would entangle him in karma and possibly invite divine retribution. Although the Tong Xianjing may not rival the Qinxian sect's methods, it would suffice as a temporary measure until he encountered a superior technique in the future. Initially, this was his line of thought. Yet, with each character inscribed upon the nameless tome, a profound awakening surged within him. The Tong Xianjing, which he believed he had comprehended thoroughly, now seemed to reveal depths of understanding he had previously overlooked. As these realizations blossomed, Gushio instinctively closed his eyes, reaching out to explore the scattered spiritual energy from the external world, which he gradually absorbed into his being. Naturally, it flowed through his meridians. Boom! At the instant the final character of the Tong Xianjing was inscribed, the first wisp of spiritual energy completed a full cycle through his meridians, surging into the Dantian chi. Becoming part of him, Gushio opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise dancing within them. He could cultivate. In the realm of cultivation, only one strength is fundamental. The survival of the fittest remains an eternal truth. This realization had profoundly settled within Gushio during his 3 years of return from the Forbidden Lands. He had mourned countless times over his inability to continue cultivating. At last, he had re-entered the path of cultivation, even if it was merely a wisp of spiritual energy, or a simple spell insufficient for manifestation. It was enough to fill Gushio's heart with exuberant joy. Ah? In a moment of rapture, Gushio let out a soft gasp, for he discovered that the pages inscribed with the Tongxian Sutra had suddenly detached themselves, transforming into a brand new manual that floated beside the wordless tome. Upon it were inscribed 4 grand characters, Tongxian Doyang. What is happening? It was clearly the Tongxian Sutra. Why has it morphed into the Tongxian Daojing? As Gushio flipped through the pages, he was momentarily taken aback. The content exhibited some alterations. The Tongxian Daojing before him was more concise and intuitive compared to the previous Tongxian Sutra. Upon practicing the methods outlined in the Tongxian Daojing, he was delighted to find that the cultivation speed, which had previously seemed somewhat languid, had significantly accelerated. The Tongxian Sutra was a technique devoid of ranks, yet now it appeared to have reached the threshold of the Huang tier. Could it be that this wordless manual can autonomously elevate the rank of cultivation techniques? Gushio speculated within his heart. He immediately began transcribing the characters from the Tongxian Zhenjing onto the blank pages of the wordless tome. However, this time, as soon as he finished writing, the characters vanished as if they were never there, suggesting that nothing could be inscribed upon it. Was it because the technique had already been elevated in rank, rendering it incapable of further enhancement from the nameless manual? Perhaps I should try another book. With this thought, Gushio promptly began to mentally transcribe another technique. There is existence without existence. There is transformation without transformation. The non-existent can give rise to existence. The untransformed can bring about transformation. This was another technique similar to the Tongxian Sutra, known as the Chongshu Jing, which, like the Tongxian Sutra, had long been disseminated and was accessible to all. This time, indeed, a change occurred. Once the entire text of the Chongshu Jing was completed, several pages gradually emerged, transforming into a technique named Chongshu Daojing. Upon perusing it, he found it to be even more refined and powerful, akin to the Tongxian Daojing. With the foundation established, Gu Xiu felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him, a complete understanding dawning upon him. Moreover, just as Gu Xiu fully comprehended the Chongshu Daojing, he observed the volume slowly drifting towards the Tongxian Daojing. Subsequently, the two techniques began to merge. Ultimately, they coalesced into an entirely new technique, the Xuanchu Jing. What can techniques truly merge? Gu Xiu's eyes widened in astonishment. It is well known that the inception of each technique necessitates profound insight and understanding of the path of cultivation. Even after creation, countless attempts and modifications are required. A slight misstep could lead one astray into madness. While merging two techniques may seem simpler, it is, in fact, far more challenging, as it demands not only comprehension of the cultivation path, but also a thorough familiarity and understanding of both techniques. The difficulty escalates considerably. Yet now, with the aid of the nameless manual, these two techniques had fused seamlessly. If merging is possible, does it imply that if I were to amalgamate all techniques together, they would culminate in an even greater power? Gu Xiu pondered. He once again opened the wordless manual, only to find that the previously inscribed pages had automatically replenished, presenting an appearance that invited further writing. Gu Xiu no longer worried about depleting the pages. Immediately, he retrieved a tome entitled Huangting Jing, a cultivation manual that had already circulated widely like the previous two scriptures. After Gu Xiu transcribed it, Huangting Jing transformed into Huangting Daojing. However, this time, the two manuals did not merge. Gu Xiu suddenly comprehended. It was because he had not yet grasped the two new techniques that he was unable to achieve their fusion. Subsequently, he began to peruse and contemplate. Huangting Daojing was nearly understood after a single reading, and a golden light emerged from it. Without delay, Gu Xiu turned his attention to Xiansu Jing, which was considerably more potent than the previous three manuals, though its core concept remained similar. Remarkably, he fully comprehended it in the span of a tea's brewing time, and another golden light appeared. At that very moment, the two manuals indeed began to merge once more. In no time, they coalesced into an entirely new technique. Xianting Su Jing. Upon perusing it, Gu Xiu could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. This technique was a profound grade manual. It is noteworthy that even the Qing Xian Sacred Lands teachings for inner disciples, the Qing Xianju, were merely profound grade manuals. Yet here he was, possessing a technique that rivaled the Qing Xianju. More importantly, this was merely a fusion of three widely circulated manuals. If, in the future, he were to continue merging even more powerful techniques, what might the ultimate result be? Moreover, if cultivation techniques could merge, might other sword techniques and methods also be capable of fusion? Gu Xiu speculated boldly. Unfortunately, he lacked such materials at present. Previously, he had learned numerous sword techniques, all derived from the Qing Xian Sacred Land, which were closely guarded secrets. Now that he had signed the abandoned sect spiritual pact, any further cultivation or leakage would result in divine retribution. Thus, he was temporarily unable to attempt this. However, Gu Xiu was not in a rush. The immediate priority was to cultivate to at least the third layer of qi refinement. His gaze turned to the green bamboo pole beside him. Utilizing this bamboo pole required special means, necessitating a minimum attainment of the third layer of qi refinement. Therefore, his urgent task was to reach that level first. Chapter 6. Drawing boundaries, separation, severing ties, never to meet again. Meanwhile, while Gu Xiu immersed himself in intensive cultivation, in the grand hall of the Qing Xian Sacred Land, the sect leader, Guan Xuelan, sat in the main seat, her expression solemn and her mood somewhat agitated. Is there still no news regarding Gu Xiu? Report to the sect leader, there is no news as of yet. What of Qing Xian City? The investigation in Qing Xian City has been thorough. Within the past 5 days, Gu Xiu has not entered the city. And what of the more distant cities? Currently, both Chuishi City and Datan City have confirmed there are no traces of Gu Xiu. Where could a mere mortal, whose cultivation has been completely extinguished, possibly go after leaving the sect? Guan Xuelan rebuked. Her words rendered the several elder stewards in the hall silent. Guan Xuelan, feeling increasingly restless, inquired, what of Zhao Yang? How is the situation? Master Su just conveyed that although Lord Nian suffered backlash from heavenly mechanisms, he was fortunate to receive timely medical treatment. Although he has yet to awaken, he is no longer in grave danger. The elder in charge of the report hesitated momentarily. What exactly? What do you mean? It is as Su Fengzhu stated. Ever since the sect leader fell into a coma, he has been incessantly calling for Gu Xiu Shidi. Hemph. Guan Xuelan was instantly filled with rage. It has now been 5 days since Gu Xiu signed the abandonment contract with the sect. Initially, Guan Xuelan did not take it to heart. Not only did she disregard it herself, But she also commanded her disciples not to assist Gu Xiu. For her, Gu Xiu's abandonment of the sect was merely a tactic to coerce her into submission. He could never genuinely wish to sever ties with the sect. She believed that once he faced hardships outside, he would naturally return obediently. However, 2 days after Gu Xiu's departure, Nian Chaoshi suddenly encountered a grave incident that nearly cost her life. Upon inquiring, it was revealed that the eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, had sought out Gu Xiu and, through excessive probing into celestial secrets, ultimately provoked divine retribution. If it were not for the timely medical attention from the third disciple, Su Wanqing, she would have surely perished. This incident finally made Guan Shuolan recall her disciple who had forsaken the sect. Considering the time that had passed, she deemed it appropriate to prompt his return. Once he was back, she would annul the abandonment contract and confine him to the cliff of reflection for 3 years as a form of punishment. However, Guan Shuolan did not expect that what she initially thought would be an effortless task of locating him would take the sect a full 3 days, yielding not a single lead. This was the first time in 5 centuries that Guan Shuolan felt a sense of being beyond her control. Such a sensation was indeed troubling. After some contemplation, Guan Shuolan declared, "Where is Mo Ran? I recall she is within the sect. Summon her." Qin Moran, Guan Shuolan's 5th disciple, despite her modest cultivation, held the esteemed position of chief elder in the sect's talisman division, excelling in the art of talisman crafting. Shortly after, Qin Moran, clad in a gray-white plain dress, approached gracefully like a scene from a poem. After performing an exceptionally formal bow before Guan Shuolan, she gently spoke. "Master, you summoned me? Do you have any news regarding Gu Xiu?" "Gu Xiu?" Qin Moran replied, puzzled. "I have no news of him." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Furthermore, I have had no interaction with Gu Xiu. Master should be aware of this." Guan Shuolan appeared skeptical, fixing her gaze on Qin Moran. "I recall that you once greatly admired Gu Xiu's literary talent and calligraphy, and you spent quite a long time in his company." "That was merely a naive sentiment from 500 years ago," Qin Moran responded candidly, shaking her head. After Gu Xiu returned to seclusion, he became surrounded by a sinister aura, devoid of his previous talent. "I have avoided him at all costs. How could I possibly maintain contact?" "When he left the sect, did you give him any talismans, such as a concealment talisman or a disguise talisman?" Guan Shuolan inquired with a furrowed brow, suspecting that someone had aided Gu Xiu in eluding the disciple searches. Qin Moran shook her head. "Gu Xiu has been back in the sect for 3 years, and he once sabotaged my talismans. I harbor an extreme aversion towards him. Why would I provide him with any talismans?" At this, Guan Shuolan's frown deepened. If Qin Moran had not intervened, then who could it be? Qin Moran asked, "Master, are you concerned for Gu Xiu's safety?" "Why would I concern myself with a discarded and worthless member of the sect?" Guan Shuolan shook her head. "After all, he was once the pride of our sect, and 500 years ago, he ventured into the forbidden land for our order. If we were to disregard him now, how would the world perceive the Qingxian holy land?" Qin Muron remained silent, merely shaking his head slightly. "Do you possess a different perspective?" Guan Shuolan inquired with curiosity. The disciple's thoughts indeed diverged from those of the master. Qin Muron replied, "Oh? Do share your insights." Guan Shuolan encouraged. "It is true that Gu Xiu was once a genius, but now he is but a broken man. The sect has expended its resources on him for 3 years, which is already more than generous. As for Gu Xiu's foray into the forbidden land 500 years ago." Qin Muron shook his head. "Forgive my bluntness, but while this forbidden land is reputed to offer fortunes for our sect, the true nature of these fortunes remains uncertain. In truth, over the past 5 centuries, the sect's prosperity has been solely due to the guidance of our master and the diligent efforts of our senior and junior sisters. As for the so-called fortunes, I have yet to witness them. Thus, to label Gu Xiu as a hero of our sect seems rather hasty." This. Guan Shuolan hesitated. Indeed, this topic had been brought up more than once since Gu Xiu's return, so what is your implication? "The disciple's meaning is singular," he stated. "What is it?" Guan Shuolan asked, intrigued. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Muron spoke softly. "To draw a line in the sand is to sever ties. To forsake emotions is to end all connections. Isn't that a touch too heartless?" Guan Shuolan pondered. Qin Muron shook his head. "Gu Xiu's talent has been squandered. He will never cultivate again in this life. This signifies that he and we are destined to inhabit separate worlds. Leaving the sect and facing his own demise is the fate that befits a mortal. Furthermore, Master, you have also stated that Gu Xiu threatened the sect with the abandonment of our spiritual pact, which is a grave taboo. If that is the case, let him be. The sect owes him nothing and has no need to be troubled. Moreover, I believe that it won't be long before Gu Xiu seeks to return." Qin Muron analyzed. "Oh?" Guan Shuolan raised an eyebrow. Having grown up in the Qingxian Holy Land, with no kin or allies in the outside world, and now rendered a powerless man with little lifespan left. It is already a tremendous kindness for the sect to sustain him. His current venture is merely an exercise in futility. He will inevitably endure the hardships of the world, and when he cannot bear it, he will naturally find a way to plead for the sect's understanding. Qin Muron articulated her reasoning, and as a well-read scholar, her words resonated with Guan Shuelon, who found her logic compelling. Indeed, Gu Xiu is courting his own misfortune. If he truly struggles to survive outside and returns begging for reacceptance, just wait until I set things right with him, Guan Shuelon declared with indignation. Send word down the line. From this day forth, recall all those searching for him. Do not waste any further resources of the sect on this individual. Her cold decree caused the elder present to hesitate slightly. Guan Shuelon frowned. Elder Chen, do you have something to add? Elder Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. I shall obey your command. Though he was a senior elder in charge of managing some resources for the inner disciples, he was but a minor figure, wielding little influence. Despite his differing opinions, he recognized his lack of standing to voice them, as she stepped out of the grand hall of the sect and cast a glance at Gu Xiu's departing figure on the clumsy peak. Elder Chen let out a faint sigh. It seems that Master Gu shall not return this time, Yu Xiu. At the Dan peak of the Qingxian sacred land, a startled exclamation echoed as Nian Xiaoxi, who had been in a coma for several days, abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Senior sister, you've finally awakened. Third senior sister Su Wanqing hurriedly approached, immediately grasping Nian Xiaoxi's wrist to take her pulse. After a moment, her furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. Fortunately, although you remain quite weak, your injuries have healed, and no lasting afflictions remain. Senior sister, you must take good care of yourself in the coming days and refrain from any divination activities. Ignoring her advice, Nian Xiaoxi pressed on with urgency. Where is Gu Xiu? Has he returned? Huh. Su Wanqing responded with a helpless smile. Senior sister, why do you still concern yourself with Gu Xiu? He has already left the sect for half a month, and the sect master has issued orders to cease the search. Why do you still dwell on him? What? How long have I been unconscious? Nian Xiaoxi exclaimed in shocked by calculations. It has been 13 days. 13 days? Nian Xiaoxi gasped, her expression turning cold. Then why has Gu Xiu not returned? Did I not express the necessity of bringing him back to the sect? Well, forget it. I shall seek out the master. Observing Su Wanqing's hesitation, Nian Xiaoxi hastily rose and made her way towards the main peak. Today, Guan Shuelon was attending to sect affairs. Upon seeing her eldest disciple awake, a warm smile immediately graced her face. Xiaoxi has awakened. How do you feel now? Thank you for your concern, Master. I am now quite well, Nian Xiaoxi replied. Then eagerly inquired, Master, I wish to know why the sect has ceased searching for Gu Xiu. At the mention of Gu Xiu's name, Guan Shuelon's brow furrowed slightly. The time has come. He has endured enough hardship and will return on his own accord. What is there to search for? But what if he does not return? Nian Xiaoxi questioned. If he does not return, would that not be for the best? Guan Shuelon replied coldly. After all, his presence in the sect merely adds burdens and unnecessarily consumes the sect's resources. This indifferent response left Nian Xiaoxi momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at her master. She had mastered the art of divination, and her cultivation of the celestial mysteries destined her for a solitary existence, as involvement in karmic matters harmed both self and others. Thus, for several centuries, she had seldom ventured outside, even rarely interacting with her fellow disciples. While she had heard that her master and the others did not regard Gu Xiu favorably, she had not anticipated such a callous statement from her master. It struck her as unfathomable and incredulous. Master, he is Gu Xiu. Unable to contain herself, Nian Xiaoxi exclaimed. 500 years ago, yet, as her words began to form, Guan Shuelon interrupted coldly. Do not speak of the past. The path of cultivation focuses on the present and the future. Dwelling in the past will ultimately ensnare oneself, offering no benefit to one's cultivation. Nian Xiaoxi felt as though struck by lightning. Staring at her master, who had scarcely changed in 500 years, she found herself momentarily lost in a daze, of no benefit to cultivation. A most fitting remark, indeed, for one who finds no advantage in the path of practice. Zhaoyang, 5 centuries ago, you and Gu Xiu were not particularly close, and thus there was little karmic connection between you. Although I, as your master, am perplexed by your sudden concern for Gu Xiu, one must ultimately move forward in life. Should someone linger in stagnation, there shall inevitably come a day when they are forsaken. It is not out of cruelty on my part, but rather a reflection of the nature of this world. Guan Shuelon spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, remaining as indifferent as ever. As she perceived that Nian Zhaoyang continued to struggle with comprehension, Guan Shuelon could only let out a sigh. I am the sect master of the Qingxian sacred land, and my considerations extend beyond mere personal sentiments. I must contemplate the welfare of the entire sect. Gu Xiu's cultivation has been rendered ineffective, and each month, the sect expends considerable resources for his healing and sustenance. Many disciples have already expressed their dissatisfaction regarding this matter. His departure, from the perspective of the sect, may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. This is the plain truth. Since Gu Xiu's return from the forbidden area, burdened with severe injuries and afflicted by the wounds of his path, he has endured excruciating pain, necessitating the consumption of vast resources from the sect for his survival and recovery. Numerous junior sisters have voiced their grievances, a fact Nian Zhaoyang had heard of but had never delved into deeply. Little did she expect that Guan Shuolan would bring this issue to light at this moment. Nian Zhaoyang felt a surge of anger, mustering her courage to question. But he is a disciple of our sect, your esteemed direct disciple master. He ventured into the forbidden area for the sake of the sect's fortune, striving to secure blessings for us. Is it not disheartening for a grand sect like Qingxian's sacred land to withhold even a modicum of resources from one who nearly lost his life for the sect's sake? A modicum of resources? Guan Shuolan retorted, visibly displeased. Do you have any idea what Gu Xiu's monthly stipend amounts to? This. Elder Chen, please enlighten him. Guan Shuolan's tone was frosty as she directed her gaze toward the elder in charge. Elder Chen hesitated. Sect master, this matter. Just state the facts, Guan Shuolan urged coldly. Elder Chen glanced between the sect master and Yin Zhaoyang, hesitating before finally lowering his head. Gu Shishued. Gu Shishu's monthly stipend is 10 low-grade spirit stones. Did you hear that? Gu Xiu consumes 10. Guan Shuolan was about to continue when she abruptly froze, staring at Elder Chen. You say his monthly stipend is how much? 10.10 low-grade spirit stones. Elder Chen shrank back. Of course, sometimes it may be slightly less. At its lowest, Gu Shixiang has received merely 3 low-grade spirit stones. At this revelation, Guan Shuolan stood motionless, while Nian Zhaoyang gasped in disbelief. Disciples at the lowest tier of the inner sect receive a monthly stipend of 200. Ordinary elders earn thousands each month, and direct disciples receive at least 10,000 spirit stones. How can it be that Gu Xiu receives so little? Chapter 7. Master, he is also your direct disciple. This. Faced with Nian Zhaoyang's inquiries, Elder Chen glanced at the sect master, Guan Shuolan, then lowered his head to the ground, stumbling over his words, unable to articulate a coherent response. What on earth is happening? What do you see me doing? Although Gu Xiu is considered a worthless individual, he is, after all, a direct disciple and such a meager stipend. Could it be that you are embezzling from it? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow, pressing for answers, feeling a sense of incredulity. Elder Chen, terrified, immediately knelt before her, exclaiming, I assure you, there is absolutely no embezzlement. Even if I had such intentions, I would never dare. Please, esteemed sect master, discern the truth. Then explain why Gu Xiu receives such a paltry monthly allowance? Guan Shuolan demanded. Well, speak. It was. It was determined by you, sect master. Elder Chen stammered. This revelation caused Guan Shuolan to shudder, while Nian Chaoshi, standing nearby, furrowed her brow in disbelief. Nonsense. When did I ever? Guan Shuolan's anger flared, eager to refute, but as she attempted to do so, she found herself at a loss for words. Being a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage, she had already reached a level of photographic memory. Although she had not recalled it earlier, Elder Chen's reminder now sparked a vague recollection within her, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, the insufferable Elder Chen, in his bid to prove his innocence, interjected, 2 years ago. Gu Shirshu was penalized by you for damaging spirit stones, resulting in a reduction of his stipend by half. Even with a halved stipend, how could it possibly amount to merely 10 spirit stones? Nian Chaoshi frowned. Well? Elder Chen glanced at Guan Shuolan, hesitating before continuing, 3 years ago, when Gu Shirshu first returned to the sect, as the stewards were unfamiliar with him and saw him cleaning the main hall daily. Combined with his lack of cultivation, they classified him as a mere servant disciple, assigning him 20 spirit stones a month, which have to exactly 10. Such a significant matter, did you not inquire further? Nian Chaoshi gritted her teeth. I did inquire. Elder Chen lowered his voice, casting another glance at Guan Shuolan. I raised the matter with the sect master at that time, and Elder Lu Qingyao was present. She stated that Gu Shirshu was simply a servant disciple, and the sect master did not refute this. Thus. What? Nian Chaoshi's fury erupted, glaring at Guan Shuolan before turning her ire upon Elder Chen. What happened next? Surely, after 3 years, you cannot still be ignorant of Gu Xiu's true identity. We were indeed aware, but... Elder Chen hesitated. Once the sect stipends are established, any changes require the sect master's decree. At that time, the sect master. Continue, Nian Chaoshi urged. The sect master stated that Gu Shixiang was merely a waste, and there was no need to waste excessive spirit stones on him. A modest amount would suffice, with no need for any special adjustments. What? This time, Nian Xiaoxi could no longer contain herself. Her gaze toward her mentor, now laced with icy disdain, had assumed that at the time he was granted the stipend of an ordinary inner sect disciple. How could I have known he was regarded as a mere servant disciple? Guan Shuolan's eyes darted. Before she attempted to justify, moreover, Gu Xiao is simply a cultivator devoid of any capabilities. The sect provides for all his daily needs, and spirit stones would be of no use to him. This argument, indeed, held some merit. He is your direct disciple. As a direct disciple, despite the loss of his cultivation, his monthly stipend is even less than that of the most menial servant. Although it is true that in the Qinxian sacred land, daily expenses do not require the expenditure of spirit stones, that is merely for basic sustenance. Should one require anything beyond the essentials, even falling ill and needing medicine, it necessitates the use of spirit stones or bartering with other disciples. This is something Master cannot refute, correct? Nian Xiaoxi questioned, each word articulated with deliberate emphasis. Her heart had already turned to ice, and she felt an overwhelming sorrow. She was aware, always aware, Jiu Xiao was not held in high regard at the Qinxian sacred land, and Master and the junior sisters treated him poorly. Yet, she never imagined that Gu Xiao endured such a dismal existence within the sect. A distinguished direct disciple, yet treated worse than a mere servant. Why does he receive only 10 spirit stones a month, and could it possibly decrease further? Nian Xiaoxi suddenly recalled Elder Lu's earlier remarks. Gu Xiao's monthly spirit stones might indeed be even fewer. This Elder Lu hesitated once more. It goes without saying. It was the doing of this esteemed one at that moment, Guan Shuolan conceded. Gu Xiao's reckless behavior often leads to mistakes. Thus this esteemed one frequently imposes a penalty of having his stipend. In that instant, Nian Xiaoxi felt a bone-chilling cold. He is your direct disciple, one whom you painstakingly nurtured. This esteemed one is often preoccupied. How could such trivial matters occupy my thoughts? Guan Shuolan spoke somewhat awkwardly, then continued. Moreover, he is but a mortal. If he seeks not to indulge, what use are spirit stones to him? Furthermore, when he first returned to the sect, he consumed a significant amount of resources for healing. The expenditure of spirit stones was not insignificant. This elder Qin hesitated, lowering his head to say. In truth, the spirit stones consumed by Gu Shirshu during his healing were at most 1,000 what? Nian Xiaoxi was rendered speechless. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow in disbelief. Nonsense, how could that be? This esteemed one personally treated Gu Shirshu and, upon realizing his cultivation potential had vanished, chose to abandon him, though I did indeed instruct for medicinal stones and nurturing. However, at that time, junior uncle Jiang Kun was on the verge of a critical breakthrough, and many resources overlapped with those used by Gu Shirshu. For this reason, senior uncle Su Wanqing specifically approached Gu Shirshu to discuss the matter. What was said remains unknown, but ever since, Gu Shirshu no longer requested any medicinal stones. In reality, the figure of over 1,000 spirit stones was an exaggeration on the part of my subordinate in that moment. Nian Xiaoxi stood in the grand hall of the sect, yet felt a piercing chill envelop her, leaving her spine icy. This was swiftly followed by anger. Master, Gu Xiao, he is your direct disciple, a hero of the sect. How can you treat him thus? Are you truly unafraid of causing the disciples of this sect to feel disheartened? Faced with such an inquiry from his own disciple, Guan Shuolan was naturally displeased, and in a cold voice retorted. Are we to discuss this matter once more? Gu Xiao is merely an incompetent individual devoid of any cultivation, and his injuries have become irreparable. Is it not a testament to his self-awareness that he refrains from squandering the resources of the sect? The fact that the sect provides him shelter and a place to belong is already a privilege unattainable by many others. Nian Xiaoxi, feeling utterly bewildered, clenched her teeth and questioned. What then should we make of him being a hero of the sect? 5 centuries ago, junior brother Gu ventured into the forbidden grounds, risking everything for the sake of the sect, seeking the blessings it could provide. Blessings? Can you clarify whether such blessings truly exist? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow. They undoubtedly exist. Ever since Gu Xiao entered the forbidden grounds, the sect's fortunes have been accumulating steadily, leading to its flourishing. This is the best proof, though you still refuse to acknowledge this, Master. In fact, I find this matter to be unrelated to the so-called blessings. Master. Nian Xiaoxi was utterly stunned. Do you not even trust me, your disciple? Xiaoxi, I naturally trust your words. You have foretold the sect's future more than once through your divination. However, the matter of blessings is too nebulous, and to this day, no one has been able to substantiate it. The so-called blessings have always been shrouded in mystery. Even the most accomplished practitioners cannot definitively ascertain the true nature of these blessings, nor can anyone elucidate how they come and go. Observing Guan Shuolan's continued skepticism regarding the concept of blessings, Nian Xiaoxi felt at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Master, I cannot convince you regarding the existence of blessings. However, I wish to remind you of something. When junior brother Gu departed from the Qingxian sacred land, the blessings accumulated over 5 centuries began to dissipate. This was a truth she had previously refrained from disclosing, as it pertained to the secrets of heaven, which must not be revealed. Yet now, in her desperation to awaken her master, she could no longer hold back. Nonetheless, Guan Shuolan appeared to take little heed, responding instead, "Since you claim that the blessings have already begun to dissipate, let us observe what transpires with the Qingxian sacred land in the wake of such a phenomenon. I, too, am curious to discover what these so-called blessings truly are. Master, while blessings can accumulate over time to enhance the sect's fortunes, should they dissipate, calamity will surely befall the sect. Such a jest cannot be taken lightly," Nian Chaoshi warned. "You should never have allowed me to pursue the path of divination." Guan Shuolan dismissed Nian Chaoshi's earnest counsel, shaking her head. "You must understand that cultivators defy the heavens. Relying solely on these so-called blessings is ultimately akin to chasing reflections of flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. What you must believe in is the strength of human determination." Her words were laced with unwavering confidence. Nian Chaoshi hesitated, wanting to say more, but in the end, she simply shook her head and declared, "I take my leave." She understood that her master was now entirely impervious to her words, and further argument would be futile. With a heavy heart, she vacated the grand hall of the sect. Casting a glance at the heavens above, she noticed the blessings continuing to dissipate rapidly. At this rate, it would not be long before the accumulated blessings of 5 centuries would vanish entirely. But what should she do next? "Senior sister, how are you holding up?" "Master sister, I have heard that you had a quarrel with the master. Are you all right?" "Gu Xiao is truly detestable, even in his departure. He has managed to sow discord within our Qingxian sacred land. How can such a person not face divine retribution? Indeed, that wretched Gu Xiao." Just then, several junior sisters approached. The warmth that had just begun to blossom in Nian Chaoshi's heart turned to icy despair upon hearing their vitriolic remarks against Gu Xiao. "Junior sisters, when did you develop such animosity towards Gu Xiao?" This question left everyone momentarily stunned, only to dismiss it as unimportant. "Gu Xiao is inherently vile. Is it wrong to harbor animosity towards him? 500 years ago, we were simply too naive." "Indeed, master sister, you have failed to perceive Gu Xiao's malevolence." The junior sisters chattered animatedly, painting Gu Xiao as a villain of the utmost wickedness. Nian Chaoshi felt a wave of disorientation. She understood all too well that the master and her junior sisters harbored an excessive prejudice against Gu Xiao. If she wished to persuade the master, she must first find a way to convince these junior sisters, at the very least to help them comprehend that Gu Xiao is not as malevolent as they claim. But how could she prove it? As Nian Chaoshi pondered how to vindicate Gu Xiao, a faint ripple of spiritual energy abruptly flickered in the uninhabited zone of the Tianqi Mountains, only to vanish in an instant. Within the cave, Gu Xiao opened his eyes, a look of surprise illuminating his features. He had succeeded in his breakthrough. After dedicating an entire month to this endeavor, he had finally advanced to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. To be honest, if one were to judge solely by the speed of his advancement to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, it would not appear particularly swift. However, this was merely due to the vastness of Gu Xiao's Dantian and Qi Si, which had hindered a more rapid ascent. In reality, the spiritual energy accumulated in Gu Xiao's Dantian at this moment was not at all inferior to that of a practitioner at the later stages of Qi refinement. At the 7th level, viewed from this perspective, Gu Xiao's cultivation speed could be deemed extraordinarily rapid. Nevertheless, Gu Xiao did not allow himself to become overly exhilarated. After all, he had previously attained the 3rd level of Qi refinement with ease, rendering this slight enhancement unworthy of celebration. What truly captured his attention was one thing. He could now begin to utilize his bamboo rod. Chapter 8. Drawing Bamboo for the Rod. Heavenly Book Talismans. The Qi refinement stage serves as a watershed between mortals and cultivators. Prior to reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement, the distinction between cultivators and ordinary mortals is not particularly pronounced. At most, cultivators possess greater strength, improved stamina, and enhanced physical recovery, making them less susceptible to illness. At this stage, the cultivator's Dantian and Qi Si are only just beginning to take shape, and the reserve of spiritual energy is insufficient, preventing the cultivator from actively manipulating the Qi within. They rely solely on the passive nourishment of their bodies through the internal Qi. However, upon reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement, the situation changes dramatically. This stage signifies that the Dantian and Qi Si have fully formed, and the internal spiritual energy has begun to accumulate. At this point, the cultivator can also initiate the flow of internal Qi to perform simple spells. What Gu Xiao required were precisely such minor spells. At this moment, Gu Xiao sat cross-legged, the bamboo rod lying horizontally before him. As he gestured with his hands, channeling the spiritual energy within him along the meridians. In the blink of an eye, Gushio opened his eyes, a flicker of brown light shimmering within. Drive the vines. Accompanied by a hushed incantation, Gushio continued to weave his left hand's gestures while his right fingers, pressed together, rested upon the green bamboo. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded instantaneously. The once motionless bamboo pole began to tremble violently the moment Gushio's fingers made contact. Waves of rule-bound energy surged forth, fiercely repelling Gushio's incantation. This was the drive vines technique, a spell of the wood element, which allowed for the rudimentary manipulation of ordinary plants. However, its speed was painfully sluggish, and its capacity for control was exceedingly limited. It was, by all accounts, a rather mundane and impractical spell, seldom employed by anyone at this moment. After invoking the drive vines technique with his right hand, Gushio swiftly formed another hand gesture with his left. Spirit thread. In an instant, a thread of spiritual energy materialized delicately above his left hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched into action. His right hand persistently commanded the bamboo rod, while his left wound the spirit thread around it. Each wrap was executed with precision. Yet, the bamboo rod was not one to passively await Gushio's control. In truth, the energy of the rules upon it flickered incessantly, struggling against the bindings, severing the spirit threads time and again. Gushio remained unperturbed, resolutely starting anew with each disruption, engaging in a relentless tug-of-war with the bamboo pole at long last. Just as Gushio's own spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion, the spirit thread finally wound its way to the end of the bamboo rod. This was the moment. Without further ado, Gushio flicked his right fingers with a decisive snap, just as the bamboo rod threatened to break free. A drop of his essence, blood, fell precisely at the 7-inch mark of the rod. In an instant, the bamboo's struggles began to wane, and moments later, it resumed its docility. Success. With blood binding master to vessel, the spirit thread, which had previously required Gushio's ongoing power, now seemed to have become one with the bamboo rod. Even as Gushio relinquished his hand gestures, the spirit thread remained entwined upon it, transformed into fishing line. Thus, the bamboo rod was reborn as a fishing rod. As Gushio picked it up for a closer examination, he noted that while it retained its unadorned simplicity, it emanated an unfathomable aura when held, an indescribable sensation that stirred the depths of his being. "Go fish among the heavens? Let me give it a try," Gushio murmured to himself, and with a swift motion, he cast the fishing rod, causing the line to dangle, its end seemingly vanishing into thin air. At first glance, it appeared as though Gushio sat within a cave, fishing from the void itself. While he awaited his catch, he muttered to himself, "I wonder if this method is correct, and whether this bamboo rod requires any bait." The technique for using the bamboo rod was one Gushio had witnessed in a vision, as a passive observer within a dreamscape, where Jiang Sun had discovered the proper method a millennium after having taken the rod from him. Gushio was uncertain of its accuracy. Just as anxiety began to gnaw at his heart, the bamboo rod suddenly sank, the sensation akin to a fish biting the hook and tugging at the line. Gushio's eyes brightened, and he lifted the fishing rod. To his surprise, he found that he could not pull it up. A tremendous force emanated from the other end of the line, as if a great fish were thrashing about, and despite his attempts to reel it in, progress was minimal. The essence of fishing lies predominantly in patience. A contest of wits with the great fish. Gushio silently recited this in his heart, no longer feeling anxious, but instead engaging in a tug-of-war with the fish. When the adversary exerted force, Gushio would ease his grip. Conversely, when the fish relaxed, he would intensify his efforts. Thus, time slipped away, and before long, half an hour had passed. After such a prolonged struggle, it was evident that the fish was beginning to tire. Just as the creature had exhausted itself from its recent thrashing, Gushio seized the moment. Now was the time. With a sudden surge of strength, Gushio hoisted the rod, and faintly, he could hear a roar that seemed to emanate from ancient deities. However, as the fishing rod was fully raised, the roar was abruptly silenced. Gushio gazed at the line and beheld, to his astonishment, a tome bound in dark leather. A technique? Gushio's eyes lit up. The ancient texts he sought for his Dantian energy were precisely the various treatises on techniques. Without hesitation, he grasped the tome, yet upon a closer inspection, he was momentarily stunned. For on the dark cover were inscribed only 4 grand characters, heavenly book talismans. Is it real or a mere illusion? Could it truly be this heavenly book? Had it not vanished from existence eons ago? Gushio found it hard to believe. The art of talismans was one of the 6 paths within the realm of cultivation. Talismans could be inscribed by skilled talisman masters, each possessing unique and wondrous applications. In the cultivation world, talisman masters held great esteem. For the talismans they crafted could not only serve their own purposes but also aid ordinary cultivators in safeguarding their lives. Their utility was boundless. Moreover, powerful talisman masters could be referred to as talismancers, with the most elite among them capable of inscribing supreme power within the confines of a single talisman. A single talisman could lay waste to a city or even annihilate a nation. Guxiu's former fifth senior sister, Qin Moran, was a formidable talismancer 500 years ago. She shared a close bond with Guxiu and had imparted many insights regarding the art of talismans. Among these was a particular saying regarding the talisman path. He who possesses the heavenly book talismans shall attain supremacy in the art of talismans. According to legend, the heavenly book talismans were the embodiment of profound truths in the evolution of the great Tao, containing the essence of the talisman path and documenting all known talisman arrays. Historically, numerous conflicts over territory and power had erupted due to the heavenly book talismans. Regrettably, since the ascendance of the talisman supreme known as Su Maji a millennium ago, the heavenly book talismans had completely vanished. Rumors suggested he had taken them to the celestial realm, while others claimed he had concealed them with powerful restrictions. Regardless of the truth behind these tales, the heavenly book talismans had indeed disappeared, and for millennia, no talisman supreme had emerged again. When Qin Moran had once spoken of this, she had lamented her fate. Guxiu had vowed then to dedicate his life to assisting her in the search for the heavenly book talismans. Yet, unexpectedly, now that he had departed from the sect, severing all ties and breaking every vow associated with it, he had instead stumbled upon this very tome. Qin Moran, it seems that fate has deemed you forever distant from this book. Guxiu shook his head as he began to peruse the heavenly book talismans. Upon his first glance, he could not help but marvel. This heavenly book talismans was indeed powerful, yet also exceedingly intricate. Due to the profound nature of this celestial scripture, it not only instructs individuals on the art of crafting talismans, but also delves into the very essence of the talismanic path from its origins. It begins by exploring the genesis of all things in the universe. The content is so cryptic and challenging that it leaves one gasping in astonishment. Comprehending and applying its entirety would undoubtedly require a considerable investment of time. It is no wonder that throughout history, those who have acquired the celestial scripture and talismans have typically devoted several centuries to achieve any significant progress. Merely grasping the concepts within this tome would necessitate extensive contemplation. Guxiu lamented this unfortunate reality. Given his current predicament, he needed to cultivate expeditiously, as his lifespan was dwindling. Only by swiftly advancing and breaking through could he extend his years. He could not afford to dedicate vast amounts of time to the study of talismanic arts. Just as he was musing over this, Guxiu suddenly recalled. Could my fearless ancient tome possibly transcribe this celestial scripture of talismans? He had witnessed the formidable power of the ancient tome residing within his Dantian's qi. By inscribing the cultivation techniques upon it, not only could he advance his methods, but he could also hasten his understanding. If he were to transcribe this celestial scripture of talismans, even if it did not lead to further refinement or advancement, shortening his time for comprehension would still be quite advantageous, it seemed. With this thought, he set to work. Guxiu promptly began his endeavor, gazing inward at his Dantian's qi, opening a page of the fearless ancient tome, and then commenced to inscribe his thoughts with intent. Guxiu's reasoning was simple. Regardless of the outcome, he would at least give it a try. However, what Guxiu did not realize was that as he meticulously transcribed the celestial scripture of talismans onto the pages of the fearless ancient tome, a momentous upheaval was occurring in the outside world. Chapter 9. The 10,000 Rhythms of Worship. The Emergence of Imo Han Tower. In the Qingxian Sacred Land, on Imo Shu Peak, Qin Imo Ran, the chief talisman master of the Qingxian Sacred Land, was currently adorned in her elegant black and white gown, elucidating the principles of talismanic arts to her numerous disciples below. The so-called path of talismans involves utilizing one's spirit to draw upon the rhythms of the heavens and earth, inscribing the Tao upon a mere square of talisman paper. The rhythms of the heavens and earth are the inherent forces of order that reside within the universe, and as a talisman master, one must perceive these rhythms and transpose them, employing techniques to unleash their boundless wonders. To become a talisman master, one must first attain proficiency in the art of calligraphy, followed by a substantial reservoir of spiritual power, and finally, a deep comprehension and appreciation of the rhythms of the heavens and earth. The Qingxian Sacred Land places immense emphasis on the cultivation of its disciples. As the chief talisman master, Qin Imo Ran not only creates potent talismans for the sect but also occasionally imparts the knowledge of talismanic arts to her students. While lecturing, she simultaneously reviewed the writings of her disciples. However, after a brief inspection, she could not help but shake her head in dismay. This cohort of disciples was truly abysmal. Their calligraphy was worse than the last, lacking even the most fundamental grace of penmanship. Reflecting on it, she realized that over the years, the only person whose handwriting she found truly exquisite was Gu Xiu. Oddly, why did he suddenly come to mind? Such a waste of potential had left the sect. And she should have long forgotten him. It must be because her senior sister had been mentioning him frequently. Perhaps it was time to help her sever that attachment and let go. Qin Mo Ren focused her mind and resumed guiding her disciples, beginning to teach them how to inscribe their very first talisman. However, the more she taught, the darker her expression became. Among so many disciples, not a single one could produce a complete talisman. Even 500 years ago, when Gu Xiu first learned talismans, the situation was not this dismal. Shaking her head and forcing herself not to think of Gu Xiu again, Qin Mo Ren took out her colorful, luminous pen. Everyone, pay close attention. The essence of crafting a talisman lies in one's comprehension of the Tao rhythm. With every stroke, you must harness your spiritual energy to intertwine with the rhythms of heaven and earth. As she spoke, Qin Mo Ren began to inscribe. Her innate talent was remarkable, and her understanding of talisman crafting was truly extraordinary. As her pen danced across the surface, the Tao rhythms of the universe were immediately stirred, gradually manifesting and being drawn into the talisman. The sight left her disciples in awe. How fluid is that? Elder Qin is indeed a rare genius in the art of talismans. This is astonishing. So this is how talismans are created. These exclamations caused Qin Mo Ren to shake her head in dismay. The art of talisman crafting demands a tranquil mind. If thoughts are chaotic, success remains elusive. Just as her thoughts solidified, her final stroke was completed. The talisman was formed. In an instant, the rules of the universe surged forth, and the Tao rhythms that had been drawn in were now cascading down upon the talisman. The moment they fused, the talisman reached its zenith. Qin Mo Ren was well accustomed to this process, eagerly awaiting the moment of completion. Yet, just as the talisman was about to be finalized, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Tao rhythm that was poised to settle into the talisman suddenly began to tremble violently. To Qin Mo Ren's astonishment, it broke free from the talisman and soared upward, only to pivot toward a specific direction. What is happening? Qin Mo Ren was utterly perplexed. Even more bewildering was the fact that not only this Tao rhythm, but also one after another, new rhythms began to emerge in her perception. Tao rhythms, being manifestations of the laws of nature, are inexhaustible as long as the world remains unchanged. In theory, these rhythms should be perpetually available. Yet, they are typically invisible to ordinary individuals, and even the most adept talisman masters require special means to summon them. What is occurring now? Why are the Tao rhythms manifesting autonomously? Qin Mo Ren felt a twinge of panic, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear, for the scene before her surpassed her understanding. Even more alarming was the simultaneous emergence of numerous Tao rhythms, which abruptly turned toward a certain direction. Then, astonishingly, they bowed slightly. It was as if these Tao rhythms were welcoming the arrival of a revered old friend. Vividly alive. This is a grand homage of myriad rhythms. Qin Mo Ren's eyes widened in astonishment, and she could scarcely suppress the tremors that began to course through her. This is the resonance of the celestial Tao, which I hope may be inscribed by someone, emanating goodwill and irresistibly attracting worship. But how could such a phenomenon possibly occur? Could it be that a supreme master of talismanic arts has emerged? That seems implausible. Could it be that an unparalleled prodigy has been born, a naturally gifted master of talismanic arts? Countless thoughts surged chaotically through Qin Mo Ren's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. She felt an inexplicable wave of dread wash over her. Many believe that talismans wield the power to manipulate the resonance of the universe. Yet only those who have truly become talisman masters can comprehend the truth. A talisman master does not merely control the resonance of the heavens and earth. Rather, it is a collaboration. It is the talisman master who draws forth the resonance, and in turn, the resonance acknowledges the master, willingly assisting in the creation of talismans. Thus, the most critical measure of a talisman master's potential lies in their affinity with the resonance of the universe. Qin Mo Ren possesses remarkable talent and an exceptional affinity for the celestial Tao. Years of diligent cultivation have enabled her to progress rapidly in the realm of talismans. Yet, even she lacks the capability to forge such an intimate connection with this multitude of celestial resonances. It is utterly impossible for her to achieve the reverence of myriad resonances. Furthermore, since the establishment of the talisman path as one of the 6 paths by predecessors, there has never been any record of such an occurrence. Even the notion of myriad resonances in worship has always remained mere speculation among talisman masters. This is an unprecedented phenomenon, and now it has manifested. What does this signify? It indicates that the cosmos has undergone a transformation. The resonance of the universe has shifted, or perhaps a certain individual has changed. Who could it be? Where are they? Why is this happening? In this moment, Mo Ran found herself utterly oblivious to the answers, her emotions swirling in a tumultuous complexity, 3 parts fear, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts reverence. Many others shared her sentiments. The worship of myriad resonances is indeed the worship of myriad resonances. Uncover the truth, and do so immediately. Has a terrifying existence descended upon us? I cannot shake this feeling of dread. If a person is responsible for all this, does that mean this individual could render me incapable of even inscribing a talisman in the future? It is hard to fathom. If it is truly a person, just how profound must their affinity be? On this day, countless talisman masters cast aside their pressing matters, stepping out of their abodes and gazing towards the east. All talisman masters understood that a momentous event had transpired. While the ordinary talisman masters were merely astonished and speculating about the cause of this phenomenon, at this very moment, in the vicinity of the forbidden zone of the burial of immortals in Central State, within an ancient hall that had stood for countless years, an elderly man who appeared to have long since entered a state of meditation suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed intently towards the east, as if striving to penetrate the veil of reality. Moments later, the elder erupted into a fit of wild laughter. He has come. At long last, he has arrived. After 3,000 years of waiting, I have finally awaited the destined one of Imohan Tower. The fated individual has appeared. Chapter 10. Embarking on a new journey, spirit stone powder at this moment, Gushio remained blissfully unaware of the changes occurring in the external world, as he was wholly engrossed in the transcription of this celestial tome of talismans. While it could be termed transcription, it was, in truth, more about profound comprehension. The power of this ancient tome transcended mere advancement techniques or the amalgamation of martial arts. It possessed yet another remarkable function, the ability to facilitate swift enlightenment. Gushio had previously discerned this during his transcription of the 3 sutras. As long as he inscribed the techniques from the ancient text, he would attain deeper insights. However, his prior understanding of those 3 sutras had been thorough, rendering the effects rather subtle. In contrast, the celestial tome of talismans revealed its potency with remarkable clarity. Typically, to grasp even a modicum of understanding from this celestial tome would require at least a year, and to fully comprehend it would demand an even longer span. Yet, with the assistance of the ancient text, every character Gushio inscribed deepened his connection to the celestial tome, in the mere span of a day and a night. He inscribed the final character in that instant. A radiant burst emanated from the ancient text within his dantian, followed by the fluttering of several pages, which ultimately coalesced into a complete volume, levitating beside him. However, the cover bore but 2 characters. Talisman Book? Upon opening it, Gushio found himself taken aback, for the Talisman Book was even more formidable than the already powerful celestial tome of talismans. A cursory glance revealed to him a profound understanding. The conventional path of talisman crafting involved awakening the rhythms of heaven and earth to collaborate with them, thus enlisting their assistance. Yet, the celestial tome of talismans not only awakened these rhythms but also engendered a natural affinity, even compelling the rhythms of heaven and earth to actively assist the talisman master, incorporating an understanding of these rhythms as well. As for the Talisman Book, although Gushio merely skimmed its contents, he discerned that it transcended the existing rhythms of heaven and earth, as it contained insights on how to construct these very rhythms. This revelation left him astounded. The rhythms of heaven and earth were inherently the forces of universal law. Even the mightiest of beings in the great ascension stage would not dare to claim the ability to conjure such forces from thin air. The techniques within this Talisman Book were nothing short of celestial feats. However, Gushio soon shook his head and closed the Talisman Book. It was not due to any deficiency in its power, but rather because the difficulty of comprehension was significantly greater than that of the celestial tome of talismans. Having once stood at the pinnacle, Gushio understood all too well that for a cultivator, the most crucial element remained the self. Currently, he was far too weak, merely a nascent cultivator at the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Attempting to forcibly comprehend something of this caliber was altogether impossible. The more he read, the more detrimental it would be to his current state. Exiting his introspection, Gushio cast a glance at the nearby green bamboo pole, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. This bamboo pole was remarkably potent. According to his observations in the illusion, Jiang Sun had employed this bamboo pole numerous times, reeling in an array of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, spirit stones, and celestial herbs. However, more often than not, he had caught naught but useless debris. Initially, Gushio had harbored little hope, merely wishing to reel in some resources for cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, on his very first attempt, he had managed to fish out such a celestial tome. He found himself yearning to continue his attempts at fishing. However, he persevered in his fishing endeavor, yet the azure bamboo rod failed to elicit any effect. Clearly, Just as in his dreams, the azure bamboo rod could only be employed once every 10 days. Any additional attempts would yield no results. Gu Xiu felt no regret, for to a cultivator who might seclude themselves for months, 10 days was but a fleeting moment. Dispelling such thoughts, Gu Xiu began to pack his belongings. He was ready to depart. Throughout the past month, he had immersed himself in rigorous cultivation, striving to break through to the third layer of qi refinement. Now that he had succeeded, he could no longer remain in this cave. Not to mention that this location was relatively close to the Qingxian sacred land and could easily attract unwanted attention. The spiritual energy here was far too sparse, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged habitation. In the realm of cultivation, the essence of the practice lies in spiritual energy. In places rich in spiritual energy, one could cultivate with remarkable efficiency. This cave, however, lacked such vitality. During the previous month, Gu Xiu had relied on the spiritual stones he had left behind to assist his cultivation. Now, with the stones exhausted, he could no longer linger. After restoring the cave to its original state, Gu Xiu cautiously stepped outside. Yet, the moment he emerged, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Above him, a radiant arc flashed across the sky. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Gu Xiu recognized the figure as his former senior sister, Nian Xiaoxi. What was she doing here? Gu Xiu's brow knitted in confusion. He did not believe Nian Xiaoxi was searching for him. His impression of her had never been particularly strong, as she had been rather reclusive 500 years ago, and their paths had not crossed often. After his return from the sect 500 years later, their interactions had dwindled even further. Nonetheless, though puzzled by Nian Xiaoxi's presence, Gu Xiu pondered for a moment before deciding to rearrange the cave's interior once more before cautiously making his way into the forest, striving to avoid an encounter with Nian Xiaoxi to prevent unnecessary complications. This time, he had his own objective, Yunxiao City. This city, far removed from the Qingxian sacred land, was a haven for loose cultivators, free from the control of any faction. Upon leaving the Qingxian sacred land, Gu Xiu had resolved to embrace the life of a solitary cultivator, shedding burdens and living solely for himself. This place seemed ideal. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, if the illusion he had seen a millennium ago held true, Yunxiao City was destined to experience a significant opportunity in the near future, an opportunity that would ultimately support Jiangqian. Yet now, as a solitary cultivator, Gu Xiu yearned to seize his chance. Meanwhile, half a day after Gu Xiu's departure from the cave, the entrance that had seen no visitor for 500 years welcomed its second occupant. None other than Nian Xiaoxi. A month had passed since Gu Xiu had left the sect, and Nian Xiaoxi had spent the entire month searching for him. Although she had often succumbed to unconsciousness due to the backlash from her divination arts, her injuries remained unhealed even now. Nevertheless, after such considerable effort, she had finally succeeded. As she gazed at the cave before her, Nian Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. There are traces of formation here. My divination has not been amiss. Gu Xiu did not head to Qingxian City after leaving the sect, but instead came here. Confirming her thoughts, Nian Xiaoxi took a deep breath and refrained from recklessly entering the cave. Instead, she softly called out, "Little junior brother?" The cave was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any response. Nian Xiaoxi could not help but speak again. "Little junior brother, it's me, your senior sister Nian Xiaoxi." Yet, the stillness of the cave persisted. "I have something to discuss with you. May I come in?" As she spoke, her voice quivered slightly, and the oppressive silence within the cave tightened her heart. Could it be that something has happened to little junior brother? With this thought, Nian Xiaoxi dared not linger and hurriedly rushed into the cave. However, there was no sign of her little junior brother within. The entire cave was shrouded in dust, devoid of any traces of human presence. How did this possible? This cave bore the unmistakable mark of her junior brother's craftsmanship, and according to my divination, he should indeed be here. Could it be that my divination has faltered? Nian Xiaoxi found it hard to believe. She had always been confident in her skills. Yet, over the past month, every time she attempted to divine Gu Xiu's fate, she had faced backlash, leading her to question whether her divination had truly gone awry. No, there is something amiss with this cave. Despite the thick layer of dust, why had it been abandoned for so long without a single trace of snakes, insects, or vermin? Moreover, the formation showed signs of having been activated recently. Suddenly, Nian Xiaoxi made a discovery, her eyes lighting up with excitement. It is little junior brother. He has always been cautious, not wanting to be tracked, so before leaving, he must have employed some means to conceal his presence. He is somewhere nearby. She had cultivated the art of divination, which made her wary of forming close bonds with others, yet she had always felt a certain understanding towards Gu Xiu. Her junior brother had been a careful and prudent soul for the past 500 years, so his actions were not entirely surprising. Confirming her suspicions, Nian Xiaoxi immediately began to search the cave meticulously. In her search, she indeed uncovered some items. A blue powder that emerged from a dusty corner of the cave. This is Spirit Stone, a spirit stone that has been completely drained. Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback. Spirit stones could be directly utilized for cultivation, and once their spiritual energy was entirely absorbed, they would shatter on their own. This was not unusual. What was truly perplexing was why this spirit stone had broken down into such a powdery form. Typically, when used to power artifacts or activate formations, spirit stones would break into chunks due to the rapid depletion of their spiritual energy. However, if a cultivator were to absorb the spiritual energy slowly, until it was entirely depleted, it could indeed result in this state. Could it be that little junior brother has regained his cultivation? That he has resumed his training? Nian Xiaoxi was astonished, but then a sudden pang of sorrow struck her heart. When cultivators absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones, they often worry about the stones shattering and staining their garments, which is why many would discard the spirit stone once only a trace of spiritual energy remained. Without allowing even a trace of spiritual energy to escape, it is typically the scattered cultivators, lacking in spirit stones, who resort to such actions. Yet, reflecting on Gu Xiu's monthly stipend at Qingxian sect, at this moment, Nian Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Little junior brother, I shall find you. I will make amends. Resolute, Nian Xiaoxi ultimately departed from the cave, ascending into the air. He surely had not been gone for long, however. Just as he intended to resume his pursuit, the sect token hanging at his waist suddenly emitted a resonant hum. Nian Xiaoxi furrowed his brow. The master summons urgently. Upon examining the message, he found only one directive. Return swiftly. After a moment of hesitation, Nian Xiaoxi sighed, casting a glance at the seemingly endless Tianqi mountain range before turning towards the Qingxian Holy Land. Meanwhile, at a certain spot within the forest, Gu Xiu paused. Sensing something amiss, he glanced back momentarily. Yet soon, he withdrew his focus, furrowing his brow as he gazed ahead. There stood a malevolent creature blocking his path. Chapter 11. The master calls the disciple back. Is it for this matter? Before him loomed a one-eyed wolf demon, its limbs robust and powerful, with a ghastly wound marring its face, from which blood dripped ominously. It clearly regarded Gu Xiu as its next meal, drooling as it fixated on him with its solitary eye. Upon sighting this wolf demon, Gu Xiu could not suppress a frown. Given the ferocity of beasts in the Tianqi mountain range, encountering such a creature was not unusual. However, this area was still on the periphery, and typically, the strength of ordinary demons would not be overly formidable. Yet, the wolf demon before him exuded the aura of a second-tier beast. The cultivation levels of human practitioners are generally categorized into Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, and great ascension. The methods of cultivation differ between demon and human races, leading to distinct early-stage classifications. Nonetheless, a second-tier demon possesses strength comparable to that of someone in the late stages of Qi refinement. Judging by the imposing aura of this beast, its power was akin to that of an 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. However, in the face of the wolf demon's fierce gaze, Gu Xiu did not waver. Instead, he shook his head and spoke softly. Your cultivation is arduous, and you hold no utility for me. I do not wish to slay you. Regrettably, the wolf demon's intelligence was evidently low. In that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in its eyes as it lunged toward Gu Xiu. Witnessing this, Gu Xiu could only shake his head in resignation. Producing a wooden stick he had picked up along the way, he focused his energy and steadied his mind. The bloodthirsty aura accumulated over 5 centuries of battles began to subtly manifest. Although his cultivation was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, the relentless combat over 500 years had endowed him with countless experiences. What of a second-tier demon? If it obstructs my path, then it shall be severed. Yet, just as the wolf demon was about to close the distance, Gu Xiu's imposing aura retracted in an instant. The next moment, a red-tasseled spear flew in from the distance, landing directly before the wolf demon. Had the beast not sensed the imminent danger and halted in time, it would surely have been impaled into the ground. Gu Xiu turned his head to see a woman in a crimson battle robe appearing not far away. Her beauty was extraordinary, with a hint of heroism in her brow, and her black hair tied into a ponytail danced in the wind, adding an air of vigor. After throwing the spear, she swiftly rushed towards Gu Xiu, arriving at his side almost as soon as he laid eyes upon her. She merely raised her hand with a beckoning gesture, and the crimson-tasseled spear emitted a low hum, leaping effortlessly into the woman's grasp. With a swift motion of her arm, she positioned the spear defensively before Gu Xiu and the wolf demon. Having accomplished this, she gently nodded at Gu Xiu and apologized. I am sorry. I was pursuing this demon and did not anticipate it would lead us to the outskirts of these mountains. Are you injured, my friend? Gu Xiu shook his head, casting a glance at the jade token hanging from her waist. It was an exquisitely crafted and intricate identity token, inscribed with two ancient characters. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiu assessed her, the woman was equally scrutinizing him, though her gaze was predominantly filled with astonishment at his head of white hair. At that moment, Gu Xiu suddenly spoke. The wolf demon is about to launch a sneak attack. The woman paused, turning her head to look, just in time to see the wolf demon, now excessively alert due to her arrival, quietly gathering its strength to unleash a powerful blade of wind toward her. This wind blade clearly represented the creature's utmost effort. The woman instinctively prepared to evade, but upon remembering Gu Xiu's presence beside her, she gritted her teeth and raised her spear to withstand the oncoming attack. After a strenuous effort, she managed to block it, only to glance back and realize that Gu Xiu had already positioned himself out of harm's way. Was this mere coincidence? While she was still in a state of bewilderment, Gu Xiu offered another warning. It is trying to flee. Turning her gaze once more, she indeed saw the wolf demon, recognizing that its ambush had failed, pivoting to make its escape. Did you truly believe you could elude capture a second time after escaping once? The woman scoffed, casting her spear with precision, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before the wolf demon in just 3 strikes. Merely 3 strikes under the relentless assault of the red-clad woman, the wolf demon collapsed to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Upon witnessing this, the woman instinctively turned back to gauge Gu Xiu's reaction, only to find that her impressive display of combat had seemingly failed to capture his attention. He had already turned away and was walking off into the distance. How peculiar! Yi Hongling felt a twinge of curiosity and, after a brief hesitation, chose to momentarily abandon her prize and pursue him. I am Yi Hongling from the Tiansu Manor. May I ask your name? Scattered cultivator. Scattered cultivator? Yi Hongling was taken aback. Gu Xiu had displayed no signs of trepidation while confronting the wolf demon, appearing entirely at ease. This did not seem characteristic of a scattered cultivator. Nevertheless, the world of cultivation was filled with individuals of strange temperament, and Yi Hongling refrained from probing further, merely stating, the wolf demon was disturbed due to my pursuit. And as an expression of my apologies, I wish to offer you its corpse. Ji Xiu, though surprised, ultimately shook his head. I appreciate the kind gesture, but this wolf demon holds no value for me. Since it has been slain by you, it rightfully belongs to you, Miss Yi. If there is nothing further, we shall part ways here. Very well. Yi Hongling instinctively took a step back, observing Gu Xiu as he gave her a slight nod before continuing his path. Deeply intrigued, she cast one last, profound glance at his retreating figure, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. Although he was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, his aura exuded an unusual quality that captivated those around him. However, Gu Xiu was not overly concerned. Upon sensing Yi Hongling retract her gaze, he hastened his steps, weaving through the forest with renewed urgency. After several hours of relentless running, assured that no one was pursuing him, Gu Xiu finally allowed himself a moment of respite. It was not that he lacked confidence in the renowned Tiansu mansion. Rather, in such desolate wilderness, the gravest threats were not always posed by formidable beasts. The true danger lay in humanity itself. As a wandering cultivator, one must possess the awareness that accompanies such a lifestyle. Trust no one, especially when one's safety cannot be guaranteed, and maintain vigilance towards one's surroundings. That is the most prudent course of action. With a resolute sense of direction, Gu Xiu continued on his path. Meanwhile, in the Qingxian sacred land, Nian Chaoshi raced back to the sect. Master, may I inquire why you summoned me back in such haste? Is there an urgent matter at hand? Chaoshi, you have finally returned. I was beginning to worry during your prolonged absence, Gu Xiulan expressed with concern. Thank you for your care, master, Nian Chaoshi replied, promptly questioning, what is the matter? Please speak freely. She was eager to return to the Tianqi mountain range in pursuit of Gu Xiu. There is indeed a pressing matter that requires your assistance. Her master stated. Please, master, go on. Your junior brother has just emerged from the sword pavilion. After a month of rigorous training there, he has made significant advancements in his swordsmanship. I intend to gift him a sword and hope you can use your heavenly insight to enhance it. Upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly the reason for this urgency? Is there a problem? Gu Xiulan inquired, puzzled. Is there a problem? Certainly, there is. Merely to bestow a sword and enhance it. And yet you have summoned me with such urgency. Master, I recall that such summons are reserved for the most critical matters concerning the sect. Are you seriously calling upon the sect leader for this? Nian Chaoshi's expression darkened. Ji Xiulan, unable to suppress her frown, replied, what do you mean? Merely for this? Your junior brother is currently the most vital individual within our sect and indeed the future of the Qingxian sacred land. His accomplishments in swordsmanship warrant the utmost care regarding the sword he wields. This is a matter of paramount importance for our sect. That. Nian Chaoshi inhaled deeply, striving to quell her growing ire. She yearned to reprimand her master. You have another disciple who has been missing from the sect for a month. Do you not worry for his safety at all? He was once the pride of our sect, its future, and has devoted countless efforts to our cause. Yet ultimately, she refrained from voicing these thoughts, for she understood that in her master's eyes, Gu Xiao and Jiang Qin were worlds apart. Moreover, Jiang Qin was indeed regarded as a key focus of cultivation within the Qingxian sacred land. Gu Xuelan's words left her with no room for argument. After a moment of silence, she softly acquiesced. I shall heed your command. May I inquire where the sword is? I can assist my junior brother with the enhancement immediately. Do not rush. Your second junior sister is still in the process of forging it, should be completed shortly. Not yet finished? It is not so simple. This sword, crafted by your master and several of your junior sisters, is the result of countless days spent gathering rare materials. Even though your second junior sister has already mastered the art of weapon forging, it still requires a considerable investment of time and effort. This statement once again rendered Nian Chaoshi silent. You may return to your Wentiange. When your second junior sister completes her forging, I shall summon you again. By the way, remember not to leave the sect. You should understand better than I do that the enhancement of magical instruments must be performed immediately upon completion. Delaying this process will significantly diminish its effectiveness. After imparting a few more instructions, Guan Shuilan waved her hand, signaling Nian Chaoshi to withdraw. Nian Chaoshi hesitated momentarily. She had urgent matters to attend to and was on the verge of locating Gu Xiao. However, ultimately, she could only sigh, bow slightly, and turn to leave the grand hall of the sect. Perhaps it was the glaring sun outside that caused her discomfort. As she stepped out of the hall, the intense sunlight struck her, leaving her momentarily disoriented, and her eyes even felt slightly moist. Junior brother, it is not that I do not wish to seek you out, but rather that I hope to avoid any conflict with our master over your affairs. It is not out of self-concern, but rather out of worry that our master might unjustly vent her frustrations upon you. Since the last time she and Guan Shuilan had a theoretical discussion, Nian Chaoshi had meticulously pondered how to persuade her master. Yet, she ultimately realized that her master was quite obstinate, and nothing she said could easily sway her. Speaking on behalf of Gu Xiao might only serve to deepen her master's disdain for him. Gu Shidi, wait a moment. Once I have resolved this matter, I shall immediately set out to find you. Nian Chaoshi murmured to herself, but just then, the conversations of several disciples nearby suddenly reached her ears, sending her tumultuous thoughts into a frenzy once more. Have you heard? The house at Zhuo Peak has already been demolished. Chapter 12. People depart, tea grows cold, and bamboo slips run dry. Zhuo Peak? Isn't that the residence of Gu Shirshu? Hush, Gu Shirshu has already used the abandoned sect spirit contract to leave the sect. We can no longer refer to him as Shirshu, we must address him by name. Nevertheless, I think Gu Shirshu is quite a good person. Even though he has departed, there was no need to dismantle Zhuo Peak. Was there? Alas, don't you understand that when a person leaves, the warmth fades? Moreover, this decision was not made by us. We cannot speak recklessly. The group of disciples gradually moved away. However, upon hearing this, Nian Chaoshi suddenly froze in place. Ji Yuxiu's residence at Zhuo Peak is to be demolished? Coming back to her senses, Nian Chaoshi swiftly intercepted the two ordinary inner disciples. Master Shushu? Nian Pavilion Master. The two disciples were startled and quickly bowed in greeting upon recognizing her, feeling a bit puzzled, as this Nian Shushu had never been fond of close interactions with others. In the past, even if they happened to cross paths, she would not initiate conversation. What could have prompted such behavior today? Just as they were pondering, they heard Nian Chaoshi's voice, cold as frost. You said, the house at Zhuo Peak is to be demolished. Ah? The two disciples were momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, reporting to Shirshu, yes, it is indeed so. Who dares to dismantle Gu Xiu's abode? Nian Chaoshi coldly inquired. The two disciples hesitated for a moment. It is fifth uncle master and seventh uncle master. Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Nian Chaoshi's brow furrowed tightly as she observed the disciples' faces filled with trepidation, prompting her to press further. They each have their own residences. Why would they seek to demolish the dwelling of Zhuo Peak? The two disciples hesitated again, but under the weight of Nian Chaoshi's gaze, they ultimately confessed. It was seventh uncle master who said that in order to teach Jiang master the art of beast taming, a suitable location was needed, and since Zhuo Peak was vacant, it was decided to use that place. Fifth uncle master is also involved, claiming that with the power of talismans, he would assist Jiang master in constructing a perfect domain for beast taming. The difficulty in articulating these sentences was palpable, as they sensed an overwhelming pressure that nearly brought them to their knees. It was the terrifying aura emanating from Nian Chaoshi. Unable to withstand it any longer, they promptly fell to their knees. Uncle master, spare us. We dare not speak indiscriminately about matters concerning you. We shall never utter Gu Xiu's name again. They felt that Nian Xiaoxi's anger stemmed from their earlier conversation, and indeed, upon their pleas for mercy, the oppressive pressure surrounding them dissipated. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude, but after a prolonged silence, when they dared to lift their heads, they found that Nian Xiaoxi's figure had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at that moment, Nian Xiaoxi had no mind to focus on these ordinary disciples. She was racing towards Shui Peak with all her might. Though Gu Xiu had already departed from the sect, Nian Xiaoxi's thoughts and desires were solely fixated on finding him and bringing him back. If now even Shui Peak's dwelling were to be dismantled, how could she later explain herself to Gu Xiu? How could she face him? Regrettably, despite her swift flight, employing all her cultivation to achieve remarkable speed, by the time she arrived at Shui Peak, she was ultimately too late. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the modest wooden cabin, which had never been grand, collapsed before her eyes, instantly transforming into a heap of ruins. Before the fallen cabin stood Gu Xiu's junior sister, Lu Qingyao, joyously dancing about, while Qin Moran, though less boisterous, wore a smile on her face. Sister, with this dilapidated shack now demolished, shall we proceed to prepare a beast pin for our junior brother as per our plans? Let us first destroy these filthy remnants. The beast pin for our junior brother must be crafted with utmost care, leaving no room for error. You are right, sister. I shall now obliterate all the debris from this wreckage. There is no need for such trouble. Allow me to use a fire talisman, and I shall reduce this place to ashes. As Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao spoke, Qin Moran produced a talisman from her bosom and, with a casual gesture, summoned a relentless inferno that surged towards the wooden ruins. Witnessing this scene, Nian Xiaoxi, who had been momentarily lost in despair, finally regained her senses and immediately stepped in front of the ruins. Stop! Her sudden actions took both Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao by surprise. Qin Moran hastily controlled the talisman, forcefully redirecting the flames that were originally destined to consume the wooden house to a nearby empty space. Senior sister, why did you appear so suddenly? Senior sister, fortunately, I had just used a talisman. Otherwise, you would have been harmed. Both Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao spoke in quick succession, their hearts still lingering with trepidation. However, as the conversation continued, their confidence waned, for they had noticed Nian Xiaoxi gazing at them with a frosty expression, startling both women into hurried apologies. Sister, senior sister, we are truly sorry, we didn't see you. Hence we almost harmed you. Senior sister, it was not our intention, asked the master sister. Nian Xiaoxi held a reputation among her junior sisters second only to that of their master, Guan Shualan. Under her piercing gaze, both Qin and Lu felt a flicker of fear. In response to their apologies, Nian Xiaoxi coldly inquired, "What on earth are you two doing?" Ah? The two women were momentarily taken aback. Nian Xiaoxi pressed on, "Do you not realize that this Zhubua Peak belongs to junior brother Gu, and this wooden house is his abode?" This. The two were momentarily stunned, and Qin Moran spoke first. "Senior sister, Gu Xiu has already signed the abandonment contract. He is no longer one of us in the Qingxian sacred land. Indeed, master sister, Gu Xiu has left. It's unreasonable for him to occupy this space when he is no longer here." Lu Qingyao nodded vigorously in agreement. Nian Xiaoxi's voice turned icy. That Gu Xiu signed the abandonment contract was a misunderstanding with the master. He will undoubtedly return. If you destroy his residence now, when he comes back, where do you expect him to stay? What if he really shamelessly returns? He could always stay in the outer sect, Lu Qingyao whispered. What did you say? Nian Xiaoxi exclaimed in disbelief. Beside her, Qin Moran added, Master sister, you might not be aware since you've been away from the sect these past few days, but the master has already decreed that should Gu Xiu wish to return to the sect, he would be relegated to the outer sect as a mere outer disciple. Indeed, he thinks that by presenting the abandonment contract as a threat, the sect will treat him with more regard. That is merely a fantasy. Upon his return, he won't even qualify for the inner sect. Lu Qingyao nodded emphatically. As the two exchanged words, Nian Xiaoxi stood frozen in disbelief. It was difficult for her to comprehend that her master bore a bias against Gu Xiu and, due to his uncompromising nature, treated Gu Xiu harshly. This she could begrudgingly understand. However, these were Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Weren't you two the ones who had the closest relationship with Gu Xiu in the past? Moran, didn't you use to pester Gu Xiu to practice calligraphy with you? Qingyao, weren't you the one who clung to Gu Xiu, even seeking him out for comfort after being scolded by the master, and asking him to help you drain the strength of demonic beasts? Nian Xiaoxi incredulously questioned. When did you become so cold-hearted? Regrettably, in response to her inquiry, Qin and Lu merely furrowed their brows. Senior sister, what you speak of occurred 500 years ago. Why bring it up now? Indeed, senior sister, back then we were young and naive, unable to see through Gu Xiu's true nature, deceived by his fade. Why do you still remember it? 500 years ago? Afaade? Nian Xiaoxi found it hard to believe. She had always remained in the lineage, and although she had some inkling that her junior sisters had experienced some discord with Gu Xiu, she never anticipated that such a transformation in their attitudes could reach this extent. Senior sister, you rarely venture out from lineage, hence your lack of awareness regarding current affairs. Ji Yuxiu is no longer the person he was 500 years ago, Qin Moran remarked, observing Nian Xiaoxi's expression. Yes, senior sister, you must be unaware of the situation, which is why you speak thus. Lu Qingyao nodded in agreement. Since Gu Xiu's return, he has committed innumerable misdeeds, countless wicked acts. It is bad enough that he harmed my newly tamed spirit beast. He even sabotaged the celestial talisman that fifth senior sister comprehended, rendering her moment of enlightenment futile. The wrongs he has perpetrated are too numerous to enumerate. Such a person is nothing short of a vile villain. To whisper a secret, we junior sisters fervently wish for Gu Xiu's demise. What? Nian Xiaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced at Qin Moran, who she believed, being well-read and versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, might hold a different perspective. However, to her astonishment, Qin Moran nodded in agreement. Though Lu junior sister's words may seem extreme, we have indeed long harbored discontent towards Gu Xiu. At that moment, Nian Xiaoxi found herself at a loss for words. While she was rendered speechless, Lu Qingyao suddenly gasped and rushed towards the ruins of the wooden house. With a wave of her small hand, she shifted aside several remnants of the house, revealing the foundation beneath. There, a dense array of blood-red symbols emerged, appearing exceedingly sinister. Even under the blazing sun, their sight sent shivers down one's spine. Look, my two senior sisters. It must be Gu Xiu who has played some foul trick, employing dark sorcery to harm our Qingxian's sacred land. This formation is unmistakably malevolent. Although Lu Qingyao lacked knowledge of formations, she could still sense a malevolent aura emanating from these remnants, causing cold sweat to bead on her brow. However, upon seeing the array's corner, both Qin Moran and Nian Xiaoxi exchanged furrowed brows. This formation is Chapter 13. Earthly Fiend Soul Binding. This is a soul trap. It is the Earthly Fiend Soul Binding Array. How could Gu Xiu have set up such a deadly array within the sect? As a talisman master, Qin Moran had a profound understanding of formations. And even though she had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, she immediately deduced its nature, her face a mask of shock. Curiously, Lu Qingyao inquired, fifth senior sister, what is the Earthly Fiend Soul Binding Array? This is a sinister formation. A sinister formation? Indeed, it is an exceptionally malevolent one, Qin Moran declared, his expression grave. The so-called Earthly Fiend Soul Restraining Array is a technique commonly employed by the demon sect. The mere mention of the demon sect sent a chill down Lu Qingyao's spine. As anticipated, Qin Moran continued, this Earthly Fiend Soul Restraining Array, as its name suggests, is an evil formation designed to restrain and capture souls at the earthly fiend position. It is exceedingly malignant. Any wandering spirit in this vicinity will be immediately drawn into the array and refined as sustenance to nourish itself. What? Lu Qingyao gasped in astonishment. Why would Gu Xiu employ such a formation? And why establish it within the sect? He likely cannot resign himself to a life of impotence and seeks to cultivate. Qin Moran's countenance was as dark as water. It is alarming that a disciple of our Qingxian sacred land has adopted the techniques of the demon sect. Lu Qingyao was filled with indignation. Moreover, this is our sect. Does he intend to capture the souls of our disciples and use us as his nourishment? Qin Moran remained silent, turning to Nian Xiaoxi. Senior sister, if our previous conjectures were unfounded, then the presence of this formation should illuminate Gu Xiu's true character, should it not? This matter requires no further elaboration. To set such a vile formation within the sect inevitably raises suspicions regarding its intent. Faced with Qin Moran's assertions, Nian Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, rendered speechless. Her intuition insisted that Gu Xiu could not possibly be the architect of such treachery. He would never harm the sect. Yet, what was the meaning of this formation? Especially when she recalled the spirit stone powder observed within that cave, it was highly probable that Gu Xiu had restored his cultivation. Why had he suddenly regained his power, despite the earlier claims by Guan Shuolan that he had no opportunity to do so? Furthermore, why was this formation conveniently situated here? Could it be that he had indeed resorted to some dark cultivation methods? I refuse to believe Gu Xiu would commit such an act. Nian Xiaoxi finally spoke. Although her interactions with Gu Xiu had not been particularly deep, she had always held a favorable impression of this junior disciple. Moreover, she had consulted him on numerous occasions, and while uncertain about other matters, his destiny had consistently indicated a deep respect for his masters. She could not reconcile the notion that someone with such a fate would engage in such conduct within the sect. Look at how resolute you are, senior sister. Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Senior sister, this formation speaks volumes. Indeed, we are well aware of the kind of person Gu Xiao is. This is merely a glimpse of the array, and you dare to claim that you can fully comprehend it? Nian Shaoxi questioned Qin Moran. Qin Moran hesitated. Well, that I possess some knowledge of formations, and many share commonalities. To draw conclusions from merely a fragment seems rather hasty, does it not? Nian Shaoxi responded, is there truly a need for further scrutiny? Though it may be merely the tip of the iceberg, it is evident that this formation is undoubtedly linked to the 7 souls and 6 spirits. Its presence here is, without a doubt, highly suspicious. Nian Shaoxi is well aware of this principle, yet at this moment, she remains obstinate. Since this formation has already been revealed, why should we not seek to comprehend it fully? As she spoke, Nian Shaoxi approached the remnants of the wooden hut, meticulously collecting the debris into her storage ring, resembling someone intent on excavating the entirety of the grand array. Beside her, Qin and Lu exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. How could the senior sister be so single-minded? They blamed Gu Xiao, convinced that his acting was so convincing that even the senior sister was deceived. They pondered internally, yet it was impossible to leave Nian Shaoxi to toil alone. They too joined in the effort to clear the ruins of the hut. In truth, both of them believed that simply setting the place ablaze would suffice, without the need for such painstaking cleanup. However, Nian Shaoxi would not permit it, compelling them to follow her lead and gather every fragment of the wooden hut into their storage rings. In the process, they unearthed numerous items. Now I understand why my book of talismans went missing. It was here with Gu Xiao. He must have stolen it. Qin Moran exclaimed, her brows furrowed in frustration. Lu Qingyao, equally indignant, chimed in, senior sister. Look, I sent this the horn of my deceased spirit beast. He even had the audacity to deny any involvement. Both of them discovered various items, including some related to other senior sisters, igniting a surge of anger within them. As Nian Shaoxi listened to their inventory, her heart became increasingly difficult to bear. Jiu Shidi would never act in such a manner. He could not possibly be so cruel. Gritting her teeth, Nian Shaoxi felt powerless to counter their claims, choosing instead to cast aside these chaotic thoughts and hastily gather all the debris before her. As she did so, the grand array gradually began to take shape. When the entire formation had revealed 30% of its structure, Qin Moran shook her head. Senior sister, I believe we need not investigate further. This array is evidently the soul-binding array. A complete soul-binding array that I refuse to believe it. Nian Shaoxi retorted, continuing her work. Moments later, as 60% of the entire formation materialized, Qin Moran spoke again. Senior sister, this is indeed the earthly fiend soul-binding array. This segment goes beyond merely binding souls. It involves the fusion and transformation of souls into nutrients. Once a soul is ensnared by this array, it will be rendered as mere sustenance. Nian Shaoxi felt a wave of uncertainty, yet she clenched her teeth. I do not believe, however, when 90% of the formation was unveiled, her heart plummeted to despair. Senior sister, this segment converts the refined souls gradually into nutrients. The one who set this array has ensured that the souls used as sustenance will not even have the chance for reincarnation. Qin Moran stated. Liu Qingyao, beside her, erupted in fury. This Gu Xiao is utterly ruthless. We have catered to him with care. The sect has expended resources to nurture this worthless individual. If he is ungrateful, that is one thing, but to engage in such heinous actions is beyond reproach. This place is indeed a sect, and to set up such a formation within the sect is clearly an intention to harm. Such a person deserves to die. Upon hearing these words, Nian Shaoxi's face shifted from pale to flushed, as she struggled to find a retort for Gu Xiao, momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing at the remaining fraction of the formation, Nian Shaoxi gritted her teeth and declared, I still refuse to believe it. I shall see for myself. This statement elicited head shakes from Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. However, they refrained from further persuasion. The truth may be harsh, yet it is better for the senior sister to see Gu Xiao's true nature. Yet, once the debris of the wooden house was cleared away and the entirety of the formation was revealed, Nian Shaoxi suddenly let out a cry. Senior sister, please do not be disheartened. It is not worth it for someone like Gu Xiao. Lu Qingyao hurriedly attempted to console her, harboring an increasing disdain for Gu Xiao. If it weren't for him, how could the senior sister be in such distress? No, Gu Xiao never intended to harm anyone. He has always held the sect in his heart. I know he is devoted to the sect. Nian Shaoxi shook her head repeatedly. She spoke. She could not help but cover her face and weep again. Her sorrow so profound that it left Lu Qingyao utterly bewildered. With the situation laid bare, why did the senior sister still refuse to believe? What sort of enchantment had Gu Xiao cast upon her? Just then, a voice filled with disbelief reached her ears. How can this be? How is this possible? It is clearly the earthly fiend gathering spirit formation. Why can it change formations? Lu Qingyao, perplexed, turned to see Qin Moyin, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at the array. Change formations? What does that mean? Is this not the earthly fiend soul-binding? What has it transformed into? Just as she was about to inquire, Nin Chaoshi, with reddened eyes, asked, Junior Sister Qin, can you discern what formation this is now? Qin Moyin examined the formation and then Nin Chaoshi, ultimately whispering, this is the dissipating power and transforming soul formation. Dissipating power and transforming soul formation? Lu Qingyao was baffled, unable to comprehend what this formation entailed. Yet, she heard Nin Chaoshi continue, dissipating my powers, transforming my soul, solely for the blessings of this realm. This is not the earthly fiend soul binding. This is not a malevolent formation. This is a great formation for the sake of the sect, willing to face death, willing for their soul to become one with the sect, aiding in the continuation of its blessings. Those souls bound, those soul-refining formations. Gu Xiu's focus is entirely upon himself. He envisions, after his demise, binding his own spirit, transforming his essence, at the cost of not entering the cycle of reincarnation, of becoming scattered. He sacrifices his soul for the path, praying for blessings upon the sect. Upon uttering these words, Nin Chaoshi could no longer contain her distress. Weeping anew, Lu Qingyao stood frozen in place, her mind reeling. What? This insidious formation targets all of Gu Xiu's own essence. How is this possible? How could someone like him possess such profound awareness? Chapter 14. A reunion with Hong Ling. The goose passing by and plucking feathers. My spiritual wounds are undeniably grievous. Elsewhere, within a cave nestled among the trees, Gu Xiu murmurs to himself, his visage ashen. This moment, he appears utterly disheveled, his robes drenched in perspiration, his breath faint and fragile. He has just endured a harrowing ordeal, one that has inflicted grievous spiritual injuries upon him. 5 centuries of conflict in the Forbidden Grounds have left Gu Xiu's spirit irreparably scarred. After returning 3 years ago, he occasionally suffers from these spiritual afflictions, each episode a torment he must endure through sheer will. Though an ancient, nameless tome transformed into a butterfly to mend his physical form, it has done little to heal his spiritual wounds. Just moments before, while traversing the wooded expanse, his injuries flared anew, compelling him to seek refuge in this cave to endure the suffering. Though the worst has passed, he remains haunted by remnants of anguish. Fortunately, having distanced himself from the sect, he has only experienced 2 episodes in this extended period, a stark contrast to the relentless frequency of attacks he faced at Shuo Peak, where they would strike every few days. My little junior brother is truly formidable, though Gu Xiu's spiritual injuries remain unhealed. With a modicum of caution, he could manage to avoid such frequent flare-ups. The root of this affliction lies with Jiang Sun, who meddled with the surroundings of Gu Xiu's residence. This grudge has not escaped his memory. Stealing his resolve, Gu Xiu dons a fresh set of robes. He must hasten to Yunxiao City to seize that opportunity. Once more, he sets forth. It has now been 5 days since Gu Xiu encountered Yi Hongling. During this span, he has been progressing along the periphery of the forested region. At this pace, with a slight increase in speed, he should reach Yunxiao City within a month at most. However, after traversing for yet another half-day, Gu Xiu suddenly furrows his brow. Before him lies a scene of devastation. Numerous trees and underbrush have been ravaged, even stones bear signs of destruction, and a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy lingers in the air. Blood and footprints are smeared upon the ground. It appears that a formidable practitioner has been beset by attackers, who likely employed poison, suggesting that this adept has managed to flee. From the traces left behind, Gu Xiu formulates a conjecture. Such conflicts among cultivators are certainly ill-fated for a loose practitioner. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to take a detour, choosing a longer route that should allow him to evade danger. The cultivation world is perpetually fraught with peril. As a loose practitioner, one must possess the awareness that meddling in others' affairs can only lead to one's own demise. To assert oneself in times of weakness may ultimately result in one becoming naught but dust. Yet there are moments when, despite one's desire to sidestep trouble, it seems to follow like a shadow. Not long after, a gentle breeze carries with it a whiff of blood, prompting Gu Xiu to frown. Just as he considers redirecting his path, a somewhat familiar voice pierces the air. Wait! Help me! Turning his head, Gu Xiu beholds Yi Hongling, the valiant warrior of the Tiansong house, bloodied and concealed within a thicket. In the days since their last encounter, her condition has evidently deteriorated. Beads of sweat the size of peas adorn her brow, her complexion is pale as parchment, and her internal energies are in utter disarray. At that moment, upon seeing Gu Xiu, Yi Hongling remarked, "You have indeed discovered me, fellow Taoist. Might I trouble you for a favor?" "I cannot assist," Gu Xiu replied, Shaking his head, Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, "Why not? I am merely an ordinary wandering cultivator, unfamiliar with you, and I wish to remain so. I do not desire to invite unwarranted calamity," Gu Xiu answered with unwavering conviction. Yi Hongling, somewhat bewildered, found herself at a loss for words. With a wry smile, she said, "Since you are a wandering cultivator, you must lack resources, correct? If you help me, I shall compensate you." Gu Xiu pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. "That is not possible." "Why? Your strength far exceeds mine. If you are unable to resolve your troubles, my attempts to assist would be utterly futile." Gu Xiu shook his head once more and turned to leave. Yi Hongling gazed at his retreating figure, biting her lip. Ultimately, she could only watch Gu Xiu depart, feeling a twinge of disappointment yet understanding his perspective. His cultivation level was indeed low, and it was reasonable for him to avoid trouble. However, just as Yi Hongling was sinking into despair, Gu Xiu returned, ignoring her surprised gaze and directly asking, "What benefits will you offer me?" 800 spirit stones, along with some medicinal pills. That is insufficient. The risk is far too great. Is your life worth only this amount of spirit stones? I possess only this many spirit stones. Yi Hongling responded awkwardly. Moreover, I merely need you to guard me. I have been poisoned and must expedite the antidote. During this process, I require someone to protect me. If you find this inadequate, you may state your price. Once I am safe, I shall compensate you with more spirit stones. Meeting Yi Hongling's hopeful gaze, Gu Xiu finally nodded. "Very well, 800 spirit stones. Now." Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned. When she first encountered this white-haired wandering cultivator, she found him quite extraordinary, possessing an aura reminiscent of a refined, otherworldly sage. Yet, she never anticipated, how could he act in such a manner? However, despite her inner musings, Yi Hongling promptly retrieved a storage ring and tossed it to him. "All my spirit stones are within." Gu Xiu accepted it and probed with his consciousness. Indeed, there lay 800 spirit stones, along with 2 vials of basic recovery pills. Observing his serious demeanor, Yi Hongling asked, "Did you not wish to avoid trouble?" "That was before," Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head before adding, "Those pursuing you have already arrived." Yi Hongling, Gu Xiu continued, "I must either fight my way through or move forward, but I will inevitably be discovered. There is no escaping this trouble, Yi Hongling. So you did not return out of sudden goodwill, but because you found it impossible to extricate yourself from this situation? Wait." Yi Hongling suddenly realized, "Then why do you still want my spirit stones? If there is profit to be made, one should not forego it. Since I cannot avoid this trouble, I may as well earn something from it," Gu Xiu replied straightforwardly and honestly, without a hint of deceit. Nonetheless, Yi Hongling, upon hearing this, felt a pang of hurt. This fellow did so. It is akin to taking advantage of a fire to rob, akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. While Yi Hongling pondered these thoughts, Gu Xiu had already approached her. "Can you walk? If so, we must seize the moment and depart together." "I can." Yi Hongling retracted her thoughts. Although she felt somewhat vexed by Gu Xiu's opportunism, the situation was dire, leaving no room for such considerations. Accordingly, the two commenced their navigation through the forest. Yi Hongling found herself somewhat bewildered, for as they proceeded, Gu Xiu led her through the woods in what seemed like a haphazard manner, devoid of any visible presence, and she sensed no other souls nearby. Yet, Gu Xiu would intermittently call for a halt, promptly redirecting their course. They wound through the forest for a full 2 hours. "What are we doing?" Yi Hongling inquired. Perplexed, Gu Xiu barely cast a glance her way, remaining vigilant of their surroundings as he replied, "Those pursuing you are drawing near. We must exercise caution in evasion." Yi Hongling was at a loss. Surveying their surroundings, she noted the dense foliage, finding nothing amiss, not even a hint of another's presence. How did Gu Xiu perceive others? She could not fathom that, although Gu Xiu too felt no other beings. He possessed his own methods. His greatest asset lay in his innate affinity with the natural rhythms of the world around him. This ability was bestowed upon him after comprehending the celestial script of talismans, primarily utilized in the realm of talismans, yet it allowed him to sense potential dangers to a certain extent. This was also why Gu Xiu had traversed the forest for 5 days without incident. Initially unaware of Yi Hongling's presence, it was due to her unique ability to conceal her aura, combined with Gu Xiu's vigilance against greater threats. They journeyed together until midnight, when Gu Xiu came to a halt. "We are surrounded. Unless we break through, escape is impossible." "How much time do we have?" Yi Hongling asked. Gu Xiu attuned himself to the natural rhythms. "Here, at most 2 hours, before we encounter others. 2 hours. Yi Hongling inhaled deeply. "I wish to tend to my wounds and treat the poison first." "Very well," Gu Xiu nodded, leading her into a relatively concealed cave. "This shall suffice." All right, Yi Hongling nodded, though she remained unaware of how Gu Xiu could be so certain. However, now was not the time for such musings. The fact that they had traversed half a day without encountering danger was proof enough. The priority now was healing. As Yi Hongling began to sit cross-legged, consuming medicine and gradually dispelling the poison. Gu Xiu retrieved 2 spirit stones, cradling them in his palm, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy within. Compared to 5 days prior, Gu Xiu had made notable progress in his cultivation. Despite their hurried journey, he had not neglected his training in moments of respite. For a time, the cave fell into tranquility. The silence persisted for less than 2 hours when both suddenly opened their eyes, exchanging a glance before directing their attention to the cave entrance. Someone approaches, indeed. Shortly thereafter, voices echoed from outside. What happened? Where did that woman go? Uncertain, she surmised that he must have fled in this direction, and there were traces of another person along the way. They should be nearby. A thorough search is imperative. After a brief discussion, the 3 cultivators dispersed, commencing a meticulous search of the surroundings. Yi Hongling's expression darkened. She had underestimated the toxin within her body. Despite 2 hours of strenuous detoxification, the poison clung to her like a parasite, rendering any swift remedy impossible. Just then, a presence gradually approached, causing Yi Hongling to hold her breath in fear and steal a glance at Gu Xiu beside her. She found him seated cross-legged, a wooden stick resting on his lap, his face inscrutable. The footsteps drew ever closer. Yi Hongling quietly gripped her spear, prepared to fight with all her might at a moment's notice. However, just as the figure was about to near the cave, he suddenly halted and turned away. Yi Hongling let out a quiet sigh of relief. Looking at Gu Xiu again, she saw that he remained still, his expression unchanged. This person possesses such a calm demeanor. But at that moment, Gu Xiu's voice pierced the silence. Can you still fight with all your strength? If I disregard the consequences, I can exert myself fully twice at most. Yi Hongling replied. Gu Xiu pondered. Twice? One will suffice. Huh? Yi Hongling was perplexed, wondering why Gu Xiu posed such a question when the figure had already departed. Suddenly, Gu Xiu stood up and walked to the cave entrance. Chapter 15. When did this cultivator become so easy to kill? Gu Xiu moved with remarkable lightness, reaching the cave's mouth in just a few steps, yet he did not step outside immediately. Instead, he stood quietly, still clutching the wooden stick he had picked up earlier. With his back to Yi Hongling, his disheveled white hair glimmered under the moonlight, exuding an air of aloofness. For some inexplicable reason, the words sprang to Yi Hongling's mind, intensifying her curiosity about Gu Xiu. Though they had interacted little, their meetings were merely the second. Yet each encounter revealed an extraordinary aura about him. I recall your name is Yi Hongling, am I correct? Gu Xiu suddenly spoke. Yi Hongling was taken aback, but Gu Xiu continued. When I call your name, unleash your full strength at me. Yi Hongling was baffled. At you? Yes. Just do as I say, understood? I don't understand. Though she still felt some hesitation, Gu Xiu's steadfast demeanor instilled a sense of trust within her. It was quite peculiar. Despite Gu Xiu being merely a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refinement, she found herself subconsciously overlooking his cultivation level in his presence. Since the 3 have arrived, let them come in, Gu Xiu suddenly called out loudly. Huh? Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, a wave of alarm washing over her as she realized that the 3 faint presences she had sensed earlier had somehow. To her astonishment, they had unexpectedly appeared outside the cave. The man from earlier had clearly sensed something amiss. He had retreated suddenly, likely in an effort not to alarm the snake. It seemed he had not discovered the cave, but had secretly called for his companions. Unable to contain her surprise, Yi Hongling cast another incredulous glance at Gu Xiu. How had he managed this? At that moment, voices from outside the cave reached her ears. So there truly is another person, and they are actually with that foul woman. You certainly know how to hide, making us search for such a long time. Kid, you possess some skill. To remain concealed for so long at the 3rd level of qi refinement is quite impressive. However, it's a pity that now you've encountered this woman. You are ultimately doomed to die. You can only blame your unfortunate fate. From her position, Yi Hongling could not see the 3 individuals outside. Yet she sensed the imminent danger. She could distinctly perceive that the strength of the 3 outside was formidable. One was at the peak of qi refinement, and the other 2 were at the 7th level. And what of Gu Xiu? He was merely at the 3rd level. This was not only a numerical disadvantage, but also a significant disparity in strength. Yet, in the face of these 3 who clearly possessed the power to overpower him, Gu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by their presence. He merely inquired, which one of you wishes to enter first? Or shall we all enter together? His words were devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet this seemingly tranquil statement left the 3 outside feeling somewhat uncertain. They were certainly not intimidated by Gu Xiu. The true reason for their hesitation stemmed from the fact that Yi Hongling was still concealed within. This woman was exceptionally powerful. Had she not been poisoned, she could have easily dispatched them. Even in her current state of poisoning, the three felt a degree of uncertainty. However, those who dared to come and kill Yi Hongling could not afford to remain indecisive for long. Soon, footsteps approached, and judging by the aura, it was one of the Qi refinement 7th level cultivators. The individual was on high alert, proceeding cautiously while Yi Hongling's heart sank as she gripped her spear tightly, ready to strike the moment the intruder entered the cave. Closer, they were drawing nearer. She could even make out the figure of the intruder. Yet, it appeared the individual remained wary, hesitating at the entrance for a moment. Then, in the blink of an eye, they suddenly accelerated and dashed into the cave. Yi Hongling was on high alert, preparing to act in haste. But in the next instant, thud. The person collapsed onto the ground, their body rolling forward due to the momentum of their earlier sprint. As they came to a stop, Yi Hongling gasped in shock. The individual was dead. A gaping hole had formed in their heart, pierced through by a single sword strike, extinguishing their life force on the spot. Suddenly, Yi Hongling looked up at Gu Xiu, only to see him standing quietly at the entrance of the cave. Motionless, a wooden stick in his hand. If it were not for the blood dripping from the stick, she would have doubted whether he was responsible for this. She had not clearly seen how Gu Xiu had executed the act. Moreover, she had not sensed even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from him at the moment of the strike. This was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, considered to be in the latter stages of Qi refinement. And what of Gu Xiu? However, he was merely a nascent cultivator at the initial stage of Qi refining, specifically at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Logically, the opponent should have been able to crush Gu Xiu in an instant. How could it be so inexplicably that this white-haired rogue cultivator managed to kill him? How did he achieve that? As Yi Hongling was struck with astonishment, the two individuals outside the cave also discerned that their companion who had entered the cave was in distress, his aura now in disarray. Indeed, that woman was inside. She was the one who had attacked. You go in. Her injuries cannot withstand another strike. Finish her off. The murmurs of the two reached her ears, and soon after, another cultivator at the 7th layer of Qi refining stepped cautiously into the cave. Yi Hongling focused her attention once more. This time, however, her gaze was directed towards Gu Xiu. She could not fathom how he had accomplished what he did earlier and wished to observe more closely. This second cultivator moved even more slowly, yet despite his languid pace, he eventually reached the cave's entrance. Yi Hongling could not help but gather her focus again. Just then, the second individual suddenly accelerated and charged into the cave. Yi Hongling held her breath, eager to see Gu Xiu act. But at that moment, Gu Xiu suddenly called out, Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling was perplexed as to why Gu Xiu would summon her to act at such a moment. Yet she recognized that her opportunity was fleeting. Without hesitation, she hurled her spear towards Gu Xiu. The instant the spear was cast, Yi Hongling suddenly comprehended why Gu Xiu had called for her assistance. Because that 7th layer Qi refining cultivator was merely a decoy. The true threat, a cultivator at the pinnacle of Qi refining, had seized the opportunity while the 7th layer cultivator drew attention, rushing in unexpectedly. At the moment of the latter's entry into the cave, Gu Xiu had already taken a step back. As the spear reached its target, the pinnacle Qi refining cultivator seemed to meet Yi Hongling's spear head-on. Yi Hongling's prowess was indeed formidable. The pinnacle cultivator, aside from displaying a fleeting expression of horror and dread, possessed no means of escape. Bang! The next instant, the opponent was impaled against the cave's rock wall by Yi Hongling's spear. What kind of scheme is this? How could one make such an astute judgment? Yi Hongling found it hard to believe. But when she turned her head, she was suddenly taken aback. Where was Gu Xiu? Just moments ago, he had only taken half a step back without striking, and now he had vanished without a trace. When Yi Hongling finally noticed, she saw Gu Xiu re-entering the cave, stepping forward with a bloodied wooden staff in hand. Could it be that the 7th layer Qi refining cultivator outside had perished? As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Hongling's pupils contracted sharply, for she beheld that Gu Xiu was holding an unfamiliar storage bag in his other hand. Moreover, upon entering the cave, he had immediately begun to loot the storage bags from the other two corpses. Was this how it ended? Had he just stepped outside to slay that 7th layer Qi refining cultivator? Was he not worth more than a mere cabbage? How could he die without a sound, without even a whisper of struggle? Yi Hongling was utterly astounded. As a prodigy of the Tiansu mansion, she had witnessed the unlikely triumph of the weak over the strong before, but this was beyond her expectations however. To achieve victory against the strong so effortlessly is truly unprecedented and astonishing. Don't just stand there. This is merely one of the teams. If we wish to break through, we must depart immediately. Gu Xiu's voice resonated. Yi Hongling paused for a moment, then suddenly came to her senses. forcing her weary body to rise. Drawing her long spear, Yi Hongling caught sight of the external figure, a Qi refinement stage 7 cultivator who hadn't even made it into the cave. That person, like the first, had their heart meridian pierced, leaving a gaping hole. Turning her gaze back to the other 2 corpses within the cave, Yi Hongling was struck by an absurd realization. When did these cultivators become so easily slain? Chapter 16. Subtlety. He once destroyed me. In an instant, Yi Hongling's gaze towards Guxiu shifted. Yet, in the face of her scrutiny, Guxiu suddenly guarded his storage bag. Let me make this clear. Although you killed this person, I played a part in luring them here. Therefore, I should at least receive half of the contents within this storage bag. Yi Hongling responded, No worries, I have no need for the storage bag. If you require it, take it. With that, Guxiu broke into a smile. The Tiansu mansion truly has great wealth. I shall not be modest. Saying this, he cheerfully accepted all 3 storage bags. Yi Hongling remarked, Goodness, could you refrain from speaking? When you open your mouth, I find myself at a loss as to whether to regard you as a skilled master or a mere opportunistic rogue. Guxiu, clearly misunderstanding, explained further. Don't look at me like that. This storage ring contains no antidote. The person who sought to kill you was likely already concerned about you taking the antidote. I understand. Why Yi Hongling sighed, shifting the topic. What shall we do next? This question was, of course, redundant. With the pursuit still underway, they had no choice but to continue their escape. Hence, the 2 resumed their flight into the jungle, embarking on a new round of evasion. However, this time, they quickened their pace. Occasionally, Guxiu would lead Yi Hongling in a change of direction before they continued their brisk retreat. As they fled, Yi Hongling noticed another peculiar aspect about Guxiu. He rarely utilized spiritual energy, or rather, whenever he did employ it, he used it sparingly, just enough to suffice without wasting a single bit. This revelation astonished Yi Hongling. Do not underestimate Guxiu's skill. In truth, the deeper one's cultivation, the more one understands that the greatest challenge for a cultivator lies not only in training but also in the application and control of one's own spiritual energy. This technique is referred to as subtlety. Only those with extensive experience and mastery over their spiritual energy can achieve such a level. Reflecting on Guxiu's 2 prior actions within the cave, Yi Hongling realized she had never sensed his fluctuations of spiritual energy. This only indicated one thing. It was not that Guxiu refrained from using spiritual energy when he acted, but rather, each time he did, he exercised such precise control that no energy leaked. Unable to contain herself, Yi Hongling looked at Guxiu once more. Who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, Imo Shu Peak, Qin Imo ran, with a countenance full of helplessness, addressed her senior sister, Nian Zhao Shi, saying, Master Sister, asking me to plead for Guxiu is simply beyond my capabilities. Jiu Xiu has already departed, having signed the abandonment contract, which signifies that he has severed all ties with our Qingxian sacred land, and such matters cannot be forced. Ever since the discovery that the great formation surrounding Guxiu's residence was not the earthly fiend soul-binding array, but rather the soul dispersion array, Master Sister Nian Zhao she had relentlessly pursued Qin Imo ran with a singular request, to seek out their master, Guan Shuelon, and implore her to allow Guxiu to return to the sect, even hoping that the sect might intervene to locate and protect Guxiu. However, how could Qin Imo ran possibly acquiesce to such a demand? Yet, Master Sister seemed resolute, persistently clinging to her, as if intent on persuading her. At this moment, in response to Qin Imo ran's unequivocal refusal, Nian Zhao she urged, 5th junior sister. Among those who shared the closest bond with Guxiu in the past, you were one. Moreover, you are well-read and possess profound understanding. When it comes to reason, Master will undoubtedly listen to you. If you are willing to persuade Master, you could certainly convince her. Even if the abandonment contract has been signed, it can still be replaced by a return contract. This was the strategy Nian Zhao she had conceived. She realized that her own strength was woefully inadequate to sway their master's decision on her own. However, if she could enlist the help of others, particularly this 5th junior sister, renowned for her eloquence in matters of principle, it might prove effective. Unfortunately, Qin Imo ran ultimately shook her head, resolutely stating, Master Sister, let me be clear. I cannot possibly plead for Guxiu with Master. Why not? Because I too wish for Guxiu to leave the sect, or rather, I would be delighted if he does not linger in Qingxian sacred land any longer. What? Nian Zhao she was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Yet, at that moment, Qin Imo ran gritted her teeth and decided to clarify her stance. I know you will say that I had a good relationship with Guxiu in the past, and now that he has left, I should wish for his return. Is that not so? Nian Zhao she inquired. Certainly not, Qin Imo ran shook her head. I have previously stated that my feelings at that time were merely a result of my youthful naivety, having been deceived by Guxiu. Moreover, even if I was not deceived, 500 years have passed. I have not changed, but Gushio has long since transformed. He is no longer the person who treated everyone kindly, who regarded us as family and was willing to sacrifice everything for the sect. Her words prompted Nian Zhaoxi to frown and retort, Junior sister, have you forgotten the soul dispersion array that Gushio set up at his residence? Of course, I have not forgotten, Qin Mo Ran replied, shaking her head. Then that proves my point. Nian Zhaoxi argued passionately, if Gushio had no loyalty to the sect, how could he possibly establish such a lethal formation in his own abode? He is willing to forego reincarnation, sacrificing his soul for the path of the sect. How could someone like him possibly change? Nian Zhaoxi insisted with conviction. She was perplexed as to why her junior sisters harbored such animosity towards Gushio, and she earnestly wished to persuade them otherwise, however. Senior sister, I do not deny the efficacy of but there is indeed an issue with that formation, particularly in one specific area. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that it has been deliberately sabotaged. If Gushio were truly to employ this formation, the dispersal of his would be genuine, yet it would no longer benefit the sect, merely annihilating his own spirit. Thus, it is highly probable that Gushio once held a desire to serve the sect, but has since changed his mind. Qin Mo Ran articulated each word with precision. Nian Zhaoxi could not help but furrow her brow in agreement. Indeed, within that grand array, a critical point had been intentionally marred, rendering the ultimately devoid of its blessings for the sect. Do you not find this suspicious? Nian Zhaoxi pondered aloud. If Gushio has genuinely altered his intentions, why would he retain the array's function to exterminate spirits? Should he not have simply destroyed the array altogether? Who can say? What if he wishes to perish within our sect, using the power of his spirit to curse us? Qin Mo Ran shook her head. Nian Zhaoxi sought to retort, yet Qin Mo Ran interjected once more. Senior sister, you are utterly oblivious to what Gushio has done to me. Otherwise, you would comprehend the depth of my hatred towards him. Nian Zhaoxi was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Qin Mo Ran, for she discerned that the present Qin Mo Ran bore no trace of her usual gracefulness or scholarly demeanor. Contrarily, her eyes were filled with resentment, and her aura was steeped in malevolence. Elder sister, you perch high in the Tianke pavilion, detached from worldly affairs, and now you reproach me for not cherishing past friendships. Yet, have you ever considered that if Gushio had merely suffered a fall in cultivation, how could I ever truly underestimate him? Am I such a person? Qin Mo Ran enunciated each word deliberately, and as she met Nian Zhaoxi's gaze, the latter felt a twinge of discomfort. Fifth junior sister. Elder sister, do you not know? Qin Mo Ran interrupted Nian Zhaoxi, her gaze piercing. The junior brother you have been desperately seeking during this time, the one who would even self-destruct for the sect, has also once destroyed me. Chapter 17. The Six Paths Technique, Summoning the Divine Path. What? Destroyed Qin Mo Ran? Nian Zhaoxi was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Are you referring to that incident from 3 years ago? So, you are aware, elder sister? Qin Mo Ran replied with a cold smile, tinged with sarcasm. In response to her mocking smile, Nian Zhaoxi fell silent. Although she had rarely ventured out as the sect's elder sister, she had, to some extent, heard whispers regarding sect matters. She had indeed heard of the conflict between Gushio and Qin Mo Ran, as it had caused quite a stir. It was said that at one point, Qin Mo Ran had nearly killed Gushio. 3 years ago, upon returning from the Forbidden Grounds, Gushio, having lost all his cultivation, was destined to find himself utterly incapable of treading the path of cultivation again. Nonetheless, being a direct disciple of Guanxuelon, it is inconceivable that he would be entirely devoid of skills, even with a junior apprentice to take over. Therefore, Guanxuelon resolved to have Gushio study the six paths. The term six paths refers to 6 distinct special disciplines within the realm of cultivation, aside from the primary practice itself, which can be considered as secondary professions. These paths encompass the way of alchemy, the way of artifact refinement, the way of talismans, the way of beast mastery, the way of puppet control, and the most extraordinary, the way of source observation. Mastery of the latter 5 paths, unlike the way of source observation, inherently requires a certain level of cultivation as a foundation. However, this does not imply that one cannot learn without such cultivation. In fact, even an ordinary person, with determination and a modicum of insight, can grasp the fundamentals of these 6 paths to some extent. Guanxuelon's intention was clear. Although Gushio could not cultivate, he should not be rendered a useless entity within the sect. Fortunately, each of his senior sisters specialized in their respective paths, and thus, Guanxuelon arranged for Gushio to study under 6 of them, excluding the eldest sister Nian Zhaoxi, for a period of time to learn the 6 paths. Among them, Gushio had the opportunity to study the way of talismans under Qin Mo Ran for a duration. The way of talismans is particularly unique, grounded in the resonance of the Tao of heaven and earth. While it sometimes necessitates the support of cultivation, it differs from the other paths in its lesser dependence on such cultivation. The crux of the way of talismans lies in obtaining the recognition of the Tao of heaven and earth. This Tao is categorized into 9 tiers. As one ascends through the tiers, the Tao becomes increasingly rare, more challenging to be acknowledged by talisman masters, and correspondingly more potent. The rank of a talisman master corresponds directly to the tier of the Tao they have attained. The essence of a talisman master's training involves the continuous pursuit of recognition from the Tao of heaven and earth. Only by achieving the corresponding tier's acknowledgement and successfully inscribing the relevant talisman can one ascend to the next level. Qin Moran is a formidable 6th-tier talisman master, regarded as a pillar within the talisman community, capable of establishing her own sect. Ascending to the next tier would elevate her to an extraordinary realm, placing her among the elite of talisman masters. However, this leap is akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. To progress further, she must gain the recognition of the 7th-tier Tao of heaven and earth and successfully inscribe a divine-grade talisman of that tier. This is a daunting task, for the Tao at the 7th tier and above is exceedingly scarce, enigmatic, and powerful. Most crucially, these Tao are seldom inclined to acknowledge talisman masters. While numerous talisman masters exist, 6th-tier masters are rare, and those beyond the 6th tier are virtually non-existent. The path to the 6th tier can be traversed with sufficient effort, perseverance, guidance, and a measure of talent and luck. However, the journey beyond the 6th tier is markedly different. At this level, the Tao of heaven and earth demands fate. The recognition required from the Tao at this stage cannot be attained through mere tricks or methods. It necessitates the Tao's acknowledgement. Some may ascend to 6th-tier talisman masters in a decade of diligent practice, yet endure centuries of hardship thereafter, ultimately dying without ever advancing further. Conversely, there are those who toil for millennia to barely reach the 6th tier, only to find themselves attracting the affinity of the 7th-tier Tao of heaven and earth on the very night of their ascension, thereby stepping into the 7th tier overnight. The outcome hinges upon fate. What one observes is the resonance of the Tao in the latter 3 realms, whether one is willing to be harmonized with the talisman master, and whether one is inclined to be utilized by the talisman master. This profound connection with the divine essence of the world is referred to as invoking the divine. The average person may go through their entire life without encountering such an opportunity even once, while a fortunate few may experience it just a singular time in their lifetime. Qin Moran was indeed fortunate. For 3 years prior, she had the chance to invoke the divine. Yet, she was also unfortunate, as that particular invocation ended in failure. Invoking the divine can indeed fail, and the probability of such an outcome is quite substantial. The process begins merely with the recognition of a talisman master by the celestial Tao, who expresses a willingness to approach and understand them. However, this is only the initial step of acquaintance. Ultimately, whether this divine essence is willing to serve the talisman master requires a continuous harmony between the master and the celestial Tao, even necessitating a communion of souls. Subsequently, the talisman master must inscribe a talisman on a prepared empty talisman, thereby establishing a contract. Only then can the invocation be deemed successful. This path is undeniably arduous. I have indeed heard the sect leaders speak of this. Nian Shaoxi nodded in acknowledgement. 3 years ago, Qin Moran, blessed with a keen spirit, unexpectedly received an opportunity to invoke the divine. The moment was quite sudden. Fortunately, after ascending to the 5th tier of talisman mastery, she had already made preparations for the requirements of 6th and 7th tier talisman masters. Although the invocation came unexpectedly, she was ready and promptly began the process. It is said that the procedure went smoothly, and Qin Moran had even attained a degree of harmony with the celestial Tao. However, just as she was about to inscribe the talisman acknowledged by the Tao, binding herself to it irrevocably, an unforeseen event occurred. Nian Shaoxi sighed softly and murmured, "It is said that Gu Xiu inadvertently intruded upon your invocation scene, inadvertently disturbing the Tao and ultimately causing your failure in invoking the divine. Senior sister, is this not well known to you?" Qin Moran scoffed, her tone laced with deep resentment. She had every right to feel aggrieved, for the opportunity to invoke the divine is something that the average person may never encounter in their lifetime. To experience it even once is a sign of profound fortune. Yet, once such an opportunity is missed, the likelihood of obtaining a second chance is nearly impossible. This implies that for Qin Moran to advance to the 7th tier of talisman mastery is rendered almost entirely unattainable, effectively severing her path forward. I understand your hatred towards Gu Xiu. Anyone in your position would undoubtedly harbor resentment and find it difficult to let go. Nian Shaoxi sighed, yet hesitated before continuing. However, I have heard that this incident was not Gu Xiu's intention. He merely... You mean to imply that he was overwhelmed by the repercussions of his injuries, his spirit in disarray, and in a fit of madness inadvertently disrupted my invocation? Qin Mokran coldly interrupted Nian Shaoxi. Nian Shaoxi was taken aback, but eventually nodded. Indeed, this matter was mentioned to me by our master. You are aware of Gu Xiu's injuries. They can indeed be unpredictable at times. I understand that you harbor anger, fury, and resentment, and as your senior sister, I can empathize with your feelings. However, to place the entire blame on Gu Xiu, that would be unjust. When he experienced the onset of his Dao injury, he was utterly beyond his control. I have heard that he struggled to regain his consciousness at that moment, even leaving several deep scratches on his body. This indicates that he genuinely endeavored to avoid causing any disturbance. However, when Nian Shaoxi reflects on this, she feels a tinge of hypocrisy in her words. Yet, in contrast to Qin Moran's lifelong hatred for Gu Xiu, Nian Shaoxi still harbors the hope that Qin Moran might gradually find solace. The resonance of the heavens and Dao is indeed a rare occurrence in one's lifetime. But you, Moran, have an innate affinity with the celestial Dao. There will assuredly be a second chance. Currently, this is merely the darkness before dawn. You need only prepare yourself and await the arrival of daybreak, sister. Qin Moran once again interrupted Nian Shaoxi's discourse, with a serious gaze fixed upon her. As they locked eyes, a complex smile unexpectedly appeared on her face, one tinged with self-mockery, compassion, and a hint of loathing. Nian Shaoxi felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, Qin Moran then spoke. The fact that Gu Xiu suffers from a Dao injury is known to all. But why is it that he does not experience a recurrence at other times, but only at such a critical moment? Well, the onset of such an old ailment is inherently unpredictable, Nian Shaoxi instinctively replied. You are mistaken. Qin Moran shook her head. Senior sister, you are mistaken. What do you mean? It is true that Gu Xiu's Dao injury manifested at the beginning. Although the timing is so fortuitous that it raises suspicions, I initially confirmed that he was indeed suffering from a Dao injury. Nian Shaoxi's eyes brightened. Then that precisely indicates to no, I have said it. Senior sister, you are mistaken. What do you mean? If it were truly due to the onset of a Dao injury, although I would harbor resentment, I would not feel hatred. At most, I would merely lament that fate intervened. Are you suggesting? What I mean is that Gu Xiu acted with intent, deliberately seeking to sabotage my Dao affinity. What? Nian Shaoxi was taken aback. But didn't you just say that Gu Xiu was in a state of confusion due to his Dao injury? What I stated is that he indeed suffered from a Dao injury, perhaps even severely. Yet, Qin Moran began to speak in a low tone. But in truth, before Gu Xiu ruined my opportunity, he had already regained his senses. He was not only awake but acutely aware of how significant that moment was for me. What? Nian Shaoxi gasped in shock, finding it utterly inconceivable. How could this be? Didn't he, Master, say? Master. Qin Moran let out a bitter laugh. Master merely believed that Gu Xiu was a personal disciple and that during that period, he was facing the disdain of other senior sisters. Master feared I might unveil the truth, rendering Gu Xiu completely without refuge. But in reality, Gu Xiu was fully aware when he destroyed my opportunity to connect with the Dao. He was more lucid than ever. He from the very beginning, intended to ruin me. Chapter 18. Parting ways, cultivating one's own path. Gu Xiu, you have shattered my destiny and obstructed my path. I vow that in this lifetime, I shall never wish to see your face again. Today, I refrain from taking your life solely out of respect for the bond we shared 5 centuries ago. However, from this day forth, I shall harbor an everlasting hatred for you, cursing you to endure the cycle of reincarnation for all eternity, devoid of any resting place in life or death. In the stillness of the night, within a cavern nestled in the woods, Gu Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Had he dreamt once more of the denizens of the Qing Xian sacred land? With a sigh, he could not quell the tumult within his heart and softly murmured, in this life, I owe no one anything. The only one I owe is myself. As these words left his lips, the turbulence within began to subside. Yet, despite the calm that enveloped him, Gu Xiu could not help but recall the one he cherished most 500 years ago. Qin Moran, who delighted in exchanging verses and transcribing literature with him. Following that, his mind wandered to the myriad of attitudes Qin Moran had displayed towards him over the past 3 years. Shaking his head, he spoke to himself, though I have severed one of your fates, it was solely to save you. Our destinies have reached their end. From henceforth, we are no longer indebted to one another. With that declaration, Gu Xiu's heart found profound tranquility, and any lingering thoughts of Qin Moran dissipated entirely. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby, and before long, Yi Hongling returned, wielding her red tassel spear with an expression of elation. We have now completely shaken off our pursuers, she exclaimed. It had been 5 days since the fateful night of the moonlit 3 slaughters. Throughout this time, Gu Xiu and Yi Hongling had been fleeing and hiding within the forest, encountering enemies on several occasions. Yet each time they emerged unscathed. By the third day of their flight, the poison within Yi Hongling had been entirely purged, and it seemed their enemies had taken notice, as the pursuit had markedly diminished over the subsequent 2 days. Today, they had not encountered a single foe. Yi Hongling had just ventured out to assess their surroundings and confirmed that they were no longer being followed. This signified their successful breakout from danger, bringing a sense of relief to Yi Hongling, who was now beaming with joy. However, upon glancing at Gu Xiu, she found him unchanged, his expression as impassive as ever, as if nothing could disturb his inner peace. Truth be told, Yi Hongling had grown accustomed to this demeanor. Seeing Gu Xiu remain aloof, she felt no discouragement. Instead, she produced several freshly caught rabbits. Benefactor, I have specially captured a few wild rabbits for us to feast upon today, allowing you to sample my culinary skills, she declared. For the past 5 days, they had been on the run, enduring harsh conditions, and to say they had dined well would be an exaggeration. Merely being able to fill their stomachs was a blessing. Gu Xiu did not refuse, yet he continued to attune himself to the natural rhythms of the world around him, ever vigilant for impending danger. Yi Hongling remained oblivious to his concerns as she skewered the rabbits over the fire, pulling out seasonings. Benefactor, do you have any particular preferences regarding flavors? I am not picky. Anything will suffice, Gu Xiu replied. Yi Hongling nodded slightly, and after a brief pause, could no longer suppress her curiosity. Benefactor, where are you headed on this journey? Nowhere in particular, just wandering about, came the response, which prompted Yi Hongling to roll her eyes in exasperation. After 5 days, her understanding of Gu Xiu remained utterly non-existent. This was evident from her persistent reference to him as benefactor, a title she used without even knowing his name, as for his origins, destination, cultivation level, or the sect he belonged to. She was completely in the dark. She had attempted to inquire about his name, but his reply had been succinct. Our relationship is merely a transaction. There is nothing worth remembering. This statement had quelled her desire to probe further. Soon, several wild rabbits were cooked, and in the midst of their meal, Yi Hongling suddenly asked Benefactor, "You seem to have never inquired about the identity of those pursuing me." "I have no interest," Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. "Why not?" she pressed, to which he responded, "As a rogue cultivator, one must possess the awareness befitting such a status. An excessive curiosity is not advantageous. Do you have friends?" she asked. "I once did." "Once?" Gu Xiu remained silent. Yi Hongling, her curiosity piqued, found that the more time she spent with him, the less she understood, deepening her intrigue towards this enigmatic figure, whose white hair seemed to shimmer with countless secrets. However, she recognized the decorum and refrained from further questioning. Suddenly, Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Someone is approaching." Yi Hongling's expression tightened, but moments later, upon hearing the muted sound of hooves, her demeanor relaxed. "It is the sound of the hooves of barefoot black steeds. It must be my fellow disciples." Sure enough, before long, 3 riders arrived near the cave, following the special markings Yi Hongling had left to guide them. Observing that they were indeed her companions, she stepped forward. Upon seeing her, the 3 riders hastened towards her. "Hongling, are you unharmed? Have you been injured, junior sister Yi?" The message indicated that the Qishui sect was pursuing you. How could they have suddenly attacked? The 3 were formidable in strength, especially a middle-aged man who exuded an overwhelming aura. He was a golden core cultivator. The other 2 were similarly powerful, sharing the foundation establishment level with Yi Hongling. While the 3 exchanged pleasantries with her, Gu Xiu's attention was not on them. Instead, he focused on the steeds they rode. The horses were entirely black, their hooves igniting with crimson flames, leaving behind a unique mark wherever they trod. These were the exclusive magical beasts of the Tiankai mansion. Although Foundation establishment cultivators could already fly on their weapons and golden core cultivators could traverse the skies, the steeds of Tiankai mansion possessed remarkable speed and were enhanced by combat techniques during battles, making them extraordinarily mystical. "Uncle Master, my 2 senior brothers, regarding the matter of the Qishui sect, allow me to explain everything in detail upon my return," Yi Hongling said, recalling Gu Xiu beside her. "This is the benefactor who rescued me. Had it not been for him, I would likely have perished in the Tianqi mountain range in an instant." The 3 noticed Gu Xiu as well. Although there was a hint of curiosity regarding how a mere 3rd-tier Qi refinement cultivator could possibly rescue Yi Hongling, they still greeted Gu Xiu with a polite nod. Among them, a young cavalryman, whose visage was as handsome as jade, furrowed his brows upon noticing the proximity between Yi Hongling and Gu Xiu. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead approached Yi Hongling with a concerned expression, inquiring, "Junior sister, are you injured?" "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your concern. Hongling has already recovered significantly," she replied, instinctively stepping back to avoid his closeness. This instinctive action only deepened Brother Zhao's frown. especially as he observed Yi Hongling distancing herself from him while gravitating towards Gu Xiu, prompting him to cast a glance at Gu Xiu. The attack from Qi Shui's sect on our Tiansu mansion is a grave matter. We should promptly report this incident, interjected a golden core cultivator nearby. The three immediately mounted their horses. Brother Zhao was the first to extend an invitation to Yi Hongling, saying, "Junior sister, ride with me. Thank you for your kindness, but Hongling will follow behind you all." Yi Hongling rejected once more. Brother Zhao's expression stiffened, but another individual interjected to ease the tension. "Haha, after all, Hongling is a girl. How about this, Hongling? You can ride with me, and I shall share my mount with Brother Zhao." As he spoke, he willingly offered his steed, the swift-footed black horse. This time, Yi Hongling did not refuse. Yet, as she mounted the horse, she promptly extended an invitation to Gu Xiu. "Benefactor, mount up. I shall take you away from this place." The unexpected declaration left the other three momentarily stunned, particularly Brother Zhao, whose gaze darted towards Gu Xiu with newfound intensity. To their surprise, however, Gu Xiu declined to mount, instead furrowing his brow as he stated, "Do not ride." The four were taken aback. Yi Hongling smiled and explained, "Benefactor, this is our Tiansu mansion's unique swift-footed black horse. Its speed rivals that of flying treasures and consumes less spiritual energy. Those who pursued us, knowing your identity, have likely been unable to locate us for some time, and they would certainly consider reinforcements, especially knowing you possess a swift-footed black horse," Gu Xiu countered, shaking his head. Yi Hongling, astonished, asked, "Benefactor, do you mean that our pursuers have not given up to dare pursue you? It must be for reasons compelling enough to necessitate your death. Given this, do you think they would abandon their efforts?" Gu Xiu retorted. This left Yi Hongling furrowing her brows in contemplation. Gu Xiu continued, "If I were in their position, I would undoubtedly lay an ambush against your swift-footed black horse." The revelation startled Yi Hongling. Lay an ambush? However, Brother Zhao could not help but scoff. "Do you think we are merely low-level qi refinement cultivators?" The other two also struggled to contain their amusement, believing Gu Xiu was unaware of their actual cultivation levels, a golden core leading 3 foundation establishment practitioners. Such power was not something that ordinary individuals would dare to scheme against. Yi Hongling, equally curious, glanced at Gu Xiu, eager to discern his thoughts. "In that case, let us part ways here," Gu Xiu unexpectedly stated, proposing to separate without further debate or discussion. Benefactor Yi Hongling was somewhat taken aback. But just as she was about to speak, Gu Xiu interjected. "I promised to assist you once, and now that you are safely reunited with your fellow disciples, I have fulfilled my obligation. It is time for us to part ways." With that, Gu Xiu turned and walked away briskly. Observing his retreating figure, Yi Hongling felt compelled to stop him. Yet her senior brother Zhao had already urged, "Junior sister, the matters concerning Qi Shui's sect are of great importance. We must leave at once. Indeed, junior sister, let us hasten." Though this person's cultivation level was not particularly high, he was exceedingly vigilant. His presence would only hinder our progress. The other two chimed in consecutively. Hearing their words, Yi Hongling hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded and called out to Gu Xiu's back. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in these past few days. Benefactor, should you require aid in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at Tian's mansion. I shall do my utmost to assist you." With that, the three of them urged their swift-footed steeds and departed with the sound of pounding hooves. Meanwhile, Gu Xiu, after ensuring that the trio had moved far away, unexpectedly altered his course and pressed forward again. As a loose cultivator, one must possess the awareness of their status. To maintain one's own integrity is invariably the wisest choice. In a situation like the one earlier, had it been 500 years ago, Gu Xiu might have argued his case, attempting to persuade the other party, perhaps even engaging in a baseless conflict with Zhao. However, his mindset had transformed. While he acknowledged that Yi Hongling was a commendable individual, beyond that, no further persuasion was necessary. Moreover, glancing at the darkening sky, Gu Xiu promptly sought refuge in a secluded cave, where he produced a green bamboo fishing rod. This rod allowed him to fish once every 10 days, and now, that period had indeed elapsed. Chapter 19. The Divine and Demonic Finger Bones. All paths converge. What might he catch this time? He was in dire need of numerous resources, be they spiritual stones or various cultivation materials. Even a technique would be welcome. Inside the cave, as Gu Xiu continued to fish, he silently contemplated what he would require moving forward. Although being a loose cultivator might appear to be carefree, that freedom was merely a fade. The reality was that without a sect to rely upon, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. Whether it was guidance from a master or cultivation resources, everything had to be acquired independently. Moreover, without the protection of a sect, one could easily fall victim to ambushes, and death could come without warning. Gu Xiu did not require guidance from a sect. Leaving aside his previous peak status, he possessed ample experience to start anew. Furthermore, he had the ancient tome residing within his Dantian's chi, which allowed him to comprehend any technique or secret fully, rendering outside instruction unnecessary. As for the protection of a sect, with a modicum of caution and prudence, it was manageable. What Guxiu truly lacked was one thing: cultivation resources. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, companionship, techniques, and land are all paramount, with wealth being the foremost. This emphasizes the significance of resources. Abundant spiritual stones ensure that even those with poor aptitude can flourish rapidly under ample resources. If Guxiu wished to cultivate, he inevitably needed resources. Relying solely on the sparse spiritual energy of heaven and earth, given the vastness of his Dantian's chi, would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Guxiu's demand for resources was even more pronounced than that of others. At this moment, wielding the green bamboo rod, his foremost desire was to acquire a copious amount of cultivation resources, preferably spirit stones or elixirs. Just then, the fishing rod in his grasp suddenly quivered, causing Guxiu's eyes to brighten. He immediately focused his mind and attempted to raise the rod. Expecting the process to be as arduous as before, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, although he encountered some resistance, it was significantly easier than the last time. Before long, Guxiu lifted the fishing rod, and the object at the end of the line gradually surfaced before his eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless. What is this? Contrary to his anticipation of catching spirit stones or herbs, what emerged from the end of his fishing rod was not a fragment of a finger bone. Is this a piece of trash? Guxiu felt a twinge of disappointment, recalling how he had witnessed Jiang Sun catch an array of peculiar and dilapidated items in the illusion. He had thought his first catch of a celestial talisman would bring him good fortune. Yet the appearance of this finger bone made him realize that the green bamboo rod did not discriminate between individuals. This finger bone, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Just as Guxiu was about to discard the bone, he suddenly paused, his gaze filled with astonishment as he stared at the fragment. He observed that, at the end of the spiritual thread of the green bamboo rod, the seemingly unremarkable finger bone was slowly drawing in the ethereal essence of the universe upon its emergence. This scene was subtle. Even a powerful talisman master well-versed in the art might fail to notice such a phenomenon without keen observation. However, Guxiu, having comprehended the celestial talismans, was particularly attuned and sensitive to the essence of heaven and earth. He distinctly perceived that the essence, which had previously been so harmonious with him, began to gradually converge towards the finger bone after its appearance. It is worth noting that even many talisman masters struggle to attract the essence of heaven and earth, let alone a mere finger bone. Yet, this extraordinary event unfolded right before Guxiu's eyes, igniting his curiosity. He promptly removed the finger bone from the spiritual thread for closer examination. To be frank, to the naked eye, it appeared utterly unremarkable. This was likely a fragment of a human finger bone from the right hand's index finger, ancient in age, as evidenced by the weathered marks upon it. A mere glance at it would evoke doubt, as if one could easily crush it into powder with a firm squeeze. Nevertheless, at this moment, utilizing the celestial talisman for a more detailed inspection, Guxiu discerned something unusual. It seemed to possess the power of order. Guxiu was astonished and hesitated for a moment before exerting force to squeeze it, yet the anticipated scene of the bone crumbling into powder did not materialize. On the contrary, the fragment remained utterly intact. It should be noted that although Guxiu was merely at the third layer of qi refinement, his strength was considerable. He could easily deform a piece of iron. Yet, when faced with this seemingly nearly fully weathered finger bone, he was unable to budge it even slightly. Guxiu pondered for a moment, then attempted to scorch it with fire, submerge it in water, and even forcibly destroy it with spells. Yet, without exception, all efforts resulted in failure. This fragment of a finger bone remained entirely undamaged. At long last, after a prolonged period of contemplation, Guxiu arrived at a profound conclusion. There existed an intricate set of rules entwined around this fragment of a finger bone, allowing it to be influenced solely by the passage of time. No other force could exert its influence upon this remnant of bone. This revelation left Guxiu somewhat astonished. What manner of being had been the owner of this finger bone? Even after the passage of thousands or tens of thousands of years, and despite the decay of the body, not even this solitary bone could be destroyed by human hands. Was it a divine being? Or perhaps an immortal? Guxiu murmured to himself, recalling that he once stood at the pinnacle of power and possessed a certain understanding of the strength of cultivators. According to his knowledge, such a force was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Even if the great Tao were to shatter and the sun and moon were to revolve, I would remain unvanquished. Guxiu whispered, his heart filled with profound shock. Such power could only be described as extraordinary. Yet, Simultaneously, he was taken aback by the force of time itself, realizing that even such a remarkable individual had not escaped the ravages of time. What a lamentable fate that at that moment, Gushio suddenly made another discovery. Oh? This fragment of a finger bone can absorb spiritual energy. Though this bone was lifeless, Gushio had just noticed that when he probed it with his spiritual energy, it was silently absorbed into the bone. He was somewhat bewildered. After a moment's thought, he produced a spiritual stone and placed it beside the bone, only to observe that the bone remained inert. However, as Gushio activated the spiritual stone, directing its energy towards the bone, he found that the spiritual energy entering the bone vanished without a trace, as if it had sunk into the ocean. Intriguing. This bone seemed devoid of any life, yet upon the entry of spiritual energy, it autonomously absorbed it. What could it possibly want with such energy? Gushio murmured, and then he continued to produce several more spiritual stones, eager to unravel the mystery of this bone. One stone after another was consumed. Reduced to fine powder by the bone's insatiable appetite, Gushio began to feel a pang of regret. Alas, he was but a solitary cultivator. Although he had recently amassed 800 spiritual stones through a clever maneuver with Yi Hongling, a modest fortune by his standards, he could hardly sustain the bone's voracious demands. 20 stones. Yes, a full 20 stones had been sacrificed, and not a single ripple emerged. The bone was like a bottomless pit, welcoming all offerings. Just as Gushio contemplated surrendering, he suddenly sensed a shift in the rhythm of the cosmos. His brow furrowed in intrigue, and an instinct surged within him. Without delay, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence to fall. Before the drop could touch the ground, it was swiftly intercepted by a finger, which then became a quill, and with his blood as ink, he rapidly inscribed symbols onto the surface of the finger bone. In that instant, the atmosphere outside the cave transformed dramatically, winds howled fiercely, and a malevolent force surged towards Gushio, seemingly intent on thwarting his inscription of the talisman. This was the call of the divine. The obstructions were the manifestations of divine interference. Were a typical talisman master caught unprepared, they might indeed miss the opportunity. Yet, what sort of individual was Gushio? He had fought valiantly for 5 centuries within a hidden realm. The malevolent aura emanating from his entire being had long since become formidable and unmatched. At that moment, he merely cast a sweeping glance around, letting out a soft, disdainful snort. Humph! In an instant, the terrifying and bizarre forces were utterly reduced to naught by this cold huff, while the eerie powers behind trembled in trepidation, unwilling to advance. Witnessing this, Gushio hesitated no longer. He hastened his pace and resumed inscribing the symbols. Moments later, as the strange powers stirred restlessly, Gushio had completed his final stroke. A complete talisman was thus conjured by him. Yet, even after accomplishing this, Gushio did not pause. He continued to weave his incantations, followed by a sharp command. Immediately, the incantation was cast upon his fingertip. In an instant, the blood talisman erupted in a burst of radiant light, which then gradually penetrated into his fingertip. In the next moment, the raging winds ceased, the torrential rain abated, and the blood-infused talisman inscribed by Gushio vanished completely, leaving only occasional flickers of luminescence. Simultaneously, a new connection began to form between Gushio and his fingertip bone. This was a bond Gushio had just forcibly established using the sudden resonance of the cosmic Tao. Known as all, it possesses the power to perceive the human heart, bind the body, and control the soul. In simpler terms, this resonance bears some resemblance to the common master recognition talisman. However, when it comes to recognizing a master of divine artifacts, this symbol enhances the likelihood of success significantly. Of course, the all symbol is inherently far more potent than the ordinary master recognition talisman, even capable of forcibly binding an artifact to its master. Although the fingertip bone before him was not an artifact, under the influence of this all symbol, Gushio had nonetheless established a connection with it. Upon further inspection, Gushio instantly grasped the secrets harbored within the fingertip bone, and understanding these secrets brought a flicker of delight to his gaze. This fingertip bone is a formidable weapon, for in Gushio's observation, this segment of bone contained the power of its original owner, embedded within. The reason it absorbed vast amounts of spiritual energy was that once the energy entered this segment, it was immediately intercepted by that power, retained within, and seemingly held in abeyance, as if waiting for the necessary amount of spiritual energy to accumulate before it could be unleashed. Moreover, Gushio discovered that this segment of bone had already amassed considerable spiritual energy. Clearly, over the long passage of time, many had, like Gushio, recognized its uniqueness and deposited some spiritual energy within. Yet after exhausting their efforts and resources with no success, they ultimately surrendered. However, Gushio was different. Under the might of the All symbol, he had already forged a connection with this segment of bone, enabling him not only to perceive its secrets, but also to acquire the ability to harness that power. This power is quite enigmatic. I cannot discern its full strength, but I fear it will be formidable. Guxiu refrained from recklessly testing it. The intensity of the dormant spiritual energy alone suggested that should this power be unleashed, it would indeed be exceedingly potent. More importantly, Guxiu realized that once activated, the accumulated spiritual energy would be entirely expended, necessitating a replenishment for any further use. This posed a significant challenge for Guxiu. The fingertip bone was akin to a bottomless pit for spiritual stones. According to Guxiu's estimation, even if he were to sacrifice the remaining 700 or so spiritual stones he possessed, it would not suffice. It is unlikely that the accumulated spiritual energy can be reached now. Nonetheless, Guxiu remains brimming with vitality. After all, spiritual stones may be depleted, yet they can be earned anew. However, this item serves as a formidable weapon for survival. Chapter 20. The Barefoot Black Horse. Regret comes too late. While Guxiu busied himself with the fishing of that bone fragment, on the other side, Yi Hongling and her 3 companions were swiftly traversing the forest. The other 3 seemed at ease, yet Yi Hongling occasionally cast glances over her shoulder, her eyes tinged with concern. A golden core cultivator noticed this and inquired, "Junior sister, are you worried about that loose cultivator?" Yi Hongling nodded, then shook her head. Yes and no. Oh? The golden core cultivator expressed curiosity. Yet, Yi Hongling continued to shake her head. Though that fellow's cultivation is not high, he possesses unique skills in gauging his adversaries. If he chooses to conceal himself, I believe he could do so with relative ease. I am merely pondering whether we should heed his earlier words about not mounting the barefoot black horse. Upon hearing this, the other 3 were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances, their faces betraying a hint of suppressed amusement. Ha ha ha, Junior Sister Yi, you cannot be seriously considering that trifling loose cultivator of the 3rd layer of qi to have deceived you. Can you? Zhao, the senior brother, was the first to laugh. The other 2 remained silent, yet their expressions indicated they shared a similar sentiment. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow and replied, "Brothers, do not underestimate that white-haired loose cultivator. He is far from ordinary." Far from ordinary? In what way? I cannot articulate it precisely, but I sense he possesses considerable strength. Even what? I feel that if I were to confront him, the outcome might be. Might be what? Perhaps Yi Hongling pursed her lips, her gaze serious as she looked at her 3 senior brothers. Perhaps he would emerge unscathed, while I would sustain severe injuries. What? The 3 senior brothers were taken aback. Despite Yi Hongling being the weakest among them, merely at the initial stage of foundation building, this was only due to her relatively shorter cultivation period. In truth, her innate talent was exceptional, having been recognized as a prodigy of the Tiansong mansion. Moreover, she possessed abundant combat experience, considered a female warrior of great renown. Even when faced with an ordinary foundation-building mid-stage cultivator, she could contend effectively. Yet, such a sect prodigy claimed that, in the event of battling Guxiu, the result would be thus: Hongling, you have already attained foundation building. At present, with just a simple gesture, you could thoroughly subdue that loose cultivator. How could it be that you are not his match? Indeed, you possess an indomitable mindset. Such a state of being is not to be trifled with. Merely a 3rd-layer qi loose cultivator, how could he possibly wield such prowess? A mere 3rd-layer qi loose cultivator. Hongling, even if you regard him highly, there is no need to diminish your own stature to elevate his. The 3 spoke in unison, believing Yi Hongling was exaggerating Guxiu's capabilities. However, facing the assertions of her 3 senior brothers, Yi Hongling shook her head earnestly. I understand that you do not believe me, and to be honest, I find it hard to believe myself. However, this sentiment indeed arose within me when I faced that solitary cultivator. He was certainly not as simple as he appeared. My 3 senior brothers expressed a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, it was Zhao Shixiang who cheerfully remarked, all right, we believe you. However, Hongling, even if what you say is true, the claims made by that solitary cultivator cannot possibly hold any truth. Our Tian Su Fu's Qi Zhu Wu Zue is a spirit beast unique to our sect, not easily manipulated by others. Moreover, with Chen Shixiang, a golden core expert, stationed with us, the Qi Shui men would not dare to act against us unless they were mad at so, rest assured. This statement garnered nods of agreement from the other 2 senior brothers, and even Yi Hongling found herself unable to refute it. Indeed, the Qi Zhu Wu Zue is an entity exclusive to Tian Su Fu, nurtured from a young age through special secret arts. Its innate power already possesses the strength of a 2nd-tier demon beast, and it is extraordinarily compatible with the techniques of Tian Su Fu. The synergy between rider and steed is flawless, even capable of unleashing strength far surpassing their individual capabilities. Employing any special means against it is nearly impossible, as precautions against poison and beast-taming techniques were implemented during its upbringing. Not to mention, they have a golden core master overseeing them. With 1 golden core and 3 foundation establishment practitioners, their strength is not something an ordinary person would dare provoke. Yet despite these reassurances, Yi Hongling could not entirely quell her unease. The trio continued their rapid journey for an entire day. The Qi Zhu Wu Zue indeed moved with remarkable speed. As night fell once more, they arrived at the banks of a small stream. Let us rest for an hour. Once we have recuperated sufficiently, we shall continue our journey, striving to leave the Tianqi mountain range before dawn. Tian Sufu is adept in military maneuvers and warfare, fully aware of the importance of swiftness in battle. They had no intention of resting for the night. Rather, they merely sought a brief respite before setting off again. Without hesitation, the 4 of them began to feed their horses while retrieving spirit stones to restore their own energy. They remained vigilant. When venturing outside, they would not allow the Qi Zhu Wu Zue to consume anything indiscriminately. As all provisions were sourced from their storage rings, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chilled Yi shimmy. Do you still assert that what that little solitary cultivator said is true? Zhao Shixiang inquired with a smile. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow but did not respond. Instead, Zhao Shixiang continued, that solitary cultivator may possess some skill, yet he is ultimately just a solitary cultivator. In terms of experience and cultivation, he is far too lacking. He felt discomfort at Yi Hongling's close association with such a minor cultivator and sought to diminish that solitary cultivator's standing in her eyes. Regrettably, Yi Hongling merely shook her head. Zhao Shixiang, I recall the general saying that one should never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances. Just as Zhao Shixiang was preparing to retort, the golden core cultivator beside them suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Who goes there?" The other 3 were startled. In the next moment, a flurry of arrows came shooting towards them. "Form ranks," the golden core cultivator bellowed. Yi Hongling and the others immediately sprang into action, readying themselves for battle. Just as they had risen, the expressions of the 3 changed simultaneously. They held their breath. It was poisonous. Unfortunately, they realized it too late. The toxin had already infiltrated their bodies, making it difficult for them to exert their strength. Fortunately, the golden core cultivator possessed considerable power. With a swift wave of his hand, he immediately shielded himself from the torrential rain of arrows. After fending off 1 wave of arrows, the golden core cultivator bellowed, "Mount up, prepare to break through." Without hesitation, the 3 swiftly mounted their steeds. It was only at this moment that they noticed, unbeknownst to them, the area had become densely populated with people. The Red Water sect truly dared to take action against them. Moreover, after the volley of arrows was released, one of the cultivators had already soared through the air, launching an assault towards the golden core cultivator of the Tiansu mansion. This was also a golden core. The 2 golden core cultivators instantly engaged in fierce combat. Thankfully, we brought the red-footed Wuzhu. Brother Zhao did not forget to utter this remark. The implication was clear. Although they were now surrounded, with the red-footed Wuzhu at their disposal, they could employ their combat skills to break through and swiftly disperse the poisoned. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at the red-footed Wuzhu, but her heart was still filled with unease. Just 1 glance was enough to cause her alarm. "Brother, something is amiss with the red-footed Wuzhu's demeanor." Before she could finish her sentence, the red-footed Wuzhu beneath her suddenly went berserk, uncontrollably charging off in a wild sprint. Caught off guard, Yi Hongling nearly found herself thrown from her mount. Regaining her balance with great effort, she looked up only to witness a scene that made her blood run cold. Brother Zhao's red-footed Wuzhu had also gone into a frenzy. He, too, was unprepared, almost being thrown off in the process. Yet, as they were surrounded, it seemed the Red Water sect had anticipated this. A poisoned arrow shot forth, piercing precisely into Brother Zhao's back. It pierced through his heart. When Yi Hongling turned to look at him, he also happened to raise his gaze towards her, despair and regret evident in his eyes. Alas, these expressions ultimately transformed into a lifeless gaze. His heart vein severed. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would surely meet their demise under such circumstances. Meanwhile, as the group from Tiansu Mansion faced their ambush, Gu Xiu was seated cross-legged in another cave. After a moment, he seemed to sense something, glancing in a certain direction before shaking his head. He perceived that the Tao rhythms of heaven and earth in that vicinity were unusually active, clearly indicating a fierce battle was underway. Though he had no knowledge of who the combatants were, nevertheless it had nothing to do with him. Recalling his thoughts, Gu Xiu resumed absorbing the spiritual energy in his palm. Yet another spirit stone was consumed and transformed into fine powder. Fluctuations in his cultivation emerged. The 4th level of qi refinement, he had advanced once more. While this speed was not particularly slow, The consumption of spirit stones was indeed excessive, Gushio murmured to himself. His Dantian's chi was far too vast. The rapid advancement in his cultivation relied entirely on spirit stones. While such training was certainly feasible, it was undeniably costly. This was merely the mid-stage of chi refinement. If he were to progress further, the resources required would multiply, and by then, Gushio's current supply of spirit stones would be insufficient. He needed to make haste to Yunqiao City. With a resolute decision made in his heart, Gushio refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he dedicated half the night to solidifying his cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement. The path of cultivation emphasizes taking measured steps. Sometimes, haste yields no advantage. It was not until the following dawn that Gushio emerged from his cave, his cultivation firmly established. With a clear sense of direction, he set forth once more. He journeyed for a full 7 days, having covered half the distance to his destination, Yunqiao City. However, as he passed a certain point along the way, Gushio abruptly halted, swiftly altering his course to navigate through a thicket and arriving at a narrow path. As he approached, the overwhelming stench of blood compelled him to wrinkle his brow. Before him lay numerous corpses, strewn haphazardly. The attackers had been ruthlessly swift. Nearly all victims cleaved in two. The surrounding area was a scene of utter devastation, drenched in blood. Yet, what captivated Gushio's attention was one particular corpse, which clutched tightly a beautifully crafted wooden box. The box was adorned with intricate patterns, unmistakably imbued with prohibitive seals to avert theft. Upon sighting this box, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Gushio's eyes. However, as his gaze lingered on the box, a chilling arrow was aimed directly at his back. Chapter 21. The Mantis and the Cicada. The dual scourges of spring and autumn. Yet a mere 4th level of chi refinement dares to venture here alone. Truly a path to self-destruction. Brother, shall we kill him? Not far from Gushio, 2 figures lurked in the shadows, one drawing a bow with an arrow poised, targeting Gushio's vulnerable back. These 2 individuals were no ordinary foes. One had achieved the pinnacle of chi refinement, while the other, though slightly weaker, had attained the 8th level of chi refinement. Both were formidable figures in the late stages of chi refinement. Yet, their auras were chaotic, indicative of having recently endured a fierce battle. Indeed, they had just emerged from a violent confrontation. The bloody scene that Gushio beheld was a consequence of their actions. These 2 were known as Tsinchunshan and Tsinxioshan, infamous for their notorious moniker, the dual scourges of spring and autumn. They were renowned brigands in this region, notorious for ambushing those of lesser cultivation, whether they were wandering cultivators or disciples of powerful clans, and occasionally even targeting merchant caravans. Though their individual strengths were not particularly high, their cunning was unparalleled, especially in their art of escape. They consistently preyed on the weak, and whenever formidable opponents approached, they would flee without hesitation, earning them the ire of many who found themselves powerless against their antics. Today, having learned of a merchant caravan from Wanbao Tower passing through, they swiftly laid an ambush, successfully slaying several individuals. However, Wanbao Tower was indeed formidable. Despite being merely a small team, they had a foundation-level cultivator among them. Fortunately, the brothers had prepared in advance, and with their surprise attack and seamless cooperation, they managed to slay the initial foundation-level cultivator. Yet, they too bore significant injuries and incurred considerable exhaustion, allowing several members of the merchant caravan to escape. They were certainly aware that lingering in this place was ill-advised. However, the treasures of the Wanbao Tower were currently encased within Wanbao boxes, sealed by arcane methods that rendered them untouchable to outsiders, let alone accessible. As the 2 were preoccupied with figuring out how to dismantle the restrictions of the Wanbao boxes, Gushio arrived. Startled like a hunted bird, they swiftly concealed themselves, only to discover that the figure before them was not one of Wanbao Tower's own, but rather a small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refinement. In response to his brother's inquiry, Tsinchunshan narrowed his eyes and observed for a moment before finally nodding. Kill him. Tsinxioshan immediately prepared to act, but Tsinchunshan abruptly halted him. Wait. Tsinxioshan was puzzled, but then noticed that Tsinchunshan was pointing at Gushio. That lad seems to possess some skill. He appears to be dismantling the restrictions. Squinting, Tsinxioshan indeed saw that, with his back turned to them and oblivious to their presence, Gushio was diligently scribbling and drawing, while the Wanbao box intermittently emitted a faint glow, which was gradually dimming. Underestimating this lad was a mistake. Despite being merely at the 4th level of chi refinement, he evidently understood how to lift such restrictions. Could he possibly be a talisman master? Regardless of whether he was a talisman master, this presented them with an opportunity akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, while the yellow bird awaited. Indeed. They had been troubled about how to break this restriction, and unexpectedly encountered this lad. Once he painstakingly dismantled the barriers, they would seize the moment to act as the yellow bird. In an instant, the 2 had devised their plan. they decided against rushing into action, instead opting to keep a vigilant watch on Gu Xiao while gradually recovering from their injuries. However, after a considerable wait, Sun Xiushan could no longer suppress his frown. Is this fellow even competent? Why is he so slow? What if we wait until the Wanbao Tower people arrive, and he hasn't even lifted the restrictions yet, brother? How about we dispose of him and handle it ourselves? Otherwise, we will lose precious time because of this fool. Let us wait a bit longer, Sun Xiushan replied, shaking his head. He too felt a sense of urgency, but reflecting on how helpless they had been against the Wanbao box moments ago, he doubted they could perform any better than this small cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Yet, as they continued to wait, time dragged on, brother. It's been quite a while now. I suspect the Wanbao Tower's people are drawing nearer, Sun Xiushan urged once more. If we allow this fool to squander any more time, we will miss our chance. There were Wanbao Tower personnel who had escaped before. Once reinforcements arrive, we will be in a dire predicament. Without further delay, this fool, Sun Xiushan cursed, preparing to wave his hand. Sun Xiushan immediately readied his arrow. But wait! Sun Xiushan suddenly intercepted Sun Xiushan again. Sun Xiushan, confused, turned back to see that Gu Xiao had once again dismantled a layer of restriction. He then murmured to himself, "Only 4 layers left, but alas, my cultivation is insufficient. If only I had reached the later stages of Qi refinement. It surely wouldn't take this long." Gu Xiao's words were spoken softly. Had it not been for the spring and autumn twin demons' unwavering focus on him, they might not have caught it. The two exchanged glances. The implication is that the small cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement can indeed unravel this restriction, but his insufficient cultivation is the reason for his slow progress. If only someone would lend a hand, it remains uncertain how long it will be before assistance arrives. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao spoke up again, prompting the two brothers to hesitate once more. However, while they wavered, Gu Xiao had already risen, letting out a sigh. "Forget it. What I gain is my fortune. What I lose is my fate. I shall take my leave." With that, he stood up, preparing to depart. This action caused the twin brothers, Chunshun and Xiushuang, to lose their composure. After fumbling for quite some time, they were utterly clueless about the restriction. If Gu Xiao were to leave, how could they possibly open the treasure box? Fellow cultivator, please hold on. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xiushan leaped forward, obstructing Gu Xiao's path. This sudden appearance clearly caught Gu Xiao off guard, leaving him somewhat astonished, yet he quickly adopted a wary demeanor. The expression amused Sun Xiushan. After all, what use was caution for a mere cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement? Having observed him for quite some time, Sun Xiushan pondered whether Gu Xiao would have even noticed him had he not revealed himself. Nevertheless, Gu Xiao's demeanor confirmed Sun Xiushan's suspicion. Gu Xiao was utterly oblivious to his presence. "Fellow cultivator, I noticed you were attempting to unlock the restriction on this box." Sun Xiushan inquired with a beaming smile. You have something to discuss?" Gu Xiao hesitated slightly. "Rest assured, fellow cultivator, I merely passed by, but I overheard your mutterings indicating you require a more powerful individual to assist in dispelling the restriction." Time was of the essence, and he did not wish to engage in prolonged dialogue with Gu Xiao, opting for a direct approach. However, Gu Xiao's brow furrowed at this straightforwardness. After a moment's silence, he replied, "How do you propose to divide it?" "Divide it? How would you like to split it?" Sun Xiushan replied with a smile. 7030. "That is certainly agreeable. You do not mind?" "Not at all. You possess true skill, while I shall merely contribute brute force. Let us expedite this," Sun Xiushan urged, all the while internally scoffing. 7030. What a fantasy. Once the treasure box is opened, he would swiftly slay this 4th level Qi refinement cultivator on the spot. And then, share the spoils? He might as well seek the king of hell for his share. However, it seemed Gu Xiao was oblivious to Sun Xiushan's intentions. Once the division was confirmed, Gu Xiao promptly addressed Sun Xiushan. "Since you are here, please assist me. Your profound spiritual energy must certainly suffice." "What must I do?" Sun Xiushan inquired. "It is quite simple." Gu Xiao pointed to a fragment of a finger bone that had inexplicably appeared atop the box. "You need only channel your spiritual energy into this fragment with all your might." "What is this finger bone?" Sun Xiushan asked, puzzled. He had previously examined the treasure box and had not noticed this fragment. Gu Xiao, meanwhile, gestured animatedly, casually explaining. "It manifests automatically after a few layers of the restriction have been unraveled. It is the focal point of the restriction." Sun Xiushan nodded. Although somewhat curious as to why the restriction of the treasure box would manifest as a fragment of a finger bone, he did not hesitate and immediately began to channel all his spiritual energy into it. Yet, Sun Xiushan found himself momentarily dazed, for he realized that as he fervently infused his spiritual energy into his finger bones, This energy was instantaneously absorbed as though it had plunged into the depths of the ocean. Was it truly this formidable? Could this be the nature of the restriction? Fellow cultivator, do not lose focus. Exert all your strength, for I am about to begin dispelling the restriction, Gu Xiu interjected. Sun Chunshan, feeling helpless, could only obediently channel his spiritual energy with fervor into his finger bones, fearful that a lack of intensity might hinder Gu Xiu's efforts. However, this reckless expenditure of energy caused Sun Chunshan's already depleted spiritual reserves to diminish further. Were it not for Gu Xiu's unwavering commitment to dispelling the restrictions before his very eyes, having already unraveled 2 layers in succession, Sun Chunshan might have doubted whether this 4th-layer qi refining cultivator was merely toying with him. Yet, despite this, Sun Chunshan found himself unable to endure. Fellow cultivator, is it not yet resolved? Just a moment longer. Your spiritual energy is still insufficient. You must not waver at this critical juncture, lest all your efforts be in vain, Gu Xiu replied. This statement made Sun Chunshan grit his teeth in frustration. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Wait a moment, Sun Chunshan exclaimed, promptly retrieving a handful of spirit stones from his storage ring. Gritting his teeth, he began to replenish his energy, followed by hastily consuming a vial of elixirs. Since this 4th-layer qi refining cultivator had spoken thus, he had no choice but to endure, even if it meant straining himself. After all, once the box was opened, all resources would belong to him. No loss there. Yet, at that moment, Sun Chunshan was oblivious to the fact that while he was engaged in this endeavor, Gu Xiu cast a fleeting glance at his storage ring. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. Just as Sun Chunshan's spiritual energy reached its nadir, the long flickering restriction of the treasure box was finally unraveled. At the moment the restriction fell, a triumphant smile appeared on Sun Chunshan's face, and his gaze toward Gu Xiu brimmed with scorn. However, to his surprise, Gu Xiu happened to turn back and met his gaze, wearing a similar smile. Chapter 22. The Cycle of Destiny. He may have already perished in the Qingxian sacred land. Within the Wintiange, a copper mirror floated in midair, drawing forth the rhythms of heaven and earth, as rich spiritual energy continuously converged upon its surface. Nian Chaoshi sat cross-legged beneath the copper mirror, her hands weaving intricate hand seals. Yet in the next moment, a mouthful of blood was expelled, and the floating copper mirror shattered instantly. Nian Chaoshi herself seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. She had become exceedingly feeble, her complexion as pale as paper. However, after merely a brief respite, Nian Chaoshi retrieved a pristine copper mirror anew, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Junior brother Gu, I believe with all my heart that you have been wronged. Wait for me. Once I successfully forge the heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror, I shall surely vindicate you. I promise, I promise. Wait for me. With this thought, Nian Chaoshi gritted her teeth and once more activated the hand seals, causing the copper mirror to hover once again. As mysterious powers began to manifest around her, a veritable mountain of shattered bronze mirrors had long since accumulated, a testament to her countless failures. Yet, she persevered with unwavering determination. What she sought to forge was the enigmatic and profoundly mysterious wheel of reincarnation, a mystical artifact capable of glimpsing the future and probing the past. Steeped in unfathomable intricacies, engaged in the arduous task of its creation, her singular purpose remained clear. She yearned to vindicate Gu Xiu. Nian Chaoshi felt a deep sympathy for Qin Moran's plight and understood her anguish. Yet she could not bring herself to believe that Gu Xiu could be such a person. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to argue against the prevailing doubts. All hope was entrusted to the wheel of reincarnation, praying for its successful fabrication and that it might aid Gu Xiu in clearing his name. While Nian Chaoshi continued to expend her vital essence in pursuit of that one chance for Gu Xiu's exoneration. Elsewhere, within the Grand Hall of the Qingxian Holy Land, the sect leader, Guan Shuilan, was engrossed in administrative duties when she suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is your senior sister still preoccupied with the creation of the wheel of reincarnation?" "Indeed, master. You must persuade senior sister," one of the disciples urged. "She has become utterly obsessed, disregarding all counsel. She insists that we have misunderstood Gu Xiu, and no words seem to sway her. The forging of the wheel of reincarnation not only demands the cultivation of a celestial mechanic, but also consumes her lifespan. Each failure shaves off a decade of her life, and in mere moments, centuries of vitality could vanish. If senior sister persists in this manner, she will ultimately be drained of her very essence." Standing beside Guan Shuilan were Gu Xiu's 3 senior sisters, the 3rd sister, Su Wanqing, skilled in alchemy, the 5th sister, Qin Muran, adept in talismanic arts, and the youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, a master of beast taming. All 3 bore expressions of grave concern, mirroring the frantic worry of Nian Chaoshi. Once again, it is Gu Xiu. Guan Shuolan's countenance darkened at the mention of the name. Indeed, it is all Gu Xiu's fault. He has wrought considerable harm upon our sect, causing suffering to so many. Now that he has departed, he has ensnared senior sister in her obsession. Lu Qingyao was the first to voice her ire. Though Su Wanqing and Qin Muron remained silent, their expressions conveyed their agreement with Lu Qingyao's sentiments. Guan Shuolan frowned and asked, "Where is Gu Xiu now?" The three senior sisters exchanged perplexed glances. "What you three truly do not know." Guan Shuolan was taken aback. Lu Qingyao scoffed. "He has left the sect. I would celebrate with firecrackers if I could. Besides, I am busy preparing a training ground for the junior brother. I have no time to concern myself with Gu Xiu." Guan Shuolan turned her gaze to Su Wanqing and Qin Muron. "I have been preoccupied with alchemical pursuits for the junior brother and have not kept abreast of the situation." Su Wanqing replied, shaking her head. Qin Muron echoed her response. "I have been occupied with crafting talismans for the junior brother." Faced with such replies, Guan Shuolan could not suppress her frown. After all, Gu Xiu was once your junior brother. I had assumed you would offer him clandestine support. Support him for what? He has left us, severing all ties. Why should we extend our aid? Lu Qingyao retorted, her lips curling in disdain. Though Su Wanqing and Qin Muron remained silent, their expressions mirrored Lu Qingyao's sentiments. This posed a considerable dilemma. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Our eldest senior sister has become ensnared by her obsession. To break free from this fixation, it seems that only Gu Xiu possesses the ability to do so. If we cannot locate Gu Xiu, even I, as her master, would be unable to persuade her." The three senior sisters also knitted their brows in unison, their disdain for Gu Xiu inevitably deepening. It is all his fault. He has left and yet continues to harm others. If the master wishes to find Gu Xiu, perhaps she could search in the Tianqi mountain range, as the eldest senior sister had previously utilized her divination skills to probe that area. Su Wanqing spoke up at that moment. The Tianqi mountain range? Guan Shuolan frowned. Without any cultivation, wouldn't Gu Xiu be courting death by venturing there? Su Wanqing shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. It was Qin Moran, however, who hesitated before speaking. "I recall the eldest senior sister once mentioned her suspicion that Gu Xiu might still be cultivating." What? Upon hearing this, Guan Shuolan and the other two were momentarily taken aback. Gu Xiu's cultivation? Has it been restored? How is that even possible? I am not certain of the details. I merely heard the eldest senior sister mention it in passing. She did not elaborate further, nor did I inquire deeply. However, I suspect that even if Gu Xiu were to resume his cultivation, it would unlikely proceed smoothly, Qin Moran explained, shaking her head. Su Wanqing speculated. Since Gu Xiu returned 3 years ago, he has been unable to cultivate again. Perhaps he is simply unwilling to accept this and continues to make attempts. Guan Shuolan nodded, finding this conjecture plausible. Then it is futile to search for him. He is certainly beyond our reach. Lu Qingyao shook her head. The others looked perplexed until Lu Qingyao continued. If Gu Xiu is willing to live as an ordinary mortal, seeking a place in the mortal world to grow old and die, perhaps he could extend his life for a few more years. However, should he overestimate himself and attempt to tread the path of cultivation once more, his life would undoubtedly be short-lived. Seeing that her master and the two senior sisters remained confused, Lu Qingyao sighed and added, "Consider this. What kind of person is Gu Xiu? How long has it been since he roamed the martial world? Over 500 years. He has spent 500 years in the Forbidden Grounds, and now, 3 years have passed since his return. A person like him is even less capable than a fledgling cultivator. If he encounters the formidable beasts of the Tianqi mountain range, it may be less tragic, as at least it would be a swift death. But should he cross paths with other cultivators, his scant experience in the martial world would likely lead him to be taken advantage of, ultimately resulting in his demise without a proper burial." This revelation caused the three to nod in agreement. The cultivation realm is not limited to the Qingxian Holy Land. Within the sect, others might exercise some restraint, but outside, one would encounter numerous cunning and treacherous individuals. Gu Xiu has not traversed the martial world for many years and has been away from the sect. Regardless of whether he has resumed his cultivation journey, the final outcome is bound to be grim. It is entirely possible that he has already met his end. Meanwhile, at the Tianqi mountain range, before the Wanbao box, Sun Chunshan wore a beaming smile and inquired, "My friend, the restrictions on this Wanbao box should have been entirely lifted, correct?" "Indeed, they have been removed," Gu Xiu affirmed with a nod. Sun Chunshan further inquired, "Oh, does that mean we can now directly open it and retrieve the items within?" "Absolutely." Gu Xiu nodded and directly opened the treasure box before him, revealing 3 storage rings neatly arranged inside. Upon sighting these rings, a fervent gleam ignited in Sun Chunshan's eyes. Suddenly, with a snap, the box closed again, leaving Sun Chunshan somewhat dissatisfied. Turning to the side, he noticed Gu Xiu grinning at him. "My friend, now that the treasure box has been opened, Shall we proceed with the distribution as agreed? How would you like to divide it? Sun Chunshan, far from being annoyed, inquired with a beaming smile. Did we not already come to an agreement? Gu Xiu stated, I shall take 7 parts, and you 3. That was indeed the prior arrangement, but there is a minor issue. Sun Chunshan replied, What issue? Gu Xiu asked, I find 3 parts to be rather insufficient. Sun Chunshan asserted. Jiu Shou inquired, then how many parts does my friend wish to claim? As I am at the 9th level of Qi refinement, claiming 9 parts should not be a problem, right? San Chuanshan's aura surged dramatically, each word pronounced with deliberation. Correct. The last part is for my brother, as for yours. You shall need to seek it from the King of Hell. With that, Sun Chunshan was already fully charged. He then raised his palm and struck towards Gu Xiu's face. This strike was that of a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. It was lethal, soul-shattering. Chapter 23. Spring dies, autumn escapes, the fisherman profits. Meanwhile, while Sun Chunshan and Gu Xiu were engaged in their intricate dance to dismantle the restrictions, Sun Xiushan had been vigilantly keeping watch over their surroundings, ever wary of the potential arrival of the people from the Wanbao building. The longer they waited, the more anxious he became. After all, his elder brother had been gone for quite some time. If they delayed any further, it would become exceedingly difficult for the two of them to escape should the Wanbao building's personnel arrive. As for that 4th level Qi refinement white-haired loose cultivator, that was hardly worth his attention. Such an insignificant figure would be utterly crushed by a mere finger from his elder brother. What was there to focus on? Fortunately, just as Sun Xiushan was on the verge of losing patience, a sudden surge of 9th level Qi refinement spiritual energy emerged. His brother had made a move. Sun Xiushan's spirits lifted. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed towards the location of his elder brother, intending to reunite and flee together. As he raced along, Sun Xiushan pondered that the Wanbao building was indeed a renowned commercial entity. They must possess a wealth of valuable goods. If resources were plentiful, perhaps they might even come across Foundation establishment pills, which could enable both brothers to ascend to the Foundation establishment realm simultaneously. Imagining 2 Foundation establishment bandits, the infamous spring and autumn duo would certainly evoke fear in the hearts of many. With a path paved in blood and treasure, they might even one day attain the Golden Core realm. How promising the future seemed. Elder brother. Just as he was lost in dreams of the future, Sun Xiushan spotted his elder brother's figure, standing still, head bowed, seemingly inspecting the spoils. However, glancing towards Sun Chunshan, Sun Xiushan found it peculiar. Elder brother, what of that fellow's corpse? You haven't smashed it into dust, have you? It seems your strength has progressed once again. As the conversation unfolded, Sun Xiushan had already approached his elder brother, Sun Chunshan. A sidelong glance revealed that his brother was holding the previously untouchable treasure chest. This object ignited a fervent desire within Sun Xiushan's eyes. However, drip. A single drop of vivid red blood suddenly fell from above, splattering onto the treasure chest, and immediately transformed into a stunning bloom of crimson. It blossomed forth. This. Sun Xiushan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze rising. With just one look, he felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet, racing towards the crown of his head, rendering his legs weak and causing him to collapse onto the ground. For he beheld his elder brother, the spring killer from the twin killers of spring and autumn, ruthless and notorious cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Dead, a gaping wound. A shattered cavity in his left chest bore the remnants of a crushed heart, fragments faintly visible within. That drop of fresh blood had indeed fallen from there. Brother? How could this be? At that moment, Sun Xiushan felt as if his calves were cramping. A wave of icy terror enveloping him, pushing his fear to its zenith. Who was it? Who had slain his brother? That earlier white-haired rogue. But that was merely a cultivator of the 4th level of Qi refinement. Crack! Just then, a stone was suddenly hurled, producing a sound that startled Sun Xiushan. He turned to look, yet saw no one who had cast the stone. Instead, he beheld, not far off among the trees, a group of cultivators clad in the attire of the Wanbao Tower, hastily approaching. They had evidently spotted Sun Xiushan, and immediately shouted in anger. You thief! Halt! Dare you kill our Wanbao Tower's people? You seek death? Sun Xiushan, filled with dread, felt as if his soul had fled. Although he did not comprehend the origin of the stone, with formidable foes now upon him, Sun Chunshan hesitated no longer. With a flash, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly retreating to the side. Witnessing this, the members of Wanbao Tower were quick to pursue him. Yet, more of them rushed towards the treasure chest. The cargo was the crux of the matter. However, upon their arrival at Sun Chuanshan's lifeless body, they found that the seals on the box had been undone, and 3 storage rings within had vanished. Instantly, the expressions of the cultivators darkened. The twin killers of spring and autumn have turned against one another. Xinshoushan has slain his own brother and absconded with our cargo. Chase him, bring him back, damn it, spread the word, issue a bounty for his capture. Regardless of where he flees, he must be executed. To dare lay hands on our Wanbao Tower's possessions, this scoundrel must be eliminated. Soon, a chase ensued through the Tianqi mountain range. However, all of this was of no concern to Gu Xiu. At this moment, he was traversing a woodland path, unhidden and unashamed, resolutely making his way towards Yunshao City. He had indeed been trapped in the Forbidden Land for 500 years. Since returning from the Forbidden Realm, he had remained in the Qingxian Sacred Land. However, this did not imply that he was so naive as to lack any experience in the martial world, to the extent of being duped into counting others' riches. After all, not to mention that prior to entering the Forbidden Land, Gu Xiu had roamed extensively, amassing considerable experience in the martial realm. In those early days, the visions witnessed in that dream spanning countless years were sufficient for Gu Xiu to acquire a wealth of knowledge. Although Gu Xiu merely observed as a bystander, he gleaned a multitude of insights. Thus it was implausible for him to be entirely devoid of experience. In fact, owing to his affinity for the Tao's rhythm, Gu Xiu had already discerned the presence of the spring and autumn twin fiends from the very beginning. Everything that followed was intricately woven into his calculations, including the depletion of Sun Xuanshan's spiritual energy and the strategy to strike him down when he least expected it. This also encompassed, ultimately framing Xinshoushan. Stop! At that moment, a radiant beam of light shot forth, prompting Gu Xiu to halt in his tracks, his vigilance heightened as he regarded the newcomer. The individual commanded a flying sword, gracefully descending before Gu Xiu, signifying that they were a formidable foundational cultivator. Moreover, the attire they donned bore the insignia of Wanbao Tower. However, despite Gu Xiu's alertness, he remained composed and inquired, "May I ask? Esteemed senior, the purpose of your interruption?" The other party remained silent, instead immediately probing Gu Xiu's cultivation level. Upon discovering that this wandering cultivator was merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, they visibly relaxed somewhat. "Have you seen a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement utilizing the wind escape technique to flee?" Gu Xiu shook his head, indicating he had not. Receiving this response, the individual lost interest and promptly commanded their sword, departing swiftly. Clearly, a 4th layer Qi refinement cultivator, slowly making their way along this grand avenue, could not possibly be connected to the spring and autumn twin fiends, rendering any further inquiry into him a futile endeavor. Gu Xiu, not taken aback, continued on his path in silence. In the ensuing moments, he encountered several more inquiries, all from cultivators of Wanbao Tower. Yet, without exception, after assessing Gu Xiu's cultivation level, they abandoned their suspicions. However, just as night was about to descend, and Gu Xiu intended to find a place to rest for the night, another radiant light approached. As in previous encounters, upon receiving Gu Xiu's answers of ignorance and discerning his 4th layer cultivation, the individual seemed ready to depart. Yet, just as they were about to leave, a sudden thought struck them. They whirled around, fixing a piercing gaze upon Gu Xiu. "Do you possess a storage magical artifact?" Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow, filled with wariness. Nevertheless, he ultimately nodded, gesturing to the storage pouch at his waist. "Esteemed senior, this is my storage pouch. Might I inquire what you seek? Hand it over." The person extended their hand, asserting, "I suspect you may be in league with that scoundrel Xinshoushan, and I now require you to surrender your storage magical artifact." This declaration was made with an air of righteousness, yet a glimmer of avarice flickered in their eyes, revealing their true intentions. Gu Xiu furrowed his brow, one hand discreetly grasping a fragment of a finger bone. This finger bone, which he had been reluctant to use, even when facing a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator like Sun Chunshan, now seemed an unavoidable recourse. After all, while this fragment concealed a technique, employing it necessitated a considerable expenditure of spiritual stones for recovery. Unless absolutely essential, Gu Xiu was loath to resort to its use. However, in this moment, perhaps, he had no choice but to employ it. The uncertainty lingered. Within that bone of the finger lies a power capable of slaying the Foundation Establishment cultivator before me. Chapter 24. The Severance of the Foundation Finger, the Punishment of 10,000 Treasures. What? Could it be that my words have indeed struck true? You are, without a doubt, in collusion with that Xinshoushan and his ilk? Observing that Gu Xiu remained silent, a chilling glint flickered in the eyes of the Foundation Establishment cultivator. He stepped forward, evidently intent on taking action. In response to his demeanor, Gu Xiu let out a sigh. Though reluctant, he prepared to summon the power of the finger bone. His combat experience surpassed that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to deliver a lethal blow even against the unguarded Xinshoushan, whose spiritual energy was nearly depleted. However, this did not guarantee success against the formidable Foundation Establishment cultivator before him. But Dado, Just as Gu Xiao was about to strike first, he suddenly sensed something, and his movements came to an abrupt halt. Kid, I shall grant you one final opportunity. The Foundation establishment cultivator, oblivious to any change, inquired once more. Will you hand over that storage bag or not? Faced with the pressing question, Gu Xiao shook his head. Though I am merely a minor cultivator at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, I refuse to be treated as mere prey. Yet, as a member of the 10,000 Treasures Tower, how can you engage in such murderous plunder? Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of the 10,000 Treasures Tower? Ha! The Foundation establishment cultivator sneered. Your tongue is indeed silver-tongued, but alas, should you perish here, who would know the cause of your demise? With that, the cultivator ceased his words, and with a swift motion, he pointed a finger towards Gu Xiao's brow. The terrifying spiritual energy simultaneously locked onto Gu Xiao, rendering him immobile. Gu Xiao's expression darkened, yet he could only clutch the finger bone tightly, refraining from unleashing its power at last. Just as that finger was about to pierce Gu Xiao's brow, a commanding voice echoed. Renqing, halt! The words carried a soul-stirring force, freezing the Foundation establishment cultivator, who was poised to kill, in his tracks. In that instant, a graceful figure appeared swiftly at Gu Xiao's side, accompanied by a waft of enchanting fragrance, and she promptly pulled Gu Xiao away, creating distance from the Foundation establishment cultivator. When Gu Xiao finally came to a stop, the cultivator had regained his composure. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. The visitor was a woman clad in a violet dress, her figure curvaceous and striking, adorned with a veil that obscured much of her face. However, the brows and eyes that remained visible exuded an innate allure, captivating all who beheld her at this moment. Confronted by the woman, Renqing was rendered exceedingly anxious. Su Rumayam? The woman raised an eyebrow. Renqing hastily corrected himself. Su Steward, Renqing, what were you just doing? Su Rumei inquired softly that I was following orders to search for the whereabouts of Cin Xiushan. What is Cin Xiushan's cultivation level? 8th layer of Qi refinement. However, Su Rumei suddenly grew cold and inquired, since you are in search of a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, why did you take action against a fellow practitioner at the 4th level? I die. Renqing swallowed hard. My subordinate suspects that this person. This person what? Before Renqing could finish his statement, Su Rumei coldly interrupted. Are you implying that this 4th level cultivator is somehow connected to Cin Xiushan? Or do you wish to suggest that the spring and autumn twin fiends are actually a misnomer and in truth, they are the spring and autumn triad, with an additional 4th level helper? Confronted with her probing questions, Renqing stammered, unable to formulate a coherent response. Hemph. Su Rumei scoffed disdainfully. Renqing, you are well aware of the rules of Wanbao building, which strictly prohibit acts of murder and robbery, yet you still choose to violate the law. Therefore, in my capacity as the overseer, I hereby impose a punishment upon you. You shall have one finger severed. What? Upon hearing this, Renqing immediately looked up, disbelief etched across his face. Sever a finger? Even Gu Xiao cast a surprised glance at Su Rumei. Since you knowingly committed an offense, attempting to kill with your finger, you shall pay the price by severing it. Do you have any objections? Su Rumei stated matter-of-factly. Objections? Of course I do, Renqing exclaimed. I admit that I was momentarily blinded by folly, but he is merely a small cultivator at the 4th level, and I did not succeed. How could I possibly be made to sever my finger? Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can regenerate severed limbs. However, if one loses a limb before achieving the golden core stage, even if they later attain the nascent soul realm, they will have no chance of regrowth. This punishment is severe. It seems you still do not comprehend the gravity of your actions, Su Rumei replied coldly. Wanbao Building gathers treasures from all corners and welcomes guests from all directions. Whether they are cultivators or otherwise, they are our esteemed guests. You, relying on your own cultivation, have oppressed a guest and even attempted to commit murder, tarnishing the reputation of Wanbao Building. This is a grave violation of our principles. Severing a finger is merely a mild reprimand. Should you continue to dissent, the severed part shall not be limited to just a finger. As she spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Su Rumei, a golden core. She was a golden core cultivator. Faced with her overwhelming presence, Renqing felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His expression was complex, and after much hesitation, he finally lowered his head. I willingly accept the punishment. With that, Renqing gritted his teeth, turning his qi into a blade. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly severed his left pinky. In an instant, his fingertip was detached, blood spurting forth. Yet, Renqing dared not utter a sound, his eyes darting nervously to Su Rumei. Only upon seeing her nod did he turn and swiftly take flight on his sword, departing in haste. Throughout the ordeal, he did not dare to harbor a trace of resentment, not even towards Gu Xiao. Once Renqing had left, Su Rumei finally turned to Gu Xiu, offering a slight bow of apology. She then produced a storage ring and presented it to him. My friend, I sincerely apologize. The mismanagement of Wanbao building nearly led to a grave disaster. Please accept this storage ring as a token of goodwill, and I hope you will not hold it against you. Yu Xiu expressed his surprise. The esteemed name of Wanbao Tower has been known to him for 5 centuries, signifying an illustrious establishment with a long-standing reputation. Its commendations have consistently been exceptional. He anticipated that the other party would safeguard their own interests, yet he was taken aback to discover not only did they protect themselves, but they also imposed strict measures on the assailant. Grateful for Senior Su's timely rescue, he acknowledged the truth in Wanbao Tower's renowned reputation. As for the storage ring, he ultimately declined it with a shake of his head. However, Su Rumei remained courteous, stating, Today, it is Wanbao Tower that owes you, esteemed friend. Should we be able to amend your opinion of our establishment, it would be a significant achievement. I implore you to refrain from modest refusals. Moreover, a mere storage ring pales in comparison to the perils you have faced. I kindly request you to accept it must be said. Su Rumei's demeanor and eloquence left Gu Xiu in admiration. Observing her unwavering insistence, he eventually acquiesced with a nod and accepted the storage ring she offered. In truth, he had long concealed the 3 storage rings he had just seized within his own storage pouch. Yet to avoid any potential tracking methods employed by Wanbao Tower, he had refrained from revealing them. Now, with Su Rumei's gift, it suited him perfectly. As for the 3 rings he had hidden, there was no reason to return them. Setting aside the risk of attracting unwanted attention, these items were rightfully acquired through perilous efforts. Thus, returning them was out of the question. Upon receiving the storage ring, Su Rumei's face lit up with a smile as she inquired, Are you headed towards Yunxiao City? Gu Xiu raised an eyebrow. There is no need for concern, esteemed friend. We too are bound for Yunxiao City. As a city frequented by independent cultivators, the journey is fraught with danger from nefarious elements. In fact, Wanbao Tower routinely seeks to accompany cultivators on our travels. Should you not mind, we could travel together, providing mutual support along the way, and there would be a reward, making it a win-win situation. Su Rumei extended her invitation, which stirred a sense of intrigue within Gu Xiu. His purpose was solely to reach Yunxiao City, yet he did not wish to squander time along the way. He had heard that as one neared Yunxiao City, incidents of murder and plunder increased significantly. If he could journey alongside Wanbao Tower, it seemed quite advantageous. With this thought in mind, Gu Xiu promptly ceased his hesitation. In that case, it would be my honor to comply. As Gu Xiu joined the ranks of Wanbao Tower and set forth towards Yunxiao City. Elsewhere at Qingxian's sacred ground, within Wentiange, a magnificent display of rainbow-hued light radiated forth. In its wake, a plethora of celestial harmonies began to gravitate towards an exquisitely crafted copper mirror. Nian Chaoxi's spirit soared with exhilaration. It is accomplished. The heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror has been forged. Junior brother. Sister will seek justice for you. Chapter 25. Autumn frost and white hair. All this is worth it. The heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror is revered as one of the 3 sacred artifacts within the path of heavenly mechanisms. The process of its creation consumes the lifespan of the mechanism masters, and the probability of success is exceedingly low. Many mechanism masters have perished without ever successfully forging this item, highlighting its rarity and value. Furthermore, even if successfully refined, the vast majority of diviners would not readily employ such a creation. This artifact not only demands the sacrifice of one's lifespan during its refinement, but also necessitates a similar toll upon its utilization, which further dissuades many diviners from attempting its creation. Even upon successful crafting, few are inclined to wield this item. However, the celestial cycle mirror, forged at such a tremendous cost, is undeniably formidable. For this object allows one to glimpse the future and probe the past. When wielded with the art of divination, it can yield extraordinarily potent effects, particularly in the realm of divination techniques, where its prowess is unparalleled. Were it not for the considerable lifespan it consumes, the celestial cycle mirror could indeed be regarded as the ultimate treasure of the most powerful diviners. At this moment, upon acquiring the celestial cycle mirror, Nian Chaoxi's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she had sacrificed centuries of her lifespan for this mirror, every ounce of that cost felt worth it to her. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian Chaoxi set off towards Shu Peak. Numerous disciples at Shu Peak were still occupied with their studies in the art of talismans, and upon seeing Nian Chaoxi, they rose in unison, calling out to pay their respects to their esteemed senior. However, they could not help but express their astonishment. Indifferent to their gazes, Nian Chaoxi quickened her pace, heading straight for the grand hall of Shu Peak. The timing was fortuitous. Not only was Qin Moran present, but so were Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao. Senior sister, your hair. Senior sister, how could this happen? Senior sister, your hair has turned white. Upon catching sight of Nian Chaoshi, the three women could not contain their gasps of surprise, with Lu Qingyao even bursting into tears. For the once flowing tresses of dark silk that belonged to Nian Chaoshi had, in the span of mere days, transformed into a cascade of snow-white locks. In the morning, hair like black silk. By evening, it has become snow. This scene weighed heavily upon the hearts of the three women. Yet, Nian Chaoshi merely smiled. Whether black or white hair matters not. Does not Guxiu also bear a head of white hair? He cannot be compared to you, Lu Qingyao blurted out. However, her words caused the smile on Nian Chaoshi's face to fade. As she responded earnestly, little junior sister, Guxiu's white hair was born of his dedication to the sect. 3 years prior, when Guxiu returned from the Forbidden Grounds, his hair had already turned completely white. Upon reflection, it was curious that no one had expressed surprise or even discussed Guxiu's white hair upon his return. Now, in comparison, Nian Chaoshi felt an even deeper pang of sympathy for her junior brother. Resolutely, she declared, since all three of you are here. Nian Chaoshi understood that they would not believe her assertions regarding the sect's blessings. Thus, she directly presented the celestial cycle mirror. This mirror, I have successfully refined. Indeed, as the celestial cycle mirror appeared, it immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from her three junior sisters. Yet, without exception, after their initial exclamations, each of them furrowed their brows. If you refined this mirror for Guxiu, then I would rather you had not done so. The cost is far too great. Indeed, senior sister, is it truly worth it for just Guxiu? The three women spoke in unison. In response to these words, Nian Chaoshi merely smiled radiantly, exclaiming, "It is indeed worthwhile. Absolutely worthwhile." Her smile was resplendent and imbued with sincerity. That, of course, it is worthwhile. Junior brother Gu has endured far too much suffering. Not only has he sacrificed 500 years of his life, but he has also forfeited all his cultivation, and now he has departed from this place he once cherished most. In comparison to him, her own few centuries of lifespan seemed trivial. Observing her, Qin Moran and the other two women exchanged glances, unable to suppress their shaking heads. Sister, this is obsession? Yet, Nian Chaoshi harbored no such thoughts. After uttering a few more words, she eagerly declared, since this mirror has been successfully refined, I hope, dear junior sisters, that you can patiently observe the ensuing scenes within. The three women glanced at one another, ultimately sighing in resignation. The elder sister's obsession was too profound for them to dissuade her, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce for the time being. Seeing them nod in agreement, Nian Chaoshi felt a surge of joy in her heart, and without hesitation, she promptly activated the incantation. Instantly, the heavenly cycle mirror levitated in midair, devoid of any spiritual power, yet waves of the essence of heaven and earth began to surge forth. The three women could not help but feel a profound awe. This object was indeed remarkable. Among them, Qin Moran was the most astonished, as she was particularly familiar with the essence of heaven and earth. Gazing at these ethereal flows, she could not refrain from exclaiming, I have long heard that the heavenly cycle mirror is a divine artifact, and seeing it now, it is indeed as such. This object possesses the power of time. It can trace back to the past and reveal what needs to be seen. But will this consume our lifespan? Su Wanqing inquired. Indeed, it will, Qin Moran confirmed with a nod. However, as long as there is no celestial obstruction, the lifespan consumed to glimpse the past is not excessively daunting. If one wishes to use this artifact to peer into the future, the consumption would be unimaginable. As they spoke, a scene suddenly materialized upon the copper mirror under the incantation's influence. It depicted an exceedingly simple and humble sect nestled within lofty mountains. It is our sacred land. No, it is our Qingxian sect, over 500 years ago. Wow, has 5 centuries truly passed? The changes in our sect are indeed monumental. The three women instantly recognized the image within the mirror as that of the once sacred Qingxian sect from 500 years past. Wow, I was only 3 years old back then. Was that the eldest sister? She must have been merely 15 or 16. Ha ha ha, I see second sister. She truly had a fiery temper even as a child. Wrestling with a little pig. Oh, sixth sister. You adored playing with dolls even back then. No wonder your puppetry skills are so remarkable now. Ha ha ha. Third sister, look, that's you. You trampled the medicinal field and got scolded by master. And fifth sister, you were such a mischievous little one back then. The youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, was quite the exuberant character, exclaiming at every scene that appeared in the copper mirror. Even Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, standing beside her, could not help but smile, filled with nostalgia. After all, within each of these scenes lies a multitude of cherished memories. Observing the smiles adorning their faces, Nian Chaoshi could not help but smile as well. Those were the days when everyone was truly wonderful. The images began to flicker rapidly, soon revealing an infant swaddled in a blanket, cradled by the venerable patriarch of Qingxian sect and entrusted to Guanshuelan. Guanshuelan immediately found herself in a flurry, while the other 7 senior sisters gazed curiously at the newcomer. It was Gu Xiu, who had just entered the sect at that time. Nian Chaoshi remarked with a smile. However, her words were met with a profound silence from the 3 women. The nostalgia and joy that once illuminated their faces began to fade, as if even the past was something they were reluctant to revisit. With a sigh, Nian Chaoshi hastened the flow of images within the bronze-mirrored eye. In the reflection, Gu Xiu began to grow bit by bit. His first rollover, his first steps, his first attempts at speech, and the first phrase he learned was sister. As they witnessed this scene, the expressions of the 3 women became somewhat unnatural, yet their gazes softened in unison. Observing all of this, Nian Chaoshi felt a sense of relief. Her intention in presenting these memories was to awaken the fond recollections of Gu Xiu and her 3 junior sisters, and it seemed to be effective. The imagery continued to unfold, and Gu Xiu, under the watchful eyes of all, began to blossom with each passing day. Chapter 26. The carved banisters and jade steps still remain, yet the rosy complexion has changed. In his youth, Gu Xiu was exceedingly endearing. Not only was he as charming as a porcelain doll, but he was also remarkably obedient and intelligent. While ordinary children were still babbling their first words, Gu Xiu was already articulate. When typical children would wail for what they desired, Gu Xiu could earnestly persuade his senior sisters and masters. Although many of his justifications were rather amusing, he was indeed rarely prone to tears, and could even be described as serene. Moreover, his innate talent was exceptional. While there was a slight disparity compared to those legendary prodigies seldom seen in a millennium, his abilities were undoubtedly rare. He found the practice of cultivation to be exceedingly effortless, and later on, he was able to assist and guide Lu Qingyao, who was merely 3 years his senior. Most importantly, Gu Xiu was incredibly kind to his several senior sisters. He would remember each sister's birthday and personally craft gifts for them. Even for Nian Chaoshi, who had begun to cultivate the art of heavenly secrets and had deliberately distanced herself from others, Gu Xiu did not neglect her either. When Gu Xiu was young, he loved to carve lotus flowers for me, saying that I resembled a snow lotus upon the snowy mountains. Nian Chaoshi produced a wooden lotus carving, brimming with memories. At that moment, Su Wanqing and Qin Moran, along with the other 3 women, each retrieved their own wooden carvings, lost in contemplation. These images stirred a plethora of memories within them, even awakening those long-sealed recollections that gradually became clearer. At that time, Gu Xiu was truly wonderful. He was genuinely sincere towards each of his senior sisters. Not only did he prepare gifts for them, remember their preferences, but he would also step forward to plead for them whenever they faced punishment from their master. Even as the years passed and his senior sisters developed their own interests, Gu Xiu would accompany each sister in learning about their passions, accompanying the senior sister to witness the sunrise and sunset, joining the second senior sister in secret ironwork, crafting an array of peculiar tools, assisting the 3rd senior sister in gathering flowers and herbs, molding clay pills, collaborating with the 4th senior sister in the study of various bizarre stones, engaging with the 5th senior sister in composing poetry and wielding the brush, working alongside the 6th senior sister in dismantling and examining various cloth dolls and wooden puppets, venturing with the 7th senior sister to the brook to catch fish and feel for shrimp. This encapsulates the childhood of them all. It is also the childhood of Gu Xiu. Growth is not devoid of challenges. Amidst laughter, there are inevitably tears. Alongside surprises, there are also moments of anger. Yet, without exception, each time, Gu Xiu would proactively bow his head in acknowledgement of his faults, then assist his senior sisters in wiping away their tears. Qin Moran and the other 2, observing these scenes of the past, felt their gazes soften, with the 3rd senior sister Su Wanqing unable to restrain the moisture gathering in her eyes. They couldn't help but recall the stories that belonged to their childhood with Gu Xiu, those tender moments that were theirs. Even so, a thought unconsciously blossomed within them. Why, when everything was so wonderful back then, has it changed? Has Gu Xiu transformed, or have they themselves altered? The intricately carved railings and jade structures should still remain, yet the youthful countenance has faded. Qin Moran murmured, regaining her composure after a brief moment, shaking her head and saying, "Sister, we need not revisit these memories." "Why?" Nian Zhaoxi inquired, only to see Qin Moran shaking her head. "Hearts of old friends may change with ease, yet we lament the fickleness of their hearts. The past has turned to smoke. These memories are best left as recollections. Why bring them forth at such a time? After all, I do not wish that in the future, when recalling that person from childhood, I harbor malice towards who he once was." These words brought Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao back to reality. Indeed, the memories of you were undeniably beautiful, and Gu Xiu of the past was truly admirable. However, memories are ultimately just that, memories. The The Guxiao of today is no longer the person he once was. He has irrevocably changed. Guxiao had indeed been commendable, but 5 centuries in a forbidden realm have transformed him entirely, sighed Su Wanqing. Liu Qingyao added with a hint of malice. Perhaps 500 years ago, he was merely an impostor. Such remarks pierced Nian Zhaoxi's heart. Why? Why do they still harbor such prejudice against Guxiao even now? Why do they resort to the most disparaging thoughts to speculate about Guxiao from 500 years ago? She understood Qin Mo Rant's intention. Their biases against Guxiao were not rooted in the past, but rather in the present, stemming from his return from the Forbidden Realm, attempting to invoke memories from a century ago to awaken their recollections of Guxiao, in a bid to rectify their perceptions of him, is inherently flawed. With this in mind, Nian Zhaoxi pressed her lips together and cast another glance into the mirror. Just then, Guxiao, engrossed in his wood carving, seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze to the window as if locking eyes with Nian Zhaoxi. His eyes were clear, innocent, and filled with anticipation. Then, a smile broke forth. Yet this smile caused tears to cascade down Nian Zhaoxi's cheeks, especially as she recalled the glance she had caught of the white-haired Guxiao's gaze when he turned back. The pain in her heart intensified. With a gentle wave of her hand, she ultimately dispersed the images from 5 centuries past reflected in the mirror. Since her junior sisters believed that Guxiao had undergone a transformation during his 500 years in the Forbidden Land, why not allow us to witness the changes that have taken place after such a duration? Who, indeed, has he become? Nian Zhaoxi spoke up, only to cough up a mouthful of blood, once again activating the celestial cycle mirror, a droplet of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth due to the erosion of her lifespan. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 women furrowed their brows, yet ultimately shook their heads, refraining from offering any counsel. The elder sister's obsession lay with Guxiao. Perhaps by observing his metamorphosis after 5 centuries, she would be able to truly discern his essence. Thus, her fixation would dissipate. However, as this thought lingered in their minds, the image that re-emerged in the mirror caused the 3 women to momentarily pause in surprise. For at that moment, the scene had transformed. The once warm yet somewhat dilapidated Qingxian sect had now blossomed into the magnificent Qingxian Holy Land, boasting a multitude of disciples and an incessant stream of guests paying visits daily. Just then, a fluctuation occurred at the fissure of the Forbidden Land that had existed for 5 centuries. This heralded the imminent closure of the Forbidden Realm. 5 centuries prior, they had fervently anticipated the disappearance of this fissure, yearning for the emergence of the individual from within. Yet now, when this very moment had materialized, no one knew, no one cared, no one paid attention. Even when Guxiao, with hair as white as frost, grievously injured and devoid of spiritual energy, stepped forth, there was not a single soul to greet him. Su Wanqing's countenance turned uneasy as she spoke first. I recall that I was in the midst of refining pills for my junior brother, and it was a critical moment, so I couldn't afford to be distracted. I was comprehending the essence of the heavenly laws, and at that time, I was struck with inspiration, rendering me unable to divert my focus. Qin Mo Ran added, his gaze evasive. In an instant, the pressure shifted towards Liu Qingyao. Stammering, Liu Qingyao finally said, I was with my junior brother at that time. I was merely concerned that if I left him to see Guxiao, it might discomfort him. How was I to know that none of you went? Elder sister, weren't you also absent? Liu Qingyao pointed the blame at Nian Zhaoxi. Yet, regrettably, she had misdirected her accusation. Nian Zhaoxi merely sighed. I was away from the sect that day. Upon receiving the news, I rushed back immediately, only arriving that very night. Did you truly not know this? Liu Qingyao stuck out her tongue, falling silent. She then noticed Nian Zhaoxi casting a glance at Su Wanqing and Qin Mo Ran, both of whom felt uneasy under that gaze, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid it. In truth, even if they had been preoccupied at the time, being within the sect, how could they have been unaware of the closure of the Forbidden Land and Guxiao's return? The reason for their silence, for not welcoming Guxiao, was simply that they were still uncertain about how to face him. When Guxiao entered the Forbidden Land, I promised him that upon his return, I would prepare for him an inexhaustible supply of exquisite elixirs. However, with the arrival of the junior disciple, many elixirs were bestowed upon him, leaving me without anything of worth to present. Therefore, Su Wanqing was the first to speak, her expression decidedly unnatural. I thought everyone had gone. I truly did not expect that none of you would attend. Qin Moran stammered. Neither did I. Also did not fulfill my promise to Guxiao regarding the talismans. We simply did not welcome him at the first opportunity. What of it? Does he truly hold such trivial matters against us? Liu Qingyao, with an equally uncomfortable demeanor, retorted. Moreover, did we not all go that very evening? We dined together. Does that not count as a warm welcome for him? This statement elicited nods of agreement from Su Wanqing and Qin Moran. Yet, Nian Shaoxi could only manage a bitter smile, ultimately shaking her head. If that is the case, let us continue to observe. In the scene, Gu Xiu finally encountered his first interlocutor, a disciple of menial duties responsible for the temple's cleanliness. Subsequently, Master Guan Shuolan arrived, assessed Gu Xiu's injuries, and led him to Zhuo Peak, notifying the sisters of each peak to gather that very evening. Coincidentally, someone had previously inquired with Guan Shuolan about the specifications for this banquet. Her response was rather straightforward. Gu Xiu has returned, and the bare minimum would suffice for a casual gathering. This remark left the three women feeling somewhat embarrassed. What was even more mortifying was the atmosphere at the banquet. Chapter 27. Who speaks of old friends? The gentle drizzle requires no return. The simplest banquet merely entailed a casual meal without the presence of prominent elders or disciples, and naturally, it lacked grandeur or lavish delicacies. In fact, there was even an absence of warmth. The atmosphere was particularly frigid, with Gu Xiu seated in what should have been the focal position, yet paradoxically, he found himself utterly alone. All the senior sisters sat at a considerable distance from him, and the closest was that junior disciple, Jiang Sun. However, even this proximity was still quite ephemeral. At the time, they did not perceive anything amiss, but upon witnessing this scene, an unsettling feeling began to take root. It dawned on them simultaneously. Had they inadvertently isolated Gu Xiu? Indeed, it was perplexing. What should have been a lively welcome banquet turned out to be devoid of quality dishes or fine wines. With everyone deliberately seated far from Gu Xiu in this moment, Gu Xiu, who ought to have been the star of the evening, appeared to be cast adrift on an island of solitude. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of seating. There was a palpable lack of conversation directed toward him. During the banquet, Gu Xiu enthusiastically attempted to engage with everyone, yet each effort was met with perfunctory responses. The scene did not resemble a warm reunion with a cherished old friend. Rather, it bore the semblance of an intentional avoidance of a despised adversary. Ye Gu Xiu had only just returned. There had been no discord among them 500 years prior when Gu Xiu entered the forbidden grounds. The senior sisters, who once shared everything with Gu Xiu, now found themselves at a loss for words upon reuniting after 5 centuries. The words exchanged among them barely surpassed those spoken between Jiang Sun and Gu Xiu. Until the banquet was nearing its conclusion, Nian Shaoxi hurried back. It was evident that the reflection of Nian Shaoxi in the mirror was exceedingly thrilled by Gu Xiu's return. In fact, she immediately enveloped Gu Xiu in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Despite the fact that 500 years ago, Nian Shaoxi's relationship with Gu Xiu was perhaps the most tenuous among the several senior sisters, at this very moment, she exhibited the most genuine and heartfelt surprise at Gu Xiu's return. This scene rendered the three women speechless. Were it not for the exceptional memory of cultivators, upon witnessing this spectacle, they might have shouted that everything was a fabrication. But this was not a deception. They were truly isolating Gu Xiu through their actions. Not only during this welcoming banquet, but subsequently, they all continued to ostracize Gu Xiu. After the banquet concluded, Guan Shuolan began to examine Gu Xiu's condition, intending to heal his wounds. However, in the dead of night, merely a short time later, Guan Shuolan declared that Gu Xiu had completely become a cripple, with no possibility of further cultivation. Following this, she turned and departed. And in the subsequent 3 days, Gu Xiu remained quietly at Zhuofeng. Why Zhuofeng? Because the place he had previously occupied, Chu Yunfeng, had been given to his junior disciple, Jiang Sun. During these 3 days, aside from Nian Shaoxi visiting Gu Xiu once more before leaving the sect for an outing, no one else came to even glance at him. Upon witnessing this scene, Nian Shaoxi was already in tears, her gaze incredulously fixed upon the 3 junior sisters before her. Why do you not go and see Gu Xiu? No one responded to her inquiry. The 3 women bowed their heads in silence, as if the question posed by Nian Shaoxi was one they found too difficult to answer. In the face of their silence, Nian Shaoxi could no longer contain her rising anger and suddenly exclaimed, "He has returned. He is Gu Xiu. 500 years ago, we wept bitterly as we watched him bind himself in confinement, enduring torment for the sect. He has undeniably returned. Why do you treat him this way? Are you not willing to even cast a single glance his way? Now, I implore you, tell me, has it been Gu Xiu who has changed, or have you changed? The former friend you speak of, who is transformed, is it Gu Xiu? Or is it you?" In the Tianqi mountain range, within the caravan of Wanbao Tower, the moonlight flowed like water. Gu Xiu, deeply engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and glanced up at the heavens. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to hear a woman's voice, hoarse with fury. Yet, after a brief interval, Gu Xiu shook his head and averted his gaze, closing his eyes once more to resume his cultivation. Letting go meant truly releasing the past, relinquishing former attachments, and freeing oneself from love and hatred. The highest virtue is like water. In an instant, a vortex of spiritual energy emerged around Gushdo, as torrents of natural spiritual essence began to uncontrollably converge upon him. Following that, a second, a third, a fourth, until a total of 9 spirals of spiritual energy manifested, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth. Apart from the spiritual energy, a mysterious and enigmatic force continually flowed into Gushio's body, nurturing his spirit. This scene immediately captivated the attention of numerous fellow travelers, provoking exclamations of astonishment. Is this the path to enlightenment? Indeed, it was the path to enlightenment. How could someone who merely cultivated to the 4th layer of Qi possibly attain such a state? This was a rare opportunity, one that could only be encountered by those intimately connected to the Tao, those who possessed profound understanding. Such a grand opportunity. Though the attainment of enlightenment primarily pertains to the heart of the Tao, it brings tremendous benefits not only to one's cultivation level, but also to one's mental realm and Taoist heart. The commotion stirred the entire caravan into a flurry. Some were envious, some were reflective, and naturally, some felt a pang of jealousy and contemplated ways to interfere. However, before these ill-intentioned individuals could act, the response from Wanbao Tower was swift, promptly ordering the caravan to halt. Shortly thereafter, several foundation building stewards appeared, standing vigilantly by Gushio's side. As for those who had originally shared the same carriage as Gushio, they were all gently dismissed. Manager Su has issued orders. The path to enlightenment is a momentous opportunity, and no one may recklessly interfere with the enlightened one. Otherwise, it shall be deemed a provocation against Wanbao Tower. No one opposed this decree, and as they stabilized the situation, Su Rumei had already begun to stride over, gazing curiously at the carriage. What a formidable attainment of enlightenment! Who is this person? She was unaware of the identity of the enlightened individual, and the reason for the protective order was merely a customary practice of Wanbao Tower. For Wanbao Tower, forging good relations is always preferable to creating enmities. Thus, as long as their own interests were not jeopardized, Wanbao Tower has always treated others with exceptional kindness, standing out distinctly in this regard. Reporting to Manager Su, it is said that the individual is a wandering cultivator named Feng Bugue, the subordinate replied. Feng Bugue? Su Rumei was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her astonishment. Is he not merely at the 4th layer of Qi? Indeed, the subordinate nodded. The cultivators in the same carriage have confirmed it is he. Su Rumei nodded and waved her subordinate away. Yet, as she gazed towards the carriage, a hint of astonishment could not help but emerge. This Feng Bugue was none other than Gushio himself, a pseudonym chosen by Gushio to evade pursuit by the Qingxian Holy Land. The name was a metaphor. A slanting wind and fine rain need not return. Chapter 28. Is this the reason you have isolated Gushio? Return. Not long after, having just dismissed her subordinates, Su Rumei beckoned them back and quietly inquired. Have you uncovered the details regarding Feng Bugue? The subordinate appeared somewhat troubled. Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. Is it still elusive? Indeed, the subordinate chuckled wryly. Feng Bugue seems to have materialized from thin air. We have been unable to trace his origins, affiliations, or acquaintances. We have not even managed to glean any information about the name Feng Bugue. Cannot trace him? Su Rumei frowned. While Wanbao Tower does not shy away from performing good deeds and forming alliances, it has managed to endure for so many years, which naturally implies that it does not solely engage in benevolent acts. At the very least, investigating someone's background and uncovering their secrets is undoubtedly a task that will be undertaken. However, the outcome reveals an astonishing fact. Not a shred of information could be unearthed regarding the identity of Feng Bugue. Observing her furrowed brow, the subordinate immediately bowed his head in shame, exclaiming, "It is my incompetence in carrying out my duties. Please punish me, Manager Su." "It is not your fault," Su Rumei replied, shaking her head. "He claims to be a loose cultivator intending to travel to Yunshao City, which suggests he has only recently become a loose cultivator. As for the name Feng Bugui.it, is likely merely a pseudonym he has chosen for himself. Bugui implies a carefree existence, akin to the wind, yet devoid of a home. This meaning is quite apparent. He must be a disciple who has severed ties with a certain faction, seeking to avoid entanglements with his past. Given his intent to remain hidden, it is only natural that we could not uncover anything. Su Rumei's position as the steward of Wanbao Tower is not solely reliant on her cultivation level. Rather, it is predominantly her astute intellect that serves her well. She promptly deduced numerous insights. However, her subordinate found the situation somewhat amusing. Manager Su, a mere 4th layer Qi refinement cultivator, even if he has distanced himself from a sect, should be considered an inconsequential matter, wouldn't you agree? Does he truly need to adopt a pseudonym? Inconsequential. Su Rumei shook her head, If he were indeed a trivial figure, it is unlikely he would remain unfazed in the face of coercion from someone like Renqing, a foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, if he were truly insignificant, he would not have attained the state of Dao entry at this level. This individual is probably not only significant but also exceptionally unique. Her words left the subordinate momentarily stunned, prompting him to inquire, then, Manager Su, shall we continue to escort him on his journey? Why not? Surume retorted. This individual has an unclear origin and may potentially bring us trouble. Trouble? Surume chuckled. On the contrary, I believe we must not only accompany him but also treat him with utmost respect. Once he completes his Dao entry, we should arrange for him a private carriage. Ah? The subordinate was taken aback, incredulous. A private carriage is a privilege reserved for those who have reached at least the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Can a mere fourth-layer cultivator truly qualify for such an honor? Wanbao Tower extends its hospitality to the world's distinguished talents, not to common drudges. If this individual is indeed extraordinary, even if he is not a paragon, he is certainly no ordinary person. If we do not seize the opportunity to befriend him before he rises to prominence, shall we wait until later to awkwardly attempt to ingratiate ourselves? As for your concerns regarding his cultivation level, Surume glanced at the carriage. Are you truly certain that this individual will remain merely a fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator after entering the Dao? Her words left the subordinate momentarily speechless, before realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Indeed, while entering the Dao primarily benefits the establishment of one's Dao heart, the swirling vortex of spiritual energy from the 9 extremes is continuously absorbing essence. With such a terrifying rate of absorption, to what heights could Guxiu ascend? It is exceedingly rare for a Qi refinement cultivator to enter the Dao, and even more so for one at the 4th layer. Typically, those at the foundation establishment and golden core stages who enter the Dao can achieve at least a minor breakthrough, while a 4th layer Qi refinement cultivator, with a relatively small Qi, would struggle to attain similar feats. I fear that the elevation required is rather terrifying. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred land, atop Imo Shu Peak, confronted by the hoarse and desperate inquiries of Nian Xiaoxi, the expressions of the 3 women, Qin Imo Ran and her companions, had become exceedingly awkward. Each of them lowered their heads, fixating on the tips of their shoes, rendered utterly speechless. They had always believed that it was Guxiu who had changed. However, at this very moment, gazing at the scenes unfolding within the celestial cycle mirror, they realized that, for Guxiu, it was perhaps they who had undergone transformation. For a fleeting instant, a sliver of doubt flickered in their hearts. Is this truly ourselves? How have we become like this? Clearly, 500 years ago, the reflection in the mirror showed us weeping profusely as we watched Guxiu enter the forbidden grounds, pleading with the heavens for his safe return. Yet, why, when Guxiu has finally returned, has everything shifted? Where did it all go awry? Speak up. 3 junior sisters, why have you suddenly fallen silent? After a piercing accusation, Nian Xiaoxi had calmed somewhat, yet her words still left the 3 of them speechless in mutual silence. I at that time. Ultimately, it was Su Wanqing who broke the silence first. The formidable alchemist was now in a state of disarray, unable to meet Nian Xiaoxi's gaze. Bowing her head, she stammered for a while before finally articulating, I simply did not wish to cause the junior brother distress. Not wish to cause the junior brother distress. Nian Xiaoxi was almost amused by her anger. Is that your justification? What could possibly make the junior brother distressed? Why should he feel sorrow, senior sister? Qin Imo Ran hesitated briefly before speaking up. This is actually Guxiu's fault. What? Blaming Guxiu? Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback, staring at Qin Imo Ran as if she were a creature of the bizarre. She could not comprehend why Qin Imo Ran would utter such words. Clearly, the fault lay with them. I understand that when Guxiu first returned, we indeed neglected and slighted him, but from another perspective, can we truly say that Guxiu is blameless? Qin Imo Ran pursed her lips and continued. Senior sister, Guxiu has been in the forbidden grounds for 500 years, a full 500 years. During that time, every time we sisters spoke of Guxiu, we would weep uncontrollably, consumed by despair. Day after day, we lost our appetite, our hearts intertwined with longing. Ultimately, we had no choice but to convince ourselves that Guxiu was dead, for it was the only way to prevent our own collapse. This statement prompted Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao to nod in agreement. Even Nian Xiaoxi could empathize. Then, the junior brother arrived. Yet, Qin Imo Ran continued. We placed all our yearning for Guxiu onto the junior brother. Everything we wished to give to Guxiu was bestowed upon the junior brother. Tio put it plainly, we treated the junior brother as Guxiu's substitute. This is, indeed, rather selfish. Senior sister, have you ever considered what it feels like to be regarded as a mere replacement? If Guxiu were to return, what a tremendous blow it would be for the junior brother. Nian Xiaoxi furrowed her brows, beginning to grasp Qin Imo Ran's intention. They had regarded Jiang Qian as Gu Xiu's stand-in. Ultimately, a sense of fear enveloped Jiang Sun as he realized that he was merely a substitute. His heart ached with sorrow. Yet, this begs the question. Is this the reason behind your isolation of Gu Xiu? Though understanding the rationale, it does not imply that she can fully comprehend it. Do you not find this rather absurd? Simply because you wish to spare your junior brother the pain of feeling like a mere stand-in, you treat Gu Xiu in such a manner? You are all concerned for this junior brother Jiang Sun, yet have you forgotten the countless sacrifices Gu Xiu has made for you, for the sect? This line of questioning was met with a profound silence from the three women. Previously, they felt indifferent, but upon hearing Nian Chaoxi's inquiry, they found themselves at a loss for words. They could not answer this question. Chapter 29. The Grudge of the Severed Path, Binding Oneself. Regardless, the situation has reached this point. What more is there to discuss? Moreover, have Gu Xiu's previous actions not sufficiently demonstrated that our choices were indeed justified? It was still Lu Qingyao who could not confront Nian Chaoxi's inquiries, yet she understood how to defend herself. Perhaps we initially neglected Gu Xiu, indeed isolating him, and that was our fault. But did Gu Xiu truly have no issues of his own? Senior sister, look at his subsequent actions. If he chooses to target us simply because he felt slighted, then I believe our actions pose no problem at all. This declaration left Nian Chaoxi utterly astonished. Instinctively, she glanced at Su Wanning and Qin Moran, hoping for differing perspectives. However, her hopes were dashed. Jiu Xiu's actions thereafter were undeniably inappropriate, Su Wanning asserted with a shake of her head. Qin Moran nodded in agreement, adding, I have stated before that after that incident, I could never forgive Gu Xiu for the rest of my life. At that moment, Nian Chaoxi felt a profound ache in her heart. Looking at her three junior sisters felt akin to gazing at strangers, as if she were truly seeing them for the first time. The three sisters she had watched grow up. Taking a deep breath, Nian Chaoxi refrained from scolding or raising her voice in inquiry. After a moment of silence, she softly remarked, You say Gu Xiu has wronged you. If that is the case, let us see how exactly Gu Xiu has wronged you. With that, Nian Chaoxi prepared to activate the heavenly mechanism reincarnation mirror to delve deeper. However, to her surprise, Lu Qingyao interjected, I have matters to attend to, senior sister. Even if you wish for me to continue watching, I currently lack the time. I must assist our junior brother in swiftly completing the construction of the beast taming technique's enclosure. I must take my leave. With that statement, Lu Qingyao hurriedly departed. Upon this reminder, Su Wanning too rose to take her leave, saying, Senior sister, my batch of elixirs should be ready as well. I must return to oversee them. As for your inquiries, we can revisit them another time. The two junior sisters exited in succession, not granting Nian Chaoxi the opportunity to speak. By the time she regained her composure, two of the three had already departed. Nian Chaoxi understood that they dared not look any further, or rather, she should have been aware of the scenes that were about to unfold. Yet, despite her foreknowledge, Nian Chaoxi found herself powerless to intervene and could only direct her gaze towards Qin Moran. Could it be that fifth junior sister also has something to address? Qin Moran furrowed her brow. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to be forthright. Senior sister, I comprehend what you wish to convey. You hope that we can accompany you to plead with the master, to reinstate Gu Xiu back into the sect. To bring Gu Xiu back, I do not oppose this notion, yet I cannot endorse it either. Since you are already aware of the transgressions Gu Xiu has committed against me, you ought to recognize that he has irrevocably shattered my path. The enmity of a severed path is one that I can never forgive. Her mastery of talismanic arts had come to a standstill because of Gu Xiu. Under no circumstances could she forgive him, nor could she harbor even a modicum of remorse towards him. Nian Chaoxi grasped these sentiments. However, at this moment, she felt no sense of despondency. On the contrary, she asserted, I have always believed that junior brother must have his own reasons for his actions. Since you, fifth junior sister, feel wronged by Gu Xiu, why not utilize the wheel of destiny to uncover the truth of that time? Senior sister, is this truly necessary? Qin Moran inquired, her brow furrowed. It is essential. Nian Chaoxi nodded earnestly. I have unwavering faith that Gu Xiu is not as despicable as you portray him to be. Qin Moran furrowed her brow once more. In truth, she had no desire to engage in a dispute with her senior sister. Yet this was a Mo Shu peak, her domain. Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao could easily excuse themselves. But where could she go? This mirror not only allowed glimpses into the past but could also be queried for answers. The wheel of destiny would respond according to the inquiries posed. Since you believe that Gu Xiu has wronged you, this time, I shall not deliberately restrain the wheel of destiny in search of answers. I shall directly question the mirror instead, Nian Chaoxi declared, beginning to invoke the incantation. This was the primary function of the wheel of destiny. To inquire of the mirror. Before long, radiant lights began to emerge from the wheel of destiny, as Nian Chaoxi initiated its control. Seeking the remnants of the past, searching for the truth behind Gu Xiao's alleged sabotage of Qin Moran's spiritual guidance. The images soon materialized. However, what astonished Nian Xiaoxi was that instead of showcasing the moment Gu Xiao disrupted Qin Moran's spiritual guidance, the scenes within the mirror began to rewind, transporting them back over 500 years. Junior brother, as we embark on our journey into the realm of talismanic arts, the first step is to memorize all the common rhythms of heaven and earth. Then, we must continually write and reflect. This tome of talismanic scriptures is one I procured from our master. I have taken the liberty to transcribe a copy for you, so we may study the art of talismans together and aspire to become talismanic masters in the future. The images within the mirror depicted a youthful Qin Moran and Gu Xiu. It was 500 years ago when Qin Moran began her studies in talismanic arts, accompanied by her junior brother Gu Xiao. Nian Xiaoxi found it perplexing. She had sought to understand why Gu Xiao had disrupted Qin Moran's spiritual guidance, yet unexpectedly. The response provided by the mirror is this. What does it signify? Gu Xiao's disruption of Qin Moran's spirit guidance is related to his initial encounter with the path of talismans? Nian Xiaoxi is perplexed. Meanwhile, the images within the mirror continue to unfold. Junior brother, do not gaze at the back any longer. The talismans recorded there pertain to the mystical essence beyond the sixth tier. No matter how much you observe, it is futile, for such essences only manifest with spirit guidance. We should focus on what lies ahead. Junior brother, why do you find yourself lost in thought over the mystical essences at the back again? Quickly, concentrate on the ones in front. We must progress step by step. We cannot aspire to devour a whole feast in one bite. The two commenced their cultivation of the talisman path, yet for reasons unknown, the youthful Gu Xiao did not embark on his learning journey in a methodical manner. Instead, he began by examining the mystical essences at the back. Qin Moran remarked, he is excessively restless, yearning for immediate success. Yet, the path of cultivation abhors such lofty aspirations, which is why he has made little advancement in the art of talismans. Nian Xiaoxi pursed her lips, sensing that Gu Xiao did not embody such traits. Yet the scene before her left her at a loss for words in defense. Soon, the imagery within the mirror shifted. This time, it depicted the white-haired Gu Xiao. It was evident that over 5 centuries had elapsed since Gu Xiao's return from the Forbidden Grounds and his residence at Chua Peak. However, Gu Xiao remained engrossed in the talismanic tome gifted to him by the young Qin Moran, still fixated on the latter pages. What was he doing? Nian Xiaoxi found herself bewildered. He had lost all his cultivation, and this should have marked the beginning of his studies in the path of talismans at Ma Shufeng. In a wonder, there had been no progress in his talismanic studies over the years. It turned out he had been fixated on the latter sections all this time. Qin Moran spoke coldly, his gaze filled with disdain. Nian Xiaoxi furrowed her brow, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. Instantly, a thought struck her, prompting her to rummage through her storage ring. Previously, all of Gu Xiao's belongings had been packed away after the destruction of his wooden cabin at Chua Peak. Thus, after a brief search, Nian Xiaoxi soon unearthed the talismanic tome that appeared within the mirror. This was an introductory text on talismans, documenting a considerable array of known talismanic essences, penned by Qin Moran himself. Mimicking Gu Xiao, Nian Xiaoxi flipped to the latter pages. Indeed, as Qin Moran had stated, the contents were solely comprised of divine tier celestial essences, all exceeding the 6th tier. These essences, even if mastered by an ordinary person, would prove useless, for unless one successfully guided the spirit, all efforts would be in vain, regardless of how much one wrote. Even now, Qin Moran's writings would bear no utility. Nevertheless, this tome was rather comprehensive, containing not only a wealth of known talismanic essences but also detailed explanations, particularly concerning the divine tier essences beyond the 6th tier. Were there truly so many distinctions among the divine tier essences? Each divine tier essence seemingly possessed unique abilities? Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback. Qin Moran nodded. Divine tier essences are inherently singular, thus naturally distinct from other essences. Her expression remained grim, especially as she observed one particular essence. Nian Xiaoxi lowered her head, discovering that Qin Moran was examining an essence known as zha. This, the divine resonance that 5th junior sister missed when she initially invoked the spirit. This aura. It is indeed the invocation of the spirit. 5th senior sister is invoking the spirit. How wonderful, how splendid. 5th senior sister has finally realized her wish to seize the opportunity to invoke the spirit. Once successful, she shall step into an entirely new realm. While pondering these thoughts, Nian Xiaoxi observed Gu Xiao in the mirror, who had been engrossed in carving wood within the room. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, his face lit up with surprise as he began to speak to himself. Nian Xiaoxi felt a surge of anxiety. She knew that in the mirror, the moment of Qin Moran's spirit invocation was approaching. This meant that Gu Xiao was about to fall under the control of the spirit's injury, descending into madness. Indeed, Just as she contemplated this, she witnessed Gu Xiu, who had initially intended to leave for Mashifeng, suddenly let out a muffled groan, nearly collapsing. The torment of the spiritual injury had begun, causing him unbearable pain as he clutched his head and rolled frantically on the ground. His gaze seemed to lose its clarity, teetering on the brink of insanity. Just then, Gu Xiu abruptly stood up, ready to rush outside, yet at the threshold, his hands suddenly gripped the door tightly. His eyes flickered between lucidity and madness as he labored to utter, "Today is the most crucial moment for fifth senior sister. I cannot succumb to madness. I must maintain control." With that, he clenched his teeth and forcefully shut the door, subsequently wrapping chains around himself. He was resolutely attempting to bind himself to prevent disrupting Qin Moran's spirit invocation. Chapter 30. Self-destruction, failure of the spirit invocation. Witnessing this scene, Nian Xiaoxi's eyes brimmed with tears. Even Qin Moran's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it. Were it not for the heavenly cycle mirror, no one would have anticipated that Gu Xiu would resort to such self-imposed restraint to avoid disrupting Qin Moran's invocation. Alas, all of Gu Xiu's efforts were in vain. Just as he was about to completely bind himself, the clarity in his eyes finally dissipated, plunging him into utter madness. Following this, he burst forth from the door, adorned with chains, as if guided by some unseen force. He made his way directly toward Mashifeng. Gu Xiu stumbled along the path, seemingly locked in a struggle against the spirit's injury, intermittently regaining lucidity, desperately attempting to halt his advance. However, could a mere mortal withstand the might of a spiritual injury? Ultimately, he persevered step by step, arriving at Mashifeng. Nian Xiaoxi was overwhelmed with sorrow, feeling as though everything was inescapably fated. No matter how fiercely Gu Xiu resisted, he could not alter his course in the slightest. Qin Moran's expression was equally complex, but soon, that complexity was replaced by a chilling calm. For in the mirror, Gu Xiu had reached the entrance of a courtyard, where Qin Moran was currently invoking the spirit. However, just as Gu Xiu was about to cross the threshold, one of his hands suddenly clawed fiercely at his own chest. That grasp was particularly vicious, tearing flesh and causing blood to spatter. He sought to awaken himself through self-harm and pain. Nian Xiaoxi immediately discerned Gu Xiu's intent. Indeed, the Gu Xiu reflected in the mirror was clearly harboring such a plan. His fingers, like hooks, frantically clawed at his own body. With each grasp, he tore away a piece of flesh. Subsequently, he forcefully exerted control over his own body, violently smashing his head against the stone wall. The scene was extraordinarily gruesome. In merely a moment, Gu Xiu's body was reduced to a pitiable state, resembling a tattered doll. By this point, Nian Xiaoxi was already in tears, desperately wishing to intervene and stop Gu Xiu from inflicting harm upon himself. Yet this was a vision of the past, an event that had already transpired. In her present state, she could do nothing but watch helplessly. She witnessed Gu Xiu nearly torturing himself to death. Even Qin Moran, with a demeanor of indifference, exhibited hints of compassion in his eyes. This moment was so profoundly shocking that she found herself at a loss, unsure of how to continue harboring hatred. It was evident to anyone just how resolute Gu Xiu was in his determination. Meanwhile, within the mirror, under such frenzied self-torment, Gu Xiu's consciousness appeared to have finally regained control over his body. However, he had no time to catch his breath or express his pain. He merely cast a hurried glance at Qin Moran, who had remained with her eyes closed, one hand intuitively inscribing the essence of divine rhythm. How fortunate! How fortunate! It seemed that senior sister had already gained recognition from this rhythm. I nearly jeopardized her opportunity to summon the divine. Gu Xiu murmured to himself. He then gently exited the courtyard, his hands pulling the courtyard door, intent on closing it and leaving. Throughout this ordeal, he had not once glanced at his own injuries. His thoughts were solely focused on not disrupting Moran's divine summoning. Nian Xiaoxi sighed sorrowfully. Qin Moran's expression appeared somewhat unnatural, but she quickly shook her head. Sister, have you ever considered that since Gu Xiu has awakened? Why did my divine summoning still fail? Nian Xiaoxi was taken aback for a moment, then she realized, indeed. Since Gu Xiu had already managed to control his soul's injuries, why would Qin Moran still experience failure? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed that just as the courtyard door was about to close, Gu Xiu suddenly froze in place, his gaze fixed intently on the talisman in Qin Moran's hand. In the next instant, he unexpectedly pushed the courtyard door open again and strode purposefully towards Qin Moran. What is he trying to do? Nian Xiaoxi's heart sank, a foreboding sensation creeping in. She could see that at this moment. Gu Xiu in the mirror wore a furrowed brow, yet his eyes were remarkably clear, clearly not under the influence of soul injuries. He was awake. But why would the awakened Gu Xiu suddenly take such action? As Nian Xiaoxi grappled with her confusion, Gu Xiao had already arrived by Qin Muron's side. At this moment, Qin Muron was invoking that divine rhythm, enveloped in a state of sensory deprivation. Though her hand continued to inscribe the divine rhythm, she remained oblivious to everything around her, entirely unaware that Gu Xiao had come beside her, gazing intently at the talisman she was writing. In the next second, Gu Xiao suddenly made a move, attempting to snatch the brush from Qin Muron's hand. What is happening? Why is this occurring? What has transpired? Nian Xiaoxi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and incredulity. Clearly, Gu Xiao had been desperately striving to maintain his consciousness, intent on not disturbing Qin Mo Ran. Yet, how could he suddenly commit such an act? Senior sister, shall we continue to observe? Qin Mo Ran inquired coldly. Nian Xiaoxi's lips moved slightly. She comprehended Qin Mo Ran's implication. From the moment Gu Xiao chose to act, Qin Mo Ran's attempt at guiding the spirit had already faltered. 4. The essence of guiding the spirit lies in acquiring the celestial recognition of the profound Tao rhythms of the universe and subsequently depicting it with precision. If this process is interrupted, the endeavor to guide the spirit will inevitably fail. Indeed, as Gu Xiao made his move, a look of struggle suddenly crossed Qin Mo Ran's face, followed by a gathering of ominous clouds above. In the next instant, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. At that very moment, a crimson arc of light surged from her being, swiftly dissipating. Qin Mo Ran's attempt at guiding the spirit had failed. How could this be? Why did it turn out this way? Senior sister, I cannot fathom why you hold Gu Xiao in such high regard, but now that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, it should be clear. My feelings towards Gu Xiao are nothing but hatred, Qin Mo Ran stated coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. However, Mo Ran. Nian Xiaoxi attempted to speak further, only to see Qin Mo Ran sigh. Senior sister, I am weary. Could you take your leave? Nian Xiaoxi opened her mouth, but ultimately found herself too exhausted to argue. She bit her lip, stowed away the celestial cycle mirror, and turned away in a daze. Behind her, Qin Mo Ran's voice rang coldly. Senior sister, I advise you. Gu Xiao is not a good person. He is merely a scheming individual adept at disguise. Do not be deceived by his facade. His departure is the best outcome for our sect. Nian Xiaoxi shuddered. Yet, suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned back to ask, Junior sister, concerning your significant endeavor of guiding the spirit, why has there been no sign of any other members of the sect throughout the entire process? Qin Mo Ran was taken aback. Nian Xiaoxi, brow furrowed, pressed on. Gu Xiao is merely an ordinary person without cultivation, yet even he could perceive your attempt at guiding the spirit. How could the others in the sect remain oblivious? Why was Gu Xiao able to traverse smoothly from Zhua Peak to Yurimo Shu Peak without any hindrance along the way? Do you not find it peculiar that this matter has been shrouded in mystery from beginning to end? Chapter 31. The Revelation of the Truth. Previously, Nian Xiaoxi had been so consumed with concern for Gu Xiao that although she sensed something amiss, she had not given it further thought. It was only now that she realized. Why had Gu Xiao encountered no one at all from beginning to end? If even Gu Xiao, a mere mortal, could discern Qin Mo Ran's guiding spirit, how could there be no one in the sect who noticed or came to investigate? After all, under normal circumstances, the master and fellow sisters, as well as the sect disciples, would instinctively protect Qin Mo Ran during such a moment. So why was there no protection? How could Gu Xiao simply enter Qin Mo Ran's courtyard and successfully thwart her? Has senior sister forgotten so soon? Qin Mozhang, with an air of indifference, replied at that moment. That day was the grand celebration of the old patriarch of the Yintian sacred ground. Master took the senior sisters along to the Yintian sacred ground. Did you not accompany them as well, senior sister? The grand celebration of the old patriarch of the Yintian sacred ground? Nian Xiaoxi recalled. Indeed it seemed so. Yet, she remained perplexed. What about the other disciples? Although we are not present in the sect, how could not a single one of the numerous disciples and elders of the Qingxian sacred ground venture forth to guard the path? Are you insinuating that I should attribute my failure in invoking the divine to others, thus absolving Gu Xiao of blame? Qin Mozhang inquired, furrowing her brow. Of course not. Nian Xiaoxi hastily shook her head. I merely feel that this matter is rather peculiar. What is peculiar? Qin Mozhang tightened her brows. Regardless, I have failed in invoking the divine, and it was Gu Xiao who directly sabotaged it. Did you not witness it with your own eyes just moments ago? This? Nian Xiaoxi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Mozhang, my senior sister understands your reluctance to revisit the matter of your initial failure in invoking the divine. But this situation is indeed suspicious. I believe there may be other underlying reasons. Whatever the reason may be, it cannot alter the fact that Gu Xiao has ruined my attempt to invoke the divine, can it? But, Nian Xiaoxi attempted to continue, yet Qin Mozhang had already interrupted her. Senior sister, I implore you to refrain from discussing this matter any further. My path has been shattered, and it is Gu Xiu who is responsible for this devastation. What more is there to say? But Nian Xiaoxi opened her mouth to speak, but seeing the impatience etched on Qin Mashang's face, she ultimately fell silent once more. For reasons unknown, she sensed that Qin Mozhang seemed unwilling to delve deeper into the reasons behind this incident. Could it be that there truly lies a hidden truth within? However, with Qin Mozhang having issued an unspoken dismissal, Nian Xiaoxi could not pursue the matter any further and could only depart the grand hall filled with lingering doubts. Upon exiting the hall, the talisman lecture outside had just concluded. Elder Zhang, I have a question. Coincidentally, a disciple approached the lecturing elder to inquire. I have discovered that the talisman texts describe the path resonance above the 6th layer with an additional phrase. Should it be a normal invocation of the divine? Does this imply that there exist other methods of invoking the divine? Have your feet firmly on the ground. Are these issues truly within your capacity to ponder? The lecturing elder retorted with dissatisfaction. Yet, Nian Xiaoxi, overhearing this, was momentarily taken aback. She opened once more the talisman text that Qin Mozhang had personally transcribed for her. This text had appeared multiple times in the earlier celestial cycle mirror, with Gu Xiu seemingly engaged in its study throughout. Just moments ago, Nian Xiaoxi had also perused it and indeed noticed this description, though she had not given it much thought. But at this moment, Elder Zhang, Nian Xiaoxi immediately interrupted the lecturing elder, who was still berating the disciple. Upon seeing Nian Xiaoxi, the elder was startled and hastily bowed in greeting. Greetings? Esteemed grandniece, how may I assist you? I would like to inquire about the same question posed by that disciple. Nian Xiaoxi stated. Elder Zhang, taken aback, could not fathom why the master of the Wenyange suddenly expressed interest in this matter. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, respectfully reporting to my esteemed uncle, the essence of the talismanic arts lies in harmonizing with the rhythms of heaven and earth, allowing these cosmic harmonies to be wielded for one's own purposes. Although, by conventional wisdom, once the rhythms are acknowledged by the heavens, they will naturally descend to guide the spirit. Some individuals, harboring a sense of discontent from never having received such guidance, may resort to peculiar methods to attract the guiding spirit. However, such methods are not esteemed among us talisman masters, for while they may indeed summon the spirit, the cost is exceedingly steep. The cost? What sort of cost? Nian Xiaoxi inquired with curiosity. That is not certain, Elder Zhang replied, shaking his head. Observing Nian Xiaoxi's persistent questioning, he continued to elaborate, it is indeed uncertain, as the qualities of the attracted spiritual rhythms vary greatly. What can be assured is that it will invariably exert a profound impact on the talisman master themselves. In truth, unless the guiding spirit descends autonomously, even if the summoning is ultimately successful, the talisman master will inevitably be affected to some extent. Some may find their lifespans drained, meeting their demise by twilight. Others may experience a fall in their realms, rendering any future cultivation impossible. Yet more commonly, their temperaments undergo drastic transformations, becoming unrecognizable from their former selves. In fact, many talisman masters of the 6th rank and above exhibit eccentricities precisely due to the influence of these rhythms. What? Is that truly the case? Nian Xiaoxi exclaimed, astonished. Her expertise lay in the art of celestial mechanics, and while she possessed some knowledge of formation techniques, it was not extensive, at least at this moment. The information shared by Elder Zhang was something she had never encountered before. However, upon reflection, she recalled that among the high-ranking talisman masters she had met, with the exception of a few who were quite ordinary, many displayed remarkably peculiar behaviors. Some indulged in gluttony, others were haunted by lustful spirits, and still others exhibited a penchant for violence akin to madness. Could it be that they employed special means to forcibly summon spirits? Suddenly, a thought struck Nian Xiaoxi. She quickly opened the talismanic manuscript and pointed to the character Jia, inquiring, what side effects would arise if one were to forcibly summon the spirit associated with this character? This is the Jia character? Elder Zhang glanced at it and was instantly taken aback. This talisman must never be used to forcibly summon a spirit, lest it unleash calamity. What? Nian Xiaoxi gasped in shock. Elder Zhang explained, my dear disciple, you may not know, but the Jia character is an exceptionally unique entity among the 7th-tier spiritual rhythms. It possesses the power to subdue souls, seal demons, and vanquish evil, making it extraordinarily formidable. While ordinary spirit summoning may pose no issue, forcibly summoning a spirit associated with the Jia character would spell disaster for the talisman master. For though this talisman is a ward against malevolence, forcibly attracting a spirit would incite the wrath of the malevolent entities, resulting in the talisman master not only having their lifespan drastically diminished, but also becoming ensnared by misfortune henceforth. Historical records recount instances of individuals who forcibly summoned spirits tied to the Jia character, and without exception, these individuals encountered dire misfortunes within 1 to 3 years. As Elder Zong continued his discourse, Nian Xiaoxi suddenly came to a realization. In a swift motion, she returned to the grand hall once more. Qin Mo Ran was lost in thought, her brow furrowed, when she caught sight of Nian Xiaoxi returning. Instantly, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, senior sister?" Nian Xiaoxi replied, "I would like to ask you to examine another matter." Before Qin Mo Ran could refuse, Nian Xiaoxi swiftly produced the celestial cycle mirror and promptly activated it. However, just as she commenced her divination, she was suddenly seized by a violent cough, her very essence waning to an alarming degree. In that fleeting moment, she nearly faced obliteration. "Senior sister, what did you inquire about? Stop at once!" Qin Mo Ran exclaimed, taken aback as she rushed to support Nian Xiaoxi. Nian Xiaoxi, equally astonished, had initially intended to directly inquire about Gu Xiu's contributions to their sect and the sacrifices made by their master and sisters, but she had not anticipated that before she could voice her question, she would suffer backlash. This indicated that the secrets of the celestial cycle were shrouded, impervious to scrutiny. "I am fine." Nian Xiaoxi, though shaken, dared not voice her fears and instead swiftly rephrased her question. This time, her inquiry was simple. "Gu Xiu, why did you sabotage Qin Mo Ran's spirit summoning?" Upon asking, the visage of Gu Xiu, as he appeared 500 years ago in his youth, materialized once more within the mirror. "Ji Xiu, the path of talismans must be approached methodically. One must begin from the beginning, as the latter portions hold no value." Qin Mo Ran advised him within the mirror, emphasizing the importance of thorough study. Ji Xiu did not respond directly, but murmured a thought that resonated clearly in the copper mirror, amplified for the two outside to hear. "Actually, senior sister, I do not wish to learn the path of talismans. All I desire is to be of assistance to you in the future." Chapter 32. Gu Xiu's actions were all to save you. The youthful words carried a hint of naivety, mingled with an audacious innocence. Yet, paradoxically, this very innocence radiated an unwavering determination. Both Nian Xiaoxi and Qin Mo Ran were momentarily speechless, their faces etched with astonishment. It became evident that Gu Xiu's fixation on the latter sections of the talisman text was not born of ambition or overreach, but rather stemmed from his initial intention to eschew the path of talismans altogether. He meticulously recorded those details, purely with the hope of being able to assist his senior sister, Qin Mo Ran, in the future. As both women stood in shock, the scene within the mirror shifted once more. Gu Xiu appeared slightly older now, having learned of the concept of forcibly summoning spirits and the consequent backlash it could invoke. Thereafter, he began to delve into the myriad effects documented in the talisman text regarding divine resonance, as well as the repercussions of forced summoning. He diligently committed every detail to memory, and at one point, Gu Xiu even posed a seemingly naive question. "If a sixth-tier talisman master is unable to summon a spirit, what methods might I employ to absorb the backlash upon myself, thereby ensuring the sixth-tier master can successfully summon without harm?" This inquiry, though innocent, struck Nian Xiaoxi deeply, prompting her to weep uncontrollably once more. She understood precisely why Gu Xiu had asked such a question. He became acutely aware of the formidable difficulty of summoning the divine, which prompted him to inquire whether it would be permissible to sacrifice himself in order to aid the future Qin Mo Ran. Even Qin Mo Ran, upon hearing these words, exhibited a flicker of emotion on her countenance. Ultimately, the mirror once again revealed the scene from when Qin Mo Ran had summoned the divine. However, this time, the imagery commenced from the moment Gu Xiu awakened and prepared to depart. Just as the courtyard door was about to close, Gu Xiu's expression abruptly shifted. "This is not right. This is a forced summoning. Senior sister is not summoning normally. She is forcibly summoning." After much hesitation, he chose not to retreat. Instead, he resolutely pushed the door open once more and made his way toward Qin Mo Ran, who was in the midst of her summoning. He moved swiftly, yet his footsteps were remarkably light. How foolish of senior sister. She is all too aware of the risks associated with a forced summoning. I hope what she is trying to summon is not an unbearable divine resonance. "I hope it is not," Ji Xiu muttered to himself as he finally reached the rear of Qin Mo Ran. However, upon witnessing the talisman she was inscribing, Gu Xiu's expression darkened profoundly. He recalled all the divine resonances and immediately recognized what this particular resonance was. The talisman of Jia. How could it be the talisman of Jia? What should I do? How will senior sister endure this talisman? Gu Xiu stood frozen, countless thoughts racing through his mind. These were thoughts he should have kept to himself. Yet at this moment, they manifested audibly within the wheel of heavenly secrets. Should the talisman of Jia succeed in forcibly summoning, senior sister would undoubtedly face death. Even the methods I have learned to counteract such backlash would be utterly futile. No, I cannot allow senior sister to tread this path of doom. Senior sister, forgive me. As this thought flashed through his mind, Gu Xiu finally took action, forcefully seizing the talisman brush from Qin Moran's hand. Summoning the divine. Failure. The talisman of Jia began to drift away from Qin Moran, and she fell into unconsciousness. Junior sister, do you still believe that Gu Xiao is harming you? That he is deliberately severing your path? Nian Xiaoxi asked, almost syllable by syllable. Qin Moran lowered her head in silence. Jiu Xiao has wanted to assist you from the very beginning. He was the one who discovered your forced summoning. He also realized that what you were summoning was the talisman of Jia, which brings certain death. He is the one who stopped your forced summoning. He does not wish to sever your path. He seeks to save you. Nian Xiaoxi spoke these words with gritted teeth. Everything was becoming clear. The reason no one noticed Qin Moran's summoning was that she had initially intended for no one to know she was engaging in a forced summoning. She employed special means to obstruct the other disciples' inquiries. Furthermore, she likely waited intentionally for Guanshuelan to lead the other disciples to the sacred land of Yintian before commencing her forced summoning. Gu Xiao interrupted her summoning not to destroy her path, but to prevent her from walking to her own demise. At this moment, faced with each word from Nian Xiaoxi, Qin Moran's body trembled slightly. Yet ultimately, her expression grew cold once more as she softly uttered, "Did I ever ask him to save me?" "What?" Nian Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. "I did not implore him to rescue me." Yet, at this moment, Qin Moran proclaimed, "I do not require his assistance. I do not need anyone to aid me." What did you say?" Nian Xiaoxi found it incredulous, feeling an unsettling strangeness emanating from this junior sister before her. In contrast, Qin Moran wore a self-mocking smile as she spoke. "Senior sister, you should understand that summoning the divine relies on fate, not mere effort. I have ascended to the 6th tier of talismans for 300 years. For 300 years, I have exerted countless efforts, yet no matter what I do, I cannot summon the divine. Not even a hint of its call has ever graced me. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Senior sister? It means that my 300 years of toil have amounted to naught. My sacrifices have become a jest. More importantly, it signifies that if I continue to wait, I may never encounter the opportunity to summon the divine in this lifetime. I must strive. I must fight. Whether I succeed or fail, I am willing to accept it. I had everything prepared. I was on the verge of summoning the divine, yet it was all ruined because of Gu Xiao. All because of him. But he is merely preventing you from courting death." Nian Xiaoxi exclaimed incredulously in anger. "Yes, he is indeed obstructing my path to demise, but how could he know that I do not wish to perish?" Qin Muran retorted. "To hear the Tao in the morning is to die in the evening. The choice I made was my own. What right does he have to interfere? To speak candidly, I have contemplated this matter more than once. I have regretted it countless times, yet never have I regretted my decision to force the summoning. What I regret is why I did not eliminate him beforehand. What I regret is why, after devising intricate plans to shield myself from all cultivator scrutiny, I allowed this useless, unqualified fool to slip through." At this moment, Qin Muran's face was etched with a fierce grimace. Filled with resentment, observing her countenance, Nian Xiaoxi stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief. "You are utterly incomprehensible." Yet Qin Muran scoffed. "Indeed, I am incomprehensible. Did you only just realize this, senior sister? You. Nian Xiaoxi stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a dreadful realization struck. Why does the backlash from the Jia character persist? A sound pierced the air, capturing the attention of the two bickering women, who then noticed that the scene within the cycle of heavenly secrets had not yet concluded. After Gu Xiao disrupted Qin Muran's forceful summoning, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he cautiously cradled Qin Muran, intending to lay her upon a bed to rest. However, just as he set her down, he noticed an unusual crimson glow manifesting on Qin Muran's face, subtly accompanied by flickering talismanic seals, causing the unconscious Qin Muran to display signs of agony. Upon witnessing this radiant light, the Qin Muran outside felt a heavy sinking in her heart, the backlash. This is the backlash from the Jia character. Although the summoning had been forcibly interrupted, she had also fallen victim to the backlash, which, though faint, was potent enough to lead to her demise. Yet soon, Qin Morden could not help but feel a sense of puzzlement. If she were indeed suffering from backlash, she should have sensed it much earlier. But these thoughts swirled in her mind. Qin Morden suddenly froze in place. Chapter 33. Li Dai Tao Jiang, Morden's Tears. In the mirror, Gu Xiao was already seated cross-legged on the ground, and he subsequently produced the talisman brush that he had just snatched from Qin Morden's hand. He then spread it open in his palm and began to inscribe the profound glyphs of the talisman of Jia with meticulous strokes. As Gu Xiao wrote, the elusive power of backlash that had constantly hovered around Qin Morden began to emerge from her body, as if drawn by some unseen force, slowly creeping towards Gu Xiao. using oneself as bait to reverse the backlash. This is Li Dai Tao Jiang. Gu Xiao was assisting Qin Morden by absorbing all the tormenting backlash power into himself. He was bearing the backlash on her behalf. In that moment, Qin Morden, who had been fuming due to her quarrel with Nian Chaoshi, was left speechless, stunned in place. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss for words. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking to her. This was the backlash of the talisman of Jia. Even if the backlash power was not severe, it was still sufficient to inflict immense suffering, something even cultivators struggled to withstand, let alone Gu Xiao, who was merely a mortal. How could he possibly endure this? He clearly knew. He had already comprehended the nature of this backlash. Qin Morden mumbled to herself, her eyes reflecting a rare glimpse of panic. She did not know what to do. This truth was too burdensome. Nian Chaoshi, however, was unconcerned with her feelings and urgently pressed for answers. What will happen if he absorbs this backlash power? This? Qin Morden hesitated. Nian Chaoshi insisted. Speak. This. Qin Morden pursed her lips. I do not know. Although the interruption of the divine connection will weaken the backlash power, even if it is diminished, it will still be quite painful, especially since particularly because this is the talisman of Jia. If a cultivator were to suffer from its backlash, they would be tormented day and night by vengeful spirits. What? Nian Chaoshi gasped in shock. Day and night tormented by vengeful spirits. So, this means that ever since Qin Morden's failure to connect with the divine, Gu Xiao has been plagued daily by resentful souls, haunted by ghostly apparitions. This, even cultivators find it difficult to endure. How could Gu Xiao possibly withstand it? Although I do not comprehend why, despite Gu Xiao saving your life, you still harbor such biases against him, I hope you remember. He is enduring his own suffering to grant you a chance. Nian Chaoshi fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Morden and, after uttering this line, swiftly turned to leave. She could wait no longer. She had to find Gu Xiao. No matter what, she could not allow such a person to be stranded in the Tianqi mountain range and face danger. After Nian Chaoshi departed, the great hall of Ma Shifeng fell into a profound silence. Qin Morden's eyes remained wide with disbelief, still filled with shock. She indeed harbored a deep-seated hatred for Gu Xiao, and although she had always understood in her heart that he was trying to save her, she persistently felt that Gu Xiao was interfering with her path. Yet at this very moment, Qin Moran found herself engulfed in a sudden turmoil. She reflected upon her demeanor towards Gu Xiao over the past 3 years, recalling the prejudices she harbored and, more painfully, the harsh words she had directed at him. Had she truly erred? A stream of tears cascaded down Qin Moran's cheeks, marking the first time she wept for Gu Xiao since his return from the Forbidden Realm. Meanwhile, at the Wanbao Tower convoy in the Tianqi Mountains, an air of desolation prevailed. The crew sat in solemn silence, speaking in hushed tones to avoid disturbing a certain carriage. Surrounding the carriage stood several adept members of Wanbao Tower, vigilant against any potential threats. Even the slightest rustle would prompt them to act decisively. The impeccable reputation of Wanbao Tower was built upon such meticulous attention to detail. It was this very principle that would henceforth guide my purchases towards them. Indeed, such a reputation is earned gradually. Yet, that individual known as Feng Bugui was exceptionally fortunate, not only achieving enlightenment but also receiving the protection of Wanbao Tower. Attaining enlightenment at the 4th level of Qi refinement is no mere stroke of luck. It speaks volumes of one's extraordinary talent. Many whispered amongst themselves, their words laden with admiration and envy as they glanced towards Gu Xiao's carriage. It was impossible not to envy him. To enter the path at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while being sheltered by the principled Wanbao Tower was a stroke of luck beyond compare. Every aspect of this situation warranted envy. What heights do you think his cultivation will reach next? Someone inquired curiously. The opportunity to enter the path is exceedingly rare. It not only solidifies one's resolve but also accelerates cultivation, representing a tremendous boon for any practitioner. However, to contemplate the resolve of a Qi refinement practitioner at this stage might be a tad premature, as its significance manifests more profoundly in later stages. Thus, the more pertinent question regarding Gu Xiao's recent enlightenment pertains to the extent of his forthcoming advancement. I have heard that Qi refinement practitioners who enter the path can experience a slight progression. While those who enter the path from the foundation establishment stage are few, they do exist. Reports suggest that some have transcended from the late foundation establishment stage to achieve great perfection. The notion of a Qi refinement practitioner entering the path, especially at the 4th level, is unprecedented. Do you think it possible for him to leap to the 9th level of Qi refinement? Forget the 9th level. Given his astonishing rate of spiritual energy absorption, I would believe he could reach the foundation establishment stage. At the very least, he should attain great perfection in Qi refinement. A group of practitioners delved into low-voice discussions, speculating on the heights Gu Xiao's cultivation might attain post-enlightenment, was not only these ordinary practitioners who were intrigued. Even Su Rumei was intently observing the situation surrounding that carriage. Enlightenment, enlightenment. It truly is a rare opportunity for practitioners, and the speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy is nothing short of astonishing. Su Rumei sighed softly, then turned to glance at the shadow nearby. Pray tell, how much can this wayward wind, which has forsaken its home, elevate its cultivation upon entering the path this time? The shadow appeared devoid of any presence. Yet, in response to Su Rumei's query, a figure emerged from the depths of the shadow, contemplating for a moment before conjecturing. Foundation establishment? Oh, Su Rumei replied, astonished. You hold such high hopes? The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy upon entering the path is remarkable, sufficient to fill his dantian's qi. Foundation establishment is inevitable, the figure in the shadow asserted with conviction. Su Rumei nodded in agreement, though after a moment's reflection, she added, I sincerely hope he achieves the great perfection of qi refinement. The figure expressed curiosity. With a smile, Su Rumei explained, only then will my heavenly grade foundation establishment pill find its true purpose. As they spoke, a sudden surge of spiritual energy rippled through the carriage. The entry into the path has concluded. Let us see what realm that young cultivator has attained. Could it be that he truly established a foundation in a single day? Many voices chimed in. Gu Xiu's entry into the path had reached its conclusion. Su Rumei, equally filled with curiosity, immediately extended her consciousness outward. In an instant, Su Rumei's expression stiffened, her demeanor frozen in astonishment, a peculiar blend of bewilderment and incredulity washing over her. This realm, how does it differ so drastically from what I envisioned? The shadow beside her also regarded the carriage in surprise, pondering for a long while before finally speaking. In such a scenario, there are only two possibilities. What are those two? Su Rumei inquired. The shadow pursed its lips before responding. Either he is a complete failure, incapable of even entering the path. He is a genuine genius, destined for achievements that will leave you and me in awe. Meanwhile, oblivious to the discussion between Su Rumei and the shadow, Gu Xiu sat with his eyes closed, legs crossed, deeply attuned to the transformations brought about by his recent entry into the path. The myriad paths of the Tao, the so-called Tao heart, represent the principles one steadfastly upholds and believes in throughout their cultivation journey. This concept is profoundly elusive. For ordinary cultivators, it holds little utility, and its very existence may warrant skepticism. Even for some exceptionally powerful beings, the Tao heart seems optional. Its presence does not inherently elevate one's cultivation nor guarantees ascension to the pinnacle of achievement. Yet, a greater number of practitioners acknowledge the existence of the Tao heart. They believe that while a potent Tao heart may not guarantee reaching the apex, it is an indispensable element for those who aspire to become true powerhouses and genuinely ascend to greatness. The stronger and more resolute the Tao heart, the more steadfast one will remain on the arduous path of cultivation. However, the veracity of this notion has long been a subject of contention. One certainty remains. A firm Tao heart undoubtedly fosters greater strength. Perhaps its utility may not be immediately apparent, yet as one progresses, the significance of the Tao heart becomes increasingly evident. Jiu Xiu was fortunate, for he had successfully entered the path 500 years prior, attaining a nascent Tao heart. Yet, he was also unfortunate. 500 years ago, prior to entering the Forbidden Realm, Gu Xiu's heart was singularly devoted to one purpose: protection. He was resolute in his commitment to safeguard his sect, his senior sister, and his master, as well as his friends and companions on the path of cultivation. Yet, the outcome rendered Gu Xiu's unwavering devotion a mere jest. However, this time, with a renewed opportunity to embark on the path of enlightenment, Gu Xiu's heart has transformed. What was once a steadfast resolve to protect has now evolved into a spirit as free and unburdened as the wind. Unfettered and at liberty, he embodies the essence of the wind, capable of gentle breezes or fierce storms. This represents the newfound understanding that Gu Xiu has discovered on his journey. This understanding transcends the mere establishment of a goal or the imposition of a character upon oneself. It is an awakening. Moreover, it is not merely an awakening but a profound comprehension that elevates Gu Xiu's grasp of the Tao to unprecedented heights. In this moment, as Gu Xiu recommences his cultivation, he feels an exhilarating sensation within. His previous limitations from 5 centuries ago have vanished. Should his cultivation reach sufficient heights, he could ascend immediately. This is the essence of the Tao heart. The torment endured over 500 years and the prejudice faced for 3 years have culminated in this profound realization. All of this is worthwhile. Gu Xiu reflects on this with a heart brimming with emotion and his gaze shining brilliantly as he begins to examine his dantian and qi. His cultivation, which had recently broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, has now ascended to the 7th layer, thanks to his re-entry into the path of enlightenment. Although this advancement may seem modest and even disheartening, Gushio's countenance is far from despondent. Rather, he glows with vitality. For him, the increase in cultivation speed signifies more than mere velocity. It fundamentally pertains to the size of his dantian and chi. A smaller dantian requires comparatively less spiritual energy for cultivation. Naturally, if one's innate talent is not lacking, and if their techniques are not overly flawed, the speed of their cultivation will correspondingly increase. Conversely, should one's dantian be excessively large, the requisite spiritual energy for cultivation will also escalate. If one's innate talent is not particularly high or their techniques not remarkably potent, they may find themselves struggling to make any significant progress throughout their lifetime. This implies that rapid cultivation does not always equate to advantage. It may indicate that the individual's dantian is not particularly expansive. While swift cultivation and rapid ascension in realms may allow one to crush those with superior innate talents but lower realms, such dominance is ultimately fleeting. Their foundations remain weak, akin to castles in the air. Initial progress may be swift, yet as one advances, the disparities will widen, and the potential for future achievements will diminish. As for Gushio, his dantian and chi are vast and boundless, infinitely more expansive than those of ordinary cultivators. This will render his ascension more arduous, demanding greater opportunities and necessitating more time devoted to cultivation than others. Yet, on the flip side, his foundation will be more solid than that of his peers, endowing him with far greater potential for the future. He may even leverage this strength to engage in battles beyond his current tier. As for those of the same tier, even a protracted contest would see him outlast his opponents. This is evidenced by the immense influx of spiritual power he has attracted upon re-entering the path. For an ordinary person to encounter such formidable spiritual energy, absorbing it entirely would suffice to break into the foundation establishment realm. Yet, Gushio has merely traversed 3 minor realms. What is particularly noteworthy is that this immense spiritual energy has neither dissipated nor been squandered. Instead, it has seamlessly integrated into Gushio's dantian's chi. This implies that although his cultivation level stands at merely the 7th layer of chi refinement, the density of his spiritual energy could rival that of a foundation establishment practitioner. This, indeed, is the pinnacle of strength. However, these matters, apart from Gushio himself, remain entirely inscrutable to others. Naturally, the practitioners outside, who have been closely monitoring his entry into the path, have begun to shake their heads. The 7th layer of chi refinement? And yet he is merely at that stage. This is undoubtedly the most disappointing entry into the path I have ever witnessed. Indeed, for such a rich reservoir of spiritual energy to yield only a mere elevation of 3 minor stages is a rather paltry gain. This is not to blame the entry into the path itself, but rather to lament his lack of innate talent, which has hindered him from fully absorbing the spiritual energy that had just coalesced. Perhaps it is also a consequence of subpar techniques. What a pity. Many sighed in regret, believing that Gushio's inferior aptitude had squandered a golden opportunity to embark on the path. Naturally, there were those who reveled in his misfortune. Ha ha ha. With such an entry, he is destined to become a laughingstock in the future. Indeed, one might have expected a figure of extraordinary talent, only to find he is but a waste, incapable of reaping the benefits of the fortune bestowed upon him. If this is the extent of his advancement, then such an entry into the path is hardly worth having. Numerous onlookers, observing Gushio in his carriage, bore expressions rife with derision and mockery. However, these taunts abruptly ceased as Gushio stepped out of the carriage. Chapter 35. Just as a gentle breeze may caress the mountain ridge, so too can a tempest unleash a tidal wave. For, at the very moment Gushio emerged from the carriage, Tsurume was the first to step forward, extending her heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Feng, on your successful entry into the path, and for acquiring the resources to contend for the Tao. If that statement was not sufficient to silence the derisive crowd, Tsurume's subsequent words truly rendered them speechless. Fellow Taoist Feng's spiritual affinity is nothing short of formidable, and his aptitude is profoundly enviable. Now that fellow Taoist Feng has just ascended in realm, it is only fitting that he should focus on cultivation to solidify his newfound prowess. Thus, it is only appropriate that I have arranged an independent carriage for fellow Taoist Gu. When free from distractions, you may cultivate in peace, as she spoke. A carriage distinctly more exquisite than the one Gushio had previously occupied was brought forth. This spectacle caused the earlier mockers to instantly change their countenance. An independent carriage. Is this not a privilege reserved for those who have attained at least the pinnacle of chi refinement? Although he has entered the path, he is still merely at the 7th layer of chi refinement. And yet he has been granted the opportunity to reside in a separate carriage. By what right? I, who have already reached the 9th layer of chi refinement, am still crammed into a carriage with others. Why does he deserve this distinction? He may have entered the path without doubt, yet his qualifications are woefully inadequate. Such immense spiritual energy, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, squandered by him. Does such a person truly merit the privilege of solitary travel? Many voiced their skepticism, deeming Tsurume's actions unjust and exceedingly unfair. However, this expression of discontent merely elicited a calm response from Tsurume. Esteemed guests, it has always been the custom of Wanbao Tower for those who have achieved the pinnacle of chi refinement to travel alone. Naturally, possessing the aptitude for entering the path entitles one to travel alone as well, as per our regulations. This statement silenced the murmurs among the dissatisfied cultivators. Such was the rule of Wanbao Tower, and moreover, the carriage belonged to them. They could grant passage to whomever they pleased without any obligation to explain themselves. Yet, while silence fell over the crowd, many cast glances at Gushio filled with discontent, particularly several cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement. Their looks were tinged with resentment. How could it be fair that Gushio, at merely the 7th level, was afforded the privilege of solitary carriage travel, inciting envy and indignation among them? Tsurume paid no heed to their glances, instead turning to Gushio with a smile, saying, "If you do not mind, my friend Feng, you may take your leave now." Though her visage was concealed by a veil, her smile still tugged at the heartstrings. Gushio regarded her intently, yet without hesitation, he graciously replied, "Then I must express my gratitude to Manager Su." With that, he promptly boarded the carriage. Throughout the encounter, he disregarded the resentful gazes as if they were unworthy of his attention. Just as he was about to enter the carriage, Gushio cast one more glance at Tsurume. His gaze somewhat peculiar, in response to his look, Tsurume felt her heart skip a beat, as if he had discerned her hidden intentions. "Are you trying to test that Feng Bugue?" The shadow could not resist inquiring. Indeed, Tsurume did not deny it. Neither of us can ascertain whether he is a born fool or a prodigious talent. Thus, the best course of action is to let him demonstrate his abilities. Her earlier actions seemed ordinary, yet in truth, she had deftly addressed the disgruntled cultivators, capable of assuaging their grievances against Gushio. However, she chose the most straightforward and blunt approach. Such a strategy would inevitably deepen their discontent. They would hesitate to offend Wanbao Tower, yet they would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Gushio. Consequently, it was likely that someone would seek to target Gushio, even compelling him to reveal his prowess. Her maneuvers were subtle. The average observer would not perceive any issue within, perhaps even feeling gratitude for the carriage and recognition she provided. Yet now, recalling Gushio's gaze, Tsurume could not help but smile wryly. "It seems I may have miscalculated. He has seen through my intentions. I believe you have not miscalculated." Unexpectedly, the shadow shook its head. Tsurume found the situation peculiar, yet she heard the shadow respond. "Since he has already discerned your intentions, he should have declined your carriage. However, he not only did not refuse, but he didn't exhibit even the slightest hesitation." "What do you mean by that?" "What I mean is, this man, Feng Bugue, appears to be indifferent to your subtle affections." "Oh?" "In fact, it's possible that not only is he unconcerned, but he also wishes to make an impression to garner greater favor from our Wanbao Tower." This Tsurume was astonished, and upon further reflection, she realized that the shadow's words seemed to hold some merit. After all, Wanbao Tower is a grand establishment. Countless ordinary cultivators yearn for its favor, aspiring to join its ranks. If Gushio truly harbored such thoughts, then it would indeed be something to anticipate. Meanwhile, as Tsurume and the shadow engaged in this discussion, Gushio, with an expression of calm neutrality, had once again settled into a meditative posture within the confines of the private carriage. In truth, the shadow had only spoken half the truth. Gushio was indeed unfazed by Tsurume's subtle thoughts. However, he was not attempting to attract Wanbao Tower's attention through such means. His intent had remained singular from the outset. Like the wind, adapting to circumstances, following the natural order, he recognized Tsurume's desire to test him, yet he was indifferent. He had joined Wanbao Tower in the capacity of a protector, and should the moment arise when action was required, Gushio would not hesitate to take action. He also perceived the discontent of the 9th layer chi refining cultivators, yet he remained unmoved. Their dissatisfaction would not stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. Even if their resentment ultimately manifested in tangible actions, Gushio would still remain unperturbed. After all, a single stroke of his sword could resolve it. The wind is formless, unbound, and ever-changing. It can be a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Yet it can also transform into a tempest that stirs the seas. As for whether the mountain ridge is comfortable or the waves are resentful, none of it concerns the wind. Moreover, Gushio had more pressing matters at hand. The solitude of the carriage granted him greater freedom. In his hands, he once again held the green bamboo pole. Having been 3 days since he joined the Wanbao Tower caravan, it had been 10 days since he last utilized the bamboo pole. It was time for its use once more. Without hesitation, as the hour of the rat approached, Gushio promptly activated the power of celestial fishing once again. Having employed the bamboo pole twice before, he was now quite familiar with its workings. As with the previous occasions, this time the fishing proceeded exceptionally well. Before long, Gushio felt the pole dip slightly. He immediately focused his mind, preparing for a contest of endurance against the force on the other end. To his surprise, this time, the entity he was fishing seemed to possess no resistance whatsoever. In fact, merely with a gentle lift of the pole, Gushio drew the catch from the void. Yet when the object of his fishing appeared before his eyes, the previously tranquil Gushio could not help but reveal a flicker of astonishment. For this time, the object of his fishing was the opportunity that rightfully belonged to his junior brother, Jiang Sun. Chapter 36, Jiang Sun. My opportunity has been seized by another. What is this? The 7 stars pendant. Before Gushio's eyes, an ancient jade pendant emerged, intricately carved with the likeness of the Big Dipper. Most remarkably, this pendant exuded a certain complex and unique energy. Although the pendant was an inanimate object, gazing at the 7 stars pendant would involuntarily evoke a sensation of the 7 stars shimmering and moving along a peculiar trajectory. Yet, upon a second glance, one would realize that the pendant appeared utterly still. Astonishment was etched across Gushio's face, for he recognized this pendant. Or rather, he had once beheld it in a dream that spanned an eternity, where it shone with unparalleled brilliance. This object was known as the 7 stars pendant. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, and the method of its forging was unknown. However, it possessed an extraordinarily unique and potent function: the ability to break formations. The 7 stars depicted upon it could decipher myriad great formations, guiding the wearer to escape from any array they might encounter. It was truly wondrous. In that dream of eternal vision, this 7 stars pendant was Jiang Sun's treasure. He, too, had harnessed the power of the green bamboo pole to fish out this pendant, and after obtaining it, he had shone brightly on numerous occasions. This pendant had aided Jiang Sun in resolving countless crises and unraveling numerous formations, granting him endless opportunities. Yet now, this pendant had been acquired by Gushio ahead of time. Moreover, I recall that in that dream of eternity, my junior apprentice had spent a full 3 days fishing for this 7 stars pendant. How is it that I could acquire it so effortlessly? Curiosity piqued within Gushio as he held the 7 stars pendant, feeling a warmth emanating from it. Whether it was mere illusion, he sensed that the pendant seemed to radiate goodwill, eager for him to employ its power. Gushio found it peculiar. Is this pendant truly mine by right, or is it that my Tao heart resonates with it? This question would remain unanswered. Thus, Gushio dismissed his thoughts and, without hesitation, pricked his finger, allowing a drop of essence blood to fall upon the 7 stars pendant. As the blood touched its surface, it was entirely absorbed. The bond was forged, and success was achieved. Meanwhile, at the distant Qingxian sacred land, atop the Yuyun peak, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged, refining his sword heart. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His previously steady aura dissipated in an instant, and a look of shock and incredulity flickered in his eyes. Why? Why do I feel that an opportunity that should have belonged to me has been snatched away? He could not comprehend the source of this sudden feeling, yet its intensity was overwhelming, causing him immense distress. Even the sword intent he had been honing moments before nearly faltered. It was only after expelling another mouthful of blood that the suffocating sensation in his heart finally eased somewhat. Yet the anguish of having something that rightfully belonged to him taken by another lingered painfully within him. Even his eyes were momentarily suffused with a hint of malevolence. Who is it? Who dares to seize my fortune? However, this fleeting expression vanished as quickly as it appeared, for outside the door, a series of knocks resounded, accompanied by a concerned inquiry. Little junior brother, the senior sister has sensed a change in your aura. Have you encountered a setback in your cultivation? Are you all right? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am fine. Jiang Jun hastily replied as he rose and opened the door. Standing before him was his third senior sister, Su Wanqing, who immediately elicited a warm smile akin to a gentle spring breeze from him. Thank you for your consideration, senior sister. I merely felt a momentary dissonance in my heart, sensing a deficiency in my path. It was an oversight, but now, all is well. A deficiency in your path. Su Wanqing paused, a shadow of worry crossing her face. Jiang Jun chuckled. There is no need for concern, senior sister. It is merely a heart demon, and I have already resolved it. A heart demon is no trivial matter. You must not take it lightly, Su Wanqing admonished, shaking her head before producing a collection of bottles filled with elixirs and handing them to him. These are calming and soul-stabilizing pills. Please take them as needed. Jiang Jun felt a surge of joy within, yet his face displayed hesitation. Senior sister, I have already consumed so many of your pills. How can I accept more? Moreover, these calming pills are exceedingly rare. Just take them. Why are you being so polite with me? Su Wanqing dismissed his protests, firmly placing the pills in his hands. Senior sister, you are my little junior brother. If I do not give you my elixirs, should I offer them to outsiders instead? But take them. Regardless of what you find lacking in your path, know that your master and senior sisters will always provide you with the best, even if it means depleting all that the Qingxian sacred land has to offer. Her words filled Jiang Jun with renewed gratitude. Coincidentally, these very words reached the ears of Qin Moran, who had just arrived at the Chuyun Peak. Intending to seek solace from Jiang Jun, a pang of unexplainable pain gripped her heart as she recalled the figure she had seen in the mirror. Jiang Jun had obtained everything from the sect. But what of Gu Xiu? He had already left the sect, his life and death unknown. If he had also embarked on the path of cultivation anew, did he possess the resources to do so? Such thoughts compounded the heaviness in Qin Moran's heart, making her feel increasingly distressed. Yet after a moment, she suppressed the chaotic musings, allowing a cold, unfeeling demeanor to resurface. Gu Xiu acted to assist me, yet he ultimately severed my path. I must not allow myself to be disturbed by him. He is a part of the past, and I cannot be at fault. With this resolution, Qin Moran turned, her expression returning to indifference, but she cast a glance at Jiang Jun, who was engaging politely in conversation with Su Wanqing. In the end, she chose not to approach him and instead departed alone. Even she could not articulate why she felt compelled to leave. Meanwhile, in another carriage, Gu Xiu had completed the recognition of the 7 stars pendant. Yet, within his eyes, there was no surprise, no exhilaration, only a steady calm, as tranquil as still water. The 7-star pendant, regardless of whether it originally belonged to him or was destined for Jiang Xian, holds little significance for Gu Xiu. He understands that this is merely the beginning. After glimpsing that eternal dream, Gu Xiu has already comprehended all those fateful encounters. Naturally, in the millennia to come, he will strive to reclaim each opportunity that once belonged to Jiang Xian. Although the grievances between Gu Xiu and the Qingxian Holy Land have dissipated after abandoning the sect's spirit contract, he has never forgotten his junior brother, Jiang Xian. This junior brother, having usurped what was rightfully his, schemed tirelessly to seize a multitude of opportunities and possessions. Though, for the present Gu Xiu, these past events are nothing more than fleeting memories, long since laid to rest. However, letting go does not imply that upon encountering Jiang Xian again, Gu Xiu would amiably greet him as junior brother and absolve the past. Such a scenario is implausible. Sooner or later, Gu Xiu will wield the 3-foot Qingfeng and ascend to the Qingxian Holy Land to slay Jiang Xian. Thus, the 7-star pendant scarcely stirs any emotional turmoil within Gu Xiu. He can grow even stronger. As Gu Xiu re-enters a state of cultivation, the Wanbao Tower convoy, which has been ceaselessly advancing, suddenly comes to a halt. Chapter 37. The green bamboo traps the dragon. A fleeting moment of glory. What is happening? Have we encountered some sort of predicament? The Tianqi mountain range is fraught with unpredictable dangers. Even a convoy like Wanbao Tower travels relentlessly day and night, stopping only under extraordinary circumstances. The sudden and unheralded halt raises immediate concerns for Su Rumei, who furrows her brow. Her subordinates quickly report, "Manager Su, there seems to be an issue ahead." An issue? Su Rumei raises an eyebrow, not waiting for her subordinate to elaborate, as she promptly leaves the carriage to investigate. Indeed, she discovers that the once clear path ahead has inexplicably given way to a dense bamboo grove, stretching endlessly and leaving only a narrow trail. This is the route we at Wanbao Tower have consistently traversed, and ordinarily, cultivators would also take this path, which should lead directly to Yunshao City. Just 3 months prior, her subordinates had journeyed this way, and while there were some challenges, it was undeniably free of this bamboo thicket. Listening to her subordinates' report, Su Rumei approaches the bamboo grove for a closer inspection. The bamboo appears ordinary, lacking any peculiar characteristics. After taking several steps inward, she finds nothing amiss. Yet, it is this lack of discovery that deepens her frown. Although green bamboo can grow rapidly after a spring rain, becoming this dense is unusual. "Can we take an alternate route?" Su Rumei inquires. "I'm afraid not," her subordinate replies, shaking his head. "If we were to change routes, we would have to retreat to yesterday's fork, which would extend our journey and complicate our path. The delays could prove significant." Su Rumei's frown deepens. As cultivators, they possess the means to fly using flying artifacts, and a mere bamboo grove poses no threat. However, this is the Tianqi mountain range, home to countless unknown dangers. While brief travel may be manageable, flying a convoy of this scale is fraught with peril. "Should we send someone to scout the way?" her subordinate suggests. "That would be prudent." Su Rumei nodded slightly and instructed, "Send a few individuals to stroll through the bamboo forest and ascertain if there are any issues." Her subordinate promptly took his leave. However, it was not long before he returned, his expression somewhat grim. "Manager Su, Everyone is shirking their responsibilities and reluctant to venture forth. Why? Su Rumei raised an eyebrow. The individuals you assigned are those few wandering chi cultivators. Yet, they either claim their cultivation is insufficient or assert they are at a critical juncture in their training, expressing an unwillingness to go. Furthermore, they suggested, what else did they say? They mentioned that since the accomplished cultivator is capable of traveling alone in a carriage, he must be far more formidable than they, and thus, we should seek him out instead. Upon hearing this, Su Rumei's brows furrowed in concern. She had anticipated that this group would seize the opportunity to target Gu Xiu, eager to observe his performance. Regrettably, Gu Xiu had scarcely emerged from the carriage, and she had nearly forgotten about it. To her surprise, this group would choose such a moment to act against him. It was merely a reconnaissance mission, easily manageable by a few chi cultivators, as they were merely accompanying wanderers on the journey. Wanbao Tower was compensating them for their services, yet now each was making excuses. This caused Su Rumei to frown, but after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided, inquire if that friend Feng is interested in taking a look. And do inform him that if he agrees to go, we will provide him with a separate remuneration. Her subordinate swiftly departed, and a shadowy figure materialized quietly. Are you intending to offer him an opportunity? Indeed, Su Rumei affirmed with a nod. Since he is willing to showcase his abilities before Wanbao Tower, I see no reason to impede him. As the manager, Su Rumei could not be easily swayed by a group of wandering cultivators. What appeared to be a concession was, in truth, more about providing Gu Xiu with an opportunity. After all, she had always believed that he was awaiting a chance to demonstrate himself at Wanbao Tower. Now, the opportunity had presented itself, and she was confident that Gu Xiu would not decline it. Sure enough, it was not long before her subordinate returned with news. The esteemed friend Feng has agreed, but he stated that this task falls within his responsibilities, and no additional spirit stones are necessary. This response only served to strengthen Su Rumei's convictions. As she approached Gu Xiu's carriage, she observed him, clad in white, his hair matching his attire, as he stepped forth from the vehicle. However, he was met with the scornful gazes of onlookers. Young man, the bamboo forest is uncharted territory. Exercise caution. One misstep could cost you your life. After all, he has earned Manager Su's favor and managed to enter the Dao with a mere cultivation level of the 4th stage of Qi. His prowess must be formidable. Why should we worry? Indeed, should danger arise, he might effortlessly dispatch any miscreants. This group of individuals spoke with a tone dripping with sarcasm, their eyes filled with mockery as they regarded Gu Xiu. Even Su Rumei found it difficult to suppress a frown at their remarks. Yet, Gu Xiu remained unfazed, his countenance calm and untroubled, as if these taunts were not directed at him. He simply picked up the wooden staff that had accompanied him throughout his journey, nodded to Su Rumei, and strode towards the bamboo forest, never once casting a glance at the group of chi cultivators. This situation left the crowd pressing against Gu Xiu with a sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton, their irritation escalating and their words turning increasingly caustic. Moreover, there were even malevolent individuals who cursed Gu Xiu, wishing him to venture into the bamboo forest and face peril. Su Rumei furrowed her brow, contemplating a reprimand to quell the raucous assembly, but before she could voice her thoughts, a series of startled exclamations rang out. This is bad. The bamboo forest is a formation. It has changed, truly a formation. What? Every individual momentarily froze, with Su Rumei being the first to rush to the edge of the bamboo grove. Indeed, she found that the previously narrow passageway had completely sealed off. The green bamboos remained ordinary in appearance, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, had she not recently surveyed this grove, she might have been entirely oblivious to the transformation that had occurred. Such a level of alteration could only signify one thing: a formation. Someone had intricately laid out a grand array here, awaiting their entrance. Realizing this, Su Rumei immediately took to the skies. For the sake of safety, she did not ascend too high, but as she gazed at the bamboo grove before her, an involuntary shock coursed through her. All around her, as far as the eye could see, was an expanse of bamboo. Moreover, the grove was continuously shifting. From above, it appeared as though an intricate bagua diagram was in motion, endlessly complex. This formation was the green bamboo dragon trapping array. Su Rumei's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and a sudden heaviness settled in her heart. This is not good. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively began to descend. Just as she moved, several bamboo stalks, radiating potent waves of spiritual energy, shot toward her previous position. Had her reflexes been even a fraction slower, she would have been impaled by the bamboo, rendered akin to a hedgehog. However, even though Su Rumei narrowly evaded disaster, as she touched down, an overwhelming number of bamboo shoots suddenly burst forth from the ground. Almost instantaneously, they rose with astonishing speed, swiftly separating the caravan of Wanbao Tower into isolated segments. What is happening? Where did these bamboos come from? Is this a formation? This is dire. Retreat quickly. There was no escape. This abrupt turn of events immediately elicited gasps of shock from everyone in the caravan. As Su-rume witnessed this unfolding chaos, dread gripped her heart. She realized that they had unwittingly entered the grand formation long before. The earlier obstruction of the bamboo grove was not a recent discovery of the array. Rather, they had already become ensnared within it, having reached a dead end with no chance of escape. Now, the formation was fully activated and preparing to strike. Su-rume understood the green bamboo dragon trapping array well. It was exceptionally formidable, however. Constructing such a formation required a significant investment of time and a plethora of spiritual stones. It was evident that the architect of this grand array had set their sights on their caravan from Wanbao Tower. We have delved too deeply into the formation. Our retreat is blocked, and our path forward is obstructed. We are utterly ensnared within this array. At this moment, a shadow re-emerged, Su-rume's brow furrowed in concentration. The master of the formation intended to completely divide their caravan, to conquer them piece by piece. We are likely to suffer heavy casualties this time. How can we break this formation? I do not know. The two exchanged hurried words, their expressions growing increasingly grim. This was not merely a dilemma. It was a deadlock. Someone had long conspired against their caravan from Wanbao Tower, intending to annihilate them in one fell swoop. What was even more terrifying was that they had already been ensnared within the formation, with no means of escape. Just as the two were deliberating how to dismantle the array and preserve their lives within this intricate web, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Why have these green bamboos withered? This remark left Su-rume momentarily stunned, prompting her to glance sideways, where she indeed witnessed the once mysteriously flourishing green bamboos, now beginning to wither in rapid succession, visibly turning to us in the blink of an eye. The bamboo formation that had previously separated the caravan disintegrated entirely. The entire event transpired so swiftly that the members of the caravan had yet to comprehend what was unfolding. Even Su-rume and Ingzi, who had discerned the intricacies of the formation, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and soon after, amidst the rapid decay of the countless emerald bamboos, a man dressed in white with flowing white hair strolled leisurely into view. Chapter 38. A few stalks of bamboo cut. A few lives taken Feng Bugue. It is he. The one who emerged was none other than Gu Xiu, who had ventured deep into the bamboo grove moments ago. Previously, upon realizing that they were ensnared by the formation, everyone had been too flustered to think of anything else, completely forgetting about Gu Xiu, who had been tasked with scouting ahead. To say they forgot would not be entirely accurate. Many were aware of the inevitable conclusion. Feng Bugu was undoubtedly doomed. After all, although he had once entered the Tao at the 4th level of Qi refining, which was indeed commendable, he was ultimately just a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining. What fate awaited someone of such cultivation trapped within a formation that even golden core cultivators found insurmountable? A certain demise. Yet now, this very individual, perceived by all as certain to perish, emerged unscathed from the ruins of the bamboo forest. It was enough to astonish everyone. The most shocking of all were Su-rume and Ingzi, who had already sensed the formation's intricacies and dangers. Could it be that the sudden disruption of the formation was his doing? This man is well versed in formations. This was the green bamboo trapping dragon formation, which required considerable resources and time to set up. Even a golden core cultivator would struggle to escape its grasp. Could he truly dismantle it? If it was indeed this man who unraveled the formation, then it would be imperative to befriend him, for he could become an esteemed guest of Wanbao Tower. The two swiftly reached a conclusion, their gazes toward Gu Xiu filled with awe. Many cultivators possess some knowledge of formations, but most only grasp the basics of ordinary arrays. Even if they had access to formation manuals, they could only replicate common patterns. However, individuals like this cannot be deemed true formation masters. A genuine formation master possesses the ability to comprehend formations deeply, capable of identifying their weaknesses through an understanding of the art. Such individuals, capable of breaking formations, are exceedingly rare. The green bamboo trapping dragon array is inherently formidable, capable of ensnaring even those of Golden Dan level. Should a common array master become ensnared within it, they would find themselves equally at a loss. What does this signify? It intimates that if this array were indeed shattered by Feng Bugue, his mastery of formations is undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, it suggests that the worth of Feng Bugue will rise exponentially, perhaps even surpassing the value of his innate potential. After all, innate potential merely indicates a person's future capabilities exceeding those of the average individual. For a force like Wanbao Tower, such an individual is worth forging connections with, yet does not warrant excessive flattery. However, A formation master is tangible, someone who could prove invaluable to Wanbao Tower at any moment. Yet, while Su Rumei and Ingzi were in shock, a few mocking voices emerged from the caravan. This brat is still alive. What a stroke of luck. It must be that the formation encountered an unexpected mishap. Otherwise, he would have surely been impaled by the myriad bamboo. The formation earlier, if I am not mistaken, was the green bamboo trapping dragon array, reputed to be exceedingly profound and resource-intensive. However, should a mistake occur in its deployment, the formation would immediately collapse, indicating that he indeed survived by sheer fortune. These exchanges caused Su Rumei to furrow her brow. Upon glancing over, she recognized those who had previously ridiculed Gu Xiu, a group of Qi refining level 9 loose cultivators. Nevertheless, at this moment, Su Rumei chose to disregard them and promptly approached Gu Xiu. "Friend Feng, are you unharmed?" Upon seeing Gu Xiu shake his head in affirmation, she eagerly pressed on. "What did you do just now?" "I did nothing much. Merely felled a few bamboo stalks and took a few lives," Gu Xiu replied nonchalantly. Yet, this understated response left Su Rumei utterly astonished. Felled a few bamboo stalks. Could it be that he has disrupted the core of the green bamboo trapping dragon array? And as for taking lives, could it mean that the array's creator has already been slain? Just as Su Rumei was about to inquire further, Gu Xiu interjected, "The path ahead is clear. We may proceed, thus allowing us to reach Yunqiao City sooner, right?" Su Rumei snapped back to reality and immediately ordered the caravan to continue its journey. After all, with someone having set a grand array against them, remaining in place was fraught with uncertainty regarding potential dangers. However, once she had arranged everything and turned back, she found Gu Xiu had already retreated to his carriage. Clutching that wooden stick, Su Rumei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from stopping Gu Xiu, for she noticed that the earlier loose cultivators who had mocked him were still engaged in their discussion. "What did you say? You think that brat broke the green bamboo trapping dragon array? Are you joking? Does a Qi refining level 7 kid possess such strength? The green bamboo trapping dragon array is a legitimate grand formation. Even a capable array master would require time and cultivation to break it, wouldn't they? Do they truly believe that simply chopping down a few bamboo stalks could dismantle it? Nonsense. As for the matter of 2 deaths, that is even more absurd. It is possible that the young lad merely seeks to take credit, spinning tales with his loose tongue. Even if he is not seeking accolades, it could very well just be the work of a few petty thieves." The words were spoken by a robust man bearing a scar across his face, known as Mao-Xing, with the moniker of Mad Victory Blade. He had once fought against a practitioner of the perfected Qi refining stage, while possessing merely the 9th layer of Qi refining, and he succeeded in slaying his opponent, thereby gaining notoriety. Since that battle, he had garnered significant respect among the scattered cultivators. Mao-Xing proved to be quite astute in his dealings. Leveraging his fame, he assembled a group of scattered cultivators to form a small faction known as the Mad Victory Gang, primarily accepting commissions from merchant associations and sects in need of external assistance. Initially modest in scale, the gang expanded significantly over time, establishing a presence in numerous nearby cities. Consequently, many sects and factions seeking aid would directly approach the Mad Victory Gang for convenience, enabling the gang to grow ever stronger. As of now, many scattered cultivators find that joining the Mad Victory Gang is a prerequisite for survival in the field. Moreover, the gang does not merely suppress the powerless scattered cultivators. They have even begun to exert pressure on certain sects and factions. This time, when Wanbao sought the assistance of the Mad Victory Gang, Mao-Xing not only hiked the price but also demanded several of their own carriages to bolster their stature. In his discourse, he hinted that should they fail to grant the Mad Victory Gang the respect it deserves, Wanbao would find it impossible to recruit scattered cultivators for assistance in the future. This left Su Rumei feeling quite discontented. Nonetheless, after careful consideration, she ultimately acquiesced to the remuneration, though she declined the request for carriages as a subtle rebuke. Mao-Xing likely perceived the special carriage granted to Feng Bugue as an affront, prompting his antagonism, as the shadow observed. "Perhaps it is more than that." Su Rumei shook her head. "I have heard that the Mad Victory Gang is not particularly stable of late. Mao-Xing may be seeking to suppress the outsider Feng Bugue as a means to intimidate his own members. A rabble of inept individuals, lacking in cultivation yet adept at scheming. This so-called Mad Victory Gang would be better off eliminated with a mere flick of the wrist. That will not do. While their cultivation is lacking, there are times when we require their assistance. As long as the Mad Victory Gang remains compliant, it is advantageous for us." Su Rumei shook her head, for as the steward, there were many considerations to weigh. The shadow, understanding her concerns, shifted the topic and inquired, "Do you believe what he said is true or false? Is it true that the Qingzhou Kunlong array was not breached by Feng Bugue?" This Su Rumei furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of doubt. After all, Gu Xiu's strength was indeed too feeble. While the 7th layer of Qi refining is considered late stage, it remains insufficient against such a formidable array. To claim that he breached the Qingzhou Kunlong array is indeed rather implausible. Moving forward may yield some insights. Ultimately, Su Rumei could only state, did Feng Bugui not merely chop down a few bamboo stalks and slay a handful of individuals? We shall see what type of bamboo he has felled and whom he has slain. The shadow nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded with caution. After a while, they found that the path ahead was indeed open, just as Gu Xiu had described, and they encountered no dangers along the way. Even the identity of the mysterious array master remained shrouded in uncertainty. After walking for a while, a sudden discovery lay ahead. Halt! Wait! What is this? A few green bamboos lay broken here, clearly severed by human hands. In front of the convoy, several broken bamboos appeared, each as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, and faintly etched with intricate patterns, emanating a peculiar flow of spiritual energy. Without exception, all these green bamboos had been cleaved in two. Is this what Feng Bugui spoke of? The severed bamboos? Ha ha ha, just a few broken bamboos, and this is worthy of special mention? As I previously asserted, the Qingzhou Kunlong formation could not have been breached by him. With his cultivation level, he could only manage to chop a few worthless bamboos. Upon seeing the broken bamboos, Mao Xingsheng scoffed derisively. The group of cultivators following him erupted into laughter as well. Have you all noticed, at that moment, someone suddenly inquired. Why did the countless bamboos in that forest turn to ashes, yet these few broken bamboos remain? The crowd fell silent. Then those who had arrived first at the broken bamboos began to observe intently, only to suddenly exclaim in astonishment. Chapter 39. Kill one every 10 steps. All these broken bamboos are inscribed with formation patterns and Dao runes. Indeed, they still harbor profound power. These few green bamboos are the formation's eye. Yes, the formation's eye. The earlier Qingzhou Kunlong formation was not flawed by its creator, but rather someone breached the formation's eye, thereby destroying the entire array. As the astonished exclamations continued, many began to notice the formation patterns and Dao runes etched upon the green bamboos, which still retained a mysterious power that had yet to dissipate due to the recent destruction. Hiss! Someone drew in a sharp breath, instinctively glancing towards Gu Xiu's carriage. What he mentioned about chopping a few bamboos, could it be that those were precisely the bamboos forming the eye of the formation? Aren't they merely a few broken bamboos? Perhaps it was merely good fortune that a few green bamboos lay conveniently before him. If it were me, I would have just as readily severed the bamboos within my reach. Mao Xingsheng scoffed, a look of disdain plastered across his face. His words left the crowd momentarily stunned. There seemed to be some rationale to his claim. Could it truly be mere luck? Yet, how could it be so coincidental? The Qingzhou Kunlong formation is astoundingly intricate, and the formation's eye is perpetually shifting. How could an ordinary person happen upon it so fortuitously? Moreover, the principal array master would undoubtedly be manipulating the formation. But could it really be that the formation's eye was left so blatantly in front of Gu Xiu for him to cleave? Wasn't that rather foolish? For a moment, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Even the members of the Guangxing gang, who followed Mao Xingsheng, fell silent. Humph, a few broken bamboos have frightened you all. Do you truly believe that this Qi refinement 7th layer practitioner, who was previously merely a Qi refinement 4th layer cultivator, possesses such profound knowledge of formations? Mao Xingsheng spoke again. This time, his assertion garnered nods from the crowd. Although they found it somewhat tenuous, the explanation indeed held merit, even causing Su Rumei to harbor doubts. Could it be that it truly was mere coincidence? These broken bamboos were quite vexing to behold. Over there, the persuasive Mao Xingsheng immediately summoned his strength with a palm strike aimed at the green bamboo. However, Mao Xingsheng was taken aback. His previous casual strike should have completely shattered an ordinary bamboo into dust, yet this time, the severed green bamboo remained utterly unscathed. What on earth? Clearing his throat, Mao Xingsheng, undeterred, exerted 50% of his strength. But, sizzle! This time, the bamboo emitted a peculiar sound, and Mao Xingsheng felt as though his power had been absorbed by cotton. As for the green bamboo, it remained entirely unharmed. Not a single mark was left behind. This, Mao Xingsheng was dumbfounded, as were the others, who regarded him with expressions of doubt, as if questioning his capabilities. It seemed the green bamboo possessed some hidden strength that he had underestimated. Embarrassed, Mao Xingsheng uttered a few words, then, with a composed demeanor, struck out once more. Although he appeared unfazed, he secretly summoned all his might. A full-powered strike from a 9th layer Qi refining practitioner, while not cataclysmic, should have been sufficient to reduce stone to powder. Yet, sizzle! The strange sound persisted, and Mao Xingsheng felt that the majority of his force had been dissipated, though the remaining energy still struck the bamboo. Crack! With a crisp sound, the point of impact on the bamboo caved in and split. However, he merely cracked. His all-out strike had failed to completely sever the green bamboo. In that moment, Mao Xingxing was left in a daze, glancing at his palm and then at the bamboo, questioning whether he had grown weak with age or if the bamboo was simply too formidable. But if the bamboo was indeed extraordinary, how had Feng Bugui achieved such a feat? Observing the previously severed sections of bamboo, the cuts were clean, as if sliced by a sword, seemingly still imbued with residual power. Was Feng Bugui truly that powerful? Although the bamboo lay broken, the intricate patterns and Tao rhythms it possessed continued to fortify the remaining stalks. If Mao Xingxing underestimated them, he would undoubtedly fail to sever the bamboo. Someone spoke up, and Mao Xingxing nodded emphatically. Yes, I have indeed underestimated this bamboo. With that, he drew his treasured blade, channeling all his energy, and struck down upon the bamboo. This time, the bamboo finally yielded to his blow. Yet, the smile on Mao Xingxing's face was strained, for he realized that even with his full strength, he had nearly failed to split the bamboo as cleanly as before, which left him feeling rather uneasy. Was this truly the work of a seventh-layer qi refining practitioner? Was Feng Bugui really that formidable? Witnessing all of this, Yingzi could not help but exclaim in Su Rumei's ear. This is merely the already broken bamboo. The formation having collapsed. Had the formation remained intact, the power of this bamboo would be beyond Mao Xingxing's capacity to sever. It would at least require foundational strength to accomplish such a feat. Su Rumei also furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing towards the carriage where Gu Xiu was seated, her eyes filled with astonishment. Not only did she recognize this, but she also recalled another point. Earlier, it was mentioned that the green bamboo was casually severed by Feng Bugui, a stroke of luck that had breached the formation's focal point. Which cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement would casually sever a bamboo stalk, employing such formidable power? And what a remarkable coincidence it is that the cut would land precisely at the heart of the formation. This surely cannot be mere happenstance. Rather, it is evident that Feng Bugui has discerned the location of the formation's core and has harnessed his power to transcend his level, thereby shattering this formation. He truly is a master of formations. Moreover, he is a formation master capable of engaging in combat beyond his realm, wielding the strength of foundational cultivation. Press on. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Rumei issued her command. Her gaze was ablaze with fervor and astonishment. She was eager to witness the identities of those Feng Bugui had claimed to have slain, and she could scarcely contain her excitement at the surprises he might yet unveil. She had a premonition that she had stumbled upon a treasure. Before long, the convoy resumed its journey, and it was not long before several corpses appeared ahead on the road. I recognized this one. It is Chou Liandong, a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator. This one is Fu Haijia, a 7th-level, Wu Huanran, also at 7th level, and here lies another at the 8th level, Ko Wanyu. A chorus of gasps erupted in succession. This caravan from Wanbailu comprised not only its own members, but also more than half a dozen others who had come to assist for bounty, predominantly scattered cultivators, many of whom recognized the fallen individuals among the remains. The chilling realization dawned upon them. For those who now lay lifeless on the ground had once been notorious figures, and yet, without exception, they had all met their end. What was even more terrifying was the uniformity of their injuries. Each had been fatally struck through the heart meridian. A single lethal blow. To kill one person every 10 steps, this was no small feat. What kind of terrifying entity could achieve such a level of destruction? These were not mere trifling characters. Had these individuals breached the formation, we would all have perished, for there would have been no way to withstand them. Was it Feng Bugui who dispatched them? Could his strength be this fearsome? As they pressed forward, the growing dread in the hearts of the crowd intensified. The scene before them was utterly shocking. At every interval, they encountered one or more corpses. The grim reality was that each of these deceased had been formidable in life, all masters in their own right. To claim a life every 10 steps may sound simple, yet the execution is fraught with difficulty. These were cultivators, not mere vegetables. As they continued onward, the glances cast towards the carriage harboring Gu Xiu became increasingly frequent. Even the group of scattered cultivators from the Guangxing gang could not suppress their trembling, their legs quaking in terror. Just moments ago, Feng Bugui had mentioned that he had severed a few bamboo stalks and taken a few lives. But who could have imagined that the individuals he had slain would be of such high caliber? What he had accomplished was nothing short of astounding. Not only the scattered cultivators, but even several foundation-building cultivators from Wanbailu, including Su Rumei, who had already reached the golden core stage, were left in shock. These individuals were all renowned figures, and they had prepared the Qingzhou Kunlong formation in advance. Such a powerful force had come ready to strike. Had they truly succeeded? Today, it seems we are destined to suffer catastrophic losses. Not merely catastrophic losses. The shadow beside me, equally astounded, remarked. This Qingzhou Kunlong formation is sufficient to encircle both of us. In the best-case scenario, we may only manage to escape with grievous injuries while the others meet their demise. Su Rume nodded solemnly. Indeed, golden core cultivators possess formidable strength. Even with a sea of chi refinement practitioners, it would be impossible to defeat a golden core. However, if combined with the formation and perhaps some previously prepared strategies that have yet to be deployed, the outcome becomes uncertain. Instinctively, both of them turned their gazes once more towards the carriage where Gu Xiu resided, filled with trepidation. This is Biluo Huangquan, Tu Biqiang. Hiss, it truly is her. Tu Biqiang has also perished. Had she not advanced to Foundation establishment merely half a year ago? How could she have met her end here? At that moment, the front of the convoy made a new discovery. There lay a female corpse. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, and her attire was such that it would tempt anyone to succumb to her allure. Yet, at this moment, she had transformed into a crimson skeleton. Of course, what captivated the crowd's attention was not her beauty, but rather the fact that this woman was a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator, nicknamed Biluo Huangquan, whose technique, the Een soul-piercing strike, instilled terror in the hearts of many. Several Foundation establishment cultivators present were already losing their composure. Though they were Foundation establishment practitioners themselves, facing this adept in sinister arts, they could not claim absolute confidence. More importantly, it was inconceivable to easily slay her. For the cause of Tu Biqiang's death mirrored that of the previous group, one strike piercing her heart. It seemed she had not comprehended her fate even in death, her countenance still etched with incredulity, as if she remained in shock. How could the one who ended her life possess such overwhelming strength? Could it truly be the handiwork of that esteemed foe? Someone murmured, their eyes filled with horror. The others shared similar sentiments, their expressions rife with disbelief, incredulity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible that this was the doing of that so-called Feng Bugue. At this juncture, Mu Xingxing spoke without hesitation, his gaze equally astonished, tinged with fear, yet he remained composed as he declared. This is Biluo Huangquan, Tu Biqiang, a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. How could a 7th-layer chi refinement practitioner possibly slay a Foundation establishment cultivator? Do you truly believe such a thing? The crowd fell silent, instinctively shaking their heads. To be frank, they found it hard to believe. After all, there exists a strict hierarchy among cultivators, from chi refinement to Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, and great ascension. Each advancement signifies a qualitative leap. Even the distinction between chi refinement and Foundation establishment is akin to a chasm, with many chi refinement practitioners uncertain of the capabilities possessed by Foundation establishment cultivators. How could one achieve this? While it is true that there are instances of fighting beyond one's rank, such feats are often accomplished by prodigies. Yet, every instance of crossing ranks involves the full use of one's abilities, seizing the opportune moment, and even a touch of luck. How could it be so effortlessly lethal in a single strike? Do not be deceived by that young man's current cultivation level. While it is true that he has reached the 7th layer of chi refinement, he was merely at the 4th layer not long ago. Given such a brief period, it is already commendable that he has managed to stabilize his realm. How could he possibly fully master his own power? How could he so swiftly overcome a foundational cultivator? Mu Xingxing continued, prompting others to ponder deeply. Indeed, the entire situation was steeped in the fantastical, rendering it hard to believe. Even Su Rume and the shadow beside her could not help but furrow their brows, exchanging glances filled with concern. Pray tell, if these individuals were not slain by Feng Bugue, then who could it be? Someone inquired, igniting curiosity among the others. Exactly. With so many lives lost, it cannot simply be attributed to divine retribution. Can it? This group clearly aimed for Wanbao Tower, and the only person who had just departed from there was Feng Bugue. If he did not strike, then who else could it have been? This question struck at the heart of the matter, rendering Mu Xingxing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Let us proceed, Su Rume commanded, urging the caravan to move forward. Yet, she too felt a sense of uncertainty, wishing to observe more of the unfolding path. The journey ahead remained tumultuous, as sporadic corpses began to surface, predominantly those of chi refinement practitioners. However, the remains of 2 foundational cultivators were also discovered, causing Su Rume's frown to deepen as they advanced. The ambushers had evidently prepared meticulously. With such a formidable force, she was uncertain whether she could truly emerge unscathed within the formation. Ji Xiaoming. This is Ji Xiaoming, a voice exclaimed in astonishment after they had traveled a short distance, prompting everyone to rush forward. They found the lifeless body of a young man clad in blue. This individual was no ordinary figure. He was indeed the renowned rogue cultivator, Ji Xiaoming. Although Ji Xiaoming was merely at the early stage of Foundation establishment, his unpredictable abilities allowed him to contend even with those at the mid-stage. earning him the title of a prodigy in Yunshao City. How could he have met such an untimely demise? Such a prodigy could also perish. This was inconceivable. How could a figure of his stature be so easily slain? Severed at the heart? Who could have wielded such power? Could it truly be Feng Bugue? Are you mad? If I might have harbored doubts before, the appearance of Ji Xiaoming's corpse makes it abundantly clear that Feng Bugue could not have accomplished this. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot possibly slay a prodigy beyond his realm. Who can say for certain? Ji Xiaoming is indeed a prodigy, but in comparison to the true paragons, there exists a disparity. Furthermore, Feng Bugue, having entered the path at the fourth layer of chi refinement, who dares to claim he could not achieve this? A heated debate ensued among the group. Some argued that Gu Xiu was responsible, while others contended that Gu Xiu's prowess could not account for such feats. Both sides remained steadfast in their beliefs, striving to convince one another. However, this discord did not persist for long as soon. Not far from the body of the prodigy Ji Xiaoming, the group stumbled upon yet another corpse. Chapter 41. Undeniable. A race to offer gifts. Before them lay a snow-white grizzly bear, its physical form lifeless, its inner core excised. Yet, in an instant, the onlookers discerned the formidable prowess of this white creature. It was a third-tier spirit beast. In comparison, it was sufficiently powerful to rival a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The discovery of this corpse gradually quelled the disputes that had erupted earlier, silencing those who had attributed the deed to Gu Xiu. For, with a prodigious genius like Ji Xiaoming and a third-tier spirit beast, it was evident from the traces at the scene that this human and beast had collaborated. Such strength would undoubtedly spell doom for an ordinary mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, and even those in the late Foundation establishment phase would find themselves suppressed. No matter how formidable Feng Bugue was, he could not possibly reach such heights. After all, a seventh-layer chi refinement cultivator is ultimately confined by their limits. It was utterly implausible for Feng Bugue to have achieved this. Thus, the assailant could not have been Feng Bugue. This was the most rational conjecture. Indeed, while the world is never short of prodigies, even the mightiest must face constraints. Surviving this predicament as a seventh-layer chi refinement practitioner would already be a stroke of great fortune. To speak of mounting a counterattack that was the stuff of dreams. Even Su Rumei and the shadowy figure felt a twinge of doubt at this moment. They wished to maintain their hopes for Feng Bugue, but hope does not equate to believing in the impossible. This scene was simply too absurd. However, as these thoughts crossed their minds, a cultivator trailing behind suddenly revealed a look of shock, brandishing a gleaming orb. So this is the inner core of the spirit beast, drained of all its spiritual energy. Hearing this, the crowd turned to look. The speaker was a lowly third-layer chi refinement rogue cultivator, whose meager cultivation had led him to join the caravan merely to accompany them to Yuntian City. Having remained silent and hidden in the back until now, he was now holding a completely transparent, round orb in his hands. This was the inner core of the spirit beast, rendered nearly worthless due to its depleted energy, something most ordinary cultivators would not covet. Yet, this individual, clearly inexperienced, cradled it delicately, fearful of causing any damage. What was initially a trivial matter now captivated the attention of everyone present. Where did this inner core come from? Su Rumei promptly inquired, while the others fixated their gaze on the small rogue. For this inner core bore an unmistakable aura identical to that of the white bear lying lifeless on the ground. This was evidently the inner core of the third-tier spirit beast. Just moments ago, they had been debating who had slain this spirit beast and the prodigious Ji Xiaoming, only to turn around and find a third-layer chi refinement cultivator clutching the very core of the beast. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, the third-layer cultivator, now under the scrutiny of the crowd, was palpably nervous, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he stammered. This was tossed out by Senior Feng. I have never seen such an object before, so I just picked it up as he spoke. The expression of the third-layer cultivator shifted to one of profound embarrassment. Fortunately, at that moment, no one was concerned with his discomfort, for all were left in a state of stunned disbelief at his revelation. Could it truly be that Feng Bugue is the one responsible for this? How could that be possible? Yet, if it were not for Feng Bugue, from where would this inner elixir have come? But how could he possibly possess such prowess? Regardless of how he achieved it, the fact remains that this matter is undeniably attributed to him. The astonishment in everyone's eyes was palpable. Even the leader of the Guangxing gang, Mao Xingsheng, appeared utterly incredulous, unable to argue or refute. The evidence lay bare before them. All of this is indeed the doing of Feng Bugue. It was he who broke the formation, and it was he who inflicted the deaths, alone, with a single stick. He silently aided the entire caravan, averting a cataclysmic crisis. And yet, I still harbored doubts about whether it was Feng Bugue's handiwork. It is utterly disgraceful. I extend my gratitude to my fellow Taoist Feng for intervening and assisting Wan Bailu in resolving this crisis. I, Su Rumei, express my heartfelt thanks. While everyone remained in a stupor, they witnessed Su Rumei being the first to approach Guxiu's carriage, bowing politely to, as a golden core cultivator. She should not have conducted herself in such a manner, yet at this moment, she chose to lower her own status considerably. However, no one raised any objections. In fact, others quickly followed suit, stepping forward. Senior Feng, I was blind and foolish to have doubted you. I spoke recklessly earlier. I hope Senior Feng will forgive me. Previously, I was disrespectful. I hope Senior Feng will not hold it against me. At that moment, the area before Guxiu's carriage buzzed with activity. Almost all those who had previously questioned or marginalized Guxiu now stepped forward to apologize. Even Mao Xingxing, who had been the most critical, stood before Guxiu's carriage, drenched in cold sweat, bowing deeply, and one who could become a cultivator is a fool. Perhaps Guxiu's entry into the Tao may not seem remarkable, or his cultivation level may indeed be considered modest. However, breaking the Qingzhou confined dragon formation, slaying so many formidable foes beyond his rank, each and every one of these feats, if accomplished by Guxiu, signifies that he is a person not to be trifled with, not to be offended. Though the means by which Feng Bugui achieved all this remain unknown, at this juncture, such knowledge is inconsequential. Even if he truly employed some method, it only serves to highlight his extraordinary nature. More importantly, it indicates that if he wished to take their lives, it would be as simple as eating or drinking. The members of the Guangxing gang trembled in fear, their hearts racing. The Guangxing gang is composed entirely of scattered cultivators at the qi refining stage, and their ability to grow increasingly formidable is not solely due to their skill in gathering qi refining cultivators, but also their understanding of who can be provoked and who cannot. They dared to raise their prices before Wan Bailu because they knew that Wan Bailu would not truly kill them over trivial matters. But Feng Bugui is different. He is a rogue cultivator. A rogue cultivator whose strength is both bizarre and formidable. Being a rogue means lacking a backing, lacking support, but it also signifies no reservations, no attachments. If he were so inclined, he could easily pierce a hole in the heavens. Naturally, he could just as easily slaughter them, those who dared to insult him, as if they were mere chickens or ducks. At this moment, Mao Xingxing was filled with a profound sense of regret, almost to the point of despair. He had merely sought to assert his dominance, to demonstrate his power by making an example of another. Yet, he found himself confronting an insurmountable obstacle. Fear gripped him as he worried that Feng Bugui would harbor a grudge against him. As he watched others offer their apologies while the carriage remained unmoving, Mao Xingxing clenched his teeth and retrieved a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, hoping to avert disaster by sacrificing wealth. However, before he could approach, he noticed someone moving even faster than himself. Feng Daoyu, previously ensnared in madness, had audaciously attempted to strike at Feng Daoyu. Fortunately, Steward Su arrived just in time to guide him back from the brink of folly. These were the meager savings accumulated over the years. I implore you, Feng Daoyu, to overlook past grievances and grant me the opportunity to make amends. This was Ren Qing, a foundational cultivator from Wanbao Tower, who had previously plotted against Guxiu's storage bag but was thwarted by Su Rumei, resulting in the loss of a finger. While Mao Xingxing had merely been disrespectful in his words, Ren Qing had harbored intentions of murder and theft. Initially, he had felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, believing Su Rumei to be excessively harsh. Yet now, all traces of defiance had evaporated. He was left pale with terror, his legs trembling as if cramping. This person had already slain several foundational cultivators. If he wished to kill him, what could he possibly use to defend himself? An apology was imperative. Seeking forgiveness was his only recourse. With this foundational cultivator leading the way, the previously dismissive rogue cultivators who had looked down upon Guxiu eagerly opened their coffers, rushing to offer resources, beseeching this venerable white-haired rogue to show mercy. This scene left Su Rumei utterly astonished. She had prepared a gift to present to Feng Bugui in hopes of fostering a connection with this rogue cultivator. However, with this unexpected turn of events, she pondered whether her carefully chosen gift would still hold value. It seemed that to befriend Feng Bugui, she would have to make a significant sacrifice. Meanwhile, as Su Rumei contemplated what she might offer to surpass the others and successfully befriend Guxiu, in a cave within the Tianqi mountain range, Nian Shaoxi's figure had already materialized. This was the very cave where Guxiu and Yi Hongling had once taken refuge, the site of Guxiu's moonlit confrontation with his foes. Chapter 42. A sword like a surprising swan. The Azure Xian assembled. Days had passed, and the cave that Guxiu had previously cleared was now blanketed in a thin layer of dust. The bodies of the three cultivators slain by Guxiu and Yi Hongling had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, Yin Shaoxi was able to deduce the circumstances of that time through the residual traces within the cave and her divination skills. The junior disciple had fled here with a companion, seeking refuge and rest. That individual was likely an injured cultivator, originally at the early foundational stage, but due to either injury or poison, their abilities were severely compromised. 3 pursuers had tracked them to this location. With this thought, Yin Shaoxi's eyes filled with concern. She swiftly approached the entrance of the cave, examining it closely. Suddenly, she made a discovery. On the stone wall, there was an exceedingly faint mark, several droplets of splattered blood. Due to the passage of time, the traces had become weak and would easily be overlooked if one did not scrutinize them carefully. Though one can recite the verses of dawn and dusk, it is through these faint traces that one uncovers a modicum of clues. This is the very place where Brother Gu intercepted formidable foes. The adversaries sought to penetrate the cave. Yet Brother Gu struck with such force that he shattered their vital essence, severing their life force. This maneuver is the stunning swan. It is the sword technique known as stunning swan, which was originally conceived by Junior Brother 5 centuries ago. Suddenly, Yin Shaoxi was filled with elation. From the subtle bloodstains, she discerned the origins of this swordplay, which indeed was the stunning swan, a creation of Gu Xiu 500 years prior. Graceful as a startled swan, fluid as a drifting dragon, the stunning swan, which Yin Shaoxi had witnessed Gu Xiu wielding 5 centuries ago, appeared deceptively simple, merely a strike to vanquish the enemy, yet it was exceptionally arduous, for it required the compression of spiritual energy into a singular point, unleashing a force of thunderous might, empowering oneself to combat beyond one's means. When Yin Shaoxi first beheld this swordplay, it was nothing short of breathtaking. For this sword not only demanded skill but also an extraordinary acumen and combat experience, enabling one to anticipate the enemy's moves and precisely identify their vulnerabilities to deliver a lethal strike. Reflecting upon her initial awe at witnessing this technique, Yin Shaoxi felt a swell of emotion. Brother Gu, in those days, was truly akin to a celestial being, exceptionally gifted and dazzling. Yet, shortly thereafter, Yin Shaoxi was once again filled with joy, for the re-emergence of the stunning swan signified that her conjectures had not faltered. Junior Brother had indeed resumed his path of cultivation. Although he had not yet regained his former zenith, he had shattered his shackles. Moreover, in comparison to 5 centuries past, the stunning swan seemed to have reached a newfound level of mastery, striking with such precision that it neither dispersed energy nor marred the stone wall in the slightest after piercing through the enemy's vital essence. This was a realm of exquisite finesse. This iteration of the stunning swan had attained the pinnacle of mastery. Yin Shaoxi could not help but clench her fists. There could be no better news than this. Brother Gu had restored his cultivation, which implied that when he returned to the Qingtian sacred land, neither master nor fellow disciples would harbor the biases they once did. Until now, Yin Shaoxi's sole desire remained to bring Gu Xiu back to the Qingtian sacred land, restoring everything to its former glory. Yet could they truly return? Deep down, Yin Shaoxi harbored a premonition, yet she dared not dwell on it, nor did she wish to. Brother Gu was being pursued. The pressing concern was to locate him without delay. She could not allow him to come to harm. With her thoughts refocused, Yin Shaoxi immediately sought divination once more, and after a brief moment, she emerged from the cave, hastening towards a specific direction. However, as she stepped outside the cave, the jade pendant of her sect suddenly resonated with a buzzing sound. A summons from Master Guan Shuelon urging Yin Shaoxi to return to the sect. Previously, she had heeded the call, but this time, Yin Shaoxi merely furrowed her brow, then with a flick of her finger, silenced the pendant instantly. Subsequently, she felt no inclination to return to the sect. Instead, she pressed onward towards her pursuit. Ever since she had gazed into the celestial cycle mirror with Qin Moran, Yin Shaoxi had made a resolute decision. To find Gu Xiu, to bring him back, and she absolutely could not afford to wait any longer. She was unwilling to witness Gu Xiu suffer any longer, nor did she wish for her negligence, stemming from the delays in sect affairs, to put Gu Xiu in peril, leading to lifelong regret. As for the urgent summons from her master, Yin Shaoxi understood that this time it was certainly not a matter of great importance to the sect. By calculating the time, it was evident that the sword of the junior disciple, Jiang Qin, had likely been forged and required her enhancement. Had it been earlier, she might have found herself in a quandary. However, now, it was merely a matter of enhancing a sword. While such enhancement could indeed render it more formidable, the absence of her enhancement would not reduce it to mere scrap metal. Moreover, junior disciple Jiang was a sensible person. During their time in the sect, his relationship with Gu Xiu had been the closest. If he were to learn that her quest was to find Gu Xiu, and that she had failed to assist him in enhancing his sword, she believed he would understand. With this thought in mind, Yin Shaoxi finally cast aside any hesitation, quickening her pace as she pursued Gu Xiu's trail. Jiu Shidi. Wait for me. Please, do not come to harm. Meanwhile, at the Qingxian sacred ground, within the grand hall of the sect, Guan Shuilan, who had been anxiously awaiting a response from the communication jade tablet, suddenly darkened in countenance. The several senior sisters below, upon witnessing her expression, felt a weight in their hearts. However, the fearless junior sister, Lu Qingyao, promptly inquired, Master, what did the senior sister say? When will she return? It was better not to ask. Upon the inquiry, Guan Shuilan's expression grew increasingly grim. Your senior sister has severed my urgent summons? She is not returning. What? Observing the change in Guan Shuilan's demeanor, everyone sensed that something was amiss, but they merely assumed it was due to Nian Chaoxi's distance preventing her return. They never anticipated that she would defy the supreme summons. What could be more pressing than now, with the divine weapon of the junior disciple nearing completion? Is there some misunderstanding? The senior sister does not seem like the type to act thus. I recall that she shares a good rapport with the junior disciple. Surely, if nothing were amiss, she would hasten back. The disciples voiced their concerns, their brows furrowed. This time, the Qingxian sacred ground had mobilized its entire core. Not only with the presence of third senior sister Su Wanqing, fifth senior sister Qin Moran, and junior sister Lu Qingyao, but even the usually absent fourth senior sister Shi Siling and sixth senior sister He Mingyun had gathered. Aside from Yin Chaoxi, who was still pursuing her quest, and second senior sister, who was forging the divine weapon, the core of the Qingxian sacred ground was assembled. Listening to the words of the gathered women, Guan Shuilan's expression darkened further. What else could it be, if not concerning Gu Xiu, Su Wanqing, Qin Moran, and Lu Qingyao seemed to grasp the situation. However, fourth senior sister Shi Siling and sixth senior sister He Mingyun were completely in the dark. Upon hearing Guan Shuilan mention Gu Xiu, they suddenly recalled that they had a junior disciple named Gu. They immediately questioned, what has happened to Gu Xiu? Has he committed some wrongdoing? As soon as Lu Qingyao articulated that Gu Xiu had departed from the sect and was no longer a disciple of the Qingxian sacred land, both women were momentarily taken aback. Gu Xiu had actually signed the abandonment contract and left the sect. He had withdrawn from the sect altogether. When had this occurred? It had been over a month since Gu Xiu's departure. Yet for the majority of cultivators, this span of time was scarcely more than a fleeting moment, even less than what one might spend in seclusion. The two elder sisters had been engrossed in their own closed-door training and were completely unaware that such a significant event had transpired in the outside world. Their inquiries were directed toward Qin Moran, as she was a talisman master, well-versed in literature and capable of elucidating many matters. However, this time, Qin Moran found herself at a loss for words. During this period, her state of mind was rather dismal. She was unable to enter a meditative state or focus on her cultivation of talismanry, for her thoughts continuously drifted back to Gu Xiu. She pondered his past and worried whether his prolonged absence from the sect might lead to misfortune. This feeling vexed her greatly, yet she found it impossible to shake off. Even when she resolved to do nothing but sleep, she would inevitably dream of Gu Xiu, which tormented her further. She harbored a deep resentment toward him, or so she believed. Yet, when faced with the inquiries of her two junior sisters, she found herself uncertain of how to respond. Fifth sister? Moran? The others inquired with curiosity, but Qin Moran merely shook her head, saying, I have not been well lately. Allow the junior sister to explain. I shall take it upon myself. Lu Qingyao eagerly interjected. I am most familiar with this matter. Let me enlighten you, dear elder sisters. She began recounting the events leading up to this moment. Of course, her perception of Gu Xiu was exceedingly negative. Even though she had glimpsed many scenes of his past through the celestial cycle mirror, there had been a fleeting moment when she felt a twinge of compassion. However, after several days, her resolve had solidified. In her narrative, Gu Xiu transformed into a calculating and petty individual, consumed by jealousy toward Jiang Qian and harboring animosity toward them, ultimately resorting to a ploy involving the abandonment contract to threaten their master and the sect. Consequently, he was unceremoniously expelled by Guan Shuilan. In conclusion, Lu Qingyao declared, in short, Gu Xiu is deserving of his fate. To play tricks on our master and depart is indeed a blessing for our Qingxian sacred land. The most astonishing part is that even after leaving, he still resorted to underhanded tactics to deceive the elder sister. It is utterly despicable. No one dared to contradict her. Moreover, Shi Siling and He Mingyun, having listened to this account, could not help but frown slightly. The notion that Gu Xiu would use the abandonment contract to leave the sect and that the elder sister would search for him, even defying their master's orders, left them both incredulous. However, the matter of Gu Xiu's departure was one thing. What was this about him harming the junior brother? In such circumstances, did the elder sister not comprehend the gravity of the situation? If the junior brother's sword path were to falter without the elder sister's support, what then? Since Gu Xiu has already severed ties with the sect, it is only appropriate to part ways amicably, without further entanglements. Should Guxiu cause any delays for the junior disciple, he cannot escape responsibility. Neither of the two displayed a hint of regret regarding Guxiu's departure. Rather, they expressed their dissatisfaction with palpable disdain. After all, Guxiu is nothing more than a negligible waste of space. Although his departure from the sect is surprising, this is hardly a moment for astonishment. Presently, it is a crucial time, as the junior disciple Jiang Sun's Dao sword is nearing completion, requiring their utmost efforts to aid in its enhancement. Indeed, Guxiu is nothing but a calamity, a source of misfortune. Such a person ought to perish swiftly to prevent further harm. At this moment, Lu Qingyao vehemently cursed. Upon hearing this, Qin Morian's expression shifted dramatically. However, when she turned to look, she was taken aback to find that the other sisters merely furrowed their brows, remaining indifferent. Even their master, Guan Shuilan, wore an expressionless face, as if they found no issue with the statement at all. What did I ask happening? Qin Morian was momentarily stunned, her heart suddenly sensing that this should not be the case. These individuals before her seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Just then, Master Guan Shuilan cast her gaze over. Morian, what troubles you? The disciple. Qin Morian opened her mouth. Liu Qingyao laughed heartily. The fifth junior sister must be wondering if there is any talisman that could ensure Guxiu encounters misfortune and swiftly meets his demise. Right? This? Qin Morian pressed her lips together, wishing to deny it, but under the scrutiny of her sister's gazes, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately nodding. I indeed thought so. Do not concern yourselves with Guxiu any longer. Still, Guan Shuilan frowned and reproached. Since he has already left the sect, he shall face his own trials. If you truly take action to end his life, how shall our Qingxian sacred land maintain its dignity? Although it was a reprimand, there was not a trace of anger. Previously, Qin Morian might have regarded all of this as normal, but for reasons unbeknownst to her now, everything felt amiss. It seemed as though things ought not to be this way. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. Exiting the hall and looking up, they beheld dark clouds swirling ominously in the sky, all converging rapidly towards a crimson spiritual peak of the Qingxian sacred land. It was the Qi Ming peak of the second senior sister. The divine weapon forged by the second senior sister was complete, attracting the heavenly tribulation. This thunderstorm heralded that the weapon forged this time was likely at least a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. Given the second senior sister's prowess and the abundance of resources at their disposal, it might even exceed a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact. The crowd's spirits were lifted, and they hurriedly made their way towards Qi Ming Peak, eager to witness the divine artifact the second senior sister had crafted for Jiang Sun. However, in contrast to the others' eager rush, Qin Morian lagged behind, her brow furrowed. Beside her, the sixth senior sister He Mingyun, known for her reclusive nature, also fell behind. Noticing Qin Morian's distracted demeanor, she queried with curiosity. Senior sister, what occupies your thoughts? No, I haven't thought of anything. Qin Morian shook her head repeatedly, but it was evident that He Mingyun was still gazing at her. Qin Morian bit her lip and ultimately could not restrain herself from speaking. I just suddenly recalled that 500 years ago, the second senior sister seemed to have forged a sword for Guxiu. Are you referring to the Qishao sword? He Mingyun inquired, puzzled. Indeed, that is the case. At that time, Qingxian sect was not as affluent as it is now, and the second senior sister's skills were not sufficiently advanced, resulting in merely a Huang-grade magical artifact. Yes, a Huang-grade magical artifact. I remember that when Guxiu returned 3 years ago, that sword had already been damaged, right? Qin Morian couldn't help but ask. It seems so. He Mingyun nodded. What is the matter? Nothing odd. I just suddenly remembered. Ever since the Qishao sword was damaged, Guxiu appears to have had no new magical artifacts, has he? Qin Morian murmured. He Mingyun, not fully understanding, replied. He is merely a mortal. What need has he for magical artifacts? To expend effort crafting artifacts for him is nothing short of wasteful. These two unremarkable words sent a shiver through Qin Morian's heart when they reached her ears. Junior brother? Junior brother? At that moment, shouts echoed from ahead. Turning her head, she saw several sisters had already arrived at Qiming Peak. Additionally, Jiang Sun, who had been in seclusion to consolidate his realm, had also been drawn in by the thunderclouds. Upon seeing this junior brother, He Mingyun's face unexpectedly broke into a smile as she quickened her pace, and even Qin Morian instantaneously cast aside her strange emotions regarding Guxiu. Regardless of Guxiu's circumstances, he was still incomparable to junior brother Jiang. Rare lively scene unfolded at Qingxian's sacred land. A group of senior sisters surrounded Jiang Sun, who remained remarkably courteous and utterly charming. This sight made Guan Shuilan unable to suppress a smile. However, her smile soon faded. She recalled the disobedient eldest disciple, Nian Chaoshi, and her good mood was shattered. That wretched girl, when she returns, I shall certainly administer a proper punishment. Furthermore, regarding Gu Xiao, if he truly returns to the sect in a state of desperation, he must be made to contemplate his actions at the penitence cliff for 3 years. No, 30 years. Just as she was lost in thought, bolts of thunder were already crashing down, amidst which a long sword, adorned with a magnificent design and emitting a dragon's roar, ascended through the thunderous tribulation, radiating an overwhelming aura. This is the seven-sun thunder tribulation. It is indeed the seven-sun thunder tribulation. Although it had not reached the legendary 9-sun level, the artifact forged by the second senior sister this time was already a celestial-grade treasure, most likely a celestial-grade magical artifact. So powerful, this is so powerful. With this celestial-grade magical sword, junior brother, your combat prowess shall ascend to new heights. If we all lend our support, this sword will become even stronger, the crowd exclaimed, and Jiang Sun's face was alight with uncontainable joy. Magical artifacts are classified into earth, heaven, Xian, Huang, and those that cannot be forged by human effort. The immortal grade. Among these ranks, they are further divided into 4 sublevels: divine, Tao, spirit, and law. Celestial grade. Merely these 2 words are enough to signify the sword's might. Although it is only a celestial grade magical artifact, it is still a sword. And with the blessings of our master and senior sisters, this sword shall become an unparalleled divine weapon that instills terror across the realms. As this thought crossed his mind, the 7 celestial thunder tribulation came to an end. A vast amount of spiritual energy converged instantly upon the dragon's roar sword. The tribulation was successfully traversed. A celestial-grade artifact was born. At that moment, the second senior sister of the artifact refiner cast the long sword forth. Junior brother, do not delay in dripping your blood to acknowledge your master. Thank you, second senior sister. Jiang Sun swiftly accepted the sword, aware that this was a critical juncture, and promptly began the blood acknowledgement process. Once he successfully recognized the sword as his own, he would present it to his master and senior sisters for enhancement, thereby transforming it into his own legendary weapon. The procedure unfolded seamlessly. After all, a newly forged weapon devoid of a master was exceedingly amenable to blood acknowledgement. In but a moment, Jiang Sun established a connection with the dragon's roar sword. However, just as the acknowledgement was completed, and a smile graced Jiang Sun's face along with those of his senior sisters, a terrifying bolt of black lightning, previously thought to have dissipated, descended ominously from the thunderclouds of the 7 celestial thunder tribulation, striking directly at Jiang Sun, junior brother, Jiang Sun. The sudden turn of events startled Guan Shuilan and the senior sisters. Jiang Sun felt a chill run down his spine, almost instinctively releasing the dragon's roar sword from his grasp. Yet, the black lightning, moving with astonishing speed, struck the newly forged dragon's roar sword in an instant. In the next moment, the sword erupted with a chilling wail. Chapter 44. The 7 celestial fortuitous tribulation? This is divine retribution. Jiang Sun, junior brother, are you all right? Jiang Sun, standing in the Qingxian sacred ground, was beyond doubt, and now, with the sudden anomaly in the 7 celestial thunder tribulation, several senior sisters and Master Guan Shuilan acted immediately. They formed a protective barrier around Jiang Sun, each one of them possessing formidable strength, particularly with Guan Shuilan, a supreme being at the great ascension stage, present. This power could easily be deemed invincible. Yet, their protection was evidently unnecessary, as the black lightning never cast a glance at Jiang Sun but remained fixated on the newly forged celestial-grade artifact, the dragon's roar sword. Bolt after bolt of black lightning struck the sword. Each strike unleashed an overwhelming force, while the dragon's roar sword could only emit a series of mournful cries, its blade trembling violently as if on the verge of shattering. This is dire. How could this happen? If this continues, the dragon's roar sword is bound to face calamity. What should we do next? The scene left the onlookers in a state of confusion. The power of the Black Thunder was excessively potent, seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, instilling fear in the hearts of all present, who were utterly at a loss for what to do. Even Guan Shuilan, a great ascension supreme, felt an unsettling sensation in the face of this Black Thunder. The most troubled was Jiang Sun. Having just acknowledged the sword as his own, he could distinctly sense that the dragon's roar sword was now at its limits. If this continued, the sword would surely be destroyed. He could only seek assistance. Master, I sense the dragon's roar sword is crying out in distress. It can scarcely hold on any longer. Guan Shuilan glanced at the terrifying black lightning and then at her most cherished disciple. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to intervene. At that moment, the second senior sister, Weiqi Chunlei, obstructed Guan Shuilan and exclaimed, Master, please refrain from intervening. This is an extraordinary opportunity for our junior brother. An unparalleled chance that comes only once in a millennium. What? As these words escaped her lips, every gaze in the room turned towards Weiqi Chunlei. She was the second senior sister of the Qingxian sacred land, possessing a rather ordinary appearance compared to her 6 fellow sisters. Tall and muscular, she bore the physique of a formidable beast in human form. Furthermore, she was the most powerful among the 7 sisters, boasting an impressive cultivation in the refining void realm, marked by her overwhelming strength. Additionally, she possessed an extraordinary talent for artifact refinement, having already reached the pinnacle of mastery in this craft. As she met the collective gaze of the onlookers, her eyes sparkled with fervor and delight. Our junior brother is indeed blessed. This is not merely the 7 luminaries' thunder tribulation. This is the rare 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity. 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity? What on earth is that? The crowd was perplexed. Yet Weiqi Chunlei continued, the 7 luminaries' thunder tribulation is immensely formidable, but in this world, everything possesses both yin and yang. Peril often accompanies opportunity. The 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity represents the greatest of chances. This calamity is a fortuitous trial that accompanies the 7 luminaries' thunder tribulation, but it manifests only in places of great fortune. Once it appears, its might is insurmountable, and no one may intervene. Otherwise, they will inevitably be affected by the power of the thunder tribulation. We need only to observe and await the outcome, for once the artifact successfully navigates this fortuitous trial, the benefits will be monumental. Firstly, it will allow the spirit of the artifact, which typically requires considerable time to cultivate, to be born prematurely, perhaps even in a more formidable state. More importantly, the grade of the artifact itself may ascend even further. What? The crowd was astounded, their hearts racing in disbelief. Heavenly grade artifacts can already give rise to artifact spirits, yet this is an exceedingly lengthy process requiring various nurturing methods to strengthen them into reliable allies. Now, however, by merely overcoming this thunder tribulation, they could bypass this arduous journey and directly birth the artifact spirit. Not to mention the prospect of ascending in grade. The longing sword, being a heavenly grade artifact, is already immensely powerful. Although it may be considered the weakest among heavenly grade artifacts, it is still extraordinarily formidable. Should it ascend even further, would it not transform into a heavenly grade spiritual weapon or even a heavenly grade Taoist tool? If that were the case, this sword would become one of the most potent treasures in this realm, truly a genuine treasure of the sect. This is indeed an overwhelming opportunity. Our junior brother is undeniably blessed. Encountering such a rare chance, the name of the longing sword will surely resonate through the heavens in the future. A chorus of senior sisters chimed in, their previously worried expressions morphing into joy. Yet, some remained apprehensive. Sister, what if it does not survive this trial? Not survive this trial? Weiqi Chunlei laughed heartily. That is impossible. Our sect is rich in fortune. The 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity only appears when one is favored by great luck. And each time it manifests, barring any shifts in fortune, there is virtually no chance of failure. Her words completely alleviated the concerns of the crowd. With that, they could only patiently await the outcome. However, after a brief moment, some began to frown. Sister, why do I have the feeling that this thunder tribulation is taking an unusually long time to conclude? That is a good sign. With a smile, Weiqi Chunlei remarked, the 7 luminaries' fortune calamity is, in itself, a blessing. The longer it endures, the greater the benefits. The crowd nodded in agreement, patiently awaiting the outcome. As a stick of incense burned. A collective frown emerged once more. Sister, is this duration not excessively long? Moreover, I sense that the aura of the longing sword is growing increasingly faint. Indeed, the time is somewhat prolonged, but a waning aura is not entirely unexpected, Weiqi Chunlei replied. The birth of a spirit tool is inherently arduous. It requires one to be placed in a dire situation before emerging anew. Let us exercise a bit more patience. The group nodded again, steeling themselves to wait. However, as the hours passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, when night had fully descended, the crowd could no longer contain their anxiety. For the so-called 7 luminaries' fortune calamity had yet to dissipate. Even Weiqi Chunlei found it challenging to maintain her smile, her brow furrowed in deep concern. This is impossible. Why is this happening? The 7 luminaries' fortune calamity is meant to conclude swiftly. Why is it still ongoing after such a lengthy period? As she murmured anxiously, her fellow sisters also began to fret, their gazes frequently darting toward the longing sword. Alas, the black lightning obscured all vision, rendering the circumstances surrounding the longing sword within the calamity indiscernible. Just then, a piercing scream echoed suddenly. The crowd turned to see their junior brother, Jiang Sun, in a state of utter disarray, frantically shaking his head as he clutched it. Junior brother, what has happened to you? The sisters erupted into a flurry of activity, with Su Wanqing being the first to produce a collection of elixirs, eager to administer them to Jiang Sun. But at that moment, in an excruciating fit, Jiang Sun spat out blood. The elixirs he had just been given expelled entirely. His aura diminished to an alarming degree, as if he were on the brink of departing this world entirely. It's a backlash from the treasure. Quickly, seal his aura and sever the backlash. Wei Chunlei shouted, the backlash from the treasure. How could that even happen? Confusion swept through the crowd, yet now was not the time for ponderings. They noticed, simultaneously with Wei Chunlei's command, that the black lightning seemed to be converging upon Jiang Sun. Being seasoned practitioners, they sprang into action, severing the connection of his aura. Their master, Guan Shuolan, moved with remarkable speed, striking several points on Jiang Sun's body in quick succession. At last, they managed to tenuously sever the link between Jiang Sun and the longing sword. However, despite their rapid efforts, a sliver of black lightning still struck Jiang Sun, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. When the last remnants of the black lightning dissipated, the once graceful and refined Jiang Sun now appeared charred and battered, his aura reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. He was gravely injured and on the brink of death. As the black lightning lost its target, it swiftly began to disperse, the tempest that had raged for hours vanishing in the blink of an eye. The crowd looked on with apprehension. Yet, before their eyes lay the newly forged celestial artifact, the longing sword, now reduced to a mere heap of shattered metal, stripped of all its spiritual essence. The freshly birthed treasure had met its untimely demise almost as soon as it came into existence. A profound bewilderment enveloped the onlookers. Meanwhile, Wei Chunlei's face was etched with sheer terror. I must have been mistaken. This is not the 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity. It is the 7 malevolent thunder. This is divine retribution. Chapter 45. A crisis in the blessed source of our sacred ground. Divine retribution. The moment Wei Chunlei uttered these words, the core members of the Qing Xian sacred ground stood frozen in shock. The concept of divine retribution had existed since ancient times. After all, cultivators relied on the opportunities granted by heaven and earth, seizing the heavenly Tao's fortune. Just as one could receive blessings from the Tao, it was equally plausible to be shunned and cursed by it. However, such notions were nothing but nonsense. The so-called divine retribution was merely a curse uttered by the vanquished. How could such a thing truly exist in this world? As soon as Wei Chunlei's words escaped her lips, Guan Shuolan immediately rebuked her. Hurry and save Jiang Sun. At this, the crowd snapped back to reality, and their eyes widened in horror upon glancing at Jiang Sun. The junior brother's aura is chaotic, and his vitality is waning. Quickly, we must rescue him. He has suffered a backlash from the blood-pledged treasure and been struck by that heavenly thunder, damaging his meridians. Senior Sister Su, please save our junior brother. Junior brother, you must hold on. You cannot come to harm. Thus unfolded a tumultuous night. The entire Qing Xian sacred ground was in upheaval as its core members scrambled into action. An abundance of spiritual elixirs and resources were dispatched to the Chuyun Peak. Third Sister Su Wanqing took charge of the treatment while several other sisters, including the revered Guan Shuolan, joined forces, expending vast amounts of spiritual energy and effort in a desperate bid to save him. Finally, after an entire night of relentless effort and considerable resources, Jiang Sun was pulled back from the brink of danger. Fortunately, our timely intervention, coupled with abundant resources and your assistance, Master, has made all the difference. Otherwise, our junior brother would have faced dire consequences this time. The backlash from the treasure was manageable, but the most terrifying aspect was the Black Thunder calamity. Even a mere wisp of it seemed intent on devouring the flesh and blood of the junior brother, truly horrifying. Inside the Jiang Sun courtyard at Chuyun Peak, Su Wanqing wiped the sweat from her brow and spoke with lingering trepidation. She had nearly failed. That strand of black thunder that had infiltrated Jiang Sun's body bore a terrifying power, wreaking havoc as though infused with an overwhelming sense of loathing directed at him. Guan Shuolan, too, felt a lingering dread. She recognized clearly that had she not attained the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, she would have been unable to preserve Jiang Sun's life today. This grim realization cast a shadow over her countenance as she fixed her gaze intently on Wei Chunlei. What on earth was that thing? Wei Chunlei was still somewhat dazed, and in response to the inquiry, she instinctively spoke. Master, that is divine retribution. Cease your nonsensical talk. Divine retribution is entirely fictitious. Moreover, Jiang Kun is a person of great fortune. How could he possibly be afflicted by divine retribution? Guan Shuolan reprimanded. This. Wei Chunlei finally regained her composure, yet her heart remained filled with profound regret. She had originally intended to forge a sword for her junior disciple, bestowing upon him a divine weapon, but never did she anticipate that such an incident would occur. Not only was the Longyin sword destroyed, but her junior disciple had nearly lost his life on the spot. To make matters worse, the emergence of that black thunder signified that Jiang Kun's fortune had likely run dry. Other senior sisters, witnessing Wei Qi Chunlei being scolded, immediately interjected. Senior sister, please elaborate. You previously mentioned that it was the 17 evil thunder. What exactly is that? Indeed, senior sister, what is the situation? Their curiosity was not only to alleviate the tension, but also to understand the unfolding events. The 17 evil thunder is a phenomenon that is both born of and opposed to the 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity. If the 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity is said to manifest only when one is blessed by great fortune, then the 17 evil thunder is the manifestation of profound misfortune. Wei Qi Chunlei pressed her lips together. Seeing that Guan Shuolan was about to erupt in anger again, she quickly continued. I understand that you do not believe in the concept of fortune, master. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I too would have been skeptical. However, I am absolutely certain that it was indeed the 17 evil thunder. The 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity represents a tremendous opportunity. Even in failure, one's life would not be at risk. Yet the 17 evil thunder is vastly different. While it bears a resemblance to the 7 luminaries' fortuitous calamity, it is, in fact, exceedingly venomous. Once it appears, it is a matter of life and death. This is why the tribulation could persist for several hours, and even a mere hint of its power nearly claimed my junior disciple's life. The more Wei Qi Chunlei spoke, the more dismal Guan Shuolan's expression became. Why did you not notice it earlier? Wei Qi Chunlei lowered her head. I did not expect that in our Qingshan sacred land, a place blessed with fortune, such a thing as the 17 evil thunder would manifest. As she spoke, Wei Qi Chunlei clenched her teeth. Master, this matter is of utmost importance and must be taken seriously. Do you think I have not taken it seriously enough? Guan Shuolan retorted. Wei Qi Chunlei shook her head. No, what I mean is not merely the injury of my junior disciple, but why our Qingshan sacred land would suffer divine retribution. Guan Shuolan's expression grew even graver in that instant. Yet before she could erupt in fury, Wei Qi Chunlei continued. I know that you have always been skeptical of the notion of divine retribution, master, but this matter is critical. It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. Our Qingshan sacred land has always been under the protection of good fortune, which has allowed us to achieve success with half the effort. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impossible to encounter such malevolent entities as the 17 evil thunder. Yet now that the 17 evil thunder has manifested within our sect, even targeting the disciples, it indicates that there must be an issue with our sacred land's fortune. As for the eldest senior sister, she should be the most knowledgeable about this matter, shouldn't she? It was only at this moment that Wei Qi Chunlei realized her eldest senior sister, Nian Chaoxi, was absent. However, it is better that she does not mention Nian Zhaoxi. Once the subject arises, Guan Shuolan and her fellow sisters immediately wear expressions of dismay. Indeed, your senior sister has spoken of the matter regarding the blessings of our sect. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow and remarked. Oh? Wei Qi Chunlei's eyes brightened. Did senior sister mention a solution? She did not. Guan Shuolan replied coldly. What? Wei Qi Chunlei was taken aback. She merely stated that the blessings of our sect have dissipated. Having departed from our sect. What? Wei Qi Chunlei felt as though struck by lightning. Why is that? Did senior sister elaborate? Your senior sister claimed it is due to Gu Xiu's abandonment of the sect's spiritual contract, resulting in his departure. Guan Shuolan answered icily. Gu Xiu, abandonment of the sect's spiritual contract? Departing from the sect? Wei Qi Chunlei was instantly engulfed in confusion. She had been preoccupied with forging divine weapons for Jiang Sun and was entirely unaware of this development. The other sisters also displayed expressions of alarm. Is there such a matter? Yet before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Guan Shuolan's cold laughter echoed. As cultivators, we inherently go against the heavens. The so-called blessings and divine retribution are nothing but sheer nonsense. Not to mention this matter is entirely fabricated. Even if it were true, do you genuinely believe that Gu Xiu's departure would lead to the dispersal of our Qingshan sacred land's blessings? That our Qingshan sacred land would suffer divine retribution? This seems to hold some merit. But before anyone could ponder further, Guan Shuolan had already turned away. Inform everyone, the Qingshan sacred land shall continue to gather treasures from across the realm. Since this attempt at forging divine weapons has failed, we shall try again. Next time, we will employ even greater resources and superior treasures. I refuse to believe in this so-called divine retribution. Next time, will they dare to come again? Meanwhile, as Jiang Sun's recently acquired heavenly-grade artifact had yet to warm in his grasp before being rendered useless, and he himself had nearly met a similar fate. On the other side, within the Wanbao Tower merchant team of the Tianqi mountain range, Gu Xiu was examining a long sword, entirely black as ink, devoid of any aura. Surume smiled as she introduced. This sword is named Luiying. Although its rank is merely of the earthly grade, this sword is exceedingly unique and rivals even the earthly grade Dao artifacts. Surume's introduction was rather limited, as her understanding of this sword was not particularly profound. However, her explanation was unnecessary, for upon laying eyes on the Luiying sword, Gu Xiu felt an involuntary shock surge through him. In the dreamscape he had witnessed for 1,000 years, Gu Xiu had beheld this sword. And this sword was an extraordinary divine weapon beyond the heavenly grade. A celestial grade divine sword. Chapter 46. Celestial Artifact Luiying, Blessings have arrived. It is widely known that the realms of heaven and earth are the hierarchies of various treasures. The higher the rank, the more potent the power. Among them, the most formidable is naturally the heavenly grade divine tier. However, such artifacts are exceedingly rare, as the creation of heavenly grade items demands not only the cultivator's prowess, but also the fortuitous alignments of heaven and earth, requiring immense blessings, and the intricate interplay of fate and circumstance. As for the heavenly grade divine tier, it is a sight rarely witnessed in a millennium. Countless top-tier artifact smiths dedicate their lives to the pursuit of crafting such treasures, yet to forge even one in a lifetime would secure their fame across the world, ensuring their legacy endures through the ages. Naturally, the celestial grade divine weapon, also renowned as the most formidable armament in the world, remains shrouded in mystery for many. Few are aware that beyond this celestial echelon, there exists an even more formidable tier, the immortal grade. This extraordinary artifact transcends the capabilities of any mere blacksmith, for it is a primordial creation, a relic from the dawn of existence itself. Even the mightiest of blacksmiths is utterly incapable of forging such a masterpiece. Its origins and fate remain an enigma. However, one thing is certain. Any immortal grade item possesses the power to annihilate heavens, obliterate worlds, sever paths, and vanquish celestial beings. Before us lies the Shadow Blade, presented by Surume, an artifact of the immortal grade. For Gu Xiu has glimpsed this very sword within a timeless illusion, bearing witness to its unparalleled prowess as it cleansed the world of saints and felled sovereigns. Yet, despite its status as an immortal grade divine sword, it appears to have suffered unimaginable damage, rendering it incapable of manifesting its true potential. Otherwise, it would not have been offered by the Wanbao Tower as a mere earthly treasure. Nevertheless, even in its diminished state, this sword is undeniably extraordinary. More importantly, it is capable of restoration. Yet, this sword seemingly belongs to the Wanbao Tower, and ultimately, it was not obtained by Jiang Xun. It took Gu Xiu several millennia to restore it to its former glory. Why, then, has it appeared so soon and found its way into my possession? Gu Xiu felt a slight surprise, albeit only a fleeting one. This item was destined to be his in the future. Receiving it now merely saves him considerable effort. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Surume. Thank you, Manager Su. Haha, I hope you do not find this sword lacking. Surume laughed heartily, saying, the gratitude should rightfully be directed towards Wanbao Tower. If it were not for you, Daoist Feng, the previous Qingzhou confined dragon formation would have resulted in catastrophic losses, perhaps even total annihilation. I noticed you have lacked a suitable weapon, so I present this sword to you, hoping it conveys the sincerity of Wanbao Tower. Since Ren Qing led the way in offering apologies, Gu Xiu had received numerous gifts from various individuals over the past few days, with spirit stones being the most common. He also received quite a few magical artifacts and spirit tools. This inundation of gifts posed a considerable dilemma for Surume. After all, the potential of Feng Bugue is beyond question. Both his strength and his prowess as a formation master make him an individual that Wanbao Tower must befriend. With so many gifts being offered, she wished to establish a rapport but could not merely reciprocate with commonplace items. Thus, with a firm resolve, she decided to present the Shadow Blade. Coincidentally, this very sword was a recent acquisition of Wanbao Tower. Originally discovered by a down-and-out rogue cultivator by chance, it was intended for auction at Wanbao Tower's upcoming event. Upon seeing its unusual qualities, Surume opted not to place it for sale, instead offering something the rogue could not refuse to seize the sword for meticulous study. Now, fortuitously, it has become a gift for Feng Bugue. Moreover, her generosity extends beyond the Shadow Blade. In recent days, I have observed that Daoist Feng is quite well received and has garnered numerous spirit stones and elixirs. It is only a matter of time before your cultivation advances further, with a breakthrough in foundational establishment imminent. Thus, I also present to you a Celestial Grade Foundation Establishment Pill as an early congratulation on your impending success. The Celestial Grade Foundation Establishment Pill is a coveted elixir, yearned for by countless Qi refinement stage cultivators. When consumed during a breakthrough, it not only enhances the success rate of transcending realms, but also lays a solid foundation for establishing a solid base, thereby elevating future potential. Merely this one pill holds a value of 100,000 spirit stones. The gift from Su Rumei cannot be deemed insignificant. Jiu Xiao, not being a fool, certainly comprehended the implications of Su Rumei's gesture. He graciously accepted this goodwill, responding, "Thank you, Manager Su, for your generous gift. Should the need arise in the future, do not hesitate to send word." Upon hearing these words, a radiant smile illuminated Su Rumei's face. "In that case, I shall not disturb you further, Taoist Feng. We shall arrive at Yunxiao City in 3 days." With that, Su Rumei took her leave. She was a wise individual, understanding when to advance and when to retreat. There was no need for her to express overly utilitarian sentiments. Since Gu Xiu was willing to offer a promise, her objective had been achieved. You are already a golden core cultivator, while he is merely a loose cultivator in the qi refining stage. Although he possesses notable formations and strength, he currently remains as feeble as an ant, rendering such excessive politeness unnecessary, right? The shadow inquired curiously. She was aware that Su Rumei had exerted considerable effort over the past 2 days to prepare a gift for Feng Bugui, and now, presenting the gift without making demands seemed to place Su Rumei at a disadvantage. However, Su Rumei shook her head. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When encountering the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Such individuals may soon require our admiration. It is far better to treat them as friends than to regard them as enemies. Require our admiration? You hold him in such high esteem? The shadow was astonished, not merely optimistic. Su Rumei glanced back at the carriage. I employed the technique of Fuyuan divination on him. The shadow was momentarily taken aback. Su Rumei, possessing golden core strength and formidable cultivation, was not merely relying on her prowess as the manager of Wanbao Tower, but rather on her skills. She excelled at cultivating friendships and befriending powerful figures, having never provoked those beyond her means. Each person she treated earnestly possessed an extraordinary background or potential. Many claimed her success was due to luck, yet the shadow, having accompanied Su Rumei for years, understood that her advantage stemmed not from fortune but from a rare ability. She possessed a unique sensitivity to the enigmatic and elusive Fuyuan, and even employed a technique to probe others' Fuyuan. The individuals she befriended were all endowed with significant Fuyuan. Upon hearing that she had used this technique on Gu Xiu, the shadow could not contain her curiosity. What do you perceive about his Fuyuan? Extremely profound. Extremely profound. The shadow remained puzzled, only to hear Su Rumei continue. To put it simply, the depth of his Fuyuan is the most formidable I have encountered in my life. What? The shadow's eyes widened in disbelief, and even more astonishingly, Su Rumei added. What is more crucial is that this individual not only possesses profound Fuyuan, but also what? But also, he is enveloped by Fuyuan. I can vaguely see a powerful and unmatched force of Fuyuan continuously flowing towards him. At that moment, the shadow was utterly stunned. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred, and Gu Xiu opened the carriage window. Resuming his seated position within, with closed eyes and a focused mind, the cultivation began. Though the shadow possessed no means of probing into the affairs of others, it seemed to perceive a faint, ethereal rainbow light descending from the heavens, flowing endlessly toward Gu Xiu. At that moment, a flicker of curiosity arose. What was that Mu Xingxing scheming? The shadow was slightly taken aback, having noticed that Mu Xingxing from the Xing Shanggang was stealthily approaching the carriage where Gu Xiu was situated. Su Rumei also furrowed her brow in contemplation. This Mu Xingxing had previously made repeated jabs at Feng Bugui, only to later attempt to ingratiate himself, yet Feng Bugui had said nothing in response. Now, with such furtive behavior, could it be that he intended to act against Feng Bugui? To harm him in secret, however, just as the two were pondering, they witnessed Mu Xingxing knocking on Gu Xiu's carriage door. Subsequently, he produced book after book of cultivation manuals from his storage ring and handed them inside. Chapter 47. Mutual Benefit, One Path to All. Feng Daoyu, look, these are the cultivation manuals I have prepared for you. All from our Guangxing Gang's reserves, of course, their quality may not be up to par. Primarily, we are unable to offer high-tier manuals. But, as for these alright, hee, Feng Daoyu, you are far too gracious. The previous matters were indeed the fault of my Guangxing Gang. It is a tremendous honor that you can overlook past grievances. How could I possibly accept your spirit stones? Haha, take your time perusing. I shall take my leave now. If any other manuals come to mind, I will be sure to gather them for you. Under the watchful eyes of Su Rumei and the shadow, Mu Xingxing bowed and nodded profusely before turning to depart. Yet, his face was alight with excitement, flushed with fervor. This demeanor piqued the curiosity of Su Rumei and the shadow, compelling them to extend their senses for further insight. They soon discovered Mu Xingxing rallying a group of scattered cultivators from the Xing Shanggang, instructing them, spread the word, see who else has not submitted their cultivation manuals, and ensure everything is collected. None left? then go find some. Whatever the manuals may be, bring them all to me, as long as they are different. By the way, we are nearing Yunshao City, so relay the message in advance for our brothers in the gang to start acquiring various cultivation manuals in the city. Any kind of manual? A curious voice inquired. Yes, any kind, Mu Xingxing affirmed. Feng Daoyu has stated that we shall not refuse any manuals, regardless of their tier. Gather as many as possible. Su Rume and the Shadow exchanged bewildered glances, both reflecting a shared sense of confusion. Was it truly Feng Bugue who desired these cultivation manuals? This made sense, for although Feng Bugue's origins were unclear, as a solitary cultivator, he would undoubtedly find such manuals, typically reserved for sects, exceedingly rare. Yet, why was he demanding everything? Shouldn't he simply seek out a high-tier manual for cultivation? Why this indiscriminate collection? What was his intention? Within the confines of the carriage, Gu Xiu was acutely aware that Su Rume had witnessed the scene unfold before her. However, he remained indifferent, or perhaps this was precisely his intention from the outset. This time, Gu Xiu reaped considerable rewards in addition to a wealth of spiritual stones and the elixirs and shadow-slicing sword gifted by Su Rume. His most significant acquisition lay in the domain of martial arts techniques. Ever since he unraveled the secret of the wordless ancient tome, Gu Xiu comprehended his most pressing need. Beyond the resources requisite for cultivation, he required more potent martial arts manuals. The path of cultivation emphasizes innate talent and foundational roots, as well as the importance of resources, partners, laws, and environment. With the assistance of the ancient tome's butterfly, Gu Xiu had already attained innate holy resonance and supreme Daobon, enabling him to cultivate at an accelerated pace and realize greater potential in the future. Yet, possessing talent alone was insufficient. It necessitated the pairing with formidable martial arts manuals. After all, Gu Xiu's dantian was vast. While this was a manifestation of strength, allowing him to vanquish foundation-building cultivators with the experience of 500 years of battling in forbidden lands at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the expansive dantian also impeded his advancement speed compared to others, even with unmatched talent, which could not fully compensate. Thus, the only recourse was to supplement his journey with higher-tier and more powerful cultivation techniques. For loose cultivators, this often proves a dead end, as it implies a complete disconnection from the legacies of ordinary sects and clans, with high-level manuals being beyond their reach. However, Gu Xiu was different. With the existence of the wordless ancient tome, he could enhance any martial arts manual under its influence, and even blend them together. This meant he could continually practice diverse martial arts manuals, allowing them to merge and evolve, ultimately growing ever more formidable. While exceptional manuals are rare, mediocre ones are abundant, particularly with the assistance of individuals like Mu Xingxing, who leads the Wild Victory Gang comprised of loose cultivators. When Mu Xingxing came to offer apologies, Gu Xiu expressed his desire for some manuals, offering to purchase them with spiritual stones. That very day, Mu Xingxing presented him with no less than 5 manuals, 3 common ones lacking rank and 2 of yellow grade. With the help of these 5 manuals, Gu Xiu successfully transformed the Shining Void Scripture within his dantian into the Tianlu Heart Sutra. Although the rank remained modest, the original low-grade Xian manual had merely been elevated to a mid-grade Xian manual. It was evident that the fusion of techniques became increasingly challenging as one progressed. Nonetheless, the enhancement was significant. The Tianlu Heart Sutra offered a cultivation speed that exceeded that of the previous Shining Void Scripture by at least 2-fold. Moreover, just moments ago, Mu Xingxing had prepared over 10 additional manuals for Gu Xiu. With these techniques poised for further fusion, Gu Xiu was confident that his martial arts rank would surely rise once more. As for deliberately allowing Su Rume to witness this, Ji Xiu had his own considerations. Her admiration for his innate talent had sparked a desire for camaraderie, even leading her to devise ways to bestow treasures upon him. Given this, it was only fitting to generously showcase more of his capabilities, including his resources, partners, laws, and environment. The term companion herein does not refer to a narrow interpretation of a partner on the path, but rather to fellow practitioners and like-minded individuals. Ji Xiu, being a solitary cultivator, harbors no desire to seek out such companions, nor does he intend to join any sects or factions. However, this does not imply that he intends to shun all contact with others for the entirety of his life. At the very least, he requires certain fundamental resources for cultivation and materials for practice, necessitating purchases from others. Furthermore, the existence of ancient tomes lacking in text compels Gu Xiu to seek a plethora of cultivation manuals. He does not mind establishing a connection with Wanbao Tower, as it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, if such a connection is to be forged, he must first demonstrate his capabilities and potential for collaboration. At this moment, Gu Xiu remains unaware that Su Rume is actually probing into the art of fortune and is oblivious to the fact that his standing in her heart has already reached a pinnacle. He patiently begins to transcribe the newly acquired cultivation manuals onto his nameless ancient tome, striving to integrate them continuously. This scene, as expected, falls under the watchful eyes of Su Rumei and Yingzi. Ever since they witnessed Mao Xingxing bestowing numerous cultivation manuals upon Guxiu, the two have been observing him closely. As they see him perusing these manuals one after another, a sense of curiosity inevitably arises within them. What is he doing? If I am not mistaken, he should be practicing a profound tier technique. Given that he possesses such a technique, why would he seek a more distant path by practicing this one? It seems that the sect he previously belonged to was merely a small faction, and the techniques only reached the profound tier, but surely they would not have practiced anything inferior to that? Yingzi, unable to contain herself, shook her head after observing Guxiu study the commonplace techniques provided by Mao Xingxing, perplexed by his intentions. However, after a while of silence from Su Rumei beside her, Yingzi's curiosity led her to glance in her direction, only to find Su Rumei staring wide-eyed at Guxiu, her face a mask of astonishment. The beauty of her eyes reflected sheer shock. Suddenly, Su Rumei turned to Yingzi and asked, "Have you noticed that Feng Bugui's cultivation technique is changing?" Changing? Yingzi was at a loss, re-evaluating Guxiu, but with Su Rumei's prompt, she too found herself astonished. A high-tier profound technique? Did I misjudge, or did he not utilize this technique earlier? No. His technique has transformed once more. Although it remains a high-tier profound technique, it has grown even stronger than before. Moreover, why does his new technique bear some resemblance to those manuals he was just examining? What is happening here? Suddenly, Yingzi fell silent, her mind racing with a shocking hypothesis that sent chills down her spine and cold sweat trickling down her back. Turning her head, she saw Su Rumei gazing at her with a similar expression. "What are you thinking?" Su Rumei inquired. Yingzi swallowed hard. "I thought of a term that only appears when depicting immortals." "What is it?" "All methods. All methods return to the source." Chapter 48. He may indeed be our greatest opportunity in this lifetime. Upon uttering those 4 words, Su Rumei could not help but reveal an expression of sheer horror. Indeed, the shadow mirrors precisely what one envisions. As the ancient sages proclaimed, all laws return to the origin. All laws return to the Tao. This is the essence of the celestial, terrestrial, and human paths, a principle that can also be regarded as transcendent. This statement has often been subject to myriad interpretations. For the so-called return of all laws to the origin has never been witnessed. Regardless of how extraordinary one's cultivation or capabilities may be, it remains impossible to achieve this return. There are those of great power who may invent their own techniques, and sages who can transform existing methods, yet such individuals are exceedingly rare, and cannot truly be deemed as embodying the return of all laws. One only needs to observe Feng Bugui before them. Here is an individual who, merely by acquiring some recently obtained secret manuals, has mastered them in the briefest of times, grasping their essence, and subsequently integrating them into his own techniques, evolving them into even more formidable methods. Su Rumei may not comprehend whether this constitutes the return of all laws, yet she is acutely aware that this individual's future achievements may well surpass imagination. I may have misspoken earlier. This person may not be someone we can look up to. A bitter smile crossed Su Rumei's face. This person's future accomplishments will likely render it impossible for us to even glimpse his shadow. Remarkably, despite her previous reservations about Guxiu, the shadow remained silent this time, merely nodding in quiet acknowledgement. She found herself unable to continue her objections. Entering the Tao, a master of formations, overcoming adversaries across realms, and possessing profound fortunes. Each of these facets clearly illustrates the immense potential of the individual before them. And now, should the notion of the return of all laws be added to the mix, Feng Bugui's potential could be deemed absolutely unparalleled. Such potential, concentrated within a single individual, does it not signify a future existence that they can scarcely aspire to comprehend? Where exactly did this prodigy emerge from? By his appearance, he evidently hails from some prestigious sect or clan. It is perplexing that such a figure could have been overlooked. Utterly foolish. The shadow expressed her thoughts, while Su Rumei smiled. Regardless of the sect or clan he has departed from, one thing is certain, he is currently at his most destitute. Oh? What do you imply? What I mean? Su Rumei cast another profound glance at Guxiu within the carriage. Although I have previously maintained that it is better to embellish a situation rather than provide aid in times of need, this was merely due to the inadequate returns from such assistance. However, if it were Feng Bugui, my perspective would be singular. What is it? The shadow inquired with curiosity. Su Rumei replied. Wealth and glory are sought amidst peril. Without any hesitation, Su Rumei immediately dispatched orders, prompting Wanbao Tower to begin scouring for various martial manuals. Compared to the scattered cultivators led by Mao Xingxing, the efforts of a force like Wanbao Tower are certainly extraordinary, and Su Rumei's demands are considerably higher. Gather every martial technique that can be found. We require all those of Xin and Huang ranks. As for the D rank, I shall confer with the Tower Master. For the Tian ranked, We shall keep a keen eye, and if any appear, they must be secured at all costs. The shadow held no objections, yet upon hearing Su Rumei express her desire to delve into the elusive Tianjia cultivation technique, a wave of astonishment washed over Su Rumei, then declared, "Shadow, I have a premonition." The shadow inquired, "What kind of premonition?" Su Rumei cast another glance towards the carriage, which had already closed its windows, her eyes gleaming brightly as she proclaimed, "This individual, Feng Bugue, may represent our greatest opportunity in this lifetime." The next 2 days unfolded smoothly, the distance to Yunxiao City dwindling to less than a day's journey, and the expressions of the caravan members gradually relaxed. During this time, they encountered several petty bandits, most of whom were scattered cultivators seeking fortune, alongside some rogues masquerading as cultivators, committing heinous acts of murder and theft. However, upon sighting the banner of Wanbao Tower and the formidable aura of Su Rumei's golden core, these brigands would promptly flee, even when confronted by golden core experts along the way, ultimately refraining from any rash actions. After all, they were nearing Yunxiao City, where Wanbao Tower possessed considerable influence. Without the confidence to strike decisively, none were inclined to provoke this formidable convoy. As the caravan approached Yunxiao City, Su Rumei, who was busy arranging matters for their arrival, suddenly furrowed her brow. "There are powerful beings observing us nearby." The shadow communicated. Su Rumei also frowned. "Can you discern their cultivation level?" "Unknown, but they are undoubtedly stronger than us," the shadow replied, a hint of tension in its voice. "At the very least, they are at the late stage of golden core, possibly even yuaning experts. Are they friend or foe? There is a palpable killing intent, yet they have not made a move. Given this, it seems they prefer we do not interfere," Su Rumei immediately commanded. "Order the caravan to proceed swiftly." Before long, the caravan resumed its steady pace. Along the route, a group of cultivators chatted amicably, discussing their plans to relax after the arduous journey. Their cultivation levels were inadequate, rendering them oblivious to the hidden presence. Yet, Su Rumei and the shadow remained tense, as if a thorn lodged in their throats, drenched in cold sweat, aware that they were traversing perilously close to their unseen adversaries, who could strike at any moment. Fortunately, as the caravan reached its midpoint, the hidden figures seemed to retract their gaze. "It appears we have passed," the shadow remarked. "I sense that the terrain here is disturbed, as if someone has employed a certain secret technique. It must be that powerful entity taking action." "Sure, let us not discuss matters unrelated," Su Rumei cautioned. "Understood." Both Su Rumei and the shadow silently exhaled in relief. Yet just as they began to relax, a soft exclamation broke the air. A figure, shrouded entirely in a black robe, suddenly materialized within the caravan. "Who dares intrude upon our convoy with such audacity?" 2 guards, the first to notice, prepared to act, but were halted by Su Rumei, who swiftly intervened. She then bowed slightly towards the cloaked figure. "I am Su Rumei, steward of Wanbao Tower. May I inquire the purpose of your blocking our passage? If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them." Her smile remained, yet her heart raced with the utmost anxiety. As she and the shadow discerned the individual's formidable cultivation, they realized he was a formidable Yuan Ing. This was indeed a being of great prowess. Particularly, the way this Yuaning expert was dressed suggested a desire to conceal his identity, which deepened her unease. Fortunately, the Yuaning practitioner did not take immediate action but instead cast a sweeping gaze over the caravan, inquiring, "Might I ask if there are any adept practitioners of formations among you?" The group momentarily froze, instinctively glancing towards Guxiu's carriage. However, Su Rumei responded quickly, saying, "Senior, you jest. We are merely an ordinary merchant convoy. How could we possibly have the qualifications to employ a formation master? However, should you require assistance, we could endeavor to find an exceptionally skilled formation master for you upon our return to the city." The Yuaning cultivator furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with her response. He scrutinized the caravan for a moment longer before shaking his head, preparing to depart. Just then, at the precipice of leaving, the Yuaning cultivator suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze fixating on a particular carriage, revealing a hint of disbelief, and even a trace of fear. Upon noticing where his attention lingered, Su Rumei's heart raced with trepidation, for he was staring directly at the carriage of Feng Bugue. As if summoned by fate, at that moment of unease for Su Rumei, the Yuaning cultivator commanded, "Whoever is within, step out and allow me a glimpse." The atmosphere instantly thickened, as if time itself had frozen. Yet, within Guxiu's carriage, there was not a single movement. Chapter 49. 500 years, and you still dare not strike against me? At this very moment, half an hour's journey away from the Wanbao building caravan, Nian Chaoshi halted, her eyes filled with urgency. "According to the divination, my junior disciple should be in this vicinity. Why have I not seen him all this time?" her face bore the marks of anxiety. For several days, she had relied on divination techniques to trace Gu Xiu's whereabouts. Although it seemed that Gu Xiu was shrouded in a veil of destiny, making precise location determination elusive, Nian Chaoshi had not entirely lost track of him. Yet, this pursuit weighed heavily on her heart. Along the way, she had encountered numerous battlefields, countless severed limbs, and pools of blood, deepening her concern for Gu Xiu's safety. Despite having confirmed in that cave that he had regained his cultivation and could wield his self-created sword technique, the Jinghong sword, she pondered. How long had it been since he restored his powers? Without the support of spirit stones and resources, even though he had embarked on the path of cultivation anew, he would undoubtedly not be exceptionally strong in such perilous circumstances within the Tianqi mountain range. Unforeseen dangers could arise at any moment. Gritting her teeth, Nian Chaoshi pressed onward. Junior disciple, wait for me. Please, please, please do not perish. Your senior sister will come to rescue you very soon. Meanwhile, within the Wanbao building caravan, the Yuan Ing cultivator's sudden demand had rendered the atmosphere tense. Senior, Su Rumei rushed forward. Please, if you have any guidance, do share it with this humble woman. You? Stop, be gone. Before Su Rumei could utter a word, the Yuanying cultivator let out a cold snort, accompanied by the terrifying power of the Yuanying realm, which struck Su Rumei like a bolt of lightning. She staggered back several steps, a trickle of fresh blood escaping her lips, such as the might of the Yuanying. The chasm of a major realm is enough to inflict grave injury with merely a disdainful grunt. Yet, in such dire circumstances, how could Su Rumei retreat? Ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, she stepped forward once more, bowing respectfully. Esteemed senior, this humble woman harbors no intention of offense. It is merely that our Wanbao pavilion has always refrained from interfering in disputes among cultivators. The individuals within the carriage are esteemed guests of our Wanbao pavilion. If the senior has any matters to discuss, please articulate them. If it is within my power to assist, I shall certainly do my utmost to aid you. Her words, though courteous, carried a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. The Yuanying cultivator was not oblivious to the implications of her statement. However, his gaze remained fixed, piercingly, on the carriage where Gu Xiu resided. Could it be him? That individual from 500 years ago? Just now, a sweep of his consciousness had revealed a familiar aura that sent a jolt of fear through him. But that person had perished 5 centuries prior, with no chance of return. Moreover, if he were truly alive, his cultivation could not possibly be so feeble. Contemplating this, the Yuanying powerhouse took another step forward, his voice resounding. This esteemed being commands you to step out. The overwhelming pressure of the Yuanying realm surged forth, bearing down upon the carriage, causing it, adorned with intricate array symbols, to tremble violently in that instant. The entire convoy was enveloped in dread. The might of the Yuanying could not be dismissed. Numerous lower-level Qi refining cultivators collapsed to the ground in terror, while even the Foundation establishment cultivators turned ashen, too fearful to draw a breath. Esteemed senior, Su Rumei gritted her teeth, eager to speak further, but the Yuanying cultivator interrupted coldly. If you utter another word, I shall slay you here and now. This declaration, Su Rumei coughed up blood again, staggering backward. Yet, she quickly regained her footing, determination flickering in her eyes as her consciousness stealthily delved into her storage ring. Within lay a formidable weapon, capable of slaying even a late-stage Jindan cultivator. However, she was uncertain of its efficacy against the Yuanying cultivator before her, as he was no ordinary Yuanying. His strength was immense, and his aura remarkably stable. Nevertheless, Su Rumei resolved to protect Feng Bugue, even at the cost of great sacrifice. Just then, from within the carriage, Gu Xiu's calm voice unexpectedly echoed. If you wish to see me, then come before my carriage. What? The crowd was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the audacity of Feng Bugue. A Yuanying powerhouse seeks you out, and you remain inside? Not only that, but you demand the formidable being to approach you? What madness is this? Yet, even more astonishing was Feng Bugue's subsequent inquiry from within the carriage. Are you perhaps afraid? Insanity? Utter madness. Everyone felt that Feng Bugue had completely lost his mind. This was a Yuanying powerhouse. Such an individual could establish a sect of their own. Even among the esteemed clans and sacred lands, they were not to be trifled with. Yet, here was Feng Bugue, daring to provoke such an existence? To suggest that this formidable being might cower in fear. It is rather astonishing that when the formidable being of the nascent soul heard these words, he did not erupt in rage. Instead, his face was marked by a vigilant skepticism as he inquired, "Is it truly you?" He did not advance, seemingly reluctant to lower himself. However, witnessing this scene, Su Rumei could not help but feel a peculiar illusion. Could it be that this nascent soul expert was genuinely afraid of the individuals within the carriage? At that moment, Gu Xiu responded with an air of indifference. It is I. What brings you here? The nascent soul expert, harboring doubts, questioned, and what of your cultivation? You may speculate, Gu Xiu replied once more, I speculate. The nascent soul expert furrowed his brow, clearly filled with bewilderment, yet he remained steadfast, rooted in place. Once more, silence enveloped the scene, and under such tension, those present dared not even breathe, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Feng Bugua was acquainted with a nascent soul expert. Moreover, he could invoke caution in such a being. Who, then, was this enigmatic nascent soul expert, shrouded in secrecy? And what of Feng Bugua? Who was he as well? At that moment, Gu Xiu spoke again. The young lady employed a secret technique of her sect, did she not? Young lady? The crowd was perplexed. Indeed, the nascent soul expert did not appear surprised, nodding in acknowledgement. Do you know her? I do. We have journeyed together. Do you intend to save her? The nascent soul expert inquired, a hint of wariness in his tone. Gu Xiu replied, I do not intend to. That is quite unlike your meddlesome nature of your... The nascent soul expert remained skeptical, his gaze increasingly wary. Yet Gu Xiu calmly remarked, lowering one's head to pay respects, the butcher of sheep declares, all matters are but ephemeral clouds. Ephemeral clouds, you say? The nascent soul expert pondered deeply, his vigilance finally easing somewhat as his gaze flitted between the caravan and Su Rumei. However, this mere glance sent a chill down Su Rumei's spine, making her scalp tingle. She realized that her preparations had been discerned. This individual had instantly perceived her desperate intentions. That fleeting gaze was both a warning and a mockery, cautioning her against rash actions while deriding her futile attempts against insurmountable odds. What of your senior sisters? They do not seem like the type to part ways with you, the nascent soul expert queried. Ji Yuxiu merely raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the nascent soul expert without responding. His gaze was clear and tranquil, yet it was this very calmness that rendered the nascent soul expert somewhat uneasy, as if Gu Xiu had seen through him entirely. Why do you look at me thus? He could not help but ask. Ji Yuxiu shook his head. Let them depart first. You surely would not wish for others to discover your identity, would you? Very well. The nascent soul expert nodded and turned his gaze towards Su Rumei. Though she was reluctant to leave, confronted with the eyes of this nascent soul being, she ultimately sighed in resignation and bowed to the two, saying, since the esteemed seniors wish to reminisce, this young lady shall not impose further. Esteemed seniors, we shall await you ahead. The latter remark was, of course, directed at Gu Xiu. She refrained from hastily uttering the name of Feng Bugua, for she was acutely aware that it was likely a pseudonym, and feared that doing so might introduce unnecessary variables into the equation. Ji Yuxiu, clearly perceptive to her caution, offered her a faint smile. This smile brought a sense of reassurance to Su Rumei, prompting her to lead the convoy onward once more, though her resolve had already crystallized in her heart. She sought assistance. Promptly, she demanded aid. Although she remained unaware of Feng Bugue's origins or the grievances between the two individuals, one thing was certain. These two were far from being good friends. As the convoy distanced itself, the Yuaning expert could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, so, you have yet to answer me? What of your group of senior sisters, Lu Dongshan? The Yuaning expert was momentarily taken aback. Lu Dongshan was indeed his true name. Yet, Gu Xiu remarked, you wish to take action against me, yet are uncertain if I am concealing my true abilities. There is truly no need for such probing. Yu Dongshan found himself exposed, his genuine thoughts laid bare, leaving him momentarily flustered. Just then, Gu Xiu probed further. It has been 500 years. Could it be that after all this time, you still lack the courage to confront me? These words struck like a sharp blade, severing the veil of modesty that shrouded Lu Dongshan. His aura surged violently, his gaze now radiating a fierce light as he fixed his eyes upon Gu Xiu, as if he were on the brink of transforming into a fearsome beast poised to strike. Chapter 50. The immortal supports the apex. Dongshan transcends. In that instant, a terrifying Yuaning presence erupted from Lu Dongshan. The Yuaning is not to be insulted. A slight against it must be avenged. 500 years prior, he had already attained the Yuaning realm, though he had yet to break through. He had long since achieved the pinnacle of Yuaning cultivation. Moreover, he had once been a prodigy. To him, ordinary Yuaning experts were akin to mere blades of grass. At this moment, his overwhelming aura rose, as if it could shift mountains and sever rivers, rendering everything in the vicinity seemingly frozen in time. Yet this formidable presence emerged swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. Moments later, all traces of his aura vanished completely, leaving Lu Dongshan's form suddenly appearing despondent. The fierce battle intent in his eyes ultimately transformed into a blend of frustration and regret. With a bitter smile, he lamented, Truly am far too pathetic. 500 years ago, Gu Xiu, with his extraordinary talents, was hailed as a transcendent immortal. He paved his path with the bones of prodigies, ascending step by step toward the heavens. Along this journey, some were slain by his sword, others retreated after defeat, and there were those who trembled in fear before even facing him, ultimately lacking the courage to take action at all. Liu Dongshan was among the latter. More than 500 years prior, he had faced Gu Xiu in battle, yet upon witnessing Gu Xiu, his robes stained with blood and his eyes gleaming with brilliance, coupled with the fallen prodigy's corpse at his feet, Liu Dongshan chose to retreat. He believed it was a means of self-preservation, a step back to embrace a broader horizon, a temporary withdrawal. Yet he forgot that in the contest of the great Tao, taking a step back meant relinquishing the chance to advance further. His invincible resolve shattered. For 5 centuries, Liu Dongshan made no progress. Time and again, he had yearned to alter this predicament, and time and again, he had lamented his own initial timidity. As the years have passed, he believed he had rediscovered his true path, especially upon hearing that Gu Xiu had entered that perilous realm and had never returned. He felt he had liberated himself from that terrifying state of mind. However, upon seeing Gu Xiu once more, he found himself once again ensnared by the fear he had felt before. Even though the Gu Xiu before him had undergone a profound transformation, the once dazzling Gu Xiu, radiant like the blazing sun, now appeared as though he had been touched by the vicissitudes of time, no longer exuding an air of arrogance, no longer difficult to behold. Yet he seemed to have grown more composed. Despite possessing merely the aura of a 7th-tier qi refining practitioner, he emanated an overwhelming sense of danger that filled Liu Dongshan with trepidation. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that should he make even the slightest move, it could unleash unimaginable calamity, even leading to his complete annihilation. I dare not make a move against you, Liu Dongshan sighed, his eyes filled with desolation. Could you enlighten me about your current cultivation level? Is it the Great Ascension, or perhaps you have attained the legendary status of an immortal? Neither, Gu Xiu replied, shaking his head. What then? 7th tier of qi refining. Liu Dongshan was taken aback. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Gu Xiu maintained his calm demeanor, yet Liu Dongshan found it hard to remain composed, his face etched with disbelief. How could this be possible? Gu Xiu merely shook his head in silence. How could it be? Indeed, even 500 years ago, he would never have imagined such a possibility. You state this so candidly. Do you not fear? Liu Dongshan's expression grew serious, that I might take advantage of your current state of decline to kill you? Would you? Gu Xiu inquired. Liu Dongshan fell silent. The sharpness in his gaze had completely faded, and with a self-deprecating smile, he asked Gu Xiu, do you think I am laughable? Rather lamentable? Gu Xiu responded. Lamentable? Liu Dongshan murmured, followed by a bitter laugh. In truth, it is tragic, indeed tragic, a dignified nascent soul powerhouse, yet lacking even the courage to draw his sword. Even when fully aware that my greatest adversary in this life has met with misfortune, and his realm has plummeted, I still do not dare to unsheathe my blade. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. As Liu Dongshan laughed maniacally, tears began to stream from the corners of his eyes. He was filled with rage, with a deep-seated unwillingness to accept his fate. Yet he was also pitiable. Shaking his head, Liu Dongshan turned to leave. In that moment, his silhouette appeared increasingly desolate, having relinquished all ties to his long-standing nemesis, the heart demon he had battled for 500 years, and the schemes he had harbored in this location. He seemed to undergo a transformation in an instant, no longer seeking, no longer yearning, no longer plotting, and observing his retreating figure, the typically silent Gu Xiu suddenly spoke. Wait for me to fight. What? Liu Dongshan was taken aback, then turned in astonishment to look at Gu Xiu. What did you just say? When I feel my strength is sufficient, I will challenge you. At that time, I shall demand a duel with you. Gu Xiu's tone remained calm, his expression unwavering. Yet it was precisely these words that left Liu Dongshan momentarily speechless, staring at Gu Xiu with incredulity. He would have him wait. Before he could regain his senses, Gu Xiu had already turned away, leaving only his silhouette behind. A voice resonated. With countless paths available, if one route proves impassable, simply choose another. Choose another? Liu Dongshan stood frozen in place. Boom. It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck down upon a rusted chain, shattering it into fragments in an instant. And within the confines of those chains lay a once vibrant green sprout, now devoid of life and shrouded in dust. Yet, alongside the crumbling chains, a fresh tender shoot emerged, sprouting anew at that very moment. It shot upwards with astonishing fervor. Above, dark clouds roiled ominously, yet a multitude of creatures, both winged and terrestrial, did not flee. Instead, they curiously peered in this direction. Meanwhile, within Lu Dongshan, his fully realized nascent soul began to rise of its own accord, gravitating towards the divine consciousness platform, ultimately merging into one. Transformation into the divine. He had decisively entered the realm of transformation. The state that had confined Lu Dongshan for a full 500 years began to loosen and evolve following Guxiu's words. The realm of transformation. Even as dark clouds gathered ominously above, heralding the impending descent of heavenly tribulation, a testament to the extraordinary nature of Lu Dongshan's breakthrough, he was not preoccupied with the impending calamity. Instead, he bowed deeply towards Guxiu, exclaiming, "Guxiu, your words of enlightenment are unforgettable." A single utterance from Guxiu was akin to a celestial being bestowing wisdom upon him, awakening him to clarity. He understood all too well that Guxiu had no obligation to speak those words. They had been adversaries 500 years prior. Had Guxiu remained silent, he would have faded into obscurity, ultimately perishing in a forgotten corner. Even in death, he would have been a figure of ridicule. The so-called grace was nothing but fleeting moments, dissipating like smoke in the wind. Guxiu did not look back, merely gestured dismissively before vanishing from Lu Dongshan's sight. Yet, Lu Dongshan continued to gaze in the direction of Guxiu's departure, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He could not comprehend what had transpired with Guxiu, though he surmised that Guxiu must have encountered unimaginable upheaval. Regardless of how one perceives it, to me, gratitude is eternal, never to be forgotten. Lu Dongshan bowed once more, then suddenly chuckled bitterly. This fellow has endured 500 years, and yet his cultivation has diminished to mere chi refinement. How is it that his state of mind surpasses mine? Such a person, how could I ever compare? Just then, a bolt of heavenly tribulation struck down, yet Lu Dongshan appeared utterly unfazed. With a mere gesture, the first bolt of lightning dissipated in an instant. Following were the second and third. As the thunderclouds finally dispersed and his transformation was solidified. Lu Dongshan experienced only slight exhaustion, not a single injury upon his being. He, too, had once been a prodigy. He had nearly possessed the qualifications to stand against Guxiu's path. However, just as Lu Dongshan completed his tribulation and firmly established his cultivation, a figure, brimming with tears, finally arrived. Chapter 51. Deceiving heaven to cross the sea, ultimately reaching the skies. Is it you, Nian Shaoxi? Upon perceiving the arrival of another, Lu Dongshan immediately raised an eyebrow. However, upon seeing Nian Shaoxi's head of frost-white hair, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and mutter, "Is there something amiss with you people from the Qingxian sacred land? Why do you all have a penchant for turning your hair white?" Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he was met with Nian Shaoxi's fierce glare. "You have met Guxiu, haven't you?" she demanded. "Indeed," Lu Dongshan replied. Nian Shaoxi hastily pressed on, "Where is he?" Just as Lu Dongshan was about to respond, he suddenly recalled Guxiu's earlier peculiar behavior and, witnessing Nian Shaoxi's anxious demeanor, a few suspicions began to form in his mind. Nian Shaoxi continued to implore, "You must tell me, where is my junior brother Gu?" "Guess," Lu Dongshan shrugged, recalling how Guxiu had posed the same question to him moments ago. It felt somewhat like a subtle act of retribution. Just as Lu Dongshan entertained this thought, he noticed a surge of terrifying power emanate from Nian Shaoxi, who then raised her right hand, reaching out towards him with an unseen force. Instinctively, Lu Dongshan considered fleeing. Yet, despite having just broken through to the transformation realm and experiencing a surge in power, he found himself utterly helpless before Nian Shaoxi. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. Nian Shaoxi, her face cold as frost, demanded, "What I seek is an answer. Tell me, where is my junior brother Gu?" Bound by her force, Lu Dongshan ought to have begged for mercy. Yet he, a proud individual, scoffed defiantly, "You think you can extract words from me, you vile woman? You must be dreaming." With that, Nian Shaoxi channeled her spiritual energy, tormenting Lu Dongshan. "Will you speak or not?" Concerned for Guxiu, she had little patience left and even harbored murderous intent, seeking the simplest means to uncover his whereabouts. However, the more anxious she became, the more arrogant Lu Dongshan appeared. Though he had resolved his inner turmoil and reshaped his path, it did not mean he would relinquish his pride as a prodigy. Thus, he remained resolutely silent despite her torment. Desperate to locate Guxiu, Nian Shaoxi softened her approach, urging, "Please, tell me where Guxiu is." "Where do you think he would be?" Lu Dongshan retorted with a cold laugh. His careless words ignited a sinister suspicion within Nian Shao 11. Lu Dongshan bore a grudge against Guxiu, having been affected by the latter's damaged path. 500 years without advancement. Now that he had encountered Guxiu once more, what would he do? Moreover, your cultivation has already broken through to the transformation realm. In an instant, Nian Chaoshi was thrown into disarray. Her eyes filled with regret and despair. Guxiu, Xiu, could it be? Witnessing her expression, Lu Dongshan's earlier suspicions solidified. The Qingxian sacred land was in turmoil. Guxiu was likely suffering due to the burdens of his sect. No wonder he spoke in such a manner. No wonder his demeanor was so devoid of emotion when discussing those he once cherished, his master and senior sister. This wretched sect, which had stumbled upon good fortune, must have wronged Guxiu. Contemplate this carefully, as L. Dongshan let out a chilling laugh. You are not mistaken. Guxiu is my greatest nemesis in this lifetime. I have been hindered by him for a full 500 years, unable to make any progress. Now that his cultivation has declined, if I do not seize this opportunity to slay him, when shall I wait? It is exhilarating to think that by killing him, my own cultivation will undoubtedly break through. How delightful indeed. Ha 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 ha. El Dongshan's uproarious laughter echoed, unabashedly infused with exhilaration and joy. The celestial beings have blessed me. The transformation has succeeded. Such elation, such joy, yet, to the ears of Nian Chaoshi, his maniacal laughter felt akin to a dagger, gradually slicing through her heart. It was a profound anguish, a heart-wrenching pain. Even the hand that once gripped El Dongshan could no longer tighten its hold at that moment. El Dongshan dared not linger. Seizing the chance while Nian Chaoshi's mind was in turmoil, he swiftly broke free from her grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the void, utilizing his escape technique, vanishing in an instant. By the time Nian Chaoshi regained her composure, it was already too late. She could only strike out with a palm. Alas, it was ultimately futile, and El Dongshan escaped. He fled 100 miles away, and upon revealing himself once more, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Just from a single strike, he had sustained serious injuries. Such was the prowess of Nian Chaoshi. El Dongshan, disregarding his own state, hastily produced a wooden effigy, and with a swift incantation, he summoned an intricate power directed towards the effigy. Xiu, that vile woman possesses formidable strength. Even I cannot withstand her. If you encounter her now, you will surely be at a significant disadvantage. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and naturally, I shall not repay kindness with malice. Though I know not the nature of your grievances with that despicable sect. Since you wish to avoid the Qingxian sect, allow me to assist you. El Dongshan murmured to himself, and at last, his incantation was complete. Gazing upon the effigy imbued with traces of Guxiu's essence, he chuckled sinisterly. Vile woman, are you not adept at the art of divination? I shall see whether your celestial inquiries are superior to my own subterfuge. Break for me. Without hesitation, El Dongshan shattered the effigy with a single palm. Having completed his task, a triumphant expression adorned his face. Though Nian Chaoshi's divination was exceptionally potent, strength in celestial arts does not equate to an inability to obscure one's intentions. He had his own methods for daring to act against the people of the Tyrant's mansion. However, his smile did not last long, as his expression suddenly shifted. Damn it, that little girl from the Tyrant's mansion is still there. Guxiu, you scoundrel. You've led me into trouble once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nian Chaoshi, who had just invoked the art of celestial divination to ascertain Guxiu's safety, was suddenly stricken with alarm. As she sought to inquire about Guxiu, the omens revealed, Guxiu.is dead. No, this cannot be. Junior brother Gu cannot possibly be dead. It must be false. It is a lie. Nian Chaoshi, unwilling to accept this grim reality, invoked the celestial divination technique repeatedly, yet the results were invariably the same. Guxiu. Truly has perished, junior brother Gu? Nian Chaoshi's heart-wrenching wail echoed as she hastily retrieved her celestial reincarnation mirror. This mirror, the most perilous yet powerful of artifacts, was her last resort. Junior brother Gu, you cannot be dead. You absolutely cannot be dead. As she formed the intricate hand gesture, a multitude of past memories surged to the forefront of her mind, and with it, a sharp pang of anguish seemed to prick her heart incessantly, driving her to the brink of madness. Was it truly too late for her? With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of vital essence, further diminishing her lifespan. Yet, the celestial cycle mirror offered no revelation regarding Guxiu's fate, instead revealing the image of a female general. What is this? Why, when I seek Guxiu, does the celestial cycle mirror present me with this figure? Who is she? Moreover, could it be that Guxiu has truly perished? Unable to comprehend, Nian Chaoshi could only stow away the celestial cycle mirror. At this moment, she felt as if her strength had been entirely siphoned away, her countenance a portrait of despair. Her gaze wandered aimlessly around her surroundings, desperately searching for Guxiu. Even a trace would suffice. Little shitty, whether alive or dead, your elder sister will find you. If you still draw breath, No matter where you are in this vast world, I shall surely locate you. If you have departed, I shall bring you back to the sect, to clear your name and erect a tombstone in your honor. As for that Lu Dongshan, no matter where he flees, this lifetime I shall use his flesh and blood to pay tribute to you. However, after an exhaustive search, Nian Chaoshi found nothing related to Gu Xiao. Instead, within a small formation, she discovered a female general seated in meditation, seamlessly blending with the mountainous terrain. The guardian of the Tian's manor, merging her life force with the mountains to utterly vanquish her, one must extinguish all vitality in this land. Such a life-preserving technique is meant to thwart Lu Dongshan, yet Dachi is merely at the foundation establishment stage. This technique requires at least the golden core level to be executed. To stand against Lu Dongshan's guardian, it seems that one would need to sacrifice a golden core in exchange. Nian Chaoshi felt a flicker of doubt, but it was a mere fleeting thought. All she could absorb was the devastating news of Gu Xiao's demise, just as she was about to turn and leave. However, Nian Chaoshi suddenly froze. Could she be the woman from the mirror? And her aura.it bears the essence of Gu Shidi. Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoshi sought ways to aid Yi Hongling of the Tian's manor, on the other side, the Wanbao Pavilion caravan, having awaited Gu Xiao's return to set off again, gradually came to a halt after covering some distance. Ji Xiao remained within the carriage, continuing to merge his techniques. While outside, the voice of Su Rumei echoed, "Fellow Taoist Feng, we have arrived at Yunqiao City." Chapter 52. I ponder how to eliminate Gu Xiao. The name Yunqiao City is derived from an ancient poem. A guest returns from the rivers and seas. Another day, 1,000 miles in the clouds. This is a city for loose cultivators, yet contrary to its name, it is not perched upon the clouds. On the contrary, this city is fortified within a valley, surrounded by towering, ominous cliffs. The pervasive aura of prohibitions and Taoist rhythms creates an atmosphere of chilling terror. Were it not for the name Yunqiao City, many first-time visitors might even suspect it should be called the Hall of Yama instead. Within the confines of Yunqiao City, the majority consists of wandering cultivators, among whom are inevitably some who have betrayed their sects or noble families, and now find themselves pursued. As long as one adheres to the rules, any wandering cultivator can receive the protection of the city lord and the inhabitants of the city. Naturally, Yunqiao City is also heavily fortified. Flying is prohibited within its walls, and the use of cultivation abilities must remain undisclosed to others. Furthermore, there are no teleportation arrays within the city, and entry is permitted solely through the city gates, which also enforce a curfew. While the convoy awaited entry into the city, Su Rumei began to explain the regulations of Yunqiao City to Gu Xiao. However, mid-sentence, she abruptly halted, for she noticed a fleeting complexity in Gu Xiao's gaze as he looked upon the city. Before Su Rumei could inquire further, Gu Xiao had already regained his composure, and the intricate emotions in his eyes vanished, replaced by an enduring tranquility, as unchanging as the wind, brushing past with neither sorrow nor joy. "Let us proceed," Gu Xiao declared, and to Su Rumei's astonishment, he descended from the carriage, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled forward into the city. Su Rumei was taken aback and quickly called out, "Friend Feng, wait. This is Yunqiao City. If it is your first visit, you need an entry guide, or you will trigger the city's restrictions." Yet before she could finish her warning, she saw Gu Xiao take a gentle step forward, crossing into Yunqiao City. Su Rumei was left in a state of disbelief. Ji Xiao had simply entered without triggering any restrictions? No, he hadn't even undergone the most basic verification of the prohibitive measures. The reason Yunqiao City is so fervently sought after by wandering cultivators is not only due to its lord but also because of the formidable defensive arrays within. Typically, newcomers must obtain an entry guide at the city gates, and only upon successful acquisition can they enter smoothly. Attempting to force entry would activate the city's grand formation, leading to certain demise. Even with an entry guide, one must still pass through verification. At this moment, as Su Rumei had taken only a few steps, an invisible barrier halted her, and it was not until the jade token suspended at her waist began to emit warmth that the unseen restriction finally dissipated, making her experience far more arduous than Gu Xiao's effortless passage. Unless, the shadow beside her evidently shared the same thoughts as Su Rumei. It is rumored that within the formidable restrictions of Yunqiao City, a select few have been designated as eternal friends of the city, allowing them to bypass the verification process. Could it be that this Feng Bugue is one among them? Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, far away atop Qiuxian Holy Land's Qiming Peak, a figure was lost in thought while gazing at a jade token. "Senior sister, what are you doing? With your temperament, how can you be so distracted?" Young junior sister Lu Qingyao inquired curiously, tilting her head. "What is this?" Senior sister Wei Qi Chunlei snapped back to reality, breaking into an innocent smile. "This is an entry guide to Yunqiao City." "Yunqiao City? That city for wandering cultivators?" Lu Qingyao pondered. "Have you been there, senior sister?" "Indeed, I have." When was that? About 500 years ago, I believed. Ah? 5 centuries ago. I ventured there alongside Gu Xiu, replied Wei Chi Chunlei with unyielding honesty. However, the sudden mention of the name by Wei Chi Chunlei transformed the previously playful countenance of Lu Qingyao into one of palpable disdain. Second senior sister, you cannot possibly be thinking of Gu Xiu. Can you? Indeed, I am. Wei Chi Chunlei scratched her head and nodded. Lu Qingyao grimaced. What is there to ponder over such a person? A hopeless case and moreover, a cunning and despicable individual. Even uttering his name sullies my own lips. Junior sister, you misunderstand. Wei Chi Chunlei chuckled while shaking her head. I think of Gu Xiu, not out of concern for him. Then what is it? I am contemplating whether the sect's fortune has truly been taken away by him. Once again with the sect's fortune? Lu Qingyao furrowed her brow. Senior sister, you cannot possibly believe in the notion of fortune, can you? Such talk is mere folly. Only the senior sister believes in it. How can you as well, junior sister? You fail to comprehend. Wei Chi Chunlei shook her head. Lu Qingyao, dissatisfied, was about to retort when Wei Chi Chunlei continued. Though the concept of fortune cannot be proven, the idea of heavenly fortune is certainly not baseless. I truly believe that fortune might indeed exist. Consider this. Over the past 5 centuries, our sect has faced numerous crises, yet time and again we have turned misfortune into fortune. Moreover, several occurrences were purely due to luck. Tell me, how can such coincidences be so frequent? It is because our sect stands united, with the strength of our sisterhood and our master, which is akin to cutting through gold. Lu Qingyao asserted. Wei Chi Chunlei inquired, there must be a reason for this. Then what of the incident with Junior Brother's Dragon Roar sword? Well, Lu Qingyao hesitated, unsure how to counter. For after all, the second senior sister was a grandmaster of weapon forging, and her knowledge undoubtedly surpassed her own. Yet, she could not help but say, but Master has proclaimed that the notion of fortune is a mere fallacy. She is a supreme being of the Great Ascension. Surely she cannot be mistaken? Indeed, Master is a supreme being of the Great Ascension, whether fortune exists or not. But have you considered, what if the notion of fortune were true? What if the fortune of our Qing Xian sacred land has truly been taken by Gu Xiu? He dares. Lu Qingyao's teeth clenched in fury, her face twisted with resentment. If he truly has the audacity to do so, I shall flay his skin, strip his tendons, and bind his soul to a dog, forcing him to live as a dog for eternity. Wei Chi Chunlei laughed heartily. That will not do, second senior sister. You would not defend Gu Xiu, would you? Lu Qingyao questioned, displeased. Not at all, Wei Chi Chunlei shook her head. I merely believe that if such a fate were to befall him, it would be better to choose another animal. As I quite enjoy eating dog meat, I would not want Gu Xiu to tarnish my image of dogs. Lu Qingyao could not help but burst into laughter. Second senior sister, Master often says you speak too bluntly. Yet I did not expect you to be so roundabout. Of course, one cannot always be scolded by Master. Can one? Wei Chi Chunlei replied with a simple, honest smile. Lu Qingyao patted her chest and exclaimed, Second senior sister, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I was worried that you, like senior sister, had fallen prey to that treacherous scoundrel Gu Xiu and were still pining for him. How could that be possible? However, she witnessed Wei Chi Chunlei shake her head resolutely. Glancing at the jade token of Yunjiao City in her hand, she crushed it without hesitation and tossed the fragments into the forging furnace, declaring, him? How could he be worthy? What I was contemplating was something entirely different. What were you thinking about, second senior sister? Lu Qingyao inquired with curiosity. She observed Wei Chi Chunlei gazing intently into the furnace, where the spiritual energy from the jade token intensified the flames, causing a flicker of firelight to dance in her eyes. I was pondering how to eliminate Gu Xiu. Chapter 53. Thunder shatters rock. Mysterious Dao techniques, eliminate Gu Xiu. The mere utterance of those 4 words left Lu Qingyao momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she covered Wei Chi Chunlei's mouth, exclaiming, Second senior sister, how dare you say such things? If others were to overhear, it would spell disaster for our Qingxian holy land. Even if you and I share the same thoughts, we cannot voice them. She was somewhat taken aback, as the youngest disciple. She was doted upon by her senior sisters, and her master was particularly reluctant to reprimand her, allowing her to act without restraint within the sect. Yet, she still dared not speak such words openly. Indeed, second senior sister remained true to herself, direct and unreserved in her speech and actions, unable to conceal anything. Rest assured, let go. But you must not utter such words again. I have protective wards here. No one else can hear us, so it's perfectly fine to speak freely. Really? Of course, it's true. Seeing the unwavering conviction in Wei Chi Chunlei's response, and noticing the protective barriers that seemed to manifest around them, Lu Qingyao finally released her grip on her second senior sister. her eyes ablaze with fervor. I have always believed that my favorite senior sister was you, and now I am certain I have not misjudged. Let me confide in you. My thoughts align perfectly with yours. I have long wished to eliminate Gu Xiu. If it weren't for his extraordinary luck, he would have perished long ago. They say calamities last a millennium, and he is indeed a disaster that endures through the ages. As Lu Qingyao expressed her grievances, frustration evident in her tone, she lamented that Gu Xiu's continued existence was the greatest regret of the world. A year prior, she had attempted to orchestrate Gu Xiu's demise under the guise of a beast rampage, but her plan ultimately failed. At the time, no one had noticed except for their master, Guan Shuolan, who had discerned her intentions. Though she remained silent on the matter, she had reprimanded Lu Qingyao sternly upon bringing her back, instilling in her a deep-seated fear of openly speaking about killing Gu Xiu. Yet, to Lu Qingyao's astonishment, she had thought she had found a kindred spirit, only for Wei Chunlei to shake her head without a moment's hesitation. I am not like you. What makes us different? Lu Qingyao inquired, perplexed. Wei Chunlei replied, I act for the sect, to forge weapons for our junior brother. For the sect? To forge weapons for our junior brother? So, you wish to eliminate Gu Xiu? Lu Qingyao felt a peculiar confusion, struggling to comprehend. Is it your intention, senior sister, to forge Gu Xiu into a weapon to bestow upon junior brother? What are you thinking? Wei Chunlei rolled her eyes in response, setting aside the notion of refining one's body into a weapon, which is only feasible if one consents. It is inherently ineffective. Moreover, Gu Xiu's cultivation has been entirely squandered, and his meridians and bones are utterly damaged. Even if he were truly refined, he would merely be a hindrance. Lu Qingyao instinctively nodded, sensing the validity in her words. I was pondering the fortune source that senior sister mentioned. Wei Chunlei provided the answer. Lu Qingyao remained perplexed until she heard Wei Chunlei continue. Regardless of whether what senior sister said is true or not, and whether the fortune source exists, the emergence of the seven in evil thunder indicates that there is surely something amiss. If it is indeed Gu Xiu who has caused this calamity by taking away the fortune source, then tell me, if we were to eliminate Gu Xiu, would the fortune source not return? At this moment, Lu Qingyao suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, whether the fortune source is genuine or not, if Gu Xiu were to perish, would the fortune source not return? However, that detestable Gu Xiu, who knows where he has vanished to now? Otherwise, we could truly put this to the test. Lu Qingyao lamented. What she meant by testing was, of course, to kill Gu Xiu and see if the fortune source would indeed come back. The existence of the fortune source and whether it would genuinely return remained uncertain. Nevertheless, what would be lost would merely be the life of Gu Xiu. There would be no significant loss. Just as these words escaped her lips, a sudden bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. In the next moment, Lu Qingyao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Junior sister, what has happened to you? Wei Chunlei was startled, hastily supporting her. Yet, Lu Qingyao shook her head, rising in a panic and swiftly making her way to her spirit beast peak. Upon arriving at the peak, she beheld her meticulously nurtured shattered mountain lion lying on its back, its body entirely black, as a plume of black smoke slowly ascended. This scene caused Lu Qingyao's heart to wrench in agony. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yunyo City, in the southern district, at the Xiaoyu courtyard of Tingyu residence, Gu Xiu sat cross-legged in the training room, surrounded by a plethora of martial arts manuals piled before him. These had been personally delivered by Mao Xingxing after Gu Xiu's arrival in Yunyo City. He was indeed a man of great ambition, and upon discovering that Gu Xiu's true prowess surpassed his expectations, especially after even Su Rumei from Wanbao Tower sought to ingratiate herself with him, he had been devising various means to win Gu Xiu's favor. His intentions were far from pure. However, for Gu Xiu, it mattered little. Though these martial arts manuals were not of high rank, their sheer quantity was sufficient, and at this moment, he was meticulously transcribing each one into his Dantian's Qi. This appeared to be a tedious process, yet in truth, only Gu Xiu himself understood that this endeavor was akin to a moment of enlightenment. For with each manual he inscribed, Gu Xiu experienced a profound sense of clarity and even deepened his understanding of the Tao. This indescribable sensation is akin to a perplexing problem that, when confronted, suddenly becomes clear, and the feeling of enlightenment experienced by Gu Xiu is relentless. His pace is swift. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, as nearly 100 various inferior techniques are inscribed upon the nameless ancient tome. One after another begins to coalesce. The techniques circulating within Gu Xiu's body continuously evolved. At last, when the final technique is thoroughly comprehended, a plethora of insights emerges, and the technique, already at the pinnacle of the profound stage, instantaneously erupts in a radiant golden light. In the next moment, the fusion of techniques is complete. A brand new technique entitled Xian Miao Dao Faju materializes beside the nameless ancient tome above Gu Xiu's Dantian. This is a technique of the earth stage. Almost immediately upon grasping this earth stage technique, Gu Xiu can distinctly perceive that the speed at which he absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has surged exponentially. Without hesitation, Gu Xiu seizes the nearby spirit stone. A tremendous manifests instantaneously. The spirit stone, which would typically require considerable time to fully exhaust, is reduced to powder in an instant within Gu Xiu's grasp. Following the complete absorption of the long-accumulated spiritual energy within him, Gu Xiu's realm experiences yet another breakthrough. The 8th layer of qi refinement. Though it is merely a modest elevation in his cultivation, it nonetheless ignites a spark of joy in Gu Xiu's eyes. The nameless ancient tome indeed permits the fusion of techniques, and the techniques he practices can undoubtedly continue to advance. Gu Xiu suddenly feels a surge of anticipation. If his cultivation technique were to ascend from the earth stage to the heavenly tribulation, and then from the heavenly stage to the very apex, what magnificent technique would that yield? The future is indeed promising. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiu's cultivation ascends, on the other side, Nian Shaoxi, still lingering in the Tianqi mountain range, gazes anxiously at Yi Hongling, who is currently enveloped in the defensive secret art known as Shou Ru Shan. Yi Hongling's brows quiver slightly. Chapter 54. The cruelty of human affairs, the fragility of relationships, rain accompanies dusk as flowers fall easily. Shou Ru Shan is one of the defensive secret arts of the Tiansu mansion. It harnesses the power of the surrounding mountains and rivers for one's own defense. Attempting to attack someone shielded by this technique is akin to assaulting the very mountains themselves. It is said that those of profound cultivation within the Tiansu mansion can even summon the strength of an entire continent in resistance. This art is formidable, yet it bears its own flaws. The primary drawback is that once this technique is employed, one becomes a part of the mountains and rivers for defense. Just like Yi Hongling at this moment, immobile and voiceless, impervious to harm. Yet if no one comes to her aid, she will remain forever suppressed in this state until her life essence dissipates entirely. This is a perilous technique that should never be invoked lightly until the final moment. A golden core cultivator expending their life force to wield this art cannot be undone, even by the likes of the once immensely powerful El Dongshan at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, Nian Shaoxi possesses sufficient strength, and as she delicately unravels the situation like peeling an onion, Yi Hongling gradually begins to extricate herself from the Shou Ru Shan state. Finally, at the moment when the last surge of spiritual energy flows into Yi Hongling's body, the once motionless general, merged with the mountain's essence, suddenly spews forth a mouthful of blood in an instant. Her aura diminishes to the brink of extinction. She was already gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. It was her fellow disciple who employed the guardian as mountain technique to preserve her life, albeit merely sustaining a flicker of breath. Fortunately, Nian Shaoxi had long been prepared. A medicinal pill was promptly thrust into Yi Hongling's mouth, followed by an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surging into her body to aid in her recuperation. At this moment, Nian Shaoxi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Her sole purpose for taking such actions was clear. For Gu Xiu was dead. Both the divination and what Lu Dongshan had said confirmed his demise. Yet, Nian Shaoxi refused to believe it. Someone like Gu Shidi could not possibly perish so easily. He bore immense fortune within him. Even if he were truly dead, it could not have occurred so quietly. This was her unwavering faith in that fortune. However, such trust left her feeling uncertain, compelling her to place her hopes upon Yi Hongling. Although she had previously been unable to speak or move, perhaps her awareness of her surroundings still lingered, and Nian Shaoxi hoped to extract the truth from her lips. Wake up, wake up! Under Nian Shaoxi's ministrations, Yi Hongling began to regain her composure, and amidst the calls, she finally opened her eyes once more, rising to bow. Yi Hongling of the Tian's mansion pays respects to the senior, and expresses gratitude for your timely rescue. Yi Hongling, you say? Nian Shaoxi nodded, immediately pressing for more information. Tell me, when you were trapped here, could you perceive your surroundings? No, Yi Hongling replied, shaking her head. When Hongling was sealed within Guardian's mountain, I was already on the verge of death and unable to sense anything from the outside world. Is that truly so? Absolutely, Yi Hongling hastily affirmed, unable to restrain her curiosity. Might the senior reveal your name? Hongling will surely repay your kindness one day. Yet, Nian Shaoxi held no interest in the notion of repayment. Her brow was already tightly furrowed. The condition of Yi Hongling was indeed dire. Her complete lack of awareness of the outside world did not seem to be a mere fabrication. What should be done next? Could it be that my junior disciple is truly dead? Senior? Yi Hongling's inquiry snapped Nian Shaoxi back to the present, prompting her to ask again. Have you ever encountered a white-haired cultivator? A white-haired cultivator? Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts immediately drifting to Gu Xiu the senior, referring to that individual wielding a wooden staff, whose aura is as steady as Mount Tai. A qi refinement stage 3 loose cultivator? wielding a wooden staff. A Qi refinement stage 3 loose cultivator? Nian Xiaoxi felt a stirring within her heart. Elaborate, please. That esteemed friend is also an ally of Hongling. We encountered one another due to a wolf demon. Yi Hongling found it curious, yet the person before her had saved her life, and given their profound cultivation, she promptly recounted her tale. She spoke of her encounter with Gu Xiu, her subsequent peril, their reunion, and the paths they had diverged. However, as she listened to her words, disappointment began to well up within Nian Xiaoxi. She had held onto a flicker of hope, believing that this woman bore a faint trace of her junior disciple's aura. But it now seemed that their connection was merely an instance of having traveled together in the past. That esteemed friend possesses extraordinary strength. Though merely at Qi refinement stage 3, he exhibited no fear when faced with the wolf demon, which made me realize that he was indeed exceptional. Later, hidden within a cave, the prowess of that Taoist friend was indeed breathtaking, effortlessly slaying enemies as though it were as simple as drinking water. Yet, Yi Hongling remained oblivious to the despondency of Nian Xiaoxi. When the name Gu Xiu was mentioned, her eyes shimmered with astonishment. Nian Xiaoxi could not help but straighten her back. After all, he was her beloved junior brother. She felt a sense of pride. It is worth noting that 500 years ago, before Gu Xiu ventured into the Forbidden Land, he shone like a meteor, drawing admiration and reverence wherever he went. Now, as he resumed his cultivation, it was entirely normal for even a mere foundation establishment practitioner to marvel at his abilities. It was a pity that, although I recognized that Taoist friend's strength back then, I failed to heed his warnings. Had I done so, my 3 senior brothers would not have. Yi Hongling's heart was heavy with sorrow. Jiu Xiu had once remarked that the Qi Yin Wu Ji would be exploited by enemies. Yet no one took it to heart. Ultimately, the result was that all 3 senior brothers perished in battle, and had it not been for that golden core brother sacrificing himself to protect me, I too would have long since turned into a wisp of a departed soul. Could you tell me more about him? Nian Xiaoxi inquired, her own spirits equally low. She was consumed by self-reproach. Now that all leads had vanished, and with the possibility that Gu Xiu had truly perished, she was filled with regret, cursing herself for not arriving sooner. More to say? Yi Hongling responded, somewhat perplexed. Truth be told, I do not know that Taoist friend well either. Surely, you spent many days together. How could you not know anything after all that time? Nian Xiaoxi asked, while Yi Hongling appeared bewildered. That Taoist friend spoke very little. When we were not traveling, we were evading cultivation. In truth, we did not converse much. Spoke very little? Nian Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback. How could that be possible? Gu Xiu had never been a quiet person. Every time they were together, he would chatter away. Even now, Nian Xiaoxi vividly recalled how, 500 years ago, upon returning from his travels, Gu Xiu would always visit her at the Wentian Pavilion, spending entire nights with her under the stars. He not only gazed at the heavens, but also regaled her with tales of his adventures, sometimes speaking for 3 days and nights without pause. How could someone so loquacious suddenly become reticent? Yi Hongling then remarked, indeed, that Taoist friend seldom initiated conversation, and judging by his demeanor, he seems to be the type who has grown accustomed to solitude. Nian Xiaoxi felt compelled to refute this assertion, but as she opened her mouth, a sudden pang of pain seized her heart. She realized her memories of Gu Xiu were largely rooted in the time before he entered the Forbidden Land 500 years ago. At that time, he was adored by all in the sect, cherished by their master, cared for by the senior sisters, and regarded as a confidant by everyone, even akin to family. Yet, in the 3 years since his return from the Forbidden Land, no one had spoken to him, and he had gradually transformed from the once sociable individual who relished conversing with every senior sister into someone who preferred silence, tranquility, and solitude. All of this stemmed from the harrowing experiences he endured upon his return from the Forbidden Land. In that moment, Nian Xiaoxi's complexion turned as pale as death. Yi Hongling felt a twinge of concern. Senior, it's nothing. Nian Xiaoxi shook her head. Please continue. I yearn to hear more about him. Well, Yi Hongling bit her lip. Although she was unaware of Gu Xiu's name and origins, she too held little understanding of the formidable senior before her. Yet, she comprehended that this individual was somehow connected to the benefactor from her past. Realizing this, Yi Hongling found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Senior, perhaps it would be best not to inquire further. Why? Nian Xiaoxi asked, puzzled. Yi Hongling hesitated. The younger generation fears that if I speak too much, you may find it hard to bear. Nian Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, then grasped Yi Hongling's implication. Has he spoken of his past? Not at all. Yi Hongling shook her head. But that particular friend once uttered a phrase to me. What phrase? Nian Xiaoxi inquired with curiosity, only to see Yi Hongling take a deep breath. That friend once said, the world is indifferent, human emotions are harsh. The rain heralds dusk, flowers easily fall. Chapter 55. Senior, you must have mistaken the person. The world is indifferent, human emotions are harsh. The rain heralds dusk, flowers easily fall. Upon hearing these words, Nian Chaoxi's already tormented heart felt an unbearable surge of pain, as if pierced by 1,000 needles, slowly tearing her heart apart. How could Gu Xiao utter such sentiments? It was known that the former Gu Xiao, brimming with vigor, despite facing countless formidable foes, had made friends across the vast expanse of the world. He never judged his companions by their cultivation, but rather by their compatibility, their ability to converse, and their worthiness of friendship. Whether one was a humble merchant or a noble lord, as long as they earned Gu Xiao's approval, he would treat them with sincerity. Once, Nian Chaoxi had asked Gu Xiao why he so cherished friendships and why his companions hailed from all walks of life. His response had been a line of poetry. In the vast world, a true friend is akin to a neighbor, even across distant shores. Those words had deeply moved Nian Chaoxi, filling her with admiration, and she believed her junior brother truly deserved the title of an unparalleled celestial being. Yet, it was this very champion of camaraderie, this bold spirit who cherished friendships, who one day would utter the phrase, "The rain heralds dusk, flowers easily fall." What did such words signify, or rather, what had transformed him into this state of mind? Nian Chaoxi, aware of the reason, felt an intensifying anguish within, as if even breathing became a Herculean task. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and heartache. Junior brother. Senior sister, I am truly sorry. Senior sister, I am profoundly sorry. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi was engulfed in boundless remorse, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, falling to the ground like raindrops. Yi Hongling, witnessing her distress, couldn't help but feel astonished. Though she remained oblivious to the reasons behind the powerful and terrifying senior's demeanor, she speculated that there might be a connection between them. Senior, the friend I encountered, is he your friend? Yi Hongling inquired. Not a friend. Nian Chaoxi shook her head resolutely, replying, he is my brother. Closer than a biological brother. What? Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously remarked, surely, you jest? Senior, that esteemed fellow, while indeed astonishing, cannot possibly be your brother. Could it be that you have mistaken his identity? Nian Chaoxi's expression displayed confusion, unable to comprehend why Yi Hongling would assert such a notion. Yet, Yi Hongling continued, that esteemed individual possesses remarkable qualities. However, he likely does not hail from any prominent sect, nor does he have an extraordinary background. What leads you to that conclusion? Nian Chaoxi queried, perplexed. Without hesitation, Yi Hongling responded, it is quite simple. That individual does not even possess a suitable weapon. This statement struck Nian Chaoxi like a bolt from the blue, leaving her frozen in place. From the very first moment she encountered that esteemed individual, his weapon had been nothing more than a broken wooden stick found by the roadside. If he were associated with a sect, even a mediocre one, he would at least be provided with a mundane weapon, if not a magical artifact. Given the plethora of treasures possessed by the senior, if that individual were truly her brother, it would be inconceivable for him to wield such a shabby implement. Thus, I surmise, senior, that the person you have in mind is not the same as the one I have described, Yi Hongling stated with conviction. She firmly believed a misunderstanding had occurred. Although the one who had aided her, Gu Xiao, was indeed remarkable and worthy of admiration, he could not possibly be the brother of such a formidable figure. How could it be that an elder sister possesses an abundance of treasures while her brother lacks even a single weapon? Such unwavering certainty from her made Nian Chaoxi's expression grow increasingly awkward. She stammered, his weapon was damaged due to unforeseen circumstances, and he did not have the opportunity to repair or replace it. Damaged? Yi Hongling replied with a knowing smile, that could only be deemed a coincidence. It cannot possibly pertain to the person you have described. Why is that? Nian Chaoxi pressed. Look at the spiritual stones. Yi Hongling answered, though this individual may only possess a cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement, his aura is calm and refined, clearly indicating he is a person of exceptional talent. Such an individual would undoubtedly be allocated abundant resources for cultivation within any sect. Yet, this esteemed fellow lacks any notable skills or storage treasures, and he even possesses very few spiritual stones. To say he has very few is an understatement. Yi Hongling recalled Gu Xiao's brazen manner, having extorted her spiritual stones, only to promptly use them for his own cultivation. He was, in fact, entirely destitute. If he were truly a prodigy of a sect, how could he possibly resort to extorting her meager spiritual stones? He would not even deign to notice them. However, the moment she uttered this thought, Nian Chaoxi's expression grew even more strained. What could she possibly say? That Gu Xiao, within the sect, received a monthly stipend that was even less than that of a servant disciple. that, as her brother, he lacked even a single spiritual stone or storage treasure. He had some family disputes and left, leaving behind nothing of significance. Nian Xiaoxi could only respond again, stammering. She herself has become too embarrassed to discuss this matter with outsiders, let alone reveal that she hails from the Qingxian sacred land. Such matters are certainly not meant to be divulged. However, Yi Hongling shook her head once more. That is simply impossible. Senior, you must have mistaken the person. But why was that? Nian Xiaoxi was beginning to feel apprehensive. She had visited that cave, and what Yi Hongling described was exactly in line with her own findings. Not to mention that Yi Hongling carried traces of Gu Xiu's aura at it, was evident that there was no mistake. Yet, if one were to say that there were no weapons or magical treasures, it was because they were damaged, and if there were no spirit stone storage treasures, it was due to not having taken them when departing. However, there was one thing that was absolutely inconceivable. Why Yi Hongling spoke with unwavering certainty, while Nian Xiaoxi, feeling somewhat helpless yet curious, inquired, "What is it?" "Quite simply, the cultivation technique," Yi Hongling replied. "That fellow cultivator, when practicing, draws forth the spiritual energy from all directions as if in reverent worship. The spectacle is truly astonishing. Yet, all of that is due to his innate aptitude for cultivation and truth. I have observed that fellow cultivators practice closely, and his cultivation technique is rather mediocre, of course. When I say mediocre, it is merely in comparison to the standards of seniors like yourself. That fellow cultivator's technique would, at most, be classified as low-grade Xian level. For an ordinary loose cultivator, this technique would undoubtedly be exceptional. But for someone of your caliber, senior, his brother, this is simply implausible." Yi Hongling spoke with such conviction, which was why she believed Nian Xiaoxi had mistaken the identity of the individual. After all, Xian-level techniques are not considered bad. For most loose cultivators and average third-rate sects, they represent the pinnacle of what is accessible. Yet, this must be compared to whom? The celestial figure before her possesses numerous magical treasures, and the very robe she wears is evidently of considerable worth. The cultivation technique practiced by such an esteemed individual, while not necessarily of the heavenly grade, would at the very least reach the earthly grade standard. For someone of such remarkable potential, as the brother of a powerful figure, to forsake the excellent techniques of his own sister in favor of a low-grade method, it is utterly nonsensical. Who would believe such a tale? If that were indeed the case, how malevolent must that sister be? Thus, at this moment, Yi Hongling was almost entirely convinced that the benefactor who saved her and the esteemed figure before her were undoubtedly unrelated. However, as Yi Hongling contemplated this, she noticed that Nian Xiaoxi had remained silent for an extended period, prompting her curiosity to surge. "Senior, why are you not speaking?" Chapter 56. Xiaoxi asks her heart, 10,000 treasures bestowed senior. "Why are you not speaking?" Yi Hongling's question pierced through the heart like a lethal blade. Its angle sharp and the intent ruthless. It was nothing short of a decisive strike. At least, this was how it felt to Nian Xiaoxi, who found herself utterly flustered. Faced with Yi Hongling's inquiry, she could only stammer, I. After a considerable pause, Nian Xiaoxi was at a loss for how to respond, even struggling to maintain her long-held image as a wise figure. Tears began to fall once more. It was not merely due to her inability to explain. For this reason, she understood why Gu Xiu's martial arts were so exceedingly ordinary. 500 years ago, the Qingxian sacred land was merely known as the Qingxian sect, a rather unremarkable, third-rate sect, at that time. The pinnacle of their martial arts was encapsulated in a tome called the Qingxian Ju, a profound grade technique. The Gu Xiu of your relied solely on that profound grade method to cultivate himself into an unparalleled prodigy of the age. Subsequently, he bound himself within the forbidden grounds, partaking in the contest for the blessings of fortune. Following Gu Xiu's entry into the forbidden grounds, the Qingxian sect suddenly began to bask in an abundance of fortune, transforming from an ordinary third-rate sect into a formidable force within a mere 500 years, ascending into the ranks of sacred lands. Although it was merely a standard sacred sect lacking deep roots and accumulation, the blessings of fortune undeniably elevated many aspects. Whether it was the magical artifacts and weapons provided to disciples or the cultivation techniques they practiced, the latter was particularly fortunate, acquiring a celestial grade technique. While it may not be universally accessible, at least the direct disciples were all bestowed with this technique. As for the profound grade method from 500 years ago, it was relegated to the practice of the most ordinary, lowest-ranking inner disciples. 3 years ago, when Gu Xiu returned from the forbidden grounds, he was grievously injured, burdened by the wounds of his path, and even the sect leader deemed it impossible for him to cultivate again in this lifetime. Naturally, the sect's celestial grade technique was not available to Gu Xiu, or rather it was not merely a matter of learning. The entire sect was unwilling to allow Gu Xiu even a fleeting glance at it. For everyone's thoughts resonated in unison. Gu Xiao was finished. What more was there to behold? What if Gu Xiao were to divulge this technique to the outside world? Upon hearing such sentiments, Nian Chaoshi initially thought that her master and junior sisters might have been somewhat extreme. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that upon their reunion with Gu Xiao, the sentiments of the sect's members had not only grown distant but had transformed into a sense of wariness. The more she pondered, the more she realized that over the past 3 years, no one had truly regarded Gu Xiao as one of their own. Otherwise, why would her master assert that Gu Xiao could never cultivate again? Why was it that after Gu Xiao resumed his cultivation, he could only employ the most commonplace profound-grade technique? This series of contemplations left Nian Chaoshi in silence when faced with Yi Hongling's inquiries. She found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts. How could she explain that the Qingxian sacred land's treatment of its heroes was to relentlessly torment them upon their return, viewing them as outsiders? This was the truth, yet it was a truth that could not be spoken aloud. At this very moment, Nian Chaoshi suddenly found herself contemplating a question she had never considered before. All along, she had sought to bring Gu Xiao back to the sect, yearning for reconciliation and a return to the past. But was this truly the right course of action? Or, even if Gu Xiao did return with her, could he ever truly revert to the way things were 500 years ago? As Nian Chaoshi felt tears welling up uncontrollably, at the same time, in Yunyao City, within the confines of the Listening Rain residence, Gu Xiao ceased his cultivation and stepped out of his chamber. A young maid, clad in a jade-green dress and possessing a gentle demeanor, promptly approached. "Esteemed immortal, the meal is ready, and I shall serve you." "Thank you, but I can manage on my own," Gu Xiao replied courteously, subsequently taking the bowl and chopsticks to serve himself. As he turned to inquire, "Have you eaten?" The maid hastily shook her head. "Esteemed immortal, since you have yet to eat, how could I dare?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xiao had already shaken his head. "There is no need to wait for me. If you are hungry, you may eat first. Come, let us dine together." With that, he extended a bowl of rice towards her. Tio Gu Xiao. This was merely a commonplace gesture, yet it left the maid frozen in disbelief. The esteemed immortal was inviting her to the table to share a meal. Moreover, he was serving a bowl for a mere maid. "Esteemed immortal, this is utterly inappropriate. I am but a servant, and it is beyond reason for you to serve me, let alone dine at the same table," she exclaimed in alarm. Gu Xiao, however, simply shook his head. "I have previously stated that I only require your assistance with laundry, cooking, and tidying the courtyard. There is no master-servant dynamic here, so you need not be so formal." Nevertheless, noticing the fright evident on Xiao He's face, Gu Xiao understood that his reassurances were in vain, and thus chose to remain silent and eat peacefully. Having spent 2 days in the city, Gu Xiao felt entirely settled. The quaint courtyard he resided in, named Tingyu Courtyard, had cost him 800 spirit stones, a bargain acquired from Wanbao Tower. It was more akin to a gift, for in the bustling Yunshao city, where a curfew was enforced, every inch of land was precious. Securing such a tranquil and elegant abode for 800 spirit stones was indeed an implausible feat. As for the maid named Xiao He, she was a mortal woman bestowed upon him by Wanbao Tower. Her biological father had been a loose cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, but after being slain by enemies, she was left an orphan, forced to sell herself into servitude at Wanbao Tower. Jiu Xiao had not refused her presence. Despite being a cultivator, he had yet to reach the golden core stage of fasting and spent his days preoccupied with cultivation, necessitating assistance with daily chores. As they were enjoying their meal, a sudden knock resounded from outside, accompanied by a boisterous shout. "Open the door, quickly! The monthly tribute is due? Listen well, the southern market is now under the control of our Qingyu gang. Hurry out with your offerings. If there are any delays, any misfortunes that befall your courtyard will not concern us." The raucous declarations caused Xiao He, who had intended to approach the door, to freeze in place, gripped by fear. Yunshao City, known as a sanctuary for loose cultivators, is often regarded as a dreamland for many. For the majority, it seems that simply arriving here would guarantee a life of ease and comfort. However, the reality is starkly different. Gray hair adorns the temples, while youthful aspirants age in the rivers and lakes. Even among ordinary sects, various conflicts simmer behind closed doors, let alone in a city teeming with loose cultivators like Yunshao. Though no sects exist within Yunshao City, numerous gangs abound. Many cultivators who arrive here with high hopes quickly learn a harsh truth. The idealized realm exists only in dreams, just as it is in this very moment. Even after acquiring the courtyard, remaining confined within its walls, one cannot evade disputes. Each year witnesses the emergence of numerous factions, alongside the obliteration of many others. Ordinary cultivators in this cloud sky city are left to navigate the narrow crevices of survival. Bang, bang, bang. I am well aware that there are individuals within I advise you to open the door swiftly, lest you find yourselves at odds with my Qingyu gang." As the door remained obstinately shut, the person outside impatiently resumed their assault, exuding an air that suggested a willingness to break through. Xiao He, pale with fright, glanced pleadingly at Gu Xiu, who, unfazed and with his bowl still in hand, uttered a reassuring, "Do not fear." However, Xiao He swallowed hard, on the verge of uttering something, when an authoritative voice from outside commanded, "What insignificant pests dare to provoke our esteemed Feng? Feng is a distinguished guest of the Guangxing gang. If you persist, you shall be dealt with." Yet, the Qingyu gang clearly dismissed the Guangxing gang's threat, retaliating with insults, which quickly escalated into cries of anguish. Soon after, a cold snort resounded. "Taoist Feng is a patron of my Wanbao Tower. Any idle ruffians are not to be provoked or offended. Those who violate this will find themselves at odds with Wanbao Tower." At this, a tense silence fell outside. Xiao He, trembling with trepidation, eavesdropped by the door until the crisis had subsided, allowing her to exhale a long sigh of relief. Turning around, she noticed that Gu Xiu had finished his meal, set down his utensils, and was preparing to leave. Xiao He hurried forward to tidy up, only to discover that many of the dishes he had consumed remained only half-eaten. It was evident to whom the leftovers were meant. Suddenly, she looked up, gazing at Gu Xiu's retreating figure, her heart swelling with gratitude. Yet, as she recalled the earlier commotion outside, her appreciation was swiftly overshadowed by astonishment. Although she had come to serve Gu Xiu as a maid dispatched by Wanbao Tower, they had merely instructed her to attend to him diligently without revealing his true identity or any additional responsibilities. Thus, she had assumed she was merely serving an ordinary patron of Wanbao Tower. Though this immortal had seemed somewhat extraordinary, she had not given it much thought. However, it now appeared that his status was far beyond her previous imaginings. At the very least, the fact that Wanbao Tower had assigned personnel for his protection and to deter any disturbances was indicative of an individual of significant import. Unbeknownst to Gu Xiu, Xiao He's astonishment would not concern him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. He had returned to his training chamber, reinstated the barriers, and prepared to cultivate once more. However, before he could commence, a sudden and excruciating pain surged through his spirit, rendering his complexion ashen. The wound of his Tao had resurfaced. Fortunately, this was not his first encounter with such a recurrence. Gu Xiu simply settled into a meditative position, gritting his teeth to endure, persisting until the sky had completely darkened, at which point the torment finally subsided. Now, Gu Xiu, drenched in sweat and with his white hair disheveled, appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, he paid no heed to his condition, not a trace of complaint escaping his lips. He merely washed himself, donned a clean set of garments, and resumed his seated meditation to continue his cultivation. The matter of the Tao injury requires resolution, and Gu Xiu's purpose in visiting Yunqiao City is to seek a remedy for this ailment. However, prior to the emergence of that opportunity, he must focus on further enhancing his own capabilities. After a night of silence, the following morning, Gu Xiu stepped out of his chamber and encountered Su Rumei, who had come to pay a visit. Having arrived in Yunqiao City 2 days prior, this diligent stewardess of Wanbeilu had been tirelessly occupied, ensuring that all arrangements for Gu Xiu were meticulously in place. Yet, she had not yet graced the listening rain abode with her presence. This rare moment of leisure allowed her to visit him at last. She did not arrive empty-handed. On the contrary, she stated, "Feng Daoyu, I have heard that you recently sought assistance from the Xing gang in gathering cultivation manuals. Coincidentally, Wanbeilu possesses a considerable collection of such texts, which I have brought for you. Although their quality may not be exceptional, they may prove beneficial to you." She continued, "Furthermore, while the listening rain abode is indeed elegant, it has not been tended to in quite some time. I have brought several spiritual plants and some Taihu stones to enhance the courtyard. Not only will they add to its aesthetic appeal, but they will also aid in the gathering of spiritual energy. Additionally, I know that you have been diligently immersed in your cultivation. However, perseverance and spiritual stones alone are insufficient for the path of cultivation. I have also brought some talismans that possess spirit-gathering effects, which I would like to present to you." Chapter 57, 8th Rank Offering, Preparing Talismans. Indeed, Su Rumei is a skilled businesswoman. From the moment Gu Xiu first met her, this stewardess of Wanbeilu, who bears no heirs of the few golden core cultivators, has consistently treated him with courtesy. Although the gifts she presented were not particularly extravagant, their thoughtfulness was unmistakable. The manuals, the landscaping, and the talismans for cultivation all struck precisely at the heart of Gu Xiu's needs. Naturally, he expressed his gratitude profusely and reiterated that if Wanbeilu required any assistance, she could always reach out to him. "Haha, speaking of needing help, there is indeed a matter at hand." "Oh? What is it?" "Our Wanbeilu has 2 formations that frequently encounter minor issues. As you are well versed in formations, if you have some spare time, we would be most grateful if you could take a look. The intricacies of human relationships are a profound study. Simply offering gifts without expectation of reciprocity does not easily foster deeper connections. At times, it may even impose pressure and suspicion upon the other party. It is through mutual assistance that a habit of reciprocal benefit is cultivated, allowing relationships to endure over time. This principle was understood by both Su Rumei and Gu Xiu. The so-called formation issues were but trifles, and thus he did not hesitate. In that case, shall we go now? Now? Indeed. Then I must trouble you, Feng Daoyu. With that, Gu Xiu and Su Rumei exited the courtyard and boarded her carriage. Before stepping in, Gu Xiu noticed numerous probing gazes directed towards him. However, as those energies approached, Su Rumei let out a cold huff, effectively shielding him from the scrutiny of those nearby. This was her way of signaling to the onlookers that Feng Bugui was a guest of Wanbeilu, as well as someone she held in high regard. En route to Wanbeilu, Gu Xiu picked up the spirit-gathering talisman that Su Rumei had gifted him and began to examine it closely. Su Rumei, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Does Senior Feng possess any knowledge regarding the art of talismans?" "I have a slight understanding," Gu Xiu replied. This statement left Su Rumei utterly astonished. Goodness, who exactly is this Feng Bugui? Capable of entering the Tao and mastering the art of formations, defeating foes of higher tiers effortlessly, and even familiar with formidable Yuanying experts. And now, he is well versed in the path of talismans as well? While it is true that formations and talismans are interconnected, they are fundamentally distinct in nature. However, mastery of formations does not necessarily imply expertise in talismans. The breadth of knowledge possessed by Taoist Feng is truly awe-inspiring. Su Rumei remarked, yet to avoid giving Gu Xiu the impression that she was probing into his past, she added, "By the way, our Wanbao Tower in Yunxiao City boasts numerous talisman masters, including several fifth-tier talisman masters. Should Taoist Feng have any queries regarding talismans, I would be more than happy to facilitate an introduction." This statement was quite sincere, merely shy of explicitly stating that should Gu Xiu wish to learn about talismans, she could provide him with connections. It was not that she underestimated Gu Xiu. Rather, during their journey, he had not utilized a single talisman, which was hardly indicative of a talisman master. His claim of a slight understanding seemed to her to be genuinely just that, perhaps merely a nascent grasp of the subject. However, with the existence of the Celestial Book of Talismans and Gu Xiu's complete mastery of it, he had no need to seek instruction from a fifth-tier talisman master. After a brief exchange, he proceeded to inquire, "Manager Su, does Wanbao Tower accept talismans?" "Indeed, we do," Su Rumei replied with a smile. "To be candid, Yunxiao City is a haven for scattered cultivators, and the demand for talismans is substantial. The sale of talismans is one of the primary businesses of Wanbao Tower in Yunxiao City. Thus, we are equipped with a plethora of talisman masters and actively procure talismans from external sources, acquiring them in significant quantities. Many scattered talisman masters in the city also collaborate with us, so, Taoist Feng, are you interested in this?" "I am indeed interested," Gu Xiu nodded. He then proceeded to inquire about which categories of talismans were in high demand and the associated acquisition prices. Any formidable cultivator is built upon an immense accumulation of resources. The relatively slow pace of Gu Xiu's cultivation can be attributed to several factors: the vastness of his Dantian Qi Si, the low tier of his cultivation techniques, and most critically, the scarcity of his cultivation resources. Previously, he had gleaned some resources from Yi Hongling, harvested from defeated foes along the way, and received contributions from the group led by Mao Xingsheng. In addition to the resources lost from a Wanbao box, it appeared that his resources were quite substantial. For an ordinary Qi refining cultivator, they would suffice for a smooth transition to foundation establishment. However, in reality, it was insufficient for Gu Xiu. His Dantian Qi Si was exponentially larger than that of an average person, necessitating an immense quantity of resources. Therefore, to maintain a rapid pace of cultivation, the issue of spirit stones must be resolved expeditiously. Su Rumei, unaware of these matters, nonetheless discerned Gu Xiu's intention to collaborate. With a smile, she remarked, "If Taoist Feng is capable of crafting talismans, that would indeed be a splendid affair. How about this? I shall inform the individuals below shortly, and should Taoist Feng produce talismans, we shall accept them without reservation, and the pricing will be absolutely fair. As for the pricing, there is no need for excessive consideration." Gu Xiu shook his head, harboring some reservations. "It's just what I mean is, the quantity of talismans I might produce could be quite substantial." "A substantial quantity?" Su Rumei paused momentarily, then laughed. "Let me put it this way. Even if it were not just you, Taoist Feng, but if you were to summon dozens or even hundreds of talisman masters to work tirelessly day and night, it is uncertain whether it would suffice for our Wanbao Tower's sales." Su Rumei spoke with utmost confidence. She indeed possessed such assurance, for Wanbao Tower's enterprise was considerable, spanning hundreds of cities, and the market for talismans was inherently vast. She was confident that regardless of the number of talismans produced, she could effortlessly absorb them. However, at this moment, Su Rume was unaware that sometimes words can be spoken too grandly. Over the next 2 hours, Gu Xiao and Su Rume inspected several formations at Wanbao Tower. They were indeed minor issues. Not only Gu Xiao but even a mere apprentice with a basic understanding of formations could resolve them. However, Su Rume's intentions extended beyond merely mending the formations. She had brought Gu Xiao to Wanbao Tower not only to repair the formations, but also to showcase the might of Wanbao Tower, and to facilitate an introduction between Gu Xiao and the managers of Wanbao Tower in Yunxiao City. Both the manager and the other officials were evidently prepped by Su Rume beforehand. Regardless of their true sentiments towards this esteemed guest, they all maintained a facade of courtesy under Su Rume's introduction. At this juncture, Gu Xiao also learned that although Su Rume was referred to as a manager, her actual status was that of the chief manager overseeing the 10 great cities within the Tianqi mountain range, a position of immense prestige. Even the manager of Yunxiao City ranked one level beneath her. This revelation left Gu Xiao somewhat astonished. Wanbao Tower was indeed a formidable force, yet there were only 9 chief managers in total. Predominantly at the nascent soul stage, Su Rume's ability to secure her position as chief manager despite being at the golden core stage was indicative of her remarkable capabilities. Upon reflection, considering Su Rume's demeanor, her rise to chief manager could be deemed entirely justified. With the formation successfully repaired and the necessary introductions made, Gu Xiao took the initiative to bid farewell. However, he declined Su Rume's offer to escort him and did not leave Wanbao Tower directly. Instead, he sought out the miscellaneous manager to arrange the procurement of some materials. Su Rume, on the other hand, remained behind to enjoy tea with the manager. Manager Jean, what do you think of this Taoist Feng? Su Rume inquired. A figure esteemed by manager Su must possess unique qualities. Indeed. Manager Jean chuckled awkwardly but answered truthfully. To be candid, my eyesight may be lacking. Aside from Taoist Feng's ethereal demeanor, I have not discerned anything else. It is not immediately apparent, and perhaps that is just as well. Su Rume, rather unperturbed, instead offered a faint smile, clearly pleased. Feng Bugui is indeed a true gem shrouded in dust. For her, the more inconspicuous he remains, the better. This affords her greater opportunity for interaction and more chances to cultivate his favor. However, the manager Jean was somewhat perplexed. Why does Su, the steward, hold such high regard for this Feng Bugui? It is not merely a matter of esteem. Rather, I intend to recommend him to the owner as an 8th rank honorary member. What? The manager Jean was taken aback, his face a picture of astonishment. Wanbao Tower, being a commercial establishment, naturally had positions for honorary members, most of whom were individuals courted by the tower. However, these honorary positions were not uniform in rank. According to the regulations of Wanbao Tower, the treatment and level of cooperation varied considerably among the different ranks, which ranged from 1st to 9th. Among the 30-odd 8th rank honorary members, it was required that their capabilities at least correspond to the Yuaning realm. If we were to consider the techniques of the 6 paths, they would need to attain at least the level of a 6th rank talismonger. Manager Jian understood that Su Rume valued Feng Bugui, but he had not anticipated that her very first declaration would be so astonishingly audacious. No matter how extraordinary Feng Bugui may be, he is ultimately just a chi refinement practitioner at the 8th layer, and to recommend him as an 8th rank honorary member seems rather hasty. Yet, Su Rume shook her head. In truth, if possible, I would prefer for the owner to list Feng Bugui as a 9th rank honorary member, granting him the highest privileges of Wanbao Tower. Hiss! Are you out of your mind? Manager Jean gasped, considering Su Rume's proposition to be utterly ludicrous. However, before the two could delve deeper into conversation, a portly middle-aged man rushed in, exclaiming, Manager, please notify the surrounding cities to prepare some materials. We are in urgent need. Cheng Fusho, as the overseer of miscellaneous affairs, what is so pressing that you are in such a frenzy? Manager Jan reprimanded, somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, the steward responsible for various matters at Wanbao Tower kept reiterating. We are lacking in many supplies. Spiritual talisman paper, high-quality cinnabar. We are short on all these. Manager Jean was at a loss. Aren't these all materials used for crafting talismans? Shouldn't we have plenty of those? Not enough. Cheng Fusho shook his head. That Taoist friend just ordered 8,000 sets. Taoist friend? Ordering 8,000 sets of talisman materials? Are you out of your mind? Manager Jean looked utterly bewildered, while Su Rume was equally astonished. She was aware that Gu Xiao had an interest in talisman crafting and intended to sell talismans to Wanbao Tower. However, to demand such a staggering quantity all at once was beyond comprehension. A typical talismonger, no matter how skilled, could write at most 30 to 50 talismans a day through tireless effort, and that would be remarkable. 8,000 talismans. Even if one were to write continuously, it would take half a year or even a year or two, right? Who would purchase such a quantity? The overseer, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of the two individuals, spoke with urgency. Master Jean, we must expedite the delivery. Recently, gang conflicts have surged, resulting in a significant demand for talisman materials, and our stock is rapidly depleting. Surely, 8,000 is not an insurmountable figure. Our Yunxiao city is rich in resources. Could it be that we cannot even gather 8,000 units of talisman materials? Master Jean, perplexed, listened as the overseer replied with a wry smile. We can certainly gather that amount, but that particular friend Feng has not only requested 8,000 units of talisman materials. He has, just now, placed a special order for 50,000 units. This batch of materials is simply beyond our current availability. What? As Su Rume and the others found themselves at a loss on the other side, Gu Xiao had already left Wanbao building with 8,000 units of talisman materials, his spirits soaring as he briskly made his way towards his residence, Tingyu Ju. Today, he had expended all his spirit stones, and with these 8,000 units of talisman materials, Gu Xiao intended to execute a grand scheme. Moreover, he was eager to ascertain the efficacy of what he had learned from the heavenly book talismans. Chapter 58. Has Qingxian truly been abandoned by the heavenly path? In the sacred land of Qingxian, atop Emo Shu Peak, under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples specializing in talisman crafting, Qin Moran, holding her 7 treasures glazed pin, was intensely focused on inscribing talismans. Though she had previously failed to reach the 7th level of talisman mastery, she undeniably possessed a solid foundation as a 6th level talisman master. This was evident from the speed at which she crafted her talismans. With a deft flick of her wrist, the rhythms of heaven and earth were intricately etched upon the paper, each stroke executed with precision that left no room for criticism. Within mere moments, 3 talismans gracefully ascended and settled nearby. Crafting 3 talismans in one go. The speed was such that the gathered disciples could only gaze in awe. Incredible, truly incredible. Our master is simply unparalleled. I fear I shall never be able to match this speed of talisman crafting in my lifetime. Elder Qin skillfully harnessed the rhythms of heaven and earth, forcefully inscribing them onto the diminutive talisman paper. Such mastery of control was far beyond that of an ordinary 6th level talisman master. What stood out most was her unwavering steadiness. Elder Qin had been inscribing talismans for 3 consecutive days without pause or error. This solitary feat alone was enough to leave us in the dust. The disciples gasped in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. There was no denying that Qin Moran's prowess in the realm of talismans was exceptionally solid. Having inscribed talismans continuously for 3 days without a single mistake, she had managed to produce nearly 500 talismans in that brief span. An ability that was both astonishing and deserving of admiration. Useless lot. Just as the crowd was lost in their admiration, a cold scoff suddenly pierced through the air. The disciples turned to see a stunningly beautiful woman, her features sweet and charming, resembling a neighborly young girl. However, upon recognizing her, the disciples of Emo Shu Peak immediately bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to 7th Shirshu. We pay our respects to Elder Lu. This enchanting lady was none other than Gu Xiao's 7th senior sister, Lu Qingyao, well known among the disciples, though not be deceived by the seemingly innocent and sweet demeanor of this 7th martial ant. In truth, she is a person who acts solely based on her whims and emotions. When she is in high spirits, she may bestow upon you tremendous opportunities. Yet when her mood sours, she will find any excuse to flay you alive. At this moment, her furrowed brow and cold glare make it abundantly clear to any observer that the 7th martial ant is in a foul mood, and naturally, none dare to offend her. Indeed, as soon as Lu Qingyao arrived, she began to scold them. You bunch of worthless fools, how dare you stand here praising my 5th martial sister's talisman-making abilities? Shouldn't you be reflecting on yourselves as to why my 5th martial sister has to toil so hard, crafting talismans for 3 consecutive days? Her words caused the disciples of Emo Shufeng to lower their heads in shame, their eyes filled with guilt. Qin Moran's relentless dedication to crafting talismans was indeed a result of their shortcomings. It is rather peculiar. During this period, they have been met with an unusual string of failures in talisman making. What was once a success rate of 70 to 80% has dwindled to a mere 20 to 30%. Except for a few disciples with solid foundations, the rest have encountered similar difficulties. Talisman inscriptions that were once effortlessly produced now seem just out of reach, and not only has their success rate plummeted, but the potency of the talismans they do manage to create has also diminished. It is indeed a strange occurrence. One must remember that the Qingxian sacred land is a legitimate sacred sect, where the daily consumption of talismans constitutes a significant portion of their operations. Moreover, the talismans they produce are frequently sold to generate revenue for the sect. But recently, they are not only unable to sell them externally, even self-sufficiency has become a daunting challenge. This has left them feeling profoundly guilty and remorseful. Some disciples have even begun to question whether the recent calamity befalling junior Marshal Ant Longyin Jian signifies that the Qingxian sacred land has indeed been forsaken by the heavens. After all, how could such bizarre incidents occur otherwise? Or perhaps it is your lack of skill and insufficient effort. If you truly put in the work, how could this be the case? In my opinion, it is simply that my fifth martial sister has been too kind to you. Otherwise, how could you all become so lethargic? Lu Qingyao vehemently chastised the group of disciples, and no one dared to retort. And the atmosphere was thick with their suppressed grievances, while doubts lingered in their hearts about their own diligence. Just as Lu Qingyao's tirade reached its peak, Qin Muron paused her talisman making and approached, providing respite for the beleaguered disciples. Sister, why does your complexion appear so pale? It's nothing, perhaps just a bit fatigued. Sister, as the leader of a peak, how can you do everything yourself? These disciples should be held accountable. Do not worry, I will, Qin Muron replied, casting a glance at the group of disciples. All right, you may all disperse. Although Lu Shirshu's words may seem harsh, they hold a kernel of truth. Return and reflect carefully, and practice diligently. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departed, fearful of lingering too long and incurring further reprimands from Lu Qingyao. Sister, I believe you are simply too soft-hearted. Given their current state, if it were me, I would have to administer a severe punishment, Lu Qingyao remarked. Qin Mo Ran smiled faintly and said, all right, as the sage once proclaimed, a teacher's laxity leads to the student's negligence. If we are to discuss punishment, then I, as the master, should be the first to receive it. How could that be? I have heard that, for the sake of the sect's talismans, you, senior sister, have not rested for 3 days. If it were not for them, would you have endured such toil? Qin Mo Ran's expression dimmed slightly. This has nothing to do with them. It is my own desire for tranquility. Desire for tranquility? Lu Qingyao inquired, perplexed. Are you not worried about the matter of junior brother's longing sword? Well, I suppose so. Qin Mo Ran replied casually. In truth, she was preoccupied with Gu Xiu. The images she witnessed in the Wheel of Fate seemed like a nail driven into her heart. Whenever she found a moment of leisure, her mind would inevitably drift back to that event, leaving her restless. Rest assured, senior sister. Master has already prepared ample materials, and it won't be long before junior brother's sword is reforged. Moreover, the resources utilized this time will surpass those of the previous Longyin sword, making it undoubtedly more formidable. Senior sister. The beast pin on Zhuo Peak has been completed. I plan to gift him several spirit beasts and teach him the art of beast mastery. Senior sister? What? I can't shake the feeling that your thoughts are elsewhere, Lu Qingyao observed with curiosity, noting Qin Mo Ran's distraction. Qin Mo Ran pressed her lips together, ultimately unable to restrain herself from speaking. I was wondering, where is Gu Xiu now? Gu Xiu? Lu Qingyao was taken aback for a moment before furrowing her brow. How can you think of that scoundrel who should have perished long ago? Was it the master sister's wheel of fate that led you to ponder such nonsense? Qin Mo Ran hesitated slightly. This, senior sister, do not forget, Gu Xiu was the one who severed your path. He is the true culprit. Oh, not speak of his suffering. It is of his own making. Otherwise, you would have already attained the great Tao, Lu Qingyao declared indignantly. Yet, Qin Mo Ran remained unmoved by this assertion, instead pursing her lips and taking a deep breath. Junior sister, if I were to say that even before I forcibly attracted the divine presence, Gu Xiu had once told me, he had another way to assist me, advising me against force. Chapter 59. The anxiety of Qing Xian, the arrival of 10,000 symbols. He had another method to assist me, urging me not to force the attraction of the divine. Then Qin Mo Ran's voice grew increasingly faint. Lu Qingyao, unable to hear clearly, asked curiously, senior sister, what did you say? I said. Qin Mo Ran's face exhibited hesitation, but ultimately, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she was about to speak. I said that, in truth, before I forcibly attracted the divine presence, Gu Xiu once. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Mo Ran abruptly froze. In that moment, she sensed a rapid fluctuation of the heavenly and earthly rhythms, followed by a series of formless Tao rhythms traversing the cosmos. Suddenly, they began to manifest one after another. This left her unable to articulate the remainder of her thoughts. Her gaze filled with incredulity as she beheld the scene before her. This scene, she had witnessed before. The 10,000 rhythms bowing. It is the phenomenon of Wan Yun's worship. Why has Wan Yun's worship manifested once more? What on earth is happening? A chorus of exclamations erupted as countless disciples of Mo Shu Feng rushed out of their chambers, utterly terrified by the spectacle before them. They were all profoundly shaken by this scene. Previously, there had been an occurrence of Wan Yun's worship, yet at that time, many lesser-skilled talisman masters failed to perceive it, as their abilities were insufficient for such discernment. Only those who had attained a profound level of cultivation, possessing a deeper understanding of the Tao's resonance, were able to sense it. However, this time, even ordinary talisman masters could not help but notice. The scene was so overwhelming that all were engulfed in astonishment and fear. I can no longer inscribe talismans. My faint connection to the heavenly Tao's resonance has severed. It feels as though the resonance of heaven and earth awaits the call of a certain individual. Yet no matter how hard I try to summon it, I cannot bring it forth. I am utterly incapable of inscribing even a single talisman. What on earth is transpiring? Has there been a transformation in the heavens and earth? Or has some terrifying entity descended? Why is this happening? Could it be true that the calamity befalling my little master uncle's heavenly grade sword was indeed a portent of divine retribution? Have we, the Qing Xian sacred land, truly been forsaken by the heavenly Tao? At that moment, countless talisman masters of the Qing Xian sacred land felt an unprecedented terror enveloping them. Their greatest strength lay in their ability to communicate with the heavenly Tao's resonance, harnessing its power to inscribe talismans and become talisman masters. This very moment, they found themselves incapable of inscribing any talisman. The heavenly Tao's resonance turned a blind eye to their calls. Even Qin Imo wore an expression of horror. She too attempted to inscribe talismans. Yet, the Qing Lei talisman could not be inscribed. The Fire Dragon talisman eluded her grasp. The Divine Movement talisman remained unwritten. After attempting dozens of talismans, Qin Imo, in a state of terror, discovered that not only the ordinary talisman masters, but even she, a sixth-tier talisman master, was utterly unable to inscribe a single talisman. Her previous conjectures had come to fruition. Wan Yun's worship truly rendered talisman masters incapable of inscribing even the slightest talisman. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. It must be clarified. If this is the manifestation of a treasure, then the Qing Xian sacred land must seize it. If this phenomenon is the result of human intervention, then that individual must be swiftly allied with, or eliminated. As the Qing Xian sacred land descended into fear, countless talisman masters in the outside world also became aware of the alarming spectacle of Wan Yun's worship. The scene was so astonishing that all talisman masters across the realm found it nearly impossible to maintain their composure. However, unlike the situation in the Qing Xian sacred land, where not a single talisman could be inscribed, some talisman masters experienced a different sensation amidst this Wan Yun's worship. During the worship, inscribing talismans became increasingly arduous. Yet with every attempt, fresh insights emerged. This was the opportunity of heaven and earth. This was the heavenly Tao bestowing its guidance. I have come to realize that the Wan Yun worship presents a splendid opportunity for deeper cultivation in the art of talisman creation. By observing the Wan Yun worship, I can attain greater insights and deepen my understanding of this mystical path. Is this the manifestation of the supreme talisman way in our midst, or is it a herald of a grand revival in talisman practices? After all, how could such a formidable momentum arise otherwise? One can foresee that the future of talisman creation will flourish, and we, the practitioners of talisman arts, shall ascend once more to the pinnacle of the six realms. It is often said that the joys and sorrows of individuals are uniquely their own. While a group of talisman masters in the Qing Xian sacred land trembles with fear, many others are overwhelmed with joy. This matter is ineffable and beyond description, yet it possesses a distinct charm of its own. However, for Gu Xiao, it seems utterly inconsequential, for at this moment, he sits cross-legged, eyes closed, in his chamber, crafting talismans. In truth, he is not actively inscribing talismans. Since his return and the commencement of his crafting, he has made no movements, merely sitting quietly in place. Onlookers might suspect he lacks interest in talisman creation and is solely engrossed in meditation. Yet, should anyone observe Gu Xiao's surroundings, they would witness an extraordinarily wondrous scene. Sheets of Qi Ling talisman paper, specifically designed for inscribing talismans, are now floating gracefully before him. The celestial rhythms emanating from the Wan Yun worship are eagerly descending upon the talisman paper. Even more astonishing is that these celestial rhythms seem to realize the futility of their actions, unable to truly manifest as talismans. They begin to drift away, rolling amidst the Shipin Zhu Sha nearby before settling once more upon the talisman paper. This spectacle, if witnessed by a talisman master, would surely drop jaws in disbelief or perhaps even evoke tears of anguish. After all, we are all talisman masters. Crafting a talisman requires meticulous care to appease the celestial rhythms, often necessitating polite entreaties for their benevolence, hoping they might grant the favor of imprinting upon the paper. It could be said that such efforts border on supplication. Yet, what of Gu Xiao? Remarkably, he is not inscribing talismans in the traditional sense. It is, in fact, the celestial rhythms that are actively pleading for him to transcribe their essence. They appear almost anxious that he might refuse, eagerly presenting themselves to him as if to embrace him. There is no need for Guxiu to lift a finger or even wield a talisman brush. They rush forth, assisting him in the talisman crafting process. What is this phenomenon? The disparity between his experience and that of others is simply staggering. Fortunately, this scene remains unnoticed for the time being. Otherwise, Guxiu might find himself branded an enemy of the talisman community. Regardless of whether this moment occurs, one undeniable truth remains. Guxiu's speed in crafting talismans is nothing short of miraculous. Qin and Mo Ran can simultaneously forge 3 talismans, a feat that leaves countless talisman masters in awe of his extraordinary talent. But Guxiu, 300 talismans? Yes, 300. Those densely packed sheets of talisman paper require no effort on his part. They are inscribed in bulk with astonishing swiftness. Moreover, this is not even Guxiu's limit. The only reason he is inscribing merely 300 at once is that he wishes to keep this extraordinary scene hidden from prying eyes. It is merely, this room can accommodate only a limited number of talismans. Chapter 60. The Perfect Talisman. Yet again, Jiangjun. The resonance of heaven and earth is a manifestation of the natural laws of the universe. It pervades the cosmos, hidden beyond the 3 realms. Theoretically, the resonance of heaven and earth is inexhaustible and unfathomable. However, this resonance cannot be directly utilized. It can only be harnessed through special materials crafted into talismans and relied upon for practical application. Due to the myriad types of heavenly and earthly resonance, the effects of talismans vary widely. If one were to categorize them, they could be divided into 3 main types: supportive, offensive, and special. The supportive category includes talismans such as the Swift Movement Talisman, the Concealment Talisman, and the Spirit Gathering Talisman, which serve to assist cultivators. The offensive category comprises talismans that can be used against foes without the need to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with the Lightning Attractor Talisman and Fire Dragon Talisman being the most prevalent examples. As for the special category, it is considerably more intricate. This category cannot be subdivided further but consists of exceedingly rare talismans, such as those that enhance the success rate of spirit treasure recognition, accelerate the growth of spiritual plants, or even invoke the bloodlust of warriors on the battlefield, rendering them fearless with the Bloodthirst Talisman. Beyond these classifications, talismans are also subject to a strict grading system, ranging from 1st to 9th tier. Each advancement represents a significant qualitative leap. Similarly, the materials required for crafting talismans of each tier, as well as within each category, differ substantially, imposing high demands on the talisman master. The foremost requirement is divine consciousness. An ordinary talisman master can typically craft talismans up to the 3rd tier. But beyond that, powerful divine consciousness is essential, and by the 6th tier, one must possess specialized divine resonance. This constitutes a profoundly complex system. With each tier advancement, the efficacy of the talisman undeniably increases. Yet this does not imply that higher tier talismans are necessarily the most sought after. Quite the contrary. The most coveted talismans have historically been those of lower tiers. This is because the rarer materials required for higher tier talismans, along with the elevated demands placed upon the talisman master, render them less accessible. Despite their power, they are not easily afforded by the average cultivator. For the majority, the cost-effective lower-tier talismans, when employed judiciously, may prove even more advantageous. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility of financial constraints. Guxiu's objective is to earn spirit stones and resources, and thus he has not busied himself with crafting high-tier talismans. He has even disregarded the 2nd and 3rd tiers entirely. He has focused exclusively on crafting 1st-tier talismans. These are the most marketable talismans, as their prices are reasonable, making them affordable even for the financially strained scattered cultivators. And crucially, they require the least amount of time to produce. Driven by the momentum of the Heavenly Book Talisman, Guxiu operated like a relentless overseer. A multitude of 1st-tier talismans were rapidly produced. 300 talismans constituted a batch, and within a mere hour, 8,000 talismans were completed. Even more astonishing is that upon finishing the 8,000 talismans, Guxiu felt only a slight fatigue. It is important to note that while talismans of the 3rd rank and above impose significant demands on one's spiritual consciousness, this does not imply that lower-tier talismans do not deplete spiritual energy. Even if crafted by a master of talismans like Qin Moran, the production of 8,000 talismans would result in a colossal drain. Not to mention, she would also need to invest a considerable amount of time. However, Guxiu did not take pride in his rapid talisman creation. Rather, he furrowed his brow and pondered, "Is my talisman crafting really causing such a commotion?" It was only at this moment that he realized he had inadvertently summoned the worship of myriad auras. The first time he had invoked the worship of myriad auras, Guxiu was engrossed in comprehending the heavenly script talisman, and during the second invocation, he was wholly focused on crafting talismans. thus remaining oblivious to the significant disturbance he had caused in the external world. Retreat. Without hesitation, Gushio issued a low command. Instantly, the celestial resonance that had been manifesting in reverence dissipated entirely. Strangely enough, Gushio could even sense that these vibrant celestial resonances were somewhat reluctant to depart. It is said that those recognized by the celestial resonances are theoretically entitled to the worship of myriad auras. Although the heavenly script talisman is formidable, it should not be capable of eliciting such veneration. Why then did this peculiar phenomenon occur? Gushio murmured to himself, feeling a tinge of bewilderment. However, dwelling on this matter seemed futile. Moreover, Gushio's attention was now directed towards another query. Let me test the efficacy of the talismans I have crafted. As he mused, Gushio picked up a gathering spirit talisman, specifically designed for enhancing the efficacy of cultivation during seclusion. True to its name, it swiftly gathers spiritual energy, thereby amplifying the effects of one's practice. It serves a purpose akin to that of a gathering spirit formation, yet incurs a lesser expenditure, and its potency remains commendable. Most importantly, this talisman can be synergistically combined with the gathering spirit formation to augment its effects. Without hesitation, Gushio activated the gathering spirit talisman in his hand. In an instant, this first-rank gathering spirit talisman ignited and ascended, followed by a torrent of spiritual energy soaring towards Gushio, who soon found himself enveloped in a swirling vortex of spiritual energy, rapidly absorbing the already enhanced energy from the gathering spirit formation. Witnessing this spectacle, Gushio's eyelids twitched slightly. The air currents are tumultuous, and the spiritual energy has transformed into a vortex. Should not such an effect be characteristic of at least a second-rank gathering spirit talisman? He carefully examined another gathering spirit talisman, and Gushio was resolute. This was undeniably a first-rank gathering spirit talisman, as evidenced by both its materials and the trajectory of the talisman itself, completely consistent with that classification. If one were to insist on identifying something extraordinary, it would be the talisman inscribed upon the paper, remarkably dynamic and ethereal, appearing as if it were naturally conceived. After all, these talismans were not crafted by Gushio's own hand, but were instead autonomously transcribed by the celestial resonances, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals who might merely mimic and replicate. I have heard that talisman masters, during the crafting process, can enter a state akin to enlightenment. In this state, they might transcend boundaries or even invoke divine presence, resulting in talismans that exceed the effects typical for their current rank. Such talismans could be deemed remarkable. Might my creations then be regarded as perfect talismans of the way? Gushio proceeded to experiment with 2 additional talismans. As anticipated, every talisman he crafted achieved the level of a Dao talisman, and it was not merely that. In terms of potency, they surpassed ordinary Dao talismans by a considerable margin. Perfect Dao talismans, this was no jest. This revelation illuminated Gushio's eyes with unparalleled brilliance. His purpose in talisman crafting had always been to amass spirit stones and acquire resources for cultivation. His speed in crafting surpassed that of all other talisman masters. Now, each of his creations could rival the perfection of Dao talismans. What could this be termed? It was a synthesis of quality and quantity. However, amidst his elation, Gushio could not help but furrow his brow. His mastery of talisman crafting was so profound that, given sufficient materials, he could ensure both quality and quantity, with each talisman reaching perfection. Yet, the spectacle of the Wan Yun worship was exceedingly grand. Gushio knew instinctively that such a commotion would inevitably attract the attention of numerous talisman masters. If he were to suddenly unveil a large batch of perfect Dao talismans at this juncture, it might inadvertently draw too much scrutiny. This was not what Gushio desired. He was a loose cultivator, fully aware of the implications of his status. Previously, during his encounter with Surume, he had showcased his worth at opportune moments to establish a relatively equitable exchange of needs. However, if that value became too astonishing, it could lead to adverse consequences. Nevertheless, with so many talismans at hand, it was hardly feasible to let them languish in his possession for the sake of maintaining a low profile. If all else failed, he could always release them in batches. If that too proved unviable, he would swiftly depart from Yunshao City after seizing the opportunity it presented. After a moment of contemplation, Gushio reached a decision. The renown of the Wan Yun worship was too great. He was unwilling to bear that title. Yet, possessing talismans without daring to sell them was not the life Gushio envisioned. Thus, he resolved to sell them, but with utmost discretion, striving to distance himself from any association with the Wan Yun worship. Pondering these futile concerns, he chose instead to anticipate what treasures the Qingzhu Gan might bestow upon him this time. Shaking his head, Gushio refocused his thoughts and retrieved the Qingzhu Jian.it. Had been 10 days since he last fished for the 7-star pendant with the Qingzhu Gan, and compared to selling talismans for spirit stones, the fishing capabilities of the Qing Zhu Gan were evidently far more significant. Gently stroking the spiritual threads on the Qing Zhu Gan, Gu Xiu hesitated no longer and cast his line. Almost instantaneously, as the Qing Zhu Gan was employed, he felt a sudden weight tugging at the other end. So soon? Gu Xiu was somewhat bewildered. The last time he fished for the 7-star pendant, it was remarkably swift, but this time seemed even quicker. More importantly, he sensed that whatever lay at the end of the spiritual threads appeared eager to be reeled in by him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, a conjecture arose in Gu Xiu's mind. Could it be yet another opportunity from Jiang Xian? With this thought in mind, Gu Xiu pulled upward. As he discerned the object at the end, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chapter 61. The three bodies of the Buddhist sect, the supreme emerges. At this moment, what appeared on Gu Xiu's Qing Zhu Gan was an exceptionally unique mask, resembling pure white jade, shaped like a malevolent Rakshasa yet also reminiscent of a Buddhist Vajra. Adorned with flickering lights, it was dreamlike and ethereal, seeming both illusory and real. Jiu Xiu held it in his hand, immediately sensing its texture as delicate as a cicada's wing, weightless and ethereal, with a subtle flow of transcendent Tao rhythm coursing through it. Moreover, it exuded a profound Zen essence within. Could this be the three bodies mask? Indeed, it truly belonged to Jiang Xian's fortune. Jiu Xiu's expression shifted slightly, momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He recognized this mask, having encountered it in that dreamscape of eternal vision, still linked to Jiang Xian's destiny. This mask is known as the Three Bodies Mask, infused with the essence of Buddhist Zen, its origins entwined with the teachings of Buddhism. Most importantly, this artifact possesses a unique capability: the three bodies of Buddhism. The so-called three bodies refer to a concept within Buddhism, which posits that the Buddha manifests in three forms: the Dharmakaya, the Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya. The scriptures state, the pure Dharmakaya is your true nature. The complete Sambhogakaya is your wisdom. The countless Nirmanakas are your actions. This ephemeral mask embodies the powers of these three forms. At this moment, as Gu Xiu donned the mask, his entire appearance and aura underwent a remarkable transformation. His stature grew a few inches taller. Though his white hair remained unchanged, his visage and essence altered dramatically. His features appeared almost illusory, too perfect to be real. More importantly, the supreme Tao bone and innate Tao rhythm within him, at this instant, were laid bare without any concealment, emanating an infinite Tao aura that dazzled the eyes of anyone who merely glanced at him. In that moment, he seemed to have been born solely for the Dharma, every movement infused with ethereal Tao resonance, as if he could manifest the law with a mere gesture. Jiu Xiu slightly concentrated his spiritual energy and attempted a simple maneuver, discovering that the already fluid energy became even more seamless, with even the simplest of techniques now augmented in power. This was the Dharmakaya. The heart encompasses the void, measuring the realms of sand. Then, Gu Xiu's visage shifted once again. From his previously flawless appearance, he began to adopt a more ordinary guise, his stature shrinking slightly, and his white hair transforming into dark strands, rendering him utterly unremarkable. He resembled but a speck of dust in the vastness of the Tao, unnoticeable, unexceptional. Even the supreme Tao bone and innate sacred aura, which he had previously concealed with great effort, now seemed to vanish entirely. This was the Nirmanakaya. After a brief moment, Gu Xiu revealed his true self. Without the mask, it appeared as though nothing had changed. Yet his cultivation aura had entirely dissipated, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal, impervious to even the keenest of discernments. This was the Sambhogakaya. The Sambhogakaya represents the embodiment of karmic retribution, the authentic self in the mundane world. However, this true self is not entirely me. Only when Gu Xiu removed the mask, restoring everything to its original state, did he return to his usual self. Yet, as he gazed at the three bodies mask before him, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The mask bore a semblance to false faces or transformative treasures. Yet in essence, it was fundamentally different. For whether talismans or magical artifacts, they ultimately result in mere transformations. The three bodies mask, however, is the genuine manifestation of the three bodies of Buddhism. All three forms are illusory, yet all three are also true, impervious to scrutiny or revelation, as they all represent the true self. And no matter the celestial mysteries or superior beings of the Mahayana, none can penetrate its veil. This Buddhist treasure is formidable. However, Gu Xiu could not help but furrow his brow, sensing that something felt amiss. Not only because this object inherently belonged to Jiang Xian within the dream that spanned 1,000 years, but more importantly that I was just pondering how to discreetly sell these talismans without drawing attention to my status as a wandering cultivator, when suddenly I acquired these three masks. Is this not a rather remarkable coincidence? Gu Xiu murmured to himself, harboring a hint of doubt within. The notion of coincidence is one that those who possess a profound understanding of the Tao are least likely to accept. Every occurrence has its reasons. What is labeled as coincidence is merely the convergence of fate and circumstance. This assertion holds true for both Buddhism and Taoism alike. Yet now, from whence does this fate arise? Shaking his head, unable to comprehend, Gushio resolved to think no more on the matter. He retrieved a spirit-gathering talisman and, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, resumed his cultivation. The cycle of arising and passing, of blooming and withering, leads to dust. It is better to remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace, casually observing the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard. It is better to be indifferent to gain or loss, leisurely watching the clouds roll and disperse in the sky. Cultivation is the essence of existence. Meanwhile, as Gushio immersed himself in his arduous practice, in a certain ancient temple within the Tianqi mountain range, a group of disciples from the Qingxian sacred land, adept in formations, were diligently working to dismantle the temple's formidable prohibitions. Scattered around the temple were numerous nameless corpses. A few individuals, severely injured, regarded the formation masters with eyes filled with resentment and malice. Though they concealed their feelings well, fearing the threat of death. 2 days prior, someone had approached this ancient temple, initially believing it to be merely a forsaken shrine, only to discover upon closer inspection that within, the Buddha's light radiated brilliantly, and the prohibitive power was extraordinarily fierce. Countless people speculated that immense opportunities lay within. Alas, the first group of discoverers, despite their efforts, could not even breach the formation guarding the temple's entrance, ultimately deliberating for a lengthy period before seeking assistance. Little did they anticipate that this request for aid would mark the beginning of a nightmare. Someone had inadvertently leaked the news of the hidden Buddhist opportunities within the Tianqi mountain range, which, within mere hours, spread like wildfire, drawing a multitude of cultivators to the site. Initially, after much scheming and negotiation, a consensus was reached among the group to jointly dismantle the prohibitions and uncover what treasures lay within before deciding on the distribution. However, what they did not foresee was the arrival of the Qingxian sacred land. When a prestigious sacred land intervenes, the matter becomes wholly detached from their affairs. At that moment, some, unwilling to acquiesce, attempted to reason, yet ultimately became mere bleached bones before the door of opportunity. As the crowd gazed upon the young man clad in azure, their expressions were laden with terror. This individual was none other than Jiang Exine, the sacred son of Qingxian, whose cultivation level was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, his prowess was unparalleled. Even those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment appeared as mere poultry before him, capable of contending with those at the initial stage of golden core, a true paragon among the gifted. More terrifying still, accompanying him on this excursion was none other than the esteemed supreme of the Qingxian sacred land. What an overwhelming display of power! With an expression of utmost humility, Jiang Exine addressed Guanshuelon, saying, "Thank you, Master, for bringing your disciple here. Were it not for your intervention, I fear I would have been unable to seize this opportunity. As your master, it is my duty to protect you. Should you face a rival of equal standing, I shall not interfere. But if anyone dares to bully the weak with their superiority, how could I stand idly by and allow my disciple to be wronged?" Guanshuelon smiled faintly and remarked, "It is only missing the 3 characters protect the calf written across the face." Jiang Sun was immensely grateful, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Meanwhile, several severely injured cultivators nearby sighed inwardly. Resigned to their misfortune, what could they do? After all, their background was formidable, and their sect showed them great care. At that moment, a sudden roar erupted from the ancient temple, accompanied by the astonished cries of a group of Qingxian Holy Land disciples. It turned out that the temple's prohibitive measures had backfired, causing even Golden Core practitioners to sustain significant injuries. Fortunately, with Guanshuelon present, she deftly turned her palm, and several disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land were immediately shielded by her protection. Although they were all wounded, at least their lives were spared. Master, within this ancient temple, there exist not only perilous formations but also profound powers of the Buddhist sect. With our current abilities, we cannot unlock the seals here. This is clearly a Buddhist restriction, yet it is exceedingly strange. We are unable to dismantle it, may require the intervention of either 4th or 5th Uncle Master to unravel it. Even if it were to be unlocked, it would be futile, for the temple's defensive capabilities are exceptionally strong, seemingly imbued with the karmic retribution of the Buddhist sect. Only a supreme being of the Great Ascension could breach it. We implore you, Master, to take action. The surviving disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land spoke in unison. Guanshuelon furrowed her brow, taken aback by the unexpected strength of this ancient temple, which had likely existed for countless years. However, being present, she was not one to merely stand by. With a contemplative gaze directed at the ancient temple, She then pointed with her finger, boom. A formidable finger of the Great Ascension collided with the terrifying Buddhist light emanating from the temple, instantly erupting in a dazzling brilliance that was difficult to behold. When the crowd regained their sight, they discovered that the temple's fearsome prohibitions had vanished. As for Guan Shuolan, she stood with her right hand casually resting behind her, her fingers concealed within her sleeve, wearing an expression of serene detachment. This prompted gasps of awe from the severely wounded cultivators, who marveled at the unparalleled might of the Great Ascension. Simultaneously, they understood that even if this opportunity were to be granted to them, they would lack the capability to dismantle the temple's seals. What lay within was surely extraordinary, requiring the direct intervention of a supreme being to break the barriers. The Buddhist sect rarely engaged in activities within the eastern wilderness, and the exact origin of this ancient temple remained a mystery. However, its hidden nature and formidable restrictions suggested that whatever treasures resided within were indeed remarkable. Regrettably, such an opportunity was fated to elude them. The cultivators lamented their misfortune, resigned to their fate. In the realm of cultivation, strength was paramount, and with a supreme being of the Great Ascension already intervening, this opportunity was undeniably beyond their reach. Merely surviving was already a sign of exceptional fortune, in stark contrast to their disappointment. The disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land were filled with uncontainable excitement. With the temple's restrictions lifted, they no longer hesitated and immediately surged inside. Eager to discover what treasures awaited them, Jiang Sun, in particular, was brimming with fervor. This opportunity was preordained for him. Although he had recently lost a heavenly grade sword, acquiring something from here would not be too shabby. However, just as the smile on his face began to blossom, he witnessed a group of Qingxian sect disciples emerging from the ancient temple, each wearing expressions of utter dismay. Bah, aside from the corpse of a bald monk, there are only a few tattered Buddhist scriptures inside, nothing of value at all. The smile on Jiang Jun's face suddenly froze. What? Chapter 62. The treasured artifact is gone, dreams shattered. What? Just a corpse and a few scriptures? The words of this disciple from the Qingxian sacred land left the crowd outside the ancient temple in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? The temple was exceptionally well concealed, with formidable barriers and even Buddhist magic obstructing entry. With so many precautions in place, there should certainly have been a hidden treasure, shouldn't there? Nothing at all. Even Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow slightly at this moment. Have you searched thoroughly? Reporting to the sect master. We have searched with utmost diligence. The ancient temple was not large, and there wasn't even a single statue of Buddha inside. Aside from a few Buddhist scriptures and the corpse of the bald monk, there was nothing else. Those scriptures were mere mundane objects, aged and frail. The moment the disciple touched them, they crumbled into dust. Several disciples from the Qingxian sacred land responded in unison, their expressions betraying no hint of deception. Yet, such calmness only served to agitate Jiang Jun further. This is impossible. There must be something here. Huh? The crowd looked on in confusion, only to see Jiang Jun take the lead and stride inside. Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow slightly but followed Jiang Jun's lead, stepping into the ancient temple in an instant. As she surveyed the interior, it indeed matched the disciples' earlier claims. The temple appeared impressive from the outside, yet inside, it was utterly barren, lacking even a statue where one ought to be. Instead, there lay a corpse of a monk, seated in meditation, his eyes closed in repose. This individual must have possessed considerable strength in life. Yet his vitality had surely long since perished, leaving his body remarkably intact. Aside from this corpse, there were some shattered remnants nearby, evidently the very matter the Qingxian disciples had encountered. This cannot be. The guidance cannot be mistaken. There must be a treasure hidden here. What is truly happening? Where has the error occurred? Damn it. Jiang Jun was now murmuring softly to herself, her gaze darting around the temple, even rummaging through the remains of the high monk's body. Her eyes were filled with a hint of resentment. However, Guan Shuolan could only watch with a twinge of sorrow. Ever since the day that treasured sword was destroyed, her beloved disciple had been somewhat sullen, which is why she had agreed without hesitation to help him this time. She had believed there would be an opportunity here, but now it seemed. All this is the fault of that bald monk, causing my disciple such heartache. Guan Shuolan suddenly turned her head, her eyes narrowing with a mix of anger as she gazed upon the corpse of the high monk. She raised her right hand and struck down upon the remains with force. This time, the power she wielded was considerable. For just moments ago, when she had breached this place, a peculiar force had clung to her, weak yet momentarily suppressed. Suspecting that the high monk's corpse might be concealing some mystery, she was unwilling to hold back any further. However, to her astonishment, the anticipated force of imagination failed to materialize. Beneath that single strike, the body of the venerable monk disintegrated as if composed of mere paper, instantly turning to ash. Had this bald monk expended all his strength in fending off external foes of the ancient temple? Had his physical prowess already been utterly depleted? In an instant, Guan Shuolan deduced the outcome, yet a wave of confusion washed over her. Could it be that this monk had lost his senses, exerting such immense effort to guard mere air? Lost in thought, a sudden twinge of pain coursed through her fingers, as that peculiar force once again entwined around her, causing a glimmer of cold light to flicker in her eyes. Without hesitation, she summoned her utmost power, obliterating that strange force completely. However, at the very moment that energy was thoroughly extinguished, a magnificent hall in the western desert trembled violently. Following that, a voice resonated with soul-stirring intensity. The three bodies have manifested in the eastern wilderness. Their karmic consequences have ensnared that individual Dharmakaya. You may proceed to retrieve the treasured artifact. As the words fell, a certain statue of Buddha within the hall, which had been bowing its head with closed eyes, slowly opened its gaze. Then stepped down from the lotus pedestal, advancing step by step out of the hall, heading towards the east. A luminous aura of Buddha radiated from its being, causing all who encountered it to prostrate themselves upon the ground. The revered one had emerged to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. Yet, Guan Shuolan remained unaware of the commotion in the western desert, nor could she fathom that a statue of Buddha was making its way towards her. At that moment, she had just returned to the Qingxian sacred land with her beloved young disciple. The fact that they returned empty-handed cast a shadow over her expression, especially upon witnessing the disheartened visage of her dear apprentice. Her mood grew increasingly agitated. Nevertheless, despite her vexation, Guan Shuolan spoke words of comfort. "Jiang Jin, do not lose heart. Your second senior sister has already commenced crafting a new weapon for you. This time, she is utilizing even more rare materials from heaven and earth. I believe it will soon be completed, undoubtedly surpassing the previous Longyin sword." "Thank you, master, for your care," Jiang Jin replied, regaining his composure, though his countenance still bore traces of gloom. "It's just what if next time there is another thunder? Rest assured, I shall establish a grand formation to personally protect you. Should that heavenly thunder dare to appear again, I shall shatter it with my own might." With the assurance of her presence at the Great Ascension level, Jiang Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting on his earlier outburst, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude and then volunteered, "Master, I have heard that our sect is currently facing a severe shortage of low-tier talismans. Even fifth senior sister has been tirelessly crafting them for days on end. I intend to assist her at Mashufu Peak during this time to alleviate the urgent needs of our Qingxian sacred land. I hope for your permission. Your immediate priority should be to continue your cultivation." Guan Shuolan hesitated slightly. "Master, cultivation can be pursued at any time, but the needs of the sect are paramount." His heartfelt plea brought a smile to Guan Shuolan's face. "Very well, it just so happens that you have reached great perfection. You need not endure severe hardship to break through. Perhaps your visit to Mashufu Peak will expedite your advancement, especially since you possess extraordinary talent in the realm of talismans. With your assistance, I shall rest easy. Thank you, esteemed master, for your consent. Your disciple shall not disgrace your command. Well, off you go." Soon, Jiang Sun departed on his flying sword. Observing his retreating figure, Guan Shuolan could not help but nod in approval. This little disciple of hers possessed unparalleled talent, solid skills in the six paths, and most importantly, a heart that was both kind and gentle. However, her thoughts then drifted to Gu Xiu, who was perpetually taciturn and had even resorted to threatening her with the abandonment of the sect's spiritual contract. She immediately felt that Gu Xiu's departure, a waste of space, was indeed a welcome relief. Just as she contemplated these matters, Guan Shuolan's brow suddenly furrowed. She swiftly vanished and found herself in a shadowy and foreboding valley. This was the Valley of 10,000 Puppets within the Qingxian sacred land, and it was the dwelling place of her sixth disciple, He Mingyun. This disciple had always been a source of vexation for Guan Shuolan. He Mingyun had been reticent from a young age, disliking conversation and preferring the company of various puppets. In recent years, she had rarely ventured outside, and even Guan Shuolan, as her master, could only catch a glimpse of her on rare occasions. Guan Shuolan had grown accustomed to this behavior, yet, perplexingly, in the past year, her sixth disciple had developed some troubling tendencies. Just like at this moment, He Mingyun was supposed to be crafting puppets, but suddenly, her soul surged out of her body, careening towards the soul-shattering stone, which was used to erase the spirits of the puppets. If she truly collided with it, it would not merely result in severe injury, but rather the scattering of her very soul. "Rebel, halt!" Guan Shuolan hastily intervened, wielding her immense power to halt He Mingyun's advance. Yet, to her astonishment, He Mingyun appeared resolute. Though her soul was restrained by Guan Shuolan, it continued to struggle fiercely. Indeed, her Her spirit suddenly bore a look of deep resentment as it fixated on Guan Shuelon. Release me? Release me, Guan Shuelon, you wretched woman. You deserve to die. No, we all deserve to die. We all deserve to perish. Chapter 63. Qingxian wretches, you all deserve to die. He Mingyun's words were imbued with boundless malice. She seemed like a vengeful spirit breaking free from the depths of hell, her gaze toward Guan Shuelon devoid of the respect and courtesy it once held. Instead, it was filled with overwhelming resentment and malevolence. Even Guan Shuelon, as a being of great power, felt a shiver run down her spine under that gaze. However, she quickly shook off these unsettling thoughts and bellowed in fury. Rebel, awaken! This furious shout caused He Mingyun's previously wrathful soul to freeze in place. In the next moment, her liberated spirit swiftly retreated back into her body. Guan Shuelon wasted no time and took a soul-binding talisman, affixing it to He Mingyun. The next instant, He Mingyun blinked in confusion. As if she had just noticed Guan Shuelon's presence, startled. She immediately rose. Master, your disciple was lost in thought and did not realize you had arrived. I failed to pay my respects to you. I hope you can forgive me. In that moment, He Mingyun lowered her head timidly, staring at her toes, embodying the very picture of a frightened child fearing reprimand from an elder, a stark contrast to her earlier terrifying demeanor. Witnessing her like this, Guan Shuelon could not help but sigh. Master? He Mingyun appeared perplexed, and suddenly, a thought struck her, causing her to widen her eyes in alarm and inquire, could it be that I have once again? Indeed, you have succumbed to the darkness once more, Guan Shuelon affirmed with a furrowed brow. He Mingyun had previously fallen into the abyss of madness, a prodigy well-versed in the art of puppetry. Her creations were exceedingly formidable, addressing the sect's prior manpower shortages. Yet, this exceptionally gifted disciple had, a year ago, inexplicably succumbed to the allure of madness. At that time, she seemed to be experimenting with the soul puppetry technique when her spirit was suddenly compromised. Subsequently, she stormed to the sect's entrance, vociferously denouncing the sect as a collective of ingrates. She further cursed the Qingxian sacred land, labeling its inhabitants as base individuals destined for a wretched fate, proclaiming none would escape unscathed. Following that, she unleashed a torrent of invective upon every disciple and master in the sect. She first berated her mentor, Guan Shuelon, condemning her as a woman of utmost malice, unrepentantly vile. Next, she lambasted her senior sister as a coward, a feeble-minded individual who only sought to evade confrontation. Her second senior sister was not spared either, being denounced as a fool, oblivious to her exploitation, both foolish and malevolent. As for the third senior sister, she was disparaged as a hypocrite with a benevolent facade, yet a heart steeped in venom, who falsely prided herself on possessing a saintly disposition. The fourth senior sister likewise faced her wrath, being labeled an arrogant, self-deceived individual, utterly inept despite her grandiose claims of invincibility. As for the fifth senior sister, Qin Moran, He Mingyun refrained from insults, merely stating that should the ancient sages learn she had perused their texts, they would likely be so ashamed as to take their own lives. This remark had nearly shattered Qin Moran's composure at the time. However, the most unfortunate were the junior sister Lu Qingyao and junior brother Jiang Sun, who had sought to counsel He Mingyun. Upon seeing them, she wasted no time, summoning a divine puppetry construct, relentlessly pursuing them with lethal intent. They were nearly obliterated. As for herself, she faced no censure, instead retreating to the entrance of Jua Peak, where she attempted to take her own life. Had it not been for Guan Shuelon's timely intervention, the Qingxian sacred land would likely have been bereft of He Mingyun's presence. This incident sent ripples of chaos throughout the Qingxian sacred land. Yet it was Guan Shuelon who ultimately imposed a gag order, forbidding disciples from uttering a word about the event, thus mitigating its impact. However, silence did not equate to the absence of occurrence. Subsequently, Guan Shuelon, alongside the third senior sister Su Wanqing, conducted a thorough investigation into He Mingyun, only to discover that half of her soul had endured catastrophic damage, and should this portion gain dominance, she would plunge into madness, even exhibiting tendencies towards self-destruction. The soul is not merely a form of consciousness. Such harm is irrevocable. In the end, it was Guan Shuelon, wielding her formidable cultivation, who forcibly split He Mingyun's soul into two. The frenzied segment required constant suppression through soul-stabilizing talismans to ensure He Mingyun's stability. I acknowledge my transgressions. At this moment, upon witnessing Guan Shuelon's nod, He Mingyun was taken aback, immediately kneeling upon the ground, her face awash with trepidation. Disciple has not offended master, have I? What do you think? Guan Shuelon inquired. He Mingyun swallowed hard, feeling an increasing sense of guilt. Disciple wishes to advance further in the path of puppetry today, but my spirit is lacking and difficult to sustain. So I took the risk of tearing the soul-concealing talisman. I am at fault. Please punish me, master. Observing the timid demeanor of her sixth disciple, Guan Shuolan, despite her rising anger, could only let out a resigned sigh. Very well, very well. Your injuries are beyond my ability to heal. What purpose would it serve to blame you? He Mingyun had always been an introverted person, preferring to keep her thoughts to herself, and she scarcely dared to speak loudly. Among her fellow disciples, she was the least noticeable and the one with the least brilliance in the past. She resembled a mere green leaf complementing her sisters or a speck of dust in the vast sky, easily overlooked. Yet, she was still a disciple, and her pursuit of the puppetry path had led to her spiritual deficiencies. Such matters were indeed frustrating. Remember this. Regardless of when or where, never recklessly unveil the soul-concealing talisman. It could lead you to ruin. Yes, master. The spirit puppetry is perilous and unpredictable. Focus on refining your physical puppets, as long as they are powerful enough. Even without spiritual strength, they can still overcome myriad obstacles. Yes, master. He Mingyun's submissive manner caused Guan Shuolan to frown. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. By the way, I recall that you forged several tracking puppets recently, did you not? Yes, He Mingyun replied, puzzled. Master, who are you looking for? I'm searching for Gu Xiu. Ah? He Mingyun exclaimed in surprise, never expecting her master to seek out Gu Xiu. After all, during this period, her master had forbidden anyone from even mentioning his name, as if he had become a taboo within the sect. Guan Shuolan replied coolly, your elder sister has yet to return for quite some time. She must be searching for Gu Xiu. I believe that if we find Gu Xiu and bring him back to the sect, your elder sister will undoubtedly return as well. Is there an issue with that? Did not master say we should cease our search for Gu Xiu? After all, he has signed the abandonment contract and is now considered a forsaken disciple. What shall we do once he is brought back to the sect? Is that even a question? Guan Shuolan furrowed her brow. All I desire is for your elder sister to return. As for Gu Xiu, once your elder sister is back, we can simply expel him from the sect. He Mingyun pursed her lips, ultimately nodding in silence. Guan Shuolan did not linger any longer, reiterating the importance of not unveiling the soul-concealing talisman before swiftly departing. There was no other option. Guan Shuolan's most attested disciple was Gu Xiu, and the one she found least favorable was none other than He Mingyun. Since childhood, He Mingyun had been reclusive, shunning the living and instead preferring to tinker with various puppets and corpses, turning Wanshui Valley into a realm reminiscent of the underworld, filled with diverse puppets and cadavers. The atmosphere was heavy with a chilling aura. Even Guan Shuolan, a great cultivator, felt uncomfortable after prolonged exposure. As her master left, the ever-anxious He Mingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. She harbors a disdain for social interactions, particularly with the living. Although she shares a bond with her sisters, she seldom finds the desire to converse. Yet, when confronted by her master, Guan Shuolan, an overwhelming sense of trepidation often engulfs her. How could I have succumbed to darkness once more? What on earth is happening? He Mingyun sighed in despair, only to be abruptly reminded of a painful sensation in her arm. Upon rolling up her sleeve, she discovered, to her astonishment, that 3 bold characters had been etched into her alabaster arm, as if carved by a blade. White-Eyed Wolf, Chapter 64. The talismans are cut off. All are Dao talismans. At this moment, Gu Xiu sat by the window of a tavern in the city, savoring the exquisite delicacies while eavesdropping on the conversations around him. Have you heard about yesterday's Wanyun worship? Of course. They say the talisman masters went utterly mad. Many of them fell to their knees, weeping profusely, proclaiming the arrival of the supreme talisman Dao, declaring that the path of talismans would once again ascend to the pinnacle of the 6 realms. What exactly transpired during this Wanyun worship? Could it be that the supreme talisman Dao has truly descended? Who can say for certain? However, I have heard that some discerned that the celestial and earthly Dao rhythms were all directed towards our Yunxiao city. What? Could it be that the supreme talisman Dao has manifested in our Yunxiao city? Unclear. Only those versed in talismans can perceive the celestial and earthly Dao rhythms, and those capable of fully comprehending them are exceedingly rare. Who knows what the truth is? Regardless, it seems that Yunxiao city will be bustling in the days to come. Upon hearing these exchanges, Gu Xiu could not help but raise an eyebrow. When he realized yesterday that he could invoke the Wanyun worship, he had anticipated that it would become an event of monumental significance. As it turns out, he was not mistaken, at the very least. Everyone in Yunxiao city was engrossed in discussions about this matter today, with tales both true and false circulating with fervor. Esteemed friend, did you not mention having a substantial quantity of talismans for sale? At that moment, a rotund man clad in splendid attire, the manager of Wanbao Tower, approached Gu Xiu. This was Cheng Fushou, with whom Gu Xiu had interacted the previous day regarding the materials he purchased. However, at this moment, Cheng Fusho struggled to associate the seemingly ordinary individual before him with the esteemed Feng Bugui, who had received special attention from Su Rumei, for Gu Xiu had donned a triple-faced mask, altering his appearance considerably. Once Gu Xiu confirmed, Cheng Fusho eagerly inquired, "May I ask how many talismans you are referring to?" 7,000. How much? Cheng Fusho, who had only just taken a seat, immediately shot up in astonishment, staring incredulously at Gu Xiu. Gu Xiu reiterated, 7,000 talismans. Is there truly such a quantity? Observing Cheng Fusho's reaction, Gu Xiu was not taken aback. Instead, he casually retrieved several hundred talismans from his storage ring and placed them upon the table. He limited himself to this number as the table could not accommodate more. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Fusho instinctively swallowed hard. 7,000 talismans, while seemingly substantial, were not particularly remarkable. Wanbao Tower alone in Yunxiao City boasted daily sales reaching thousands. The 7,000 talismans can sometimes be sold out within just a day or two. However, the crux of the matter lies not merely in their saleability, but rather in their availability. After all, the crafting of talismans is a labor-intensive endeavor. Even the most basic first-tier talismans demand a considerable amount of time to produce. Wanbao Tower maintains a dedicated team of talisman masters, yet the demand continues to outstrip supply, making it a challenge to sustain sales. Consequently, Wanbao Tower has had to consistently post notices for external acquisitions. Yet, those who come to sell talismans are predominantly individual practitioners with modest collections, typically possessing only a few or a dozen talismans. Those with a modicum of savvy might manage to gather 100 or so. The true bulk of the supply, in fact, comes from collaborations with certain sects and even sacred sites. Wanbao Tower possesses its own channels for sourcing, but regrettably, the primary supplier, Qingxian Sacred Site, has recently encountered some issues, resulting in a shortfall of talismans that has left Wanbao Tower struggling to meet its needs. This is far from a trivial problem. Although low-tier talismans do not fetch substantial amounts of spirit stones, an ample supply could invigorate the sales of other items at Wanbao Tower. During this period of talisman scarcity, foot traffic to the establishment has noticeably declined. This is the most critical issue. Thus, when Cheng Fusho heard of someone possessing a large quantity of talismans and inviting him to this location, he did not hesitate to rush over. Initially, he thought there might be only a few hundred at most. However, it appears he has underestimated the situation. What do you think, Manager Cheng? Can Wanbao Tower accommodate this? Gu Xiu inquired at this moment. Of course we can. Cheng Fusho replied eagerly, nodding repeatedly. Do not say 7,000 talismans. If you have the capability, 70,000 would be a mere trifle. This was no boast. Yunxiao City consumes an immense volume of low-tier talismans daily, and there are numerous trading associations akin to Wanbao Tower that have come to understand a fundamental principle. The association that can offer the most low-tier talismans will undoubtedly rise to prominence in Yunxiao City. Though this individual may appear unremarkable, the ability to produce 7,000 talismans signifies that he is far from ordinary. He might even have access to some unique channels. Ji Yuxiu nodded. In that case, Elder Cheng, please quote a price. Cheng Fusho glanced at Gu Xiu, then tentatively suggested, according to our transparent pricing at Wanbao Tower, 6 spirit stones per talisman? Typically, the market price for a common first-tier talisman hovers around 8 to 10 spirit stones, with the unified buyback price consistently set at 6 lower-grade spirit stones. However, Ji Yuxiu shook his head decisively. That will not suffice. 7 stones. Cheng Fusho bit his lip. Ji Yuxiu replied, I require 10. That is impossible. Cheng Fusho vehemently shook his head at Wanbao Tower. We sell first-tier talismans for only 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Some are even priced at 8 stones. If we were to agree on 10 stones, we might as well be shouting into the void. There is a distinction between first-tier talismans and others of the same rank. Ji Yuxiu countered, shaking his head. Our talismans are not ordinary talismans. He emphasized the word our, further solidifying Cheng Fusho's earlier suspicions. This individual undoubtedly has some backing. Yet, Cheng Fusho soon shook his head. A first-tier talisman is still a first-tier talisman. Unless it is 1 in a million, the price disparity cannot dead as he spoke. Cheng Fusho suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment, for he beheld Gu Xiu casually manipulating a talisman in his hand. This particular talisman was one he recognized, a first-tier gathering spirit talisman, but the intricate patterns upon it were remarkably exquisite, even emanating subtle, unique fluctuations. Is this a Dao talisman? Cheng Fusho pondered in disbelief, yet soon shook his head. While Dao talismans indeed held greater value, they were exceedingly rare, often elusive and hard to come by. Could it be that all of these are Dao talismans? Once again, his thoughts were interrupted midway as he observed Gu Xiu meticulously sifting through hundreds of talismans, each one exuding those peculiar fluctuations. Could it be they are all Dao talismans? Cheng Fusho's face blanched with terror, and his gaze towards the individual before him was tinged with fear. How is this possible? Dao talismans are already incredibly scarce. While talismancers may possess the ability to create them, the probability is exceedingly low. Yet here stood a person before him, presenting such an abundance of talismans, all of which were Dao talismans. How could this be? Unable to restrain himself, Cheng Fushou's thoughts drifted to the astonishing Wanyun tribute that had left all talismancers in awe just the day prior. Such a scenario was difficult not to connect. These are not mere Dao talismans. They are perfect Dao talismans. 10 low-grade spirit stones for each, and Wanbao Tower stands to gain immensely, Guxiu remarked. This was the truth. According to market prices, a standard first-tier Dao talisman retailed for approximately 8 to 10 spirit stones. However, a Dao talisman could fetch a retail price of up to 15 spirit stones. With Wanbao Tower acquiring 10 spirit stones, selling a single talisman would yield at least a 5 spirit stone profit. Guxiu's decision to sell at such a low price stemmed partly from his gratitude towards Su Rumei's exceptional treatment of him, a gesture of reciprocity. More importantly, crafting these first-tier talismans was an effortless task for Guxiu. As long as he had sufficient materials, he could produce as many as he desired. Rather than engaging in the game of scarcity, he preferred to focus on high-volume sales, quickly amassing resources. Moreover, the cost of materials for each talisman was merely 2 spirit stones, allowing him to net an impressive profit of 8 spirit stones per talisman. With 7,000 talismans, his profit could reach a staggering 56,000 spirit stones. It may not appear to be an exorbitant sum at first glance, but what if the sales took off? What if he were to sell 70,000, 700,000, or even 7 million? After all, this venture was undeniably uncomplicated. Clearly, at this price, Cheng Fushou had no room for hesitation and promptly nodded. We at Wanbao Tower shall acquire all of these talismans. Whatever quantity you possess, we shall take. As he spoke, his voice trembled with excitement. Recently, Wanbao Tower had been facing a dire shortage of talismans, and these 7,000 would alleviate their pressing needs. Not to mention, these 7,000 talismans were all Dao talismans. This was not merely a solution to their immediate crisis. It was an extraordinary opportunity for Wanbao Tower to reap considerable profits. With one party willing to buy and the other to sell, the subsequent proceedings became straightforward. Cheng Fushou began to inspect each talisman, his curiosity piqued, as he contemplated inquiring about Guxiu's origins. However, all of it was swiftly brushed aside by Guxiu's few casual words. Cheng Fushou, being perceptive, recognized Guxiu's reluctance to elaborate, and thus wisely refrained from further inquiries, especially regarding the uproar surrounding the Wanyun pilgrimage that had transpired the previous day. After the exchange of goods and currency, Cheng Fushou informed Guxiu that should he manage to procure more talismans, he could approach him at any time, as Wanbao Tower would gladly acquire them all. To this, Guxiu offered no definitive response, merely requesting that Cheng Fushou keep some talisman materials on hand, assuring him that if fate permitted, he would seek him out again. Following this, he took his leave from the tavern. No sooner had he stepped outside than Guxiu discerned that 2 individuals were discreetly trailing him, clearly affiliated with Wanbao Tower, intent on uncovering his background. In Chapter 65, a stealthy move, an encounter with an old friend. Had it been previously, Guxiu might have found himself in a quandary. Yet, equipped with the 3-faced mask, in the mere blink of an eye, he transformed into an entirely different persona and glided past the 2 pursuers. He could not help but marvel at the formidable capabilities of the 3-faced mask. Indeed, Guxiu had long been aware of the ancient temple nestled within the Tianqi mountain range from the vivid dreams that spanned eons. However, he had never harbored ambitions for it, knowing full well that it was beyond his current capabilities to conquer. Moreover, he understood that the 3-faced mask was a treasure of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, and to quietly abscond with it without entangling himself in the karmic ties of the Buddhist order was utterly implausible. This opportunity had been one he comprehended but deemed unattainable, yet unexpectedly. Relying upon the green bamboo pole, Guxiu had managed to silently acquire this item without even a hint of Buddhist karma tainting him. Once he reached a secluded spot, Guxiu restored his original appearance and leisurely made his way towards Wanbao Tower. Having earned a considerable fortune in spirit stones, it was only fitting that he procure some essential resources for his cultivation. Additionally, Guxiu intended to inquire about the situation at Wanbao Tower. Upon his arrival, he noticed that Cheng Fushou had already reported the earlier events to Su Rumei. His unique status afforded him the privilege of listening in without obstruction. The subordinates had made several attempts to probe that individual, but he remained tight-lipped. The only information they managed to glean was that he appeared to belong to a significant faction, as it would be impossible for anyone else to produce such a plethora of talismans. Though it was uncertain whether the Wanyun pilgrimage was connected to that group, it was highly plausible, as they undoubtedly possessed secrets unknown to them. Observing Cheng Fushou's unwavering analysis, Guxiu wholeheartedly agreed. After exchanging a brief greeting with Su Rumei, he prepared to depart, refraining from further eavesdropping. Suddenly, Su Rumei posed a question. Feng Daoyu, how did the talismans made yesterday turn out? With a hint of regret, Gu Xiu shook his head, acknowledging his limited talent in the art of talismans, suggesting that progress would require time. Su Rumei, though somewhat doubtful, ultimately chose to trust his words, reassuring him that expertise lay in specialization and encouraging him to come to Wanbao Tower whenever he lacked something. She even expressed her willingness to arrange for someone to explain the intricacies of talismans to him, should he take an interest. Jiu Xiu merely nodded in gratitude, then made his way back to his rain-listening pavilion. Intent on pursuing his cultivation in peace in the ensuing 2 days, Gu Xiu devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation, intermittently inquiring about the latest developments. The news that the object of Wang Yun's pilgrimage was suspected to be in Yunxiao City inevitably captured the attention of some individuals. Although only a handful of people were discussing it, for the majority of sects and powers, it was better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. At the very least, an investigation was warranted. Within this brief span, a multitude of unfamiliar faces began to flood into Yunxiao City, and with their arrival came the city's most significant transformation: a marked decline in public order. Almost daily, incidents of vengeance, brawls, and even murders in the streets became commonplace. It was said that even the Lord of Yunxiao City was stirred to action, personally intervening once to quell a group of ill-intentioned outsiders. This news spread widely. When Xiaohe recounted the tale, she vividly depicted the scene, claiming that the formidable lord had effortlessly dispatched a group of skilled fighters with a mere slap. She also informed Gu Xiu that many individuals remained unwilling to abandon their quest, persisting in their search for the truth behind Wang Yun's pilgrimage. To this, Gu Xiu felt no anxiety whatsoever. After all, they were seeking the supreme being of Wang Yun's pilgrimage, which had no bearing on Feng Bugui. Yet, while Gu Xiu diligently observed the shifting tides and immersed himself in arduous training, the situation at Wanbao Tower grew increasingly worrisome, particularly for Cheng Fushuo, who found himself making frequent visits to the tavern, eagerly anticipating the return of the mysterious forces to procure another batch of talismans. There was no alternative. The efficacy of Gu Xiu's talismans was simply astounding. Initially, when they were offered for sale, some loose cultivators scoffed at the price. However, after the first individual experienced the effects of Gu Xiu's talismans, they were left utterly astonished, promptly returning with a throng of eager buyers. The commotion they caused was considerable. Remarkably, within just 2 hours, all 7,000 of Gu Xiu's talismans had been sold out. This left Cheng Fushuo exhilarated, as he yearned to see that person again and order more talismans. Alas, after 5 consecutive days of fruitless searching, he returned to Wanbao Tower disheartened, only to be greeted by Su Rumei. Still no sign of them? Reporting to Manager Su, no. What could be the reason? Have those individuals departed? This I am uncertain, esteemed one. Cheng Fushuo sighed. But it stands to reason that there are too many people coming to Yunxiao City to gather information, and the other party is unwilling to be discovered. Su Rumei furrowed her brow, comprehending the rationale. Based on Wanbao Tower's analyses during this period, she was nearly certain that the clandestine individuals were indeed connected to Wang Yun's pilgrimage. Given the current uproar, it was only natural for them to remain hidden. However, news from the main building indicated that the Qingxian Holy Land had recently increased its talisman crafting speed, but in the short term, they could only supply themselves. Other merchant associations had also caught wind of this information and were now actively intervening in our collaborations with several sects. Our situation is dire. If our talismans continue to struggle to meet demand, Wanbao Tower may not only lose this crucial foothold, but could also face repercussions that ripple throughout the entire establishment. This is indeed troubling news. No-one anticipated that the previously formidable Qingxian Holy Land would falter so drastically this time, leaving Wanbao Tower, its partner, to bear the brunt of the consequences. With a grim expression, Su Rumei pondered for a moment before declaring, the individuals lurking in the shadows can afford to wait, but we cannot. If they are unwilling to reveal themselves, then we must resort to desperate measures. Desperate measures. The members within Wanbao Tower exchanged puzzled glances, only to hear Su Rumei continue. Arrange for someone to disseminate a message. What message? The crowd inquired with curiosity. Convey that Wanbao Tower has acquired a secret method to elevate the mastery of talismans by 1 rank, and that our inventory of talismanic products will significantly increase. What? Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd was instantly engulfed in confusion. Wanbao Tower is a commercial entity, and with all the powerful figures congregating in Yunxiao City, wouldn't broadcasting such news be an intentional lure, raising suspicion? What could Su Rumei possibly be planning? This Su manager is undoubtedly astute. It is a declaration of resolve, a means to convey that Wanbao Tower will remain tight-lipped and loyal to its allies. The following day, upon hearing this news, Gu Xiu immediately grasped Su Rumei's intentions. It must be said that her audacity is indeed commendable. at least for now, Wanbao Tower appears to be a trustworthy ally. Given their boldness, Guxiu decided to act without hesitation. He set out early that morning to seek out Cheng Fushou, who was still loitering in the restaurant as usual. However, this time, Guxiu donned a different guise. As expected, upon hearing Guxiu's claim of being affiliated with the mysterious power, Cheng Fushou's surprise only deepened his intrigue. This indeed could attract the reverence of the Wan Yun faction, and the numbers are substantial. Cheng Fushou relayed to Guxiu that Wanbao Tower had increased the price of each talisman by 3 spirit stones, raising it from 10 to 13 spirit stones per piece. Guxiu did not decline. After all, with his vast dantians and qi seas, he was akin to a voracious beast, naturally unperturbed by an abundance of spirit stones. Nonetheless, Guxiu refrained from engaging in extensive conversation with Cheng Fushou. Instead, he simply handed over the 800 prepared talismans and subsequently took possession of the vast array of talisman materials that Cheng Fushou had been carrying. Cheng Fushou persistently invited Guxiu to discuss matters further at Wanbao Tower, but Guxiu politely declined. Trust is built step by step. His use of a mask to interact with Wanbao Tower was merely to gauge their stance regarding the Wan Yun faction. For the time being, he intended to observe further. It appeared that Wanbao Tower was indeed sincere, not only raising the price for talisman procurement, but also ensuring that Guxiu faced no pursuit upon leaving the tavern. Yet, as Guxiu ambled back, contemplating how to avoid provoking the Wan Yun faction's talisman crafting while also seeking to expand his own sales avenues, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. "Junior brother." This voice was particularly recognizable, causing Guxiu to instinctively furrow his brow. Turning around, he beheld 2 familiar figures standing not far behind him. Chapter 66. A brush past, dusk and dawn among them. One donned in a crimson robe and dark armor exuded an air of gallantry, resembling a valiant female general who would not yield to any man. The other, clad in white with silvery hair, possessed features akin to a masterpiece. The only sorrowful note was the profound sadness reflected in her eyes. These 2 individuals were none other than Yi Hongling and Yin Chaoshi, who had just arrived at Yunxiao City. In recent days, Yin Chaoshi had been in the company of Yi Hongling. Although Yi Hongling consistently insisted that the junior disciple Yin Chaoshi spoke of was not the same as the benefactor she had encountered, her reassurances bore little fruit. Yin Chaoshi remained taciturn, akin to a soulless specter wandering aimlessly. Despite Yi Hongling's confusion regarding the cause of this state, she could not overlook Yin Chaoshi's evident distress and thus proceeded to guide her cautiously into Yunxiao City. At this moment, upon hearing the call of junior disciple, Yi Hongling merely cast a cursory glance ahead. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gently advised, "Senior, refrain from calling out. If your junior disciple were to see you, he would surely come seeking you at once." Since entering the city, Yin Chaoshi had repeatedly uttered the term junior disciple. Initially, Yi Hongling had thought Yin Chaoshi truly glimpsed her junior disciple. However, it soon became apparent that she was merely murmuring in a daze, seemingly attempting to summon her junior disciple back to her side. This poignant scene elicited a deep sigh from Yi Hongling. Meanwhile, Yin Chaoshi, confronted with Yi Hongling's counsel, forced a bitter smile, saying, "He will not return. He will not meet me." Yi Hongling, perplexed and unable to comprehend the underlying reasons, could only offer words of consolation. "How could that be, Senior? Your concern for him is so profound. If he were to know, he would be moved beyond measure. How could he possibly wish to avoid seeing you?" she continued. "Why don't we find a place to rest? It would be an opportune moment for me to contact my sect." Noticing Yin Chaoshi's silence, Yi Hongling, with a heavy heart, continued to lead her onward. Neither Yi Hongling nor the despondent Yin Chaoshi noticed a middle-aged cultivator, clad in a crane cloak and wielding a feather fan, pass by them. Throughout the encounter, he appeared to be an ordinary passerby. Yet, in truth, he was none other than Guxiu. Observing the retreating figures of Yin Chaoshi, who occasionally called out junior disciple, and Yi Hongling accompanying her, Guxiu furrowed his brow slightly. However, it was merely a fleeting gesture. Moments later, he dismissed the thought and leisurely returned to his residence, Tingyu. Encountering the Qingxian sacred ground was not particularly surprising for Guxiu. After all, it was a renowned sacred site with numerous disciples. It was not unusual to cross paths in this remote corner of the eastern wilderness. There was nothing remarkable about its for Yin Chaoshi's call of junior disciple. Guxiu paid it little mind. Setting aside the likelihood that she was calling for Jiang Sun, even if she truly sought him, what of it? For Guxiu, the Qingxian sacred ground had long since severed its ties with him. Rather than dwelling on such matters, it would be far more prudent to contemplate how to create talismans without causing a significant disturbance. That was the pressing issue at hand. After all, if every time he crafted a talisman, it attracted the veneration of myriad beings, his discovery would be inevitable, sealing his fate. This is not what Guxiu wishes to see. The the battles in the Forbidden Lands for 500 years and the tribulations of the sect for 3 years, though painful, have allowed Gu Xiu to perceive the essence of things. Rather than striving to be a dazzling prodigy competing with the heavens, he would prefer to remain an inconspicuous loose cultivator, quietly amassing spirit stones and cultivation resources, subtly enhancing his own prowess. Upon returning to Tingyu residence, he casually tossed the packaged meals he had brought back to Xiao He, disregarding the gratitude of this pitiable maid, and directly retreated to his own chamber. After activating the isolation array, Gu Xiu took out the talisman materials he had just acquired from Cheng Fusho and began to experiment. The myriad harmonies pay homage to me because the affinity of the heavenly and earthly rhythms towards me is exceedingly strong, all wishing to surge forth and allow me to manifest them. This affinity cannot be eradicated, but perhaps I can attempt to isolate the distant heavenly and earthly rhythms from my influence, at least controlling this affinity within a certain range. Gu Xiu murmured to himself as he slowly initiated the celestial script talismans, gradually attempting to communicate with the heavenly and earthly rhythms. However, after a brief attempt, he immediately severed the connection. He found himself incapable of obstructing it. The heavenly and earthly rhythms are, after all, powers of rules. Unless Gu Xiu possesses the means to alter or shield these cosmic rules, he cannot conceal the affinity of the heavenly and earthly rhythms. In fact, even reducing the scope of influence proved impossible. Nonetheless, Gu Xiu remained undeterred and pondered anew. Since I cannot isolate the probing of the heavenly and earthly rhythms, nor minimize their impact, perhaps I could try to calm these celestial harmonies? Resolute in thought, Gu Xiu attempted once more. This time, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. It worked. Under his efforts, the heavenly and earthly rhythms continued to manifest swiftly, still paying homage, yet their once frantic demeanor began to settle into a more serene state. Though the effect seemed modest, at least the direction was promising. With this, Gu Xiu pressed on with his endeavors. The crafting of talismans presented a swift opportunity to accumulate spirit stones and resources, thus meriting the investment of his time. Meanwhile, in a certain inn within the city, a conversation unfolded. "Senior, I truly apologize, but it is said that occurrences of the myriad harmonies paying homage have been frequent lately, and it seems that the direction of these events points to Yunshao City. Consequently, a multitude of forces has surged into Yunshao City, leading to a shortage of rooms in the inn, thus necessitating that I share a room with you." Yi Hongling spoke politely to Nian Chaoshi, yet Nian Chaoshi remained entirely unresponsive, merely sitting by the window. Lost in thought as she gazed outside, Yi Hongling sighed. This senior, possessing such remarkable cultivation, ought to be at ease and carefree. However, after spending a few days together, Yi Hongling discerned that she was anything but at ease, appearing rather as if ensnared by her own heart, falling into a mental abyss. "Senior." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hongling finally inquired with curiosity, "Could you tell me about your junior brother?" "My junior brother?" Nian Chaoshi snapped back to reality. Observing her reaction, Yi Hongling could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, it was only when the topic of her junior brother arose that this senior exhibited any semblance of response. "Indeed, esteemed senior, your benevolent heart and the kindness you show towards your junior brother surely indicate that he is a person of remarkable worth, deserving of your constant concern, is he not? My junior brother is indeed a splendid individual, yet I cannot claim to possess such a kind-natured. I lament in silence." Yi Hongling, perplexed, responded. "How could that be? You appear deeply saddened for the sake of your junior brother. If you were not a person of profound loyalty and emotion, how could you feel so? Profound loyalty and emotion, you say?" Nian Chaoshi forced a melancholic smile. "I am unworthy of such a title." Yi Hongling, still confused, listened as Nian Chaoshi continued. "I once believed that all of this was beyond my influence, but in recent days I have pondered extensively and ultimately discovered I am, in truth, the architect of this turmoil. I am the true villain." Chapter 67, Nian Chaoshi. I am the true villain. What? Yi Hongling remained bewildered. Even now, she was unaware of Nian Chaoshi's true identity, nor did she grasp the grievances between Nian Chaoshi and the aforementioned junior brother. As her confusion deepened, she heard Nian Chaoshi inquire, "Are you familiar with the path of celestial secrets?" "I am." Yi Hongling nodded. The path of celestial secrets seeks divination, interprets omens, explores the past, and glimpses the future. It is the most enigmatic path beyond the 6 realms. And do you know why practitioners of the path of celestial secrets are so few? Nian Chaoshi further questioned. Yi Hongling contemplated. The path of celestial secrets requires the approval of the heavenly Tao, and practitioners are most susceptible to divine retribution. The consequences can range from a mere depletion of lifespan to being plagued by karmic retribution, leading a life of solitude and never achieving liberation. Nian Chaoshi remarked, shaking his head with a smile. You must have heard that encountering the path of celestial secrets is often considered inauspicious. Correct? Yi Hongling fell silent, yet ultimately nodded. The path of celestial secrets is the most prone to entanglement in karmic ties and divine retribution. Many renowned practitioners of this path have, without exception, met untimely ends. Moreover, not only do they suffer themselves, but many practitioners are also afflicted by the fate of the celestial star of doom, bringing misfortune to those around them before their own demise up until now. I have yet to hear of a practitioner of the path of celestial secrets who has enjoyed a peaceful old age. Suddenly, Yi Hongling seemed to recall something, gazing at Nian Chaoshi in astonishment. She witnessed Nian Chaoshi nodding. I am a celestial secrets master. This, Yi Hongling was momentarily stunned, almost instinctively wanting to distance herself. Such a reaction is only human, and even beyond her control. Fortunately, Nian Chaoshi paid no mind. Continuing to speak to himself, the greatest taboo of the path of celestial secrets is the revelation of celestial secrets. Once they are disclosed, one will become entangled in karmic consequences. However, if a celestial secrets master can truly maintain discretion, they can avoid significant impact on those around them, yet such masters are exceedingly rare. Yi Hongling nodded. She understood this principle. As long as the celestial secrets are not revealed, divine retribution will not descend unjustly, nor will it indiscriminately affect those nearby. Yet, understanding the principle is one thing, but few can truly achieve it. A simple example. The master of celestial secrets, fully aware that advancing further would lead to calamity, found himself torn as those dear to him pressed onward. Who, then, could steadfastly adhere to the rules and watch helplessly as their loved ones plunged into the abyss? You must have always been cherished by the sect. Nian Chaoshi suddenly inquired. Yi Hongling, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. As a prodigy nurtured by the Celestial Strategy House, she indeed enjoyed the affection of her senior brothers and sisters, despite the exceptionally harsh trials imposed by the sect, which had placed her in peril on numerous occasions. Yet, in truth, she had always been the most favored junior sister within the Celestial Strategy House. Nian Chaoshi sighed softly, lost in thought, murmuring to herself, I am the esteemed elder sister of the sect, revered and adored. My junior brothers and sisters regard me as an idol, treating me as their elder. Yet that upon stepping into the realm of celestial secrets, that reverence and affection gradually morphed into isolation and estrangement. That tender age of 10. I found myself. Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback. Though she had not experienced such trials, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Nian Chaoshi. For a mere child of 10, to transform from a beloved and esteemed elder sister to a figure shunned and disregarded was unthinkably cruel. During that time, everyone in the sect deliberately distanced themselves from me. And over time, I became the one whom no one wished to approach. Yet, I am not one who delights in solitude. On the contrary, I cherish the warmth of my junior sisters and the concern of my master. I dread being isolated. I fear the wary glances cast in my direction, and I am terrified of becoming the most reclusive person within the sect. But alas, I cannot change this, nor can I alter my fate. For once I tread the path of celestial secrets, it was destined to be my destiny. Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongling bit her lip, several times attempting to offer words of comfort, ultimately stifling her thoughts. For what Nian Chaoshi spoke was undeniably true. The path of celestial secrets is fraught with omens of misfortune, a widespread refrain, an insurmountable mountain of prejudice, unmovable and unexplainable, immutable. Fortunately, I have a good junior brother. Nian Chaoshi remarked with a smile, her gaze tinged with nostalgia. My junior brother, beloved within the sect, is a well-mannered and understanding child. Yet, his singular act of defiance was to disregard my counsel and my master's warnings, actively seeking to engage with me, becoming my confidant. As a child, he would often visit my cold attic, eager to discuss his dreams and share amusing anecdotes from his life. He even took it upon himself, more than once, to help alleviate the isolation imposed by my junior sisters and master. Even as he grew older, acquiring more wisdom, he remained unchanged. He frequently ventured out to hone his skills, yet each time he returned, he would bring me small gifts and would lie beside me on the star platform, just as he did in our childhood. As we gazed at the stars together, he recounted his adventures during his travels, stories of foes encountered, friends made, and amusing incidents experienced. When Nian Chaoshi spoke of these memories, her eyes shimmered with tenderness. Even Yi Hongling listened with delight, exclaiming, Senior, your junior brother is indeed remarkable. Indeed, he is exceptional. He truly is. Nian Chaoshi smiled softly. Those were the happiest moments of my life. And what happened afterward? Nian Chaoshi's expression darkened. Afterward, I let him down. How so? My junior brother ventured into a perilous realm, and he remained there for many long years, surpassing even the lifespans of many. This revelation caused Yi Hongling's smile to fade. She subtly sensed the weight of Nian Chaoxi's experiences. As expected, with the departure of my junior brother, the one closest to me in our sect vanished. Consequently, those junior sisters who had begun to lower their guard and reconnect with me, motivated by his presence, once again distanced themselves from me. Despite my relentless efforts to prove my worth and contribute to the sect, I ultimately found myself unable to move that towering mountain, unable to alter the fate of the Tianzi. Yi Hongling furrowed her brow. How can this be? You are their senior sister, their fellow disciple. To this, Nian Chaoxi merely smiled, a complex smile. And what of it? Surely your junior brother must have returned by now. Yi Hongling pressed curiously. He has returned, came the reply. But upon his return, he became a different version of me. What? Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the implication. In fact, upon returning, he was even less favored than I. Nian Chaoxi spoke bitterly. He encountered various tribulations and, for reasons unknown, transformed into another me, or rather, he became a person even less well-received than I. What? Yi Hongling exclaimed in disbelief. After all, according to Nian Chaoxi's account, her junior brother should have been quite the focus of attention. How then could he be met with rejection and isolation? But what happened next? Yi Hongling's curiosity piqued at the unfolding tale. Your junior brother has returned, yet he is not well-liked. Surely, the two of you could support one another, couldn't you? That would have been the ideal outcome. Senior and junior disciples supporting each other and forging a path together. A beautiful conclusion found in every tale. Yet, Nian Chaoxi's voice was steeped in sorrow. Let him down. Yi Hongling was left perplexed, but Nian Chaoxi continued bleakly. Upon his return, he faced numerous adversities, injustices, and relentless ridicule. All this while, I had used my seclusion as an excuse to ignore these issues, even pretending they did not exist. Yet though I have practiced the way of Tianshi and distanced myself from the crowd, living in solitude all this time, I have always yearned for warmth. How could I truly remain oblivious to everything? Wah! What? Yi Hongling's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the person before her. It was then that Nian Chaoxi sorrowfully spoke. I am truly sorry. My junior brother, it was I who betrayed you. I have been nothing but an ostrich hiding in the shadows, burying my head in the sand. When faced with any dilemma, I feigned ignorance. When witnessing injustice, I silently hoped the conflict would not escalate, all the while remaining indifferent. Furthermore, I have wished on more than one occasion for you to endure as I did, to consider the greater good. But, in truth, at this moment, tears streamed down Nian Chaoxi's face. I am the genuine villain. Chapter 68. The arrogant Qingxian, the crisis of 10,000 treasures. It is done. Within the confines of the listening rain residence, Gu Shou, who had been seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. After a full day of relentless experimentation, he had finally discovered the solution to the issue of Wang Yun's worship. At this very moment, he gently raised his hand, and several blank talismans immediately began to float upwards. Following this, with a subtle wave, the rhythms of heaven and earth swiftly manifested before him, as before. They began to autonomously assist Gu Shou in the creation of talismans. However, there was a distinction this time. Wang Yun's worship did not surge towards Gu Shou as it had previously. This did not imply that the rhythms of heaven and earth were no longer amiable towards him. Rather, it seemed they had been persuaded, evolving from unruly children into a well-trained army. They remained friendly towards Gu Shou, but no longer lacked restraint, approaching him in an orderly and harmonious manner. Though the changes appeared subtle, they alleviated Gu Shou's concerns that this phenomenon of the rhythms would draw unwanted attention to him. With the most pressing issue resolved, he could now devote himself entirely to talisman crafting. There was still some time before the opportunities in Yunshao City would arise, and this interval would be spent accumulating sufficient resources. I am still in dire need of spirit stones. Now that it was established that the rhythms of heaven and earth would no longer expose themselves, Gu Shou finally shed his hesitation and began crafting talismans. This time, he possessed a greater quantity of materials, fully 50,000 sets of talisman components. Such a quantity, for any sect or power engaged in talisman creation, was certainly not insignificant. However, for Gu Shou, it merely afforded him the chance to experiment. He yearned to discover how many talismans he could produce simultaneously. Previously, confined to his room, he could craft a maximum of 300 talismans at once, but that was clearly not his limit. He wished to ascertain where his true boundaries lay. This time, he would expand the crafting area to encompass the entire back courtyard, for which he had specifically established a shielding formation to envelop the entire space. With that, he commenced his attempts as he sat cross-legged in meditation. Blank talismans were inscribed with flawless runes, and soon, the count reached 10. then 100 in mere moments. The number of simultaneously crafted talismans soared to 300, and swiftly broke through 400. The quantity continued to escalate. 500 talismans, 600 talismans, at last. When Gushio's production reached 1,000, this remarkable growth finally came to a halt. That it was not that it could not continue, but rather because surpassing this number would impose considerable demands on one's spiritual consciousness, a burden I find exceedingly challenging to endure at present. Otherwise, my speed in crafting talismans would become truly formidable. Gushio murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. To simultaneously produce 1,000 talismans. This pace was already sufficient to satisfy Gushio. Moreover, in the future, this production rate could potentially increase even further. The prospects are indeed promising. Meanwhile, as Gushio commenced the simultaneous creation of 1,000 talismans, the disciples of various factions gathering in Yunxiao City furrowed their brows in unison. In recent days, everyone had been probing into the truth behind the Wanyun worship. Countless individuals speculated about the monumental opportunities in the realm of talisman crafting. Yet upon arriving in Yunxiao City, they had garnered no substantial results. Throughout yesterday, although the phenomenon of Wanyun worship frequently manifested, each time it was on the verge of fully appearing, it abruptly ceased. This was indeed vexing. After enduring such torment for a full day, Wanyun finally re-emerged. Yet, this time, the celestial and earthly rhythms did not pay homage. This left many talisman masters feeling as though they had been trifled with, at least in front of the Wanbao Tower. The two talisman masters gazing skyward could not help but frown. Why has it suddenly changed? We followed the trail all the way to Yunxiao City, yet at this moment, there is no news. How infuriating. What shall we do next? How will we explain our return? We can only speak the truth. If necessary, we shall remain in Yunxiao City for a few more days. I have heard that our junior master is currently assisting at Mashifu Peak. Perhaps the difficulties in crafting talismans have already been resolved. With our junior master lending a hand, there should be no issues. His talent is not inferior to that of the Peak Master. So it seems we need not worry. These two individuals, hailing from the Qingxian sacred ground, were dispatched by their sect to investigate the anomaly when the first Wanyun worship appeared. As they discussed these matters, the golden manager of Wanbao Tower, accompanying them, suddenly brightened. Taoist Zhou, Taoist Liu, your junior master has begun crafting talismans. Does this not imply that the production of talismans will soon stabilize again? Indeed. With our junior master involved, how could there be any problems? One talisman master surnamed Zhou replied with unwavering confidence. The manager grew increasingly excited. Then our talismans. You need not expect anything from us, We must prioritize our own people. Others will have to wait. At least for the time being, it is absolutely impossible for you to receive any talismans from Wanbao Tower. But, dear friends, our Wanbao Tower currently has no talismans available for sale. We merely seek a small batch to help us through this ordeal. Your lack of talismans has nothing to do with us. No, the manager Jean felt a surge of irritation, yet considering the identities of these two individuals, he ultimately managed to suppress his anger and stammered, Esteemed friends, our previous collaboration with the Qingxian sacred land has always been quite amicable. Whether it pertains to the prices for recovery or the distribution of resources, we have consistently enjoyed a favorable relationship. Even Elder Qin from your esteemed sect previously asserted that a certain quantity of talismans would be guaranteed each month. As you can see, might your sect be so kind as to provide us with a batch of talismans to help stabilize our current predicament? We do not ask for much, merely 10,000 talismans to alleviate our immediate crisis. What do you think? Regrettably, the two talisman masters from the Qingxian sacred land merely curled their lips in disdain. No matter how much Manager Jean pleaded, their attitudes remained remarkably uniform. If they desired talismans, they would simply have to wait. As for how long that wait would be, it was uncertain. Do expect us, the Qingxian sacred land, to divert our internal supply of talismans to accommodate you? That's mere folly. It is imperative to recognize that you are merely a commercial association, while we are a sacred land. These words made Manager Jan grit his teeth in frustration, yet he was utterly helpless. In the end, he could only treat these two with utmost hospitality, and even before their departure, he presented each of them with 1,000 spirit stones as a token for their journey. There was no other choice. These were individuals from the Qingxian sacred land. The Wanbao building was significant, yet it could not afford to challenge such an entity, especially when they relied on the talismans from the Qingxian sacred land. This led to a situation where, despite harboring intense hatred for these two, he could not reveal the slightest inkling of his disdain, leaving Manager Jean feeling deeply aggrieved. Upon returning to the Wanbao building, he found that there were substantial issues on Su Rumei's side as well. Manager Su, our talismans have been completely sold out. We can no longer produce even a single talisman. Several of our talisman masters have recently resigned from the Wanbao building to join Lingbao Studio, significantly impacting our talisman production. Lingbao Studio had set their plans in motion from the very beginning. Leveraging the recent events surrounding the Wanyun pilgrimage, they suddenly struck, catching us off guard. They are not only undermining our business and poaching our talisman masters, but many of the sects we collaborated with have also declared their intention to partner with Lingbao Studio. We have been thoroughly outmaneuvered. If we do not receive a replenishment of talismans soon, our Wanbao building will face a massive loss of customers, spiraling into a vicious cycle that will lead to a catastrophic decline in business. These unfortunate tidings came one after another, causing Manager Jean to furrow his brow in distress, while Su Rumei, seated at the head of the table and listening to these reports, wore an even more troubled expression. The situation was undeniably dire. Lingbao Studio, as an old rival of the Wanbao building, had evidently been well prepared for this sudden offensive. Should we fail to break this deadlock, the future of the entire Wanbao building remains uncertain, but at the very least, the branch in Yunxiao City would face significant repercussions. Su Rumei inquired, Manager Jean, what did the two talisman masters from the Qingxian Sacred Land say? Are they willing to support us with a batch of talismans? Unfortunately not, Manager Jean sighed, recounting the attitude of the two talisman masters from the Qingxian Sacred Land as it was. The crowd immediately furrowed their brows in discontent. How could the Qingxian Sacred Land be so ungrateful? We provide them with a substantial amount of materials free of charge each year. Yet when we find ourselves in trouble, they cannot offer even a modicum of support. It is indeed outrageous. Given our current dire circumstances, even if they are powerless as allies, they should refrain from uttering such heartless words. The arrogance of the Qingxian Sacred Land is excessive. Even other sacred lands would not behave in such a manner. A mere 500 years of ascension from a third-rate sacred land to a sacred sect has rendered them narrow-minded. As the criticisms escalated, Su Rumei frowned and promptly interjected. While she too harbored resentment towards the Qingxian Sacred Land's stance, such matters should remain unspoken. Voicing them could spell disaster for Wanbao Tower. Moreover, the current predicament cannot be resolved merely through denouncement of the Qingxian Sacred Land. They must rely on their own resources. Chung Fusho, have you received any news regarding that mysterious faction? Su Rumei inquired. Chung Fusho, standing nearby, forced a bitter smile. I met with them yesterday, but they only provided 800 talismans. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed. 800 talismans. Such a paltry number. Even if they were all Dao talismans, it would be insufficient. Previously, Su Rumei had taken a risk by publicly declaring that Wanbao Tower had mastered a method to enhance the probability of talisman creation, hoping to forge a connection with this faction and convey their goodwill. The other party swiftly contacted Chung Fusho, clearly having acknowledged Wanbao Tower's intentions. However, if this faction can only supply 800 or 1,000 talismans at a time, then it would be a futile exertion of effort. Round and round they went, yet the crisis facing Wanbao Tower remained unresolved. Everyone should return for now. Let us raise our talisman acquisition prices and make greater efforts to engage with those talisman masters and allied factions who have been poached by Lingbao Studio, to see if we can strike a deal. As for the Qingxian Sacred Land, I have already contacted the main tower. The deputy tower master has conveyed that he will travel to the Qingxian Sacred Land in the next couple of days to discuss the matter of talismans, so let us exercise some patience. Ultimately, Su Rumei could only wave her hand, dismissing her subordinates. However, after the crowd departed, Su Rumei retrieved 2 volumes of cultivation techniques and made her way directly to Tingyu residence. At such a time, you still wish to seek out Feng Bugui? Shadow queried with curiosity. I am powerless to alter the talisman situation. Should this continue, it would mean I have lost my grasp on the present. Su Rumei shook her head. Then all that remains is to strive for a better future. Furthermore, I have always had a feeling that Feng Bugui is a person of hidden depths. I intend to seek him out and inquire how I might resolve my current predicament. Perhaps he might possess some solution. What can a loose cultivator in the Qi refinement stage possibly offer? Shadow frowned, wanting to retort, but ultimately refrained, recalling the various extraordinary feats of Feng Bugui. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Tingyu residence. Yet, Chapter 69, Meeting is not as good as not meeting. What is affection compared to indifference? They were met with disappointment. The response came from Xiao He. I have seen Manager Su. It is unfortunate that you both have arrived too late. Feng Xianzhang has just departed. Departed? Su Rumei found it peculiar. Has Feng Xianzhang mentioned where he is going? This was not disclosed. Su Rumei furrowed her brow, and at that moment, the shadow beside her inquired, Does Feng Xianzhang frequently venture out? This. Xiao He hesitated for a moment, shaking her head in silence. The shadow, growing somewhat impatient, exclaimed, I am addressing you. Xiao He knelt on the ground, pleading, I humbly implore the Xianzhang's forgiveness. I am but a maidservant to Feng Xianzhang. Without his consent, I cannot speak on matters concerning my master. The shadow found this amusing. Just as she was about to teach this mortal maid a lesson, Su Rumei intervened, praising Xiao He, you have done well. One ought to treat Feng Xianchang with such respect. With that, Su Rumei left, smiling as she took the shadow away. The shadow, still irked, remarked, "This little maid must have forgotten that she was once part of Wanbao Tower. Just a few days have passed, and she dares to defy us for Feng Buguid. I deem her nothing short of an ungrateful wretch. On the contrary, I find this quite commendable." Su Rumei's words incited discontent in the shadow. What is commendable about it? Xiao He has only recently begun to serve Feng Bugui, yet she is capable of such loyalty. Do you not think this speaks volumes? Volumes about what? It indicates that Feng Bugui treats those around him well. He must be a person of deep affection and loyalty. Su Rumei continued. Isn't someone like that the most worthy of our efforts to win over? The shadow pondered for a moment, unable to suppress a scoff. This is precisely why I am reluctant to assume any managerial role. I prefer to be a mere enforcer, using brawn rather than intellect. Engaging with you convoluted individuals tires me. All right, do not be upset, Su Rumei smiled. The shadow asked, I am not angry, but I wonder, with Feng Bugui absent, where do you intend to find him? Do not fret. I shall employ the technique of probing the fortune source. Given the profundity of Feng Bugui's fortune, I should be able to glean something. Su Rumei replied, reciting a spell while gently rubbing her eyes with 2 fingers. Instantly, a flash of green light flickered in her gaze. This technique of probing the fortune source, while reliant on skill, was significantly enhanced by Su Rumei's extraordinary dual pupils, a rarity in the world. At that moment, she lifted her gaze towards the heavens and surveyed her surroundings. However, after a brief interval, Su Rumei's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hastily dispelled the fortune-probing technique, her face a mask of shock. What is it? Have you found Feng Bugui? The shadow asked, puzzled that I did not have time to search. Su Rumei's expression turned grave. I witnessed something far more alarming. What was it? The shadow inquired, intrigued. Su Rumei stated, I just saw that in the eastern part of the city, someone is performing the technique of bestowing fortune to sever oneself. Bestowing fortune to sever oneself? What is that? The shadow asked, bewildered. That Su Rumei explained. Though many are reluctant to believe in the concept of fortune sources, in truth, every individual possesses their own fortune, and for many, this is apparent from the moment of their birth. However, the depth of fortune varies from person to person. Those devoid of fortune may face untimely demise at birth, even if they miraculously survive. Their subsequent lives are fraught with calamity and misfortune. The shadow pursed her lips, harboring a mixture of skepticism and curiosity regarding this matter. What, then, is this method of bestowing fortune that leads to self-abnegation? She inquired. Is it not akin to relinquishing one's own fortune to another? Indeed. Su Rumei nodded affirmatively. Fortune is ordained by the heavens. For the majority, it is predetermined from the moment of birth. Yet this does not imply that it cannot change in the future. Among the teachings of fortune, there exists a peculiar technique known as the method of bestowing fortune leading to self-abnegation. A practitioner of this method, if endowed with great resolve and determination, can entirely transfer their fortune to someone they deem worthy. Is that so? Once given away, why is it termed self-abnegation? The shadow questioned, perplexed. Su Rumei fell silent for a moment before responding. As I previously mentioned, for most, fortune is predetermined from birth. To employ the method of bestowing fortune is to surrender all of one's own fortune to another. Consequently, the one who bestows their fortune will naturally find themselves devoid of any fortune's protection. An infant without such protection may perish prematurely. Likewise, a cultivator stripped of fortune's favor may not meet an immediate demise. Yet barring unforeseen circumstances, their life will be riddled with adversity, and they may face peril at any moment, potentially leading to their untimely end. Pray tell, if this is not self-abnegation, then what is it? The shadow's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed eastward toward the city, a sense of dread creeping in. If Su Rumei's words were indeed true, what immense resolve must one possess to enact the method of bestowing fortune? After all, what is relinquished is none other than one's own fortune. It may be easy for an ordinary person to dismiss the notion of fortune, but those capable of wielding such techniques must possess a profound understanding of its significance, perhaps even an intricate comprehension. Such individuals are certainly aware of the implications of losing their fortune. This is akin to knowingly stepping into a perilous situation while still choosing to take that step. Moments later, within the eastern end of Yunshao City. Senior, what has happened to you? Upon the door's opening, Yi Hongling immediately inquired with great concern upon seeing Nian Chaoshi emerge. Since early this morning, Nian Chaoshi had suddenly declared her intention to enter seclusion, subsequently locking herself within her room, seemingly engaged in some arcane practice. Yi Hongling was unaware of the nature of her endeavors, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in her heart, for she discerned the gleam in Nian Chaoshi's eyes, a reflection reminiscent of the calm resolve of her fellow disciples when they faced their own demise for her sake. She feared that something dire had befallen her esteemed senior. Yet, Nian Chaoshi wore a rare smile, exuding delight. Fear not, I am well. In fact, I am rather elated. Elated? Yi Hongling was bewildered. Just previously, this senior had been in tears, afterward resembling a specter, and had even collapsed in remorse just yesterday. How could she possibly feel joy now? I have finally uncovered the answer I sought. What answer? My junior brother is still alive. Nian Chaoshi proclaimed, her spirit radiant with joy in a state of bewilderment. Yi Hongling found herself unable to comprehend that Nian Chaoshi had successfully employed the technique of self-termination through bestowing blessings, which had in turn confirmed a piece of joyful news for her. Ji Yuxiu was still alive. Although she could not fathom why her divination had faltered, the ability to offer blessings implied that Gu Xiu must indeed be alive. Yi Hongling rejoiced for Nian Chaoshi. Senior, will you continue searching for your junior disciple? No. Nian Chaoshi shook her head. To meet him would only bring him harm. What? Yi Hongling exclaimed in surprise. Yet Nian Chaoshi offered no further explanation. But senior, with such longing for your junior disciple, do you not wish to see him just once more? I do then. To meet is less desirable than to not meet. What is love if not devoid of affection? This left Yi Hongling somewhat perplexed, but she noticed Nian Chaoshi gazing out at the drifting clouds. My junior disciple once told me 500 years ago, if you miss him, simply look up at the sky. He will be the clouds above, the stars in the night, and the breeze that passes by. Moreover, I sense that in the depths of the void, I may have already encountered him. Yi Hongling grew increasingly confused. While Nian Chaoshi turned away and strode out of the inn towards the city gate, Yi Hongling hurried to catch up. Senior, where are you going? Back to the sect. Back to the sect? Indeed, Nian Chaoshi nodded. I am nearing death and wish to accomplish some tasks I once longed to undertake but dared not, or could not, fulfill. For reasons unknown, Yi Hongling felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Senior, but if you go, it may ultimately be a futile endeavor, akin to trying to catch the moon in the water. This time, Nian Chaoshi did not halt. Instead, a lingering whisper reached her ears. At the very least, I have acted. Within the bustling tavern of Yunxiao City, Gu Xiu, adorned with 3 masks, seemed to sense something, and he cast a glance towards the city gate. At that precise moment, Nian Chaoshi, her white hair flowing, also turned back to look at the city within. He saw only the throngs of people, while she beheld the imposing city shrouded in restrictions. In the next instant, both withdrew their gazes simultaneously. Chapter 70. Old Friends of Tian Su. Materials for Soul Transformation? Cheng Fushou, standing before Gu Xiu, remained oblivious to any peculiarities. At this moment, he was rubbing his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation. Why, friend, how many talismans have you brought this time? Did you bring the materials for crafting talismans? Gu Xiu inquired. Yes, I brought them. Cheng Fushou nodded vigorously, promptly producing a storage pouch. Inside is the same amount as last time. 50,000 portions of materials. When you told me to bring the materials last time, I kept it in mind and carried it with me. 50,000 is a bit insufficient, Gu Xiu remarked. What? Cheng Fushou was taken aback, only to hear Gu Xiu continue. Next time, bring a bit more. Otherwise, it will be too troublesome to visit you every few days. Cheng Fushou was left in a daze. This is 50,000 portions of talisman materials. 50,000. Did you think it was only 5 portions? You gave me 800 talismans yesterday. At a rate of 800 a day, this should last you for at least half a month, right? However, Gu Xiu paid no heed to the dazed Cheng Fushou, merely extending a storage bag towards him. This is the talismans we have crafted this time. Cheng Fushou's eyes brightened at once, and without hesitation. He accepted the bag. However, upon glancing inside, Cheng Fushou's eyes widened in astonishment. How many are there in here? 50,000. 50,000. Cheng Fushou gasped in disbelief. Ji Yuxiu inquired. What's the matter? Is it too much? Of course not. Cheng Fushou shook his head fervently, exclaiming with immense delight, Friend, you are truly a great benefactor to our Wanbao Tower. What we currently lack the most are talismans. Just this morning, I was fretting over this very matter. And now, here you are presenting 50,000 talismans. It's simply a timely downpour. May I inquire how many talismans you can produce each day? Cheng Fushou asked curiously, then quickly added, realizing his inquiry might seem overly probing. It's just that our Wanbao Tower has recently been targeted by rivals and is in urgent need of a substantial number of talismans. If we could know how many you can provide daily, it would greatly assist us in our forthcoming arrangements. Targeted by rivals and in urgent need of a large quantity of talismans, you say? Gu Xiu nodded thoughtfully and replied, about 50,000 per day. 50,000 per day? Cheng Fushou was left utterly stunned. Although Gu Xiu had just produced 50,000 talismans, no one knew if these had been accumulated over a long period. Had he truly crafted all of these in a single day? Is that insufficient? Gu Xiu added, a maximum of 80,000. but no more. His speed in crafting talismans was remarkably swift. Under sufficient resources, producing 100,000 daily would not pose a significant challenge. However, this would inevitably consume time. While generating talismans to earn spirit stones and accumulate resources was indeed crucial at present, the true priority remained his own cultivation. Thus, he always reserved time each day for self-improvement. Yet, this revelation left Cheng Fusho thoroughly astonished. Producing 80,000 talismans daily, even in a place as populous as the Qingxian Holy Land, it would require considerable time to produce that many talismans. To be able to craft 80,000 daily was a speed beyond imagination. Just how immense was the force behind this individual? Did they have more talisman masters than the Holy Land? Could it possibly be another Holy Land? At that moment, Cheng Fusho's mind raced with thoughts, not mere fanciful musings, for Wanbao Tower had extensively discussed this enigmatic force in recent times. Clearly, it was a superpower unwilling to disclose its identity, and most likely it was a vast entity composed entirely of talisman masters, numerous in number and possessing profound expertise in the art of talismans. At the very least, they were unlikely to be inferior to some holy lands in this regard, and the number of talisman masters they possessed could certainly rival that of a holy land. In that moment, Cheng Fusho could not fathom that the formidable force he envisioned was, in truth, just a solitary rogue cultivator. One individual who could stand shoulder to shoulder with a holy land. I am deeply grateful, my friend. I shall take my leave now, and next time, I will bring ample materials. After settling the transaction once more, Cheng Fusho promptly rose to bid farewell. Today's encounter had profoundly reshaped his understanding of this colossal force, while also making him realize that Wanbao Tower should perhaps prepare for a counteroffensive. What they lack are talismans. Due to the machinations of Lingbao Zhai and the ruthless nature of the Qingxian sacred land, they have encountered tremendous peril. Yet now, the crises faced by Wanbao Tower may no longer be crises. On the contrary, if orchestrated wisely, they could transform into an unprecedented opportunity. However, before Cheng Fusho departed, Gu Xiu handed another list to him. What is this? Cheng Fusho inquired with curiosity. Ji Xiu replied. Aside from the materials for the talismans required tomorrow, I will also need some additional materials, which I believe Wanbao Tower possesses. Materials? Cheng Fusho chuckled and nodded. Rest assured. My friend, the materials you seek shall be entrusted to me. After exchanging a few more words, Cheng Fusho took his leave. Yet this time, after Cheng Fusho's departure, Gu Xiu did not rise to leave. Instead, he remained seated, sipping his drink while casting a glance towards the city gate. There, he beheld Yi Hongling clad in red and black armor, and before her stood a man in dark attire, guiding a warhorse. At first glance, this man appeared to be an ordinary mortal general, his cultivation indiscernible, however, to Gu Xiu. The man emanated an overwhelming battle intent, restrained yet palpable, and the spear resting atop the horse's back shimmered with flickering light. As if sensing a gaze upon him, the man lifted his head towards the tavern, but alas, he saw nothing. Second senior brother, what troubles you? Yi Hongling asked curiously. I sense that an old acquaintance may have returned. The man replied softly. An old acquaintance? Yi Hongling questioned in surprise. Although Yunxia City is known as a haven for loose cultivators, it is but a small corner of the world. Surely, someone you refer to as an acquaintance would not visit such a modest place? It matters not. The second senior brother shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the Qingxian sacred land, murmuring, I shall inevitably face him in battle. Meanwhile, at Wanbao Tower, when Cheng Fusho returned and recounted the conversation with Gu Xiu, everyone present was utterly astonished. 80,000 talismans in a single day. No holy land or sect has ever achieved such a feat. Have they? What kind of force is this? Is it truly genuine? A typical talisman master can only produce a limited number of talismans in a day. Could this force possibly have gathered nearly 10,000 talisman masters? This is not merely a matter of numbers. The most terrifying aspect is that all 50,000 talismans are Dao talismans. Even if there were 100,000 talisman masters, it cannot be guaranteed that they could produce such a multitude of Dao talismans. Everyone was struck with fear by this mysterious force. While they had previously sensed its extraordinary nature, they had never anticipated its strength to be so formidable. However, amid their astonishment, a wave of exhilaration arose. With such an abundance of talismans, all being Dao talismans, if handled appropriately, it seems that Wanbao Tower is destined to soar to new heights. Lingbao Zhai could hardly imagine that we would come to know such a powerful and enigmatic force. With so many talismans at our disposal, there is no longer any room for hesitation. We must utilize them immediately. Undoubtedly, we shall be able to suppress Lingbao Atai. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted. In recent days, the members of Wanbao had indeed felt somewhat stifled, enduring provocations and mockery from Lingbao Atai with little recourse. However, now, The abundance of talismans has infused them with the courage to retaliate, bolstering their confidence as well. With the talismans fully replenished, they need not worry about such matters any longer. What shall we do next? Let us deliver a small shock to those forces that have betrayed us, particularly to Lingbo Atai, who has targeted us. Immediately, Su Rumei began to organize the next steps. The talismans were no longer a concern. The weaknesses had been addressed. What Su Rumei sought was not merely to regain lost ground, but to utterly crush her opponents. After deliberating for half a day and clarifying their forthcoming actions, the crowd finally dispersed. Su Rumei, however, picked up the list that Gu Xiu had given to Cheng Fushou. Glancing at the various materials listed, her brow furrowing slightly. These materials, that moment, a shadow appeared, leaning in to observe the list with mild astonishment. It seems they are all items related to soul transformation. Could this group be attempting to concoct some sinister elixir for soul forging? Chapter 71. Senior sister, you wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? In Su Rumei's hands lay an extensive list of materials, densely packed with hundreds of items, and the quantities required for each were not insignificant. This was not particularly surprising, given that this mysterious faction clearly possessed considerable manpower. If they were to procure materials, it was only logical that their needs would be substantial. The issue, however, was that the majority of these materials were all linked to the soul, and not in a conventional manner, on the contrary. Soul-forging liquid, soul-transformation stones, ghostly wood, soul-capturing stones, soul-calling grass. Were these not all nefarious materials? Could this enigmatic faction be planning to forge something like a soul-forging banner? Otherwise, why would they require such a plethora of soul-related materials? The shadow remarked, a note of trepidation glimmering in its eyes. Even Su Rumei found herself frowning, caught in uncertainty. There was no way to ascertain the true nature of this mysterious faction, which had always operated in the shadows. Only willing to engage with Cheng Fushou, Su Rumei had already harbored a mixture of suspicion, wariness, and expectation towards this power. Now, the list of required materials only intensified her apprehension. There was no escaping the fact that the items they sought appeared far removed from what an ordinary cultivator would use. They seemed more suited to practitioners of dark arts. Yet ultimately, Su Rumei shook her head. Regardless of the origins or identity of this faction, their strength was undeniable. Since they were willing to collaborate with us, it could only benefit us. Thus, collaboration it shall be. She resolved not to dwell excessively on the matter. And no matter the mysterious faction's background, Wan Bailu certainly hoped to rely on them in the short term. The most pressing concern remained to restore Wan Bailu to its former glory. In the following 2 days, Wanbao Tower diligently prepared, refraining from hastily selling talismans or publicly announcing their replenished stock. Quite the contrary, they continued to conceal their true capabilities, neither overpaying for talismans nor neglecting to lobby other forces they had previously collaborated with. It was not until the 3rd day, when Wanbao Tower's talisman reserve surpassed 200,000, that they finally revealed their menacing fangs. 200,000 first-tier talismans, all of them Dao talismans. The sale commenced at the same time as Wanbao Tower initiated its revenge plan in Yunxiao City. In another realm, Qingxian Sacred Ground, on Emoshu Peak, everyone was gazing with astonishment at Jiang Sun, who was clad in blue robes. In just a few days, he had mastered the art of producing 3 talismans simultaneously. Such talent was truly extraordinary. Not only was it 3 talismans, but look at the ease with which Third Master Uncle was operating. 3 talismans were certainly not his limit. Remarkably formidable indeed. Previously, they had only known of Jiang Master Uncle's exceptional cultivation aptitude, but they had never anticipated his profound expertise in talisman crafting. It seemed that the talisman craft of Qingxian Sacred Ground was poised for a grand resurgence. A group of disciples from Emoshu Peak gazed with radiant expressions at Jiang Sun, who was diligently crafting talismans. Just a few days prior, Jiang Sun had arrived at Emoshu Peak to assist in resolving the recent plummet in the sect's talisman success rate. Although he had not pinpointed the core issue, Jiang Sun had, through his sheer strength, instilled hope in everyone. In the brief span of a few days, he had transformed from having merely a rudimentary understanding of talismans to being capable of simultaneously refining 3 talismans with remarkable ease. This transformation was both delightful and exhilarating. Fifth senior sister, did you see that? This is the simultaneous crafting of 3 talismans. Junior brother's talent is truly extraordinary. It was not just the ordinary disciples who were elated. Even Lu Qingyao, who had come for a visit, was now joyfully dancing with excitement. Qin Moran agreed, expressing his admiration. Junior brother's talent indeed inspires awe. If he chooses to delve deeply into the art of talismans, his future achievements may well surpass even mine. These words left Lu Qingyao beaming with joy. Praising junior brother, the person she cherished and trusted most, how could such a person, with a heartfelt and genuine disposition, not feel delighted? I have always said that Jiang Sun is remarkably strong. Both his aptitude and his comprehension of the six paths are exceedingly rare. Fifth senior sister, you may not be aware, but I had previously taught Jiang Sun some basic beast-controlling techniques, and guess what? In just 3 days, he progressed from knowing nothing to grasping the fundamentals. This is an advancement that many disciples take months or even years to achieve. Ah, fifth senior sister, what are you thinking about? While Lu Qingyao was exuberantly boasting, she suddenly noticed that Qin Moran seemed somewhat distracted by her praises, which left her feeling a tad dissatisfied. I was just. Qin Moran pressed her lips together, hesitating before speaking. I was reminded of how, 500 years ago, Gu Xiu displayed remarkable talent when he first embarked on the path of talismans. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyao's face instantly contorted with disdain. Sister, why would you mention that traitor? I thought I was simply caught up in nostalgia. Qin Moran shook her head in explanation. Even so, you should not conjure thoughts of such a person, Lu Qingyao retorted, shaking her head. Sister, have you forgotten that when Gu Xiu came to you at Emo Shu Peak 2 years ago, you were too ashamed to even mention he was your junior? At that time, when several disciples mocked Gu Xiu, you even confided in me about it. Why would you think of him now? As these words left Lu Qingyao's lips, Qin Moran was momentarily taken aback, a sudden heaviness settling in her heart. She recalled the events Lu Qingyao had mentioned. 3 years prior, Gu Xiu returned from the Forbidden Grounds. Although his cultivation was utterly devastated, Master Guan Shuolan had not entirely forsaken him. Instead, she endeavored to teach him the 6 paths of arts, at the very least to keep him occupied. During that period, Gu Xiu had followed 6 other senior sisters, excluding Yin Xiaoxi. He had spent some time at Emo Shu Peak. However, her attitude towards Gu Xiu during that time had been far from commendable. It had been downright atrocious. When Gu Xiu first arrived at Emo Shu Peak to study, Qin Moran had used the pretext of his need to conceal his identity, warning him sternly not to reveal that he was the 8th direct disciple of the Qin Xian sacred land, nor that she, the master of the peak, was his senior sister. Yu Xiu had complied. He began his journey at Emo Shu Peak as an ordinary disciple and kept his promise, never disclosing their relationship until he left. Yet, the world of cultivation is far from perfect. Sects are rarely harmonious. The law of the jungle prevails. Those with greater talent, deeper backgrounds, and stronger fists dominate. This is an immutable truth. Clearly, as someone with no background, no cultivation, and no remarkable qualifications, Gu Xiu's experience at Emo Shu Peak was dismal. He faced considerable bullying from the disciples there, often subjected to torment through talismans. Though his life was spared, such humiliation was a grievous affront for a direct disciple. Fifth sister, if I recall correctly, Gu Xiu was not only bullied by the disciples at Emo Shu Peak on multiple occasions, a fact you were well aware of. You even mentioned to me that Gu Xiu was merely a useless person who would ultimately suffer to realize he was just an insignificant speck of dust in this world, destined to abandon his unrealistic fantasies. I have always held this sentiment as a guiding principle. At this juncture, Lu Qingyao turned her gaze to Qin Moran, her eyes filled with curiosity. Now, fifth sister, you wouldn't happen to be having regrets, would you? Regrets? The moment those words surfaced in her mind, Qin Moran instinctively shuddered, meeting Lu Qingyao's gaze filled with innocent curiosity. Qin Moran pressed her lips together, but ultimately spoke. Of course I do not regret it. Chapter 72. Lu Qingyao's plan has fallen through. I do not regret it. The 4 words were almost bitten out through clenched teeth by Qin Moran, her resolve unwavering. Deep within her heart, she had already convinced herself that she merely wished for Gu Xiu to learn the harsh realities of this world. Perhaps her methods were a bit extreme, but what was wrong with that? What was there to regret? Upon hearing Qin Moran's words, a layer of surprise suddenly gleamed in Lu Qingyao's innocent and wide eyes. I knew it. Senior sister, you certainly would not be so disturbed just by glancing at senior sister's wheel of fate. Senior sister, you truly embody the essence of someone well-versed in literature. I must learn from you more in the future. Has senior sister not returned yet? Qin Moran swiftly changed the subject. She has, Lu Qingyao replied. I heard from master that senior sister seems to have used the communication token again and is on her way back. I believe she will arrive in just a few days, coincidentally in time for the new sword technique of junior brother to be completed. Qin Moran nodded, a hint of worry creeping in. I just wonder if senior sister has reflected upon herself this time. If not, master is likely to punish her. Indeed, master is still quite upset, and after senior sister returns, she will undoubtedly face some repercussions, Lu Qingyao remarked, then continued with a scolding tone. It's all that Gu Xiu's fault. If it weren't for his unknown methods to bewitch senior sister, how could someone like her possibly defy master's orders? If he were standing before me right now, I would almost wish to. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qingyao seemed to think of something, abruptly halting her words. Stealing a glance at the sky, She noticed the sun shining brightly without a single cloud in sight. Finally letting out a sigh of relief, though she dared not continue her curses. Qin Moran also looked up at the sky, puzzled and unaware of what she was fearing. During their conversation, a group of disciples nearby had already begun to flatter. Junior uncle truly lives up to the title? With just a slight effort, he immediately resolved our issue of insufficient talismans. Thank you for your hard work, Junior uncle. This exemplifies the gap in innate talent. As soon as Junior uncle intervened, he effortlessly alleviated our pressing crisis. He is remarkable. If the path of talismans is to produce a supreme being in the future, it can only be Junior uncle. Turning to look, they saw Jiang Sun, clad in blue, with a face as refined as jade. Having halted his talisman-making techniques, humbly conversing with the other disciples. Not prideful, yet not excessively self-deprecating, truly a gentleman as pure as jade. In stark contrast to the initial humiliation he endured at the hands of these disciples, culminating in the intervention of the murderous Gu Xiu, it was as if he had ascended to the heavens while they remained below. The two senior sisters and junior brother had certainly fulfilled their duties. It would not be long before the crisis of talisman shortages in our Qingxian Holy Land would be completely resolved. Jiang Sun approached the two women, bowed respectfully, and courteously spoke. This naturally led to a flurry of praises from both women. Lu Qingyao praised junior brother for being so thoughtful and impressive, while Qin Moran admired Jiang Sun's gentlemanly demeanor. However, at this moment of flourishing opportunity, a core disciple of Mo Shufeng stepped forward. Master of the Peak. What is it? Qin Mo Ran inquired. Master, recently there has been a considerable influx of individuals seeking talismans. Do you think I should release a portion of our talisman stock to placate their concerns? During this period, the success rate of talisman crafting at the Qingxian Holy Land had significantly declined, leaving them with insufficient supply, and all external sales of talismans had naturally ceased. Yet, with Jiang Sun's arrival, not only had his own success rate in crafting talismans soared, but it also seemed to invigorate the talisman production at Qingxian Holy Land, hastening the process somewhat. Although it did not reach its peak, the relentless crafting over the past few days had indeed replenished a considerable deficit, even yielding a surplus that could be considered for collaboration with certain partners. Numerous individuals had come seeking talismans in recent days, particularly from Wanbao Tower, where visitors arrived daily. The disciple remarked, "It appears they are quite urgent." Wanbao Tower, you say? Qin Mo Ran pondered. The collaboration between Wanbao Tower and the Qingxian Holy Land had been rather amicable, with generous dealings. She had heard of Wanbao Tower's request for talismans but had previously lacked the surplus to assist. Now that some surplus had materialized, it would indeed be prudent to extend a helping hand. Inform Wanbao Tower that we can initially allocate 3,000 talismans to alleviate their pressing needs. 3,000. Might that be too few? The disciple hesitated. If 3,000 is deemed insufficient, let them seek elsewhere. Lu Qingyao interjected. Many of these talismans were crafted by my junior brother and fifth senior sister, and they are invaluable. Providing them with 3,000 is already quite generous. How dare they complain? Well, the disciple stammered, casting a glance at Qin Mo Ran, who remained silent, seemingly in agreement, and could only nod. Then I shall notify Wanbao Tower's representatives. Wait, Lu Qingyao interjected. Huh? The disciple was taken aback, and even Qin Mo Ran could not help but remind her. Qingyao, the collaboration between Wanbao Tower and our Qingxian Holy Land has always been commendable. It is inconceivable that we would truly withhold talismans from them. I did not say we would withhold them. Lu Qingyao smiled. Then what do you mean? I simply do not wish for Wanbao Tower to underestimate the talismans personally refined by my senior sister and junior brother. What does that mean? The others were puzzled, but Lu Qingyao continued. Isn't Wanbao Tower currently in dire need of talismans? Shouldn't we then leverage our advantageous position? Leverage our advantageous position? Junior sister, Wanbao Tower has consistently been a reliable partner, and they have shown great sincerity. Is it really necessary to act thus? Qin Mo Ran responded. Yet, Lu Qingyao shook her head. Sister, you are too kind-hearted. Regardless of our standing, we are still a holy land. While Wanbao Tower is merely a commercial entity, their sincerity is to be expected, is it not? But, sister, while you possess much wisdom, you lack an understanding of human nature. Lu Qingyao smiled again. The ones in a hurry are Wanbao Tower, who have repeatedly sought our assistance, coming to us daily for talismans. It is evident that a significant matter has arisen, and they are in urgent need of talismans. Shouldn't we then be more proactive in offering our help? Why should we assist? We are a sacred place. Why should we rush to assist them? Moreover, if we were to summon Wanbao Tower now and inform them that we would provide them with 3,000 talismans, what would they think? Qin Moran found herself at a loss, yet she observed that Lu Qingyao had already spoken. Wanbao Tower would undoubtedly perceive our offering of 3,000 as woefully inadequate. However, if we were to wait for them to return, pleading for talismans, and then present these 3,000, not only would they not find it insufficient, but they would also be filled with gratitude towards us. This, my friends, is the essence of human sentiment. Hearing this, Qin Moran was taken aback, feeling that such an approach might not be entirely appropriate, yet she found herself unable to articulate a counterargument. Junior sister, this is my first large-scale production of talismans, and the quality may not be optimal. Will this approach truly be beneficial? Jiang Sun inquired with concern. Liu Qingyao merely smiled. Junior brother, you are far too modest. Even if your talismans are imperfect, they would still surpass the majority of ordinary talismans available in the market. Is that truly the case? Jiang Sun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, it is, Liu Qingyao affirmed. Nodding vigorously, if we proceed according to my plan, Wanbao Tower will not only overlook the quality of the talismans, but will likely commend your craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's face lit up with joy, confidence radiating from his gaze. However, Qin Moran still felt uneasy about the entire scheme. Yet, upon reflection, Liu Qingyao's reasoning held merit, and if it could instill confidence in Jiang Sun, perhaps it was worth considering. Besides, we only need to wait one more day. Given Wanbao Tower's urgency, they would surely return to the mountain tomorrow, which would merely delay matters by half a day. It was not a significant issue. Yet, the trio, harboring this thought, awaited an entire day without any sign of Wanbao Tower's representatives. Do not fret. We shall wait until tomorrow. The following day brought yet another prolonged wait, and the three even conspired on how to showcase their sacred place's prestige before Wanbao Tower's personnel. As dusk fell once more, there was still no one from Wanbao Tower. I suspect Wanbao Tower is deliberately exhibiting their temper. Let us exercise patience. 3 days, we shall wait 3 days, and they will surely buckle under the pressure. With this thought, the trio began yet another round of waiting. However, by the third day, their patience began to wane, particularly for Qin Moran. Although Wanbao Tower was merely a commercial entity, they were generous, and over the years of collaboration, Qingxian's sacred ground had received ample resources from them. It would be unacceptable to let such a trivial matter jeopardize their partnership. Nonetheless, Qin Moran could not bring herself to relent completely, so she decided to send someone to discreetly investigate the situation at Wanbao Tower. To her astonishment, the news revealed that Wanbao Tower had already secured new partners, and their talismans were now in surplus, to the extent that they could not sell them all. Chapter 73. Apologies, but we do not accept refuse. What? Has Wanbao Tower found a new partner? Are there so many talismans that they can't sell them all? What kind of joke is this? As soon as the news arrived, everyone could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This revelation caught everyone completely off guard. Even Qin Moran's brows furrowed in immediate concern. Is the information confirmed? Indeed, it is quite certain. The disciple responded hastily, stating that the news just came from Yunxiao City, where Wanbao Tower has been selling talismans for 3 consecutive days, with crowds surging every day, yet they have not managed to sell out. The disciple has already contacted individuals in Yunxiao City, and it was reported that Wanbao Tower can guarantee a supply of at least 50,000 first-tier talismans daily. What? They dare to assure a daily output of 50,000 talismans? What kind of nonsense is this? At this moment, everyone harbored a singular thought in their minds. Absurdity. Their esteemed sect, being quite formidable in the realm of talismans, would not dare claim that even all the disciples of Mashufu could produce 50,000 talismans in a single day. Do they truly believe talismans are as common as cabbages, merely requiring one to stuff them into their pockets? Is this news genuine or false? Can they truly supply 50,000 talismans daily? Qin Moran inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. The disciple shook his head. The information was released by Wanbao Tower themselves. As for its authenticity, that remains uncertain. However, it is indeed true that they have provided at least 50,000 talismans each day for the past 3 days. Beyond that, the disciple could not ascertain. Do you know where they source their talismans from? Qin Moran pressed further. This, I do not know. Has any sacred ground claimed to have partnered with Wanbao Tower? Qin Moran asked again. This. The disciple, realizing what Qin Moran was concerned about, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know for now. He dared not speculate recklessly. Wanbao Tower actually collaborates with several sects. Yet previously, Qingxian's sacred ground was their sole sacred partner. Now, Wanbao Tower has suddenly produced such a quantity of talismans without the assistance of Qingxian's sacred ground. It is indeed difficult not to harbor suspicions. Liu Qingyao, standing nearby, also came to this realization and immediately began to curse. I have long heard that merchants pursue profit and are ungrateful. This saying is undeniably true. Those despicable, mercenary scoundrels at Wanbao Tower. We merely distanced ourselves from them for a moment, and they dared to betray us in search of collaboration with another sacred ground. Sacred grounds must uphold their dignity. When a commercial force shifts their allegiance from one sacred ground to another, it inevitably carries a hint of slapping the former sacred ground in the face. This matter must be taken seriously. First, contact Wanjiao Tower to ascertain their situation and inquire about the origin of that batch of talismans. Qin Moran commanded decisively. Her concerns extended beyond the reputation of the sect. She pondered, what kind of power could possibly supply 50,000 talismans daily? After all, the existence of a sacred ground capable of such a feat had never been heard of before, and everything surrounding this situation reeked of peculiarity. The disciple promptly took his leave to carry out the order. This time, the news returned swiftly, and before long, the disciple reappeared. The Wanbao Tower reported that they had gathered all the talismans from their main building and were preparing to launch a counterattack against that so-called Lingbao studio. They had not established any collaboration with other holy grounds and assured us not to worry. This news relieved Qin Moran. Lu Qingyao chuckled derisively. They wouldn't dare to act in such a manner. Let's send the 3,000 talismans we prepared to Wanbao Tower for their reception, Qin Moran suggested after a moment of contemplation. Previously, they had feigned ignorance regarding Wanbao Tower's troubles, but now that the matter was known, they could not simply stand by. However, the disciple hesitated slightly. What is it? The disciple had previously taken the liberty to convey this message to Wanbao Tower, but they stated that it was unnecessary. Unnecessary? Yes, they mentioned that their talisman reserves were currently sufficient, and since our holy ground was lacking in talismans, we would not require theirs for the time being. What? Are they still holding a grudge against us? Lu Qingyao erupted in fury. Does Wanbao Tower not recognize its own identity and position, daring to show us such contempt? Wanbao Tower's response was ostensibly polite. Yet, those present were not fools. It was evident that their reply was tinged with a hint of retribution for the previous setbacks encountered by Wanbao Tower. This was akin to a soft dagger. Qin Moran's expression turned icy. Since they do not want our talismans, we shall use them ourselves. Our Qingxian holy ground does not need to beg. Merely doing this is insufficient, Lu Qingyao interjected. If we do nothing, what will become of our holy ground's reputation? This. Qin Moran frowned. Junior sister, what do you propose we do? We must teach Wanbao Tower a lesson, Lu Qingyao asserted. We must make it clear to Wanbao Tower that throwing tantrums will ultimately harm only themselves, you mean? Qin Moran inquired with curiosity, only to see Lu Qingyao sneering. Is Wanbao Tower not competing with Lingbao Studio? Wanbao Tower can guarantee a daily supply of 50,000 talismans, but with such a large quantity, the quality is bound to suffer. In contrast, the talismans we can currently provide are undoubtedly superior in quality, far beyond what ordinary small factions and talisman masters can offer. Just imagine, if our batch of talismans were to appear at Lingbao Studio, showcasing their quality advantage, Wanbao Tower's 50,000 talismans would struggle to sell. What then? After all, Qingxian Holy Ground is a holy ground, not only boasting a large number of disciples but also excelling in the quality of talismans. Although first-tier talismans are all classified as first-tier, there are distinctions in strength. The talismans produced by Qingxian Holy Ground, while not comparable to Daoist talismans, can at least be considered quality products, thus overshadowing the talismans produced by ordinary itinerant cultivators. Wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Qin Moran hesitated. Lu Qingyao curled her lips in disdain, remarking, what is so objectionable about this? We are a sacred ground, and we must demonstrate the demeanor befitting our status. If we retreat and yield this time, won't that become a source of ridicule for our Qingxian sacred ground, suggesting that we are overly accommodating? Would it not imply that anyone can look down upon us? Furthermore, we could initially conceal our identities and refrain from disclosing that we hail from Qingxian sacred ground. When the time comes, if we present our talismans of superior quality, Wanbao Tower will naturally comprehend that we are sending them a message. Her reasoning was sound, as a considerable number of disciples present voiced their agreement with Lu Qingyao's proposition without hesitation. Without delay, Qingxian Sacred Ground dispatched individuals to establish contact with Lingbao Atai, a rival of Wanbao Tower. After taking measures to obscure their identities, they met with the manager of Lingbao Atai. Upon hearing of a batch of high-quality talismans, the manager had exhibited great anticipation, promptly meeting the Qingxian disciple in person. However, once the manager laid eyes on the talismans presented by the disciple, their demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. Apologies, but we at Lingbao Atai do not accept refuse. This response left the disguised Qingxian disciple utterly bewildered, rendering them speechless and unsure of how to report back to their sect. Their sect's talismans had been dismissed as trash. Meanwhile, as the Qingxian disciple grappled with the dilemma of how to relay this news back to their sect, Gushtou, who had been in seclusion at Tingyu residence, suddenly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flashed within them, and his aura intensified at that moment. His cultivation level had finally broken through once more. He had reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. This achievement was the result of extensive resource expenditure and the consumption of numerous spirit stones since entering the city. His vast sea of qi was now filled to 90% capacity. However, this was merely a minor elevation in realm. Having briefly sensed his advancement, Gushio retracted his thoughts and took out a green bamboo staff. Yet, as soon as he grasped the staff, he promptly put it away again. Stepping out of his chamber, he directed his gaze toward the northwestern corner of the courtyard. Under the moonlight, 3 tracking puppets were seen scaling the wall, making their way into the courtyard. Following these 3 puppets, 2 figures subtly materialized. Chapter 74. Master Gu, the sect leader and elders Miss You tracking puppets are a particularly unique type within the realm of puppetry. The difficulty of their creation is exceedingly high. The precious materials required and the low success rate have led countless puppeteers to exhaust their efforts in vain. Yet, once successfully crafted, tracking puppets can be regarded as the most formidable treasures for pursuit. Unlike the abilities of advanced practitioners who trace auras or the celestial mechanics masters who follow the guidance of heavenly signs, these tracking puppets pursue the essence of the soul. This signifies that once targeted by a tracking puppet, one cannot escape, regardless of how far they flee, even in the depths of the underworld, as they will be relentlessly pursued. Observing the 3 tracking puppets before him, which bore a form reminiscent of neither spider nor dog, Gushio raised his eyebrows in intrigue. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the 3 tracking puppets before shifting his gaze to what lay behind them. There, concealed in the shadows, were 2 figures cloaked in black, presently grinning as they fixated on Gushio. "8th Master Uncle, you have hidden yourself quite well. It took us an inordinate amount of time to find you. Indeed, had we not been following Elder He's tracking puppets, we would have been utterly unable to locate you," they continued. Though these individuals were draped in dark attire and lurking in obscurity, their repeated address of 8th Master Uncle rendered their identity unmistakable. In response to their words, Gushio remained silent, calmly surveying his surroundings. "8th Master Uncle, we have been dispatched by the sect to seek you out. Please accompany us," one of the taller figures implored. "The sect leader and the elders are quite anxious about your whereabouts. Are they eager for my demise?" Gushio replied flatly. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances before bursting into laughter. "Master Uncle, you jest. You are a hero of our Qingxian sacred land, a living legend. Who would dare to harm you?" "Indeed, Master Uncle, the sect leader previously instructed us to ensure we found you and brought you back to the sect to clear your name." Another chimed in. Yes. The other Master Uncles expressed similar sentiments. "Everyone is deeply concerned for your safety. Please, let us depart at once. Jiyu Shualon wishes to clear her name. The other senior sisters are worried for their own safety." Upon hearing these words, the former Gushio might have felt a flicker of hope, but the present Gushio felt no such excitement. Instead, he became acutely vigilant. A closer examination of the 2 before him revealed that, despite their persuasive demeanor, they remained shrouded in darkness, and their attire was not that of the Qingxian sacred land. They were clearly intent on concealing their identities, and the glint in their eyes bore a hint of malevolence. It was evident that their aim was not to escort him back to the sect, but rather to take his life. He pondered who could have sent these 2 to Master Uncle. "Let us hasten our departure. If we leave now, while the city gates have yet to close completely, we can return to the Qingxian sacred land in just a few days," one urged. "Yes, Master Uncle, we mustn't squander any more time. Let us set forth. The sect leader and the other elders are eagerly anticipating your return, and we trust you must yearn to rejoin the sect as well." The 2 disciples, exchanging words, began to press Gushio to leave without delay. Gushio regarded them intently for a moment before nodding. "Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed." Soon, the 2 men stowed away the 3 tracking puppets, and the trio made their way toward the city outskirts. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery light, while the city grew increasingly desolate as curfew approached. Despite the eerie stillness, the 2 disciples endeavored to lead Gushio towards more secluded areas. Observing this, Gushio quietly inquired, "You seem quite apprehensive about being discovered. Are you concerned about being recognized and bringing calamity upon yourselves?" In response, the 2 merely stated that returning the Master Uncle to the sect was of utmost importance, and they wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Jiyu Shio, being perceptive, refrained from pressing them with difficult questions, instead demonstrating remarkable cooperation, even exercising greater caution than the 2 when encountering others. This left both disciples somewhat bewildered. After hastily making their way, the trio finally departed through the city gates just before the curfew point. One of the disciples then produced a flying artifact, saying, "Master Uncle, please." "Very well," Gushio nodded, stepping aboard with an air of calmness. Seemingly devoid of any doubt, a glimmer of derision flickered in the eyes of the 2 disciples as they observed Gushio soaring through the skies. During their flight, the 2 began to inquire about Gushio's cultivation. After all, Gushio had been deemed by Guanshuilan as incapable of cultivating again in this lifetime. Yet, in a mere few months, not only had he resumed his cultivation, but he had also achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such a pace was undeniably formidable. However, in response to their queries, Gu Xiu merely attributed his progress to a stroke of fortune and redirected the conversation to the identities of the two disciples. They indeed hailed from the Qingxian Holy Land. One was a disciple of Imo Shufeng, while the other belonged to Kaimingfeng. This revelation prompted Gu Xiu to raise an eyebrow, quietly taking out the divine demon finger bone and toying with it in his hands. Over this period, he had infused a substantial amount of spirit stones into the bone, which, while retaining its appearance, now harbored a formidable power. Eliminating a peak master of the Qingxian Holy Land should pose little difficulty. Master Uncle, let us rest here for a moment, as I must send a message to the sect. After a brief interval, the three arrived at a picturesque valley adorned with blooming flowers. Jiu Xiu took a deep glance at the valley before consenting, only to witness the two Qingxian disciples immediately begin to set up a formation around them. Is this a barrier formation? Gu Xiu inquired. Weren't we supposed to send a message, Master Uncle? You may not be aware, but a considerable number of cultivators have gathered in Yunshao City recently, many of whom harbor ill intentions. It is prudent to exercise caution. In that case, allow me to assist you. That would be splendid. The two disciples beamed with smiles, yet their gazes towards Gu Xiu were tinged with mockery and scorn. They thought him a fool, deserving of his fate. However, they failed to notice that Gu Xiu, with his back turned to them, bore a glint of profound meaning in his eyes. As inner disciples of the Qingxian Holy Land, recklessly slaying them would inevitably leave traces behind, potentially leading to their own tracking. With the barrier formation in place. Excellent. They leisurely completed the setup of the barrier formation, severing all ties with the outside world. After surveying the surroundings once more, Gu Xiu felt a twinge of disappointment. Master Uncle, why the sigh? I was pondering why no one else has arrived, Gu Xiu replied. Whom do you wish to see? Su Wanqing. Perhaps at the mention of this name, the two disciples were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged bewildered glances. Jiu Xiu continued nonchalantly, one of you is from Imo Shufeng, and the other from Kaimingfeng. Both possess motives to kill me. These two peaks are indeed suitable for framing. However, upon further reflection, it is likely that Qin Moran would first peruse her sacred texts, meticulously concocting a heinous reputation for me before resorting to any lethal actions. As for Wei Qi Chunlei, she lacks the intellect to orchestrate others. Conversely, she is more inclined to take matters into her own hands. Of course, others might also intervene in ensuring a foolproof execution of their murderous intentions while attempting to avoid implicating themselves. There are indeed numerous individuals who could be deemed suspicious. However, the deliberate selection of such a picturesque valley bears the hallmark of Su Wanqing, the self-proclaimed benevolent healer, renowned for her unparalleled compassion in alleviating suffering. Upon uttering these words, the pupils of the two disciples from Qingxian widened instantaneously. Gu Xiu, when did he discern the truth? Yet, since the master uncle is already aware, one cannot help but wonder how he intends to navigate the current crisis. One of the disciples from Ma Shifeng sneered. Surely you do not intend to rely on that murderous intent of yours, which serves only to instill fear, to continue terrorizing us. His gaze towards Gu Xiu was laden with animosity. This disciple, named Jing Yiwei, had once mocked Gu Xiu when he was masquerading as a powerless individual while secretly studying the art of talismans at Ma Shifeng. Initially, Gu Xiu had chosen to endure the taunts, but as Jing Yiwei grew increasingly audacious, he never anticipated that a mere glance from Gu Xiu would convey such palpable murderous intent, rendering him paralyzed with fear and even causing him to lose control in public, leaving him utterly humiliated. This incident had haunted him ever since, fueling his desire for revenge. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Although Gu Xiu had somehow resumed his cultivation and ascended to the 9th level of qi refinement. What of it? Jing Yiwei was at the peak of his foundation establishment. His strength was more than sufficient to crush Gu Xiu, to trample him underfoot, compelling him to kneel and plead for mercy. Meanwhile, another disciple from Kaimingfeng, equally disdainful, regarded Gu Xiu with a mocking expression. He refrained from uttering any derisive remarks, merely whispering, Master Uncle, today you shall certainly meet your demise. If you desire to preserve some semblance of dignity, you might as well take your own life here. As he spoke, he advanced a step forward, unleashing a formidable aura characteristic of the peak of foundation establishment, and proclaimed loudly, I implore you, Master Uncle, embrace your death. With the declaration made, there was no longer any need for pretense. Their intent to slay Gu Xiu was unmistakable. Even the arrival of celestial beings could not thwart their resolve. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming ferocity, Gu Xiu remained unperturbed, casually drawing forth a pitch-black long sword, its blade slightly elevated as he softly intoned, with the luiying sword in hand, the Mofeng may cleave the clouds.